Chapter 211. Under the endless afterglow of winter, an indestructible base stands on the top of a desolate and snow-covered mine. The main structure of this base is made of solid steel, exuding a rough and majestic atmosphere. Deep in the core of the base, there is a series of intricate and closely linked production workshops. The first thing that comes into view is the ore refining area. Even in the biting cold, the huge mechanical arm still maintains precise movements, preliminarily processing the ore hidden deep in the mine and refining rare metals for making weapons. Then, these metal raw materials are sent to the precision processing workshop. After a whole set of complex and exquisite processes such as cutting, forging, and assembly, it gradually transforms into various precision parts of firearms. Here is the Huancher base located on the top of the Tongcheng mine. It is one of the 8 famous bases in the south. The Huancher base has a unique geographical location and extremely rich mineral resources. The main function of the base is to produce guns and ammunition. It occupies a pivotal position among the 8 bases. The number of guns delivered to Yunwu territory every year is staggering. But Huancher base also faces its shortcomings. The land is barren and not conducive to the growth of crops. The supply of food is almost entirely dependent on the planting of plant-based mutants sent by Yunwu territory, or in an emergency, the territory directly provides food aid. Therefore, it can be said that the survival of Huancher base is entirely dependent on the support of the territory. In the extremely cold climate, once the food aid from the territory is lost, the future of the base will become unpredictable. Given the importance of the base's strategic location, Jiang Jinli always pays close attention to it. But as time goes by, people inside the base begin to become restless, especially the base leader Zhou Jianshan, whose ambition and complacency are like a balloon that keeps expanding. Zhou Jianshan was already a shrewd businessman before the Doomsday catastrophe. After the Doomsday, he quickly occupied the mine with his keen insight, and immediately turned it into a shelter. In order to obtain the materials needed for survival, he traded with other forces and survivors by producing and selling guns. Just as Zhou Jianshan was ambitiously planning for the future and showing his ambition, Jiang Jinli suddenly appeared and turned everything into a bubble. 3 years ago, Jiang Jinli quickly occupied the Huancher base with a thunderous momentum and ruthless and courageous means. Jiang Jinli's strength was so strong that Zhou Jianshan had no power to resist. Adhering to the belief that a man who knows the current situation is a hero, he immediately chose to attach himself to Jiang Jinli and expressed his sincere intention to follow her. This move not only maintained the stability of the leadership of the base, but also avoided the possibility of large-scale bloodshed in the base. After that, Jiang Jinli quickly reorganized the Huancher base and cleverly integrated it into the territory. Although it was nominally a dependent relationship, in addition to reporting to the territory on major matters and holding its ground on the border defense line, the base still enjoyed a considerable degree of autonomy. But Zhou Jianshan was not satisfied with this. After all, his attachment from beginning to end was not sincere, but a helpless move forced by the situation. Zhou Jianshan was filled with male chauvinism and pride deep in his heart. Being suppressed by a woman for a long time made him feel extremely humiliated and unwilling. But Jiang Jinli's power was too strong. Even if Zhou Jianshan was full of resentment and the impulse of resistance, he had to endure it temporarily. In this way, Zhou Jianshan endured for 3 whole years. During these long years, he was secretly busy forging guns and artillery. At the same time, he spared no effort to accelerate the upgrade of his superpowers and devoted himself to the cultivation of talents. In addition, Zhou Jianshan also kept in close contact with the 2 neighboring bases, Lifeng Base and Jifeng Base, in order to deepen the friendship between each other. As time went on, his relationship with the base leaders Pang Gui and Zhao Mu became closer. The 3 of them called each other like brothers. Zhou Jianshan thought that Pang Gui and Zhao Mu must have been forced to join the Yunwu territory because of Jiang Jinli's tough measures. He also believed that they had the same experience as himself, and were also dissatisfied and unwilling to be ruled by a woman. Therefore, Zhou Jianshan firmly believed that there was a chance to persuade them to revolt together. Just a few months ago, when Zhou Jianshan was talking with Pang Gui and Zhao Mu, he cleverly and tentatively mentioned the topic of rebellion. Seeing that the 2 did not show too much surprise, but instead showed a certain degree of approval in their response, Zhou Jianshan was ecstatic. Since then, the 3 began to communicate frequently through letters, jointly planning a perfect rebellion, patiently waiting for the best time and place to arrive. Perhaps their determination moved God. Zhou Jianshan keenly noticed it. Jiang Jinli's unexpected absence on that important day, when she was supposed to show up in person, was particularly unusual. Jiang Jinli has always been a punctual person, and her absence can't help but make people suspicious. Zhou Jianshan immediately made an inference that Jiang Jinli might have encountered some kind of accident, so she failed to show up as scheduled. As we all know, Jiang Jinli is going all out to sprint for the unattainable 9th level supernatural power, and it seems reasonable that she encountered an accident at such a critical moment. After days of careful investigation, Zhou Jianshan became more and more convinced of the rumors that Jiang Jinli had encountered an accident. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Yunwu territory had lost Jiang Jinli, just like losing a beating heart. As for the 9 war leaders under Jiang Jinli, Zhou Jianshan believed that as long as the strategy was used properly, it was not impossible to defeat them one by one. It was just a matter of time. He had many hot weapons and sufficient manpower in his hands, plus the support of the other 2 bases, all of which made Zhou Jianshan feel unprecedented confidence. Zhou Jianshan firmly believed that with his 7th level peak ability, he was enough to compete with any of the 9 war leaders. After all, the 9 of them were also at the peak of the 7th level. Not to mention, he had several confidants with extremely high ability levels to assist him. Therefore, facing the upcoming challenge, Zhou Jianshan seemed fearless. At this moment, the cold wind was like a knife cutting, and the snowflakes were like dancing falling. On the vast square of the base, there were dense crowds of people. Although the biting cold wind made most people look ugly and shiver. But they still stood up straight and listened attentively to the words of the man on the high platform. Zhou Jianshan was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a burly figure. He was standing on the high platform, his eyes swept through the crowd below, and he was giving his speech passionately. The madman Jiang Jinli may have met with an accident now. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity given by God for us, and the time for our resistance has finally come. As men, we have been bullied by a woman for a long time. I can no longer bear this humiliation. I have had enough of the frustration in the past few years. What about you? Are you willing to keep swallowing your anger like this? The crowd below the stage were all loyal confidants, who had followed Zhou Jianshan for many years. They used to be in awe of Jiang Jinli. But when they learned that she might meet with an accident, their self-esteem and fighting spirit as men were instantly ignited. They shouted in unison, their voices shaking the earth, "I will not accept it. I will not accept it." Chapter 212. Zhou Jianshan's face flushed red, and his voice became louder, almost roaring. Then, from today on, we will officially leave the jurisdiction of the territory and move towards independence. He looked around, his eyes flashing with fanaticism, and continued to incite, when we conquer the territory, everyone will follow me to live a good life. We can play with the women in the territory however we want. No longer have to follow those damn rules. This kind of life, everyone, what do you think? Good. Drink, eat meat, and play with women. Good. Good. The crowd in the audience was like an ignited gunpowder barrel, and the response was like thunder, shaking the entire square, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. The crowd was like a wild beast being released, dancing and roaring loudly, and these words ignited the fire of desire deep in their hearts. In their eyes, there was a greedy green light flashing, revealing an infinite desire for the upcoming indulgence, and it seemed that they could not wait to throw themselves into it. Under Jiang Jinli's iron-fisted rule, there is a taboo that cannot be violated. It is strictly forbidden to bully women. Any violator will be severely punished with a punishment worse than death. For some men with bad intentions, this ban is like a heavy chain, making them feel extremely bound. In this Doomsday, it should be an unrestrained enjoyment, but they are busy building and fighting zombies day after day. Many men have long been tired of such a life. Now, Zhou Jianshan's words are like a fire, igniting evil and wildness in their hearts, making their blood boil and their desires expand. Before Zhou Jianshan spoke again, the crowd was already talking and clamoring. It should have been a long time ago. Yeah, it's so frustrating. Base Captain, when will we attack Yunwu territory? Zhou Jianshan saw that the crowd's emotions had been fully mobilized, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He announced loudly, "Since everyone has this determination, then we will start preparing immediately. Once the brothers from Lifeng Base and Jifeng Base arrive, we will hold a meeting to discuss the action plan in detail, and we will take action tonight." Okay. After hearing this, everyone responded in unison, with passion surging. Zhou Jianshan sent a message to Pang Gui and Zhao Mu as early as the early morning. According to the plan, they should be able to lead a large group of people to arrive here soon. Once the power of the 3 major bases is gathered, coupled with the hot weapons in their hands, they can launch a sudden attack and deal a fatal blow to Yunwu territory. Zhou Jianshan is full of confidence in this. He firmly believes that the balance of victory will tilt towards their side. In fact, in order to ensure the absolute success of the action, the best plan is naturally to unite the 8 major bases to act together. Unfortunately, the leaders of the other 5 bases are like helpless people who are unable to take on the responsibility. Especially the 3 bases led by women, there is no need to consider them at all. Their loyalty to Jiang Jinli has almost reached the point of blindness, and they regard Jiang Jinli as their adopted parents. Any thought of betrayal will provoke their crazy counterattack. As for Jinong Base and Freedom Base, it is also impossible to be persuaded. Those 2 men have long lost their backbone and willingly become Jiang Jinli's running dogs. In Zhou Jianshan's view, this behavior is simply a loss of face for men and a shame for men. He secretly made up his mind that once the territory was captured, he would clean up these bases one by one and make them pay the price they deserved. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianshan immediately turned his head, and his eyes fell on the young man beside him, who was always keeping his head down and silent. He ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Zhugai, you immediately lead the team to the warehouse to take out heavy weapons, and spread the news of the rebellion throughout the base, so that everyone will enter combat mode." Zhugai, as Zhou Jianshan's confidant for many years, is his most trusted and relied on assistant. Although Zhuagai's personality is silent and introverted, he rarely smiles on his face, and seems a little lonely and weird, but his style of doing things is cold and efficient, and he always performs tasks accurately, and has never missed. It is this unique personality that makes Zhou Jianshan trust him even more. Moreover, Zhuagai's ability has reached the peak of the 7th level. His strength is strong and his attack power is amazing. He is Zhou Jianshan's most solid backing. Hearing Zhou Jianshan's order, a trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in Zhuagai's eyes. He slowly raised his head and answered in a calm and firm voice, "Yes." Zhuagai was about 28 or 29 years old, with dark complexion, thick eyebrows, and a long face. On his expressionless face, a pair of slender eyes, and tightly closed thin lips together outlined his cold and ruthless temperament. Zhou Jianshan patted Zhuagai on the shoulder and reminded him again, "As soon as the weapons are taken out, they will be moved to the square immediately. We will set off late at night." "Yes." Zhuagai still answered briefly. There was no extra emotion in his voice, only absolute obedience. After speaking, he turned around, walked down the platform, led his team, and walked slowly into the base. As Zhuagai's figure gradually walked away, Zhou Jianshan retracted his gaze and turned to look at the people present, issuing a new order. "Everyone, check your weapons and equipment carefully and prepare to welcome the comrades from the 2 bases of Panggui and Xiaomu. Tonight, we will usher in a battle that will last all night, so cheer up." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, and then began to check their weapons and equipment busily. The atmosphere on the scene was tense and orderly. At this time, Zhou Jianshan's eyes accidentally fell on the huge flag fluttering in the wind on the gate of the base. He raised his head suddenly, and stared at the flag. The humiliation and anger in his heart erupted violently like a volcano, causing his eyes to quickly turn red, and his forehead to bulge with veins. Zhou Jianshan gritted his teeth and roared, "Come on, tear down this damn flag for me." Whenever he saw the flag, Zhou Jianshan would recall how he groveled in front of that lunatic Jiang Jinli. For him, this is a shame that he will never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Now that he has decided to rebel, he naturally cannot let this flag that symbolizes humiliation fly here. Everyone immediately took action, quickly set up the ladder, and prepared to climb up to execute the order. But at this moment, a cold and angry female voice cut through the air, like a sharp arrow, hitting everyone's heartstrings. "I see who dares to move. You are looking for death." This sudden voice made everyone's movements suddenly freeze, and the atmosphere on the scene became solidified in an instant. Everyone looked up at the same time, and their eyes looked at the source of the sound. I saw a woman floating steadily above the base, like a meteor from far to near. Her posture was upright and elegant, as if she walked on the snow without leaving any traces, and merged with the falling snowflakes. With her arrival, the air around her seemed to feel her presence. The temperature dropped sharply, and the atmosphere of the entire base became extremely tense. Chapter 213. Xinqingxi raised her arm and lightly touched the void with her fingertips, as if silently awakening some mysterious power. The surrounding snowflakes and cold air seemed to obey the call, quickly gathered together, and condensed into a dazzling ice longbow. The ice bow was exquisite and translucent, emitting a faint blue light, and the cold air was pressing, revealing a heart-pounding majesty. Xinqingxi pulled the bowstring hard, and then 5 invisible arrows condensed by cold air quietly formed in the palm of her hand. The bowstring was taut, making a pleasant sound. With a few clear whistles, Shinjinxi loosened her hand holding the bow, and 5 huge ice arrows immediately broke away from the bowstring and cut through the sky. The ice arrows rushed straight to the crowd below with piercing cold and destructive power. Shinjinxi's movements were as fast as lightning, and in just a moment, she completed this series of flowing attacks. Before everyone recovered from their astonishment, the ice arrows were already in front of them. In panic, the crowd fled in all directions. But it was too late. The ice arrows passed by, as if even the air was torn by them, leaving clear white marks. Then, the sound of piercing flesh was heard. The 5 unfortunate fugitives were shot by the ice arrows and instantly frozen, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Bang! With a loud bang, the ice sculptures burst in an instant, and broken meat and ice debris flew all over the sky. But the 5 ice arrows did not stop there. They shuttled through the crowd, and every time they passed, they took away a life. In just a moment, another 10 people fell in the mixture of blood and ice. Zhou Jianshan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to burst. He roared at the chaotic crowd, "Don't panic. Concentrate the power of all the superpowers and fight back with all your strength." Zhou Jianshan's voice was sharp and piercing, like thunder in the chaos, instantly awakening everyone's reason. More than a dozen superpowers responded immediately, shouting in unison, activating their own superpowers, and their powers intertwined and overlapped in the air. They worked together, and finally resisted the fierce attack of the 5 ice arrows with difficulty. After a while, the 5 ice arrows gradually melted like ice and snow meeting the warm sun, and finally turned into water vapor and dissipated in the air. Thousands of people at the scene were stunned, their hearts beat like drums, and their breathing was heavy. Shinjinxi's powerful strength made them feel terrified. Zhou Jianshan walked out of the crowd, his eyes wide open, staring at Shinjinxi who fell from the sky. He clenched his teeth and roared angrily, "Shinjinxi! You dare to call Shinjansho by his name? How bold!" A voice louder than Zhou Jianshan sounded around. At the entrance of the base, there was a sudden roar of cars, and several heavy military trucks drove in one after another and stopped neatly in front of the gate. The car door was quickly pushed open, and dozens of black-clad warriors with angry faces and guns came out one after another. They quickly gathered behind Shinjinxi and formed a solid line of defense. One of the burly men shouted again like thunder, "Zhou Jianshan, you are so bold that you dare to rebel openly." The man was Yufeng. He led the team to perform a mission outside, and was about to return to the territory when he met Shinjinxi by chance. At this time, the territory received an urgent order, asking them to solve Zhou Jianshan's problem. So, they rushed to the scene with Shinjinxi. Dozens of soldiers around Yufeng raised their guns and aimed at the people in the base. They shouted in unison, "Put down your weapons and surrender quickly. Put down your weapons and surrender quickly." The echo was deafening. Although they were not in the majority, everyone exuded a chilling murderous aura. The people in the base were frightened by this powerful momentum, and their faces instantly lost color. Some people even showed signs of retreat. But Zhou Jianshan was not afraid at all. He sneered and said disdainfully, "Jiang Jinli's life and death are uncertain, so what can I do if I rebel? You are just Jiang Crazy's running dogs. How can I be afraid of you?" He turned his head suddenly and shouted at his team, "Whoever dares to retreat, I will never let him go easily. Prepare to fight back." Although everyone in the base was filled with fear, they also understood that at this point, they had no way out. Therefore, under Zhou Jianshan's tough attitude, everyone gritted their teeth, raised their weapons, and formed a tense confrontation with Yufeng and others at the door. Zhou Jianshan's face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with fierceness, and his tone was full of sarcasm. "Shinjinxi, I have to admire your intelligence network. The news is very well informed. However, it's a pity that they only sent you here, which is undoubtedly a dead end. I will make you come and never return. This will become your burial place. Then I will capture your territory in one fell swoop." Zhou Jianshan quickly calculated in his mind. He was also a 7th level superpower. Although he might not be able to defeat Shinjinxi, he could at least delay the battle and wait for reinforcements from other bases to arrive. He estimated the time, and the reinforcements from the other 2 bases should be on the way. He sneered in his heart, the 3 bases joined forces. Can't they deal with a territory that lost Jiang Jinli's protection? Shinjinxi's voice was as cold as ice, and every word was piercing. "Arrogant idiot, I will make you regret coming to this world." Compared with 4 years ago, Shinjinxi's face was even more cold and aloof, as if it was the first frost white in the winter morning, exuding a nobleness that could not be desecrated. Her short hair was shoulder length, adding a bit of heroic posture that could not be ignored to her cold beauty. Her eyes were particularly eye-catching, and the depth seemed to contain endless ice, which made people dare not look at each other easily. Just as she spoke, Shinxingxi's cold eyes suddenly flashed blue light, and then a powerful and terrifying energy burst out from her body and quickly spread to the surroundings. Feeling this suffocating pressure, Zhou Jianshan's face changed drastically, his pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? 8th level superpower? You actually broke through." He immediately turned his head and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone be careful." But before his warning was fully issued, there were already shrill screams all around. "Ah! Ah! No! Ah! It hurts!" Most of the people present fell down instantly, their faces twisted, and they were in great pain. Their blood, as if controlled by some mysterious force, began to surge wildly. Then, an even more terrifying scene happened. The skin of those people began to swell and twist, as if something was about to break out of their bodies. With a series of dull explosions, their skin could no longer withstand the pressure of the blood inside, and cracked one after another. Blood spurted out from their pores, fingertips, eye sockets, and lips, and the whole body seemed to have turned into a bloody fountain, and the blood drew bright red tracks in the air. Zizizi. Their bodies were quickly stained with blood, screaming in pain, struggling in desperate wails, but could only watch their life fountains drain away bit by bit. Blood continued to spurt out of their bodies until the last drop of blood was exhausted. In the end, their bodies fell powerlessly in a pool of blood with no sign of life. Hundreds of corpses lay across the snow, and the blood dyed the snow red, forming a terrifying hell scene. This originally pure white world was ruthlessly stained red. The sharp contrast between blood and snow was even more shocking. Yu Feng and others standing behind Shinxingxi witnessed such a shocking scene for the first time, and all of them showed astonishment on their faces. Zhou Jianshan and other psychics collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. They were frightened by this extremely cruel scene. 8th level water system, blood control technique. Chapter 214. Ahem. No. Ahem. Why are your abilities so weird? Zhou Jianshan suddenly woke up from the shock, spitting out bloody saliva while struggling to stand up. He felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed by an invisible hand. The pain was indescribable, and almost made him unable to breathe. Zhou Jianshan knew that he was able to survive because of his strong physique as a 7th level psychic, but the damage to his internal organs was inevitable, and he was probably bleeding extensively. Other base personnel who were lucky enough to survive and fell to the ground also stood up staggeringly. They wiped the blood off their faces and looked at Shinxingxi in horror. Zhou Jianshan's expression became frantic and distorted, his eyes were full of dense red bloodshot, and he roared at Shinxingxi, "Damn it, so what? I'm still alive. Later, I'll let you see my true strength." After he finished speaking, footsteps were heard behind him. Zhuge led hundreds of guards, pushing countless heavy weapons, and quickly rushed to the scene. "Base commander, the weapons are in place." Zhuge ignored the corpses on the ground, walked straight to Zhou Jianshan, and reported in a low voice with an expressionless face. Zhou Jianshan covered his injured chest and laughed wildly, and the blood hanging from the corners of his mouth made him look even more hideous and terrifying. He stared at Shinxingxi and provoked fiercely, "No matter how strong you are, my artillery is not a decoration." But surprisingly, Shinxingxi looked calm, and seemed to be indifferent to his threats, and even had a mocking and disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. Although Zhou Jianshan felt a little uneasy, he did not investigate further. Just when he was about to order the firing, a chaotic roar of cars suddenly sounded in the distance. Zhou Jianshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately widened his eyes and looked forward. After confirming his expectations, he laughed triumphantly again, "Ha ha! It's here! It's finally here! This is God's will, God helps me too." Zhou Jianshan was secretly delighted. The reinforcements from the 2 major bases arrived at the same time, which was undoubtedly a timely help for him. He did not believe that such a large coalition of superpowers would not be able to take down Shinxingxi alone. As his laughter fell, all the vehicles stopped in unison, the doors opened at the same time, and countless figures quickly poured out of the cars. In just a blink of an eye, the entire base was surrounded tightly. 2 men with leadership qualities walked out of the crowd. They were the leaders of the 2 major bases, Pang Gui and Zhao Mu. Zhou Jianshan's face instantly broke into an ecstatic smile. He staggered forward and laughed loudly, "Ahem. Brothers, you are finally here. That's great. Let's work together to deal with this woman first, and then go to capture the territory together, ahem. He then turned around and faced Shinjingzi, with a vicious light flashing in his eyes, and said maliciously, Shinjingzi, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise. Zhou Jianshan deliberately paused, licked his lips, and laughed evilly. The taste of Shinjanshou is what many people dream of. It seems that this honor will fall into my hands, ha ha ha. In Zhou Jianshan's opinion, no matter how powerful Shinjingzi was, she would not be able to escape from the combined attack of Pang Gui and Zhao Mu, two psychics, who had also reached the 7th level, and their many subordinates. How dare you? The soldiers behind Shinjingzi heard Zhou Jianshan's wild words, and they were all indignant, blushing, and couldn't help shouting in unison. Shinjanshou's reputation could not be blasphemed by such a despicable person as Zhou Jianshan. This was simply an intolerable insult. Shinjingzi herself did not seem to take Zhou Jianshan's vulgar words to heart. She did not show any emotional fluctuations on her face, and still maintained that indifferent and contemptuous look. It seemed that Zhou Jianshan in front of her was just a clown who did not know the height of the world. Zhou Jianshan's feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger, but he still tried to stay calm and suppress his panic. He turned to Pang Gui and Zhao Mu and said anxiously, Brothers, don't hesitate, we must act immediately, and a quick battle is the best policy. You know, delay will lead to changes. Indeed, it's time to act, we have delayed too long. A gentle and smiling male voice took over the conversation. Zhou Jianshan immediately turned his eyes to Zhao Mu and nodded eagerly in agreement. Brother Zhao is right. Tonight is the perfect time for us to act. Zhao Mu is tall and slender, with a pale complexion and a faint smile on his lips. The cunning and unfathomable hidden under this smile earned him the title of Smiling Tiger in this Doomsday. Yes, it's time to close the net. It's not a good idea to waste time like this. Pang Gui's voice was low and deep, and it sounded right after Zhao Mu. Different from Zhao Mu's figure, Pang Gui is over 30 years old and has a burly figure. He exudes a strong sense of presence just standing there. The years have left traces on his face. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes add a bit of mature charm, and the missing right ear is even more eye-catching. Zhou Jianshan turned to Pang Gui, his face full of flattering smiles, and said, Then please ask the two brothers to lead your subordinates to deal with Shinjingzi, and let me deal with the people behind her. After she is dealt with, we will discuss the subsequent offensive plan in detail. Pang Gui first glanced at the scattered corpses around, and then questioned, Where are your people? Aren't these the only dead bodies? Zhou Jianshan waved his hand and denied it quickly. No, how could it be possible? This is just the vanguard. More people have received the notice and are on the way. He then turned to Zhugai and asked, Zhugai, have all the orders been passed down? Before Zhugai could answer, dense footsteps were heard from inside the base. A team equipped with various hot weapons rushed out like a tide and quickly joined the field. Zhou Jianshan's face flushed with excitement, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, look, my main force has arrived. Seeing this dark crowd, Pang Gui and Zhao Mu exchanged a meaningful look, and then asked Zhou Jianshan, Is this all your troops? Yes, this is the loyal army I have cultivated with many years of hard work. Zhou Jianshan said proudly. With their joining, plus the help of the two brothers, conquering the territory is just a piece of cake. These people are composed of those vicious and desperate criminals. They had long been dissatisfied with Jiang Jinli's move to unify the South, and even secretly planned a rebellion. Zhou Jianshan took great pains to use high profits as bait to recruit these people for his own use, and as a secret force, he had been waiting for this moment to come. Zhou Jianshan's eyes were fiery and full of ambition. He stared at his men closely, coughing violently and laughing wildly, with a bit of madness and morbidity in his laughter. Then, he turned to Shinjingzi, who was trapped at the door, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and shouted an order, Kill them for me. Following his order, everyone in the base immediately took action, raised their guns in unison, and aimed at Shinjingzi and his group, who were surrounded and isolated. Zhou Jianshan turned sideways and told Zhugai beside him, Zhugai, you will help the two base commanders deal with Shinjingzi later. Remember, don't let her die easily, haha. Yes, sir. Zhuagai's answer was cold and mechanical, his eyelids drooped slightly, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Yu Feng and other soldiers behind Shinjingzi were not afraid at all. They quickly raised their weapons and prepared for battle. Shinjingzi saw that Zhou Jianshan had laid out all his cards and realized that time was running out, so she no longer hesitated. She raised her eyes, and her sharp eyes swept between Pang Gui and Zhao Mu, conveying a subtle hint to the two. Pang Gui and Zhao Mu understood, nodded calmly, and then used their eyes to convey silent orders to their subordinates. After receiving the order, the guards of the two bases responded quickly. Their movements were uniform, and they raised their guns. The tense atmosphere instantly filled the air. Just when this tense confrontation was about to break out into a bloody battle, something strange suddenly happened on the road in the distance. A tiny crack appeared quietly in the air, as if it was gently torn apart by an invisible hand, and then spread rapidly at a dizzying speed. Finally, the crack expanded to its limit, and turned into a dazzling white vortex door. This door was like a portal to another dimension. It looked very abrupt on the vast land. Almost in an instant, it firmly attracted everyone's attention. The originally noisy and boiling battlefield seemed to be paused in front of this sudden strange scene. Chapter 215. Shin Qingxi's eyes were fixed on the road ahead. The usual indifference on her face gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression of surprise and surprise. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. From the mysterious vortex door, the first thing that overflowed was a wisp of warm air, which quickly dispelled the coldness around. Then, accompanied by a low and powerful sound of footsteps, hundreds of warriors in black uniforms, like a legion returning from the underworld, came out one after another. They held various cutting-edge weapons. Their steps were uniform and magnificent. The emergence of these warriors was like a black torrent, quickly spreading on both sides of the road, forming a long dragon-like queue, and building a solid barrier. They had serious faces, and strode with their heads held high, revealing a fearless and loyal heroic posture. Finally, two plump, cold-looking women stepped out of the door, wearing broadswords on their waists. Unlike those black-clad warriors, the badges on their arms were silver-white, and it was obvious that they had a special status in the team. One of them was Li Ernyang, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. She was no longer the helpless weak woman she once was. Not only did she awaken her superpowers, but her strength had reached the peak of the 6th level, becoming one of the 6 captains in the territory. Standing next to her was Xiang Lan, who was also a superpower, who had reached the 6th level, and was also one of the captains. After the two of them stood firm, like other warriors, they all looked at the center of the open space, quietly waiting for Jiang Jinli to come. After this shocking scene, the white door slowly closed, and finally dissipated silently in the air like a wisp of misty smoke, leaving no trace. Li Ernyang's voice was the first to sound, leading hundreds of soldiers to shout respectfully and solemnly, "Please come to the Lord." Inside the Huancher base, Zhou Jianshan's accomplices all gasped when they heard this title, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Zhou Jianshan himself was particularly unbearable. His body seemed to have lost all its strength, and he collapsed to the ground, with a look of fear and despair on his face. His teeth chattered, making a clattering sound, and he murmured in despair, "Crazy Jiang is actually fine. Why? It's over, everything is over." As the soldier shouts fell, at that moment, a slender and tall figure suddenly flashed in the middle of the road. The figure took slow steps, and slowly walked towards the gate of the base. Her delicate facial features were like frost and snow, like a fallen immortal who was not stained by dust, and she exuded an inviolable pride and dignity. But there was no warmth between her eyebrows, which was as cold as ice, revealing a chill that made people feel palpitating. Her temperament was strong yet ethereal, as if she had transcended the constraints of the world, and that transcendence made people feel daunted. Her steps were light, as if every step was stepping on everyone's heartstrings, causing an indescribable throbbing. As she approached, an unprecedented sense of oppression swept the whole place, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Everyone finally came back to their senses from the trance. Except for Zhou Jianshan and his accomplices, who were still standing in place, thousands of guards including Pang Gui and Zhao Mu, without exception, loosened their tightly clenched weapons. They all knelt on one knee, clasped their fists to their chests, and saluted like a tsunami, "Welcome, Lord." This sound was like thunder, resounding over the snowy land, echoing for a long time, shaking everyone's heart. Before Jiang Jinli reached the gate of the base, she saw an anxious figure rushing over. The corners of her mouth naturally curled up, blooming a warm smile, and the ice between her eyebrows melted away. She opened her arms, ready to accept the person who was running over. Shin Qingxi suddenly threw herself into Jiang Jinli's arms, hugged her tightly, buried her face in her neck and shoulders, and her tone was so excited that she could not suppress it, with obvious sobs. "Great, you finally woke up. I was really worried about you during this time." The most unbearable thing for Shin Qingxi was to see Jiang Jinli lying there quietly, like a sleeping sculpture, lifeless. The feeling of powerlessness made her anxious. Therefore, she could only choose to keep throwing herself into the battle outside to distract herself from her anxiety and uneasiness in this way. Now, Jiang Jinli finally woke up. Qingxi felt that all the negative emotions had vanished, and the colors of life filled her world again. This feeling was really wonderful. Jiang Jinli gently patted Qingxi's back and comforted her in a soft tone. This situation happened suddenly, and you are worried. Don't worry, I'm fine now. She slowly stepped back, wiped away the tears from the corners of Qingxi's eyes with her fingertips, and promised, this situation will never happen again in the future. Jiang Jinli smiled, tapped Qingxi's eyebrows, and whispered, okay, stop frowning and smile. Qingxi smiled obediently. A bright smile immediately bloomed on her cold face, and her cold and elegant temperament melted instantly, looking particularly moving. Li Ernyang and others standing behind Jiang Jinli looked at each other in astonishment, and they found the scene in front of them unbelievable. After all, in the territory, Qingxi has always been famous for her coldness and seriousness. Such a smile is something they have never heard of or seen before. But in front of the Lord, she actually showed such a gentle side, and this change can't help but shock people. The people kneeling on the ground, before getting Jiang Jinli's instructions, even breathed carefully and dared not stand up without permission. Some people who couldn't suppress their curiosity secretly raised their eyes to peek at this scene. They saw that the Lord, who was usually majestic and powerful, showed such a gentle demeanor at this moment. This unexpected gentleness made them feel both surprised and incredible. The reason why the 9 war leaders were loyal to the Lord seemed to have an answer at this moment. Let's ask, who in this world can resist such a charming, gentle and tolerant Lord? Everyone present couldn't help but feel envious. Seeing that Qingxi's emotions had calmed down, Jiang Jinli said, we go home after I finish dealing with things here. Okay. Qingxi responded, with a hint of expectation in her voice. Qingxi stood beside Jiang Jinli, and walked towards the gate of the base together. Her face was covered with the cold shell of the past, as if the warmth just now was just a momentary illusion. As soon as Jiang Jinli arrived at the gate of the base, she cast a sharp glance, sweeping across the people kneeling on the ground one by one. Her sight was as sharp as a sword, with a suffocating sense of oppression, making everyone present lower their heads, not daring to look at her, and many people even had cold sweat on their foreheads. Jiang Jinli did not continue to exert pressure, and soon retracted his gaze, and ordered in a flat tone, everyone get up. Thank you, Lord. Everyone seemed to be relieved, and stood up one after another, quickly dispersing around to make room for Jiang Jinli and others. Peng Gui and Zhao Mu moved behind Jiang Jinli, standing side by side, looking directly at Zhou Jianshan and his accomplices. No, something is wrong. What is going on? Why? Zhou Jianshan stared at Peng Gui and Zhao Mu in confusion. He was stunned and confused by their respectful attitude towards Jiang Jinli, and he could not understand the scene in front of him at all. All this was very different from the rebellion and betrayal he had imagined in his mind. Jiang Jinli heard Zhou Jianshan's low murmur, and then slowly turned his gaze to him curled up on the ground, with the corners of his mouth raised, outlining a sneer of contempt. Feeling Jiang Jinli's icy gaze, Zhou Jianshan hurriedly raised his head, and cold sweat dripped along his forehead. His lips kept trembling, and he couldn't help but utter the awe-inspiring name, Lord. Lord. Oh! Haven't you always called me a lunatic behind my back? Why are you calling me like this now? Where is your courage? Jiang Jinli looked down at him, his eyes revealing cold contempt, and the invisible pressure almost made people dizzy. Chapter 216. Hearing Jiang Jinli's words, Zhou Jianshan's face suddenly turned pale. He knew in his heart that his life had been in danger since the moment Jiang Jinli appeared. Jiang Jinli's cold smile made Zhou Jianshan instantly recall the horrible memory of 3 years ago, and he couldn't help but shudder. Jiang Jinli, this madman, was so cruel that she never gave any resistance any room. Regardless of age, countless lives disappeared under her knife. Jiang Jinli's cruelty even surpassed those perverted murderers. Sometimes, she really looked like a demon who had lost her humanity. Gradually, in the dark, the survivors described her as madman or beheading maniac. After all, as a woman, her cruelty was too horrifying. Thinking of his impending death, Zhou Jianshan felt both unwilling and resentful. He suddenly stood up, glared at Jiang Jinli, and screamed madly, I was right, you are a lunatic without humanity. Winners win, losers lose, I have nothing to say. He turned his eyes to Peng Gui and Zhao Mu behind Jiang Jinli, his eyes showing deep confusion and malice, and gnashed his teeth and said, Why? Why on earth did you do this? Are you still a man? Zhou Jianshan has been friends with these two people for nearly 3 years, and has always believed in them. If all this is their false feelings in disguise, then the scheming of these two people is really terrible. Zhou Jianshan stared at the two people with resentment, and said again in grief and anger, I treated you as brothers who are loyal to each other, but you betrayed me. Where is your conscience? Deep in his heart, he desperately wanted an explanation, otherwise, even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. Jiang Jinli watched this scene with interest. She was not in a hurry to end Zhou Jianshan's life. Instead, she planned to let him die clearly, so that he would not be played like a monkey by everyone in the past few years. Peng Gui finally spoke, with contempt in his eyes, and retorted coldly, Brother? Betrayal? Don't joke. We have never regarded you as a brother. Moreover, we have always been loyal to the Lord, so how can we say betrayal? What? Zhou Jianshan's face turned pale, and his face was full of disbelief. He was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Zhao Mu's laughter. Hee hee. Zhao Mu smiled, his tone was so relaxed that it was almost heartless, and he continued to ruthlessly reveal the truth. Also, from the moment you contacted us 3 years ago, the Lord had seen through everything. The reason why we cooperated with you in acting was completely to obey the Lord's orders. He chuckled, with respect in his expression, and said, The Lord knows all our correspondence and every plan you arranged. Zhou Jianshan was shocked beyond words, and petrified in an instant. After silence, he finally had to accept this cruel truth, his ears buzzing, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes were full of resentment and confusion. He roared at Jiang Jinli in a rough voice, You lunatic, if you knew my plan long ago, why did you let me live for 3 years? Why didn't you kill me earlier? Why on earth is this happening? Thinking back to the past 3 years, he was like a monkey in a circus, performing the childish and ridiculous plan, being laughed at and discussed privately by everyone. His sense of humiliation was like a raging fire burning his heart, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and never see anyone again. He didn't understand why Jiang Jinli wanted to humiliate and tease him like this. Jiang Jinli glanced at him with a sidelong glance, her voice cold, Of course it's to catch you all in one fell swoop. Only people like you can attract so many fearless guys to gather together in a short period of time. After that, she swept her cold eyes over the crowd behind Zhou Jianshan, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, which was chilling. Since Jiang Jinli conquered the south, every once in a while, there are always some desperate people jumping out to harass and attack. For these annoying clowns like fleas, Jiang Jinli can easily take their lives, but they are like stubborn diseases and difficult to completely eradicate. At this time, she learned that Zhou Jianshan had rebellious intentions, and was secretly recruiting these desperate people. Jiang Jinli was naturally happy to see it happen, and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. She let Zhou Jianshan gather these villains together, so that they could be caught in one fell swoop, saving time and effort. Although it is impossible to eradicate all the villains in the south, at least most of the potential threats can be eliminated. The remaining villains are not a big deal. I believe that they will die under the attack of zombies and mutants soon. Of course, this is just one of the insignificant reasons, and the real purpose is not like this. The crowd behind Zhou Jianshan heard this, and exploded instantly. They were already terrified, and now they were overwhelmed by fear. They finally realized that they were digging their own graves. Some people lost control of their emotions, and tried to escape in the chaos, but found that the entire base was surrounded by 2 major forces, and not even a fly could fly out. They suddenly realized that the large group of people brought by Peng Gui and Zhao Mu was clearly intended to encircle and suppress them. Realizing this, the atmosphere of despair quickly spread, and the crowd immediately fell into chaos. They were in disarray and lamented, Oh no, this is a trap, we are dead. We are surrounded. What should we do? I don't want to die. Witnessing the panic of the crowd, Zhou Jianshan suddenly turned around and roared at the top of his lungs, Shut up. You bunch of cowards. Look at your current appearance. Do you still have any manliness? Pick up your weapons and fight your way out. Bloody road? Since we are going to die anyway, let's take a few people with us. He turned to face Jiang Jinli, his eyes wide open, and said viciously, You are so cruel. I am not wrong to fall into your hands. I can only blame myself for underestimating the enemy. He gritted his teeth and asked in confusion, When did you know that I had a rebellious heart? Jiang Jinli's eyes were like knives, but his voice seemed slow and careless. From the moment you pretended to surrender to me. What? You? Zhou Jianshan was shocked, and then he thought of Jiang Jinli's extraordinary spiritual power, and a bitterness surged in his heart. He realized that in front of Jiang Jinli, he was just a funny clown. But soon, Zhou Jianshan's expression became fierce again, and he roared angrily, So what? You crazy woman, You have been playing tricks on me for so long. Even if I die, I will let your people be buried with me. He quickly side-glanced and gave orders loudly. Zhuge, fire at them immediately. Kill as many as you can. Quick, quick. But strangely, when his order was issued, the people from the two major bases, Panggui and Jiangmu, did not show any signs of nervousness. Instead, they stared at Zhou Jianshan with a playful look. Jiang Jinli and Shen Qingxi looked at each other, and a knowing smile flashed in their eyes. Zhou Jianshan saw that Zhuge did not respond to him unusually, nor did he execute his order. His heart sank, and an uneasy mood surged into his heart. Just as he was about to speak again, Jiang Jinli's indifferent voice sounded first. Zhuge. Zhuge heard the voice, quickly raised his head, took a step away from Zhou Jianshan, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and responded in a sonorous and powerful voice. Zhuge is here. Zhou Jianshan was dumbfounded, his mouth open wide, and his face was full of horror. Zhuge reported to Jiang Jinli with a serious look. Lord, Zhuge has been lurking for 3 years, and has fulfilled his mission. The tasks assigned by the Lord have been completed. I have mastered all the production processes and power distribution of the Fantasy Stone base. Jiang Jinli nodded with satisfaction. Very good, get up. Zhuge stood up and stood aside. Hundreds of guards under his command immediately turned their guns and aimed at Zhou Jianshan and others. No! Oh my god! Why is this? Zhou Jianshan finally came back to his senses from the shock and let out a desperate roar. He glared at Zhuge, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted in grief and anger, Zhuge! I have trained you wholeheartedly in the past few years, and trusted you very much. Why did you betray me? But Zhuge's answer made Zhou Jianshan feel like he was falling into the abyss, and his heart was as cold as ice. I have been loyal to the Lord from the beginning, and have never had any second thoughts. 3 years ago, I came to you, but it was the Lord's strategic arrangement to train my abilities. The first task was to win your trust. Zhuge paused for a moment. A rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he continued coldly. Next, it is to deeply understand the arms production process of the Huancher base, and the ultimate goal is to replace you and manage the entire base. What? Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Jianshan was shocked beyond words. His blood was surging, and he coughed violently. He never thought that the person he trusted the most and relied on the most was actually a carefully disguised liar and traitor. Recalling his careful cultivation of Zhuge over the years, Zhou Jianshan's heart was ignited with rage, burning him restless and his blood vessels dilated. Puff. In his excitement, he finally couldn't help it, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Blood mist flew in the air, and his body was unstable and shaky. Zhou Jianshan suddenly raised his head, pointed his finger at Zhuge, and angrily scolded, You are an ungrateful wolf. Chapter 217. Facing Zhou Jianshan's twisted and roaring appearance, Zhuge's face was calm, and his heart was like an ancient well, without any waves. In Zhuge's heart, Jiang Jinli was not only the person who gave him a new life, but also the unshakable lighthouse of faith in his heart. He vowed to do his best to protect Jiang Jinli's hard work and remove all obstacles for her. Anyone who dared to betray the Lord would be punished most severely. Zhou Jianshan was no exception. Jiang Jinli stared at Zhou Jianshan's isolated and battered figure, with cold light in her eyes and a sneer on her lips. This was the fate of betraying her. She wanted the other party to die in pain, and even unable to close his eyes. And cultivating Zhuge was the fundamental reason why Jiang Jinli could endure Zhou Jianshan for 3 years. Zhuge was the person Jiang Jinli saved in the early years of the territory. Although he was not good at speaking, he was persistent and very loyal. She always admired Jiang Jinli, regarded her as her master, worked hard and was very smart. Jiang Jinli saw that Zhuge was very talented, and wanted to cultivate him. Just when she captured the Huancher base, and saw through Zhou Jianshan's false surrender, she wanted to execute him on the spot, but when she thought of Zhuge, she suppressed her killing intention. She planned to let Zhuge follow Zhou Jianshan to train his ability, so that he could take over the Huancher base in the future. The importance of the Huancher base is self-evident, and Jiang Jinli must keep it under control. And Zhuge has passed Jiang Jinli's rigorous test, proving his reliability and loyalty, and is completely trustworthy. Under Jiang Jinli's increasingly sophisticated mental detection, anyone with ulterior motives cannot gain a foothold by her side. Once you have a different intention, there is only one way to go. Although Zhou Jianshan was ambitious, arrogant, and had a bad character, he was indeed outstanding in other aspects. Being able to quickly build a firearms manufacturing factory of such a scale shows his wisdom and talent, and he can be regarded as a top figure. Therefore, since then, Zhuge has successfully sneaked into Zhou Jianshan's side. Zhuge did not disappoint Jiang Jinli's expectations. He quickly won Zhou Jianshan's trust and became his confidant. Now, Zhuge has completely mastered the operating mechanism of the Huanchi base, and Zhou Jianshan's survival has become redundant. Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli's eyes fell on Zhou Jianshan, and a resolute murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Zhou Jianshan was still roaring angrily, and the blood he coughed up dyed the ground red. His figure seemed to age and lose vitality in an instant. Feeling Jiang Jinli's murderous contemptuous eyes, Zhou Jianshan was frightened and his eyes were bloodshot, and his soul flew away. Although he had already prepared to die, there was a world of difference between dying at the hands of others and dying at the hands of Jiang Jinli. Once Jiang Jinli took action, he would not only fail to preserve his body, but also suffer unimaginable torture before his death. What on earth do you want to do, crazy woman? Kill me if you want to, and do it quickly. Zhou Jianshan's legs were shaking like sieves, and his face was distorted. He screamed at Jiang Jinli frantically, trying to use this method to dispel the fear in his heart. At this moment, he was deserted by his friends and relatives, and endless despair enveloped his heart, making him feel cold all over, and he felt painful and unwilling. Why does such a terrifying woman like Jiang Jinli exist in this world? Before Zhou Jianshan finished his second sentence, a sharp purple light flashed in Jiang Jinli's eyes. At the same time, Zhou Jianshan felt a surge of pain sweeping through his body like a tide, and the pain was so intense that he could not bear it. He finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, uttering a shrill scream, "Ah!" This sudden scream, which broke out in the silent environment, made people palpitate, as if even the surrounding air was torn apart by the sound. Most of Zhou Jianshan's accomplices had already collapsed to the ground, and at this moment, they were frightened by Zhou Jianshan's scream and screamed again and again. They stared at Zhou Jianshan's figure in front of them, who was wailing and rolling. The cold penetrated from the surface of the skin to the depths of the bone marrow. Zhou Jianshan's body turned blood red, and the thick blue veins under his skin were wriggling like countless worms, making him look extremely hideous. His head expanded and contracted strangely, sometimes getting bigger and longer, and sometimes shrinking and shortening, as if it was a ball of cotton being rubbed. Time and space were distorted on his body. It can be imagined that Zhou Jianshan was experiencing unspeakable pain at this time. Just a few seconds later, Zhou Jianshan's body began to expand at an alarming rate, like an overinflated balloon. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded, and Zhou Jianshan's body exploded. The powerful airflow was like a huge wave, sweeping away the people around him. But strangely, the scene was beyond everyone's expectations, and there was no bloody scene as imagined. Zhou Jianshan's body seemed to have turned into dust and dissipated in the air, and there was not even a trace of blood on the ground. Although the scene was not bloody, everyone present knew that this way of death without a single bone left was more terrifying than any tragic death. It makes people shudder, and their scalps tingle. In the quiet surroundings, there were sounds of people gasping for air. Those who saw Jiang Jinli's methods for the first time all looked at her in fear. You know, Zhou Jianshan has the 7th level peak ability, and is one of the first batch of strong men in the Doomsday world. But in front of Jiang Jinli, he was like a powerless child, being slaughtered lightly. This scene undoubtedly set off a storm in everyone's heart. The people in the Yunwu territory had indifferent expressions, and were already accustomed to this scene. They had unconditional admiration for Jiang Jinli. They had followed her to fight all over the world over the years, and had seen all kinds of scenes. Zhou Jianshan's accomplices finally came to their senses from his tragic death, and burst into earth-shaking screams. With red eyes, they picked up their weapons, and desperately fled to the periphery, trying to escape from this terrifying place. But how could the guards of the two bases let them escape easily? The two sides immediately started a fierce confrontation. Jiang Jinli raised her eyelashes, and glanced at the chaotic battlefield in front of her indifferently. She opened her lips slightly, and uttered a few words. "Leave no one behind, clear them all." Whenever Jiang Jinli spoke in such an indifferent tone, it foreshadowed that a bloody killing was about to begin. Sure enough, as Jiang Jinli's words fell, all the soldiers, including Li Ernyang and the surrounding Pang Gui and others, quickly took action. They had fierce looks on their faces. They rushed towards the members of Zhou Jianshan's gang who were still struggling without hesitation. In a flash, the base was plunged into a fierce melee. The lights of various supernatural powers intertwined and flickered in the white world, extremely dazzling. Screams, cries of pain, and screams of despair echoed all around. Blood flowed like a stream, and soon dyed the white ground red. In the face of absolute strength and numerical advantage, the resistance of Zhou Jianshan's accomplices seemed quite powerless. They fled everywhere like trapped rats, but they could not escape the fate of death. In a short moment, more than half of Zhou Jianshan's accomplices were killed or injured, and corpses were everywhere around, and the scene was horrible. Jiang Jinli took out an exquisite soft chair from the space, sat down calmly, and watched this cruel massacre with cold eyes. After more than 10 minutes, the battle ended, and the surroundings gradually returned to peace. Thousands of Zhou Jianshan's accomplices have been wiped out. There were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. This scene was as horrifying as hell. The warriors of the territory quickly returned to Jiang Jinli, and stood neatly behind her, while the people from the two bases began to clean up the battlefield. Zhuge Gai, Peng Gui and Zhao Mu walked side by side, stopped in front of Jiang Jinli, and saluted in unison, "Lord." Jiang Jinli leaned lazily on the chair, nodded to the three people, then looked at Zhuge Gai and said seriously, "Zhuge Gai, from now on, I officially appoint you as the base chief of Huancher Base. The importance of this place is self-evident. I hope you won't let me down." Zhuge Gai looked solemn and immediately responded solemnly, "Lord, rest assured, Zhuge Gai will do his best to manage the base, faithfully perform his duties, and live up to the Lord's cultivation." Jiang Jinli was still relatively confident in Zhuge Gai, and with her as a backing, nothing big would happen again. Then, she turned her eyes to Peng Gui and Zhao Mu. Before Jiang Jinli could speak, Zhao Mu smiled and said, "Lord, how dare we forget what you told us? We brought so many people here today to fill the population gap in the Fantasy Stone base." He patted Zhuge Gai's shoulder next to him. "Zhuge Gai, you see, I am very considerate. I brought you all the best soldiers and generals." Jiang Jinli had already ordered that no matter when Zhou Jianshan took any action, Peng Gui and Zhao Mu must actively cooperate. Bringing so many people here is also to temporarily supplement the missing population of the Fantasy Stone base. After all, most of the people in the base were Zhou Jianshan's subordinates. Now that they are dead, the population of the base has decreased sharply, and the large factories in the base must not be shut down. Zhuge Gai showed a rare smile and said gratefully, "Thank you, brothers." At first, Zhuge Gai didn't know that Zhao Mu and Peng Gui were also people Jiang Jinli planted around Zhou Jianshan. It was not until a few months ago that Jiang Jinli secretly gathered the three of them together and revealed all the plans, and Zhuge Gai suddenly realized it. It was at that time that Zhuge Gai established a deep friendship with Zhao Mu and Peng Gui. The three of them were all loyal and upright people, and they admired each other, and their friendship deepened rapidly. After several months of close cooperation, their relationship became more harmonious. Now, the three of them are like brothers. Zhuge Gai turned his eyes to Jiang Jinli again and respectfully suggested, "Lord, it's getting dark. I will prepare a room for you and Xinjiang Shou to rest." Chapter 218. No need. Jiang Jinli waved her hand gently, rejected Zhuge Gai's proposal, and stood up. Her sister was waiting for her at home to have dinner together. She had no intention of staying here overnight. Besides, now that the matter had been resolved, there was no need for her to stay. Zhuge Gai nodded. He also knew that the Lord had the ability to tear space, and could return to the territory instantly. There was really no need to stay overnight in the Fantasy Stone base. Jiang Jinli stepped over the corpse on the ground and walked into the base. At the same time, he said to Zhuge Gai, "Let's go to the square. After the passage is established, I will leave. The follow-up matters of the base will be left to you to handle. Shouldn't it be a problem?" Seeing Jiang Jinli leave, Shin Qingxi, Li Ernyang and others quickly followed and guarded on both sides. Zhuge Gai, Peng Gui and Zhao Mu followed closely behind. The group marched towards the central square with great momentum. Hearing Jiang Jinli's question, Zhuge Gai immediately assured, "Please rest assured, Lord, I will restore the base to its previous order in the shortest possible time." Jiang Jinli did not speak again. After arriving at the square, she directly used her spatial ability. A white light burst out from her body and shot straight to the center of the square. Gradually, a door that was as blurry as water waves and emitting white mist appeared in front of everyone. The people around could not help but exclaim. This seemingly simple, but extremely powerful spatial ability opened their eyes. As the halo gradually dissipated, the white door slowly disappeared from everyone's sight, marking the successful establishment of the passage. From then on, whenever Jiang Jinli needed it, she could open this door at any time and mobilize the power of the Fantasy Stone base to help her fight. Jiang Jinli then looked at Peng Gui and told him in advance, "Peng Gui, I will go to your base in 2 days. The only thing left to build a passage is the Lifeng base. Once it is completed, the entire southern region will be completely under Jiang Jinli's control. Peng Kui replied respectfully, "You are always welcome to visit us." Jiang Jinli looked around and said, "Then we will take our leave first." The three of them immediately bowed and said in unison, "We will send you off." As the three finished speaking, the white light in front of everyone flashed again, and a huge vortex emerged. Jiang Jinli was the first to step into it, followed by Xinqingxi, followed by the two captains Li Ernyang and Xiang Lan, and finally Yu Feng and other black-clad warriors. After a while, everyone in the territory disappeared without a trace, and the passage slowly closed and finally disappeared completely. Zhugai and the other three did not come to their senses until then, and each wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Peng Kui was the first to exclaim, "The Lord's strength is really unfathomable." Of course, the Lord's ability has reached the 9th level, and he can be called the number 1 in the Doomsday. Jiamu also spoke. The Lord's strength is naturally self-evident. Zhuigai's tone was full of respect. The three smiled at each other. Jiamu put his arm around Peng Kui and Zhuigai's shoulders, and led the way into the base. "We were in such a hurry to leave today that we didn't even have time to eat. Zhuigai, you have to treat us well." Peng Kui immediately agreed, "Yes, we have to prepare a place to stay. Since the Lord is not staying overnight, we have to rest for a night, and set off back tomorrow. You don't even need to tell me, I will arrange it." Zhuigai looked a little helpless. The three chatted and laughed, and their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the base. In the center of the large square in the prosperous main city, a dazzling halo suddenly flashed. Then, a white transparent door slowly opened. This wonder instantly attracted the residents around the square, and they gathered with curiosity and excitement. This door can only be opened when the Lord returns, and at this moment, it undoubtedly indicates that the Lord is coming back. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Jinli and Xinqingxi walked out of the door side by side, followed by Li Ernyang and hundreds of other soldiers. Jiang Jinli stood firmly in the center of the square, looking down at the crowd below. Xinqingxi, Li Ernyang and others quickly stood on both sides of her. The crowd around was boiling. They looked up at Jiang Jinli and shouted respectfully in unison, "Lord." This call was like a wave, quickly spreading throughout the square. Even residents far away were attracted by the sound and rushed here. In a few moments, the square was already crowded with people. Jiang Jinli usually patrolled the districts every week, but since she fell into a coma, many people had not seen her for nearly a month. Everyone missed her very much, and they couldn't suppress their excitement when they saw Jiang Jinli again. Cheers continued, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Seeing the crowd's emotions getting more and more excited, the warriors around Jiang Jinli looked solemn. They quickly dispersed and stood around the high platform to separate the crowd from Jiang Jinli. Although no one could get close to Jiang Jinli without her permission, and they would be automatically bounced away once they got close, protecting the Lord was their subconscious action. The residents around looked at Jiang Jinli with fiery eyes and shouted excitedly, "Lord! Lord, we haven't seen you for a long time. We miss you so much." Everyone screamed loudly, their faces flushed and their necks thickened with excitement. If Jiang Jinli hadn't been well protected, they would have rushed over long ago. Jiang Jinli raised his hand and pressed it down gently, saying calmly, "Be quiet." Although the voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The noisy square suddenly became silent. In the past few years, Jiang Jinli's majesty has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and no one dared to disobey. Everyone closed their lips tightly, their faces flushed, their eyes widened, and they stared at Jiang Jinli intently. Seeing that order was restored, Jiang Jinli rubbed his forehead and his expression eased. She turned to look at Yu Feng. "You've worked hard on this mission. Take a good rest for 2 days after you go back. Yushi misses you too." Yu Feng was sent by Jiang Jinli to clear the road, and has not returned for several days. At this moment, the mission has been completed, so he should take a good rest. Yu Feng was a little panicked when he heard Jiang Jinli's words, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern, Lord. I will never complain about contributing to the territory. This is what I should do." Yu Feng's gratitude to Jiang Jinli is hard to express. After all, she is not only the lifesaver of the two brothers and sisters, but also entrusted them with important tasks. Let alone these simple tasks, even if his life is required, he will sacrifice it without hesitation. Jiang Jinli turned to look at Li Ernyang and Xiang Lan, and asked, "Are Lin Cheng and the others not back yet?" Reporting to the Lord, they sent a message saying that they are expected to come back in about 2 days. Xiang Lan answered quickly. Xiang Lan, a plump, pretty woman, was about the same age as Li Ernyang, and had the same generous personality, so she had the best relationship with Li Ernyang, like sisters. Jiang Jinli nodded, and then instructed, when they come back, you all come to the conference room, and we have a short meeting. Of the 6 captains, except for Xiang Lan and Li Ernyang, the other 4 were out on missions, and had not returned for several days. Understood. Xiang Lan and Li Ernyang responded immediately. Jiang Jinli said nothing more, and disappeared from the spot with Shen Qingxi in an instant. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all cast their eyes on the towering mountain top, with longing in their eyes. Chapter 219. The figures of Jiang Jinli and Shen Qingxi appeared at the door of a villa on Sky Island. Stepping into her own quiet harbor, Jiang Jinli finally let down all her defenses. She stretched lazily, a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and turned to Shen Qingxi and said, "We are home." "Yes, we are home." Shen Qingxi's eyes fell on her side face, and responded with a faint smile. For Shen Qingxi, where Jiang Jinli is her home. The two walked towards the door together, and Jiang Jinli's expression became softer. "I wonder what delicious food my sister prepared today." Shen Qingxi showed a teasing look on her face. "Do I need to ask?" "It must be your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs." Jiang Jinli smiled and replied, "It's not just me who likes it. Don't you enjoy it every time?" Shen Qingxi was silent for a while, then tilted her head and smiled more brightly. "Seeing you eat so deliciously, I couldn't help but eat more. After getting used to it, I found that it tasted really good. In short, I like the food you like to eat too." Jiang Jinli paused and turned to look at Shen Qingxi. When he was about to speak, the door of the villa suddenly opened. Luo Zimei's voice came immediately, with joy in her coquettishness. "Jinli, you are finally back. I miss you so much." Before seeing the person, I heard her voice first. Her tone was long, and each character seemed to be moistened with water, with a bit of charm in her coquettishness and a bit of charm in her softness. Then, a fiery red figure rushed over and hugged Jiang Jinli passionately. Luo Zimei couldn't wait to ask in her ear, "Did that bastard Zhou Jianshan die miserably? We didn't even have time to say a few words before you left. Now, I can finally have a good chat with you." After saying that, she loosened her arms and held Jiang Jinli's face with both hands. Without saying anything, she pouted her red lips and kissed Jiang Jinli loudly on the cheek, leaving a distinct lip print. Luo Zimei's fox eyes slightly raised, and she said with a sweet smile, "Hee, I'm so happy today. It's not too much to kiss you, right? Since you didn't refuse, I take it as your consent." Without waiting for Jiang Jinli to respond, Luo Zimei had already stretched out her arms, turned around on the spot, and asked with a smile, "How do you like my dress? Is it beautiful?" Sister Jiang and Xiao Shuzi both praised me for being pretty. Jiang Jinli was a little confused by Luo Zimei's series of smooth actions, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Luo Zimei's enthusiasm sometimes made her a little overwhelmed. Luo Zimei was indeed beautiful at this moment. She was wearing a tight-fitting red cheongsam that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. This cheongsam was like a rose blooming in the morning light, showing her noble temperament. The high collar design highlighted her elegant neckline, and the slit of the skirt cleverly showed her white. Her long and fair legs exude endless charm in every detail. Her fiery red lips add a bit of indescribable charm and temptation. Shen Qingxi witnessed this scene from the side, and was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and immediately a little anger appeared on her face, and she said anxiously, "What are you doing, you fox?" She quickly stepped forward, pushed Luo Zimei away, and then pulled Jiang Jinli over, holding her face, took out a wet towel, and gently wiped the lip marks on her face until it was clean again. Then, she turned to Luo Zimei with anger and accused, "How can you kiss her casually? And she put on such thick lipstick, look, her face is all dirty." After being pushed away, Luo Zimei's eyes flashed with a playful smile. Hearing Shen Qingxi's words, she curled her red lips and retorted in a delicate voice, "What's wrong with putting on lipstick? Now I'm off work and at home, I can dress up however I like. Besides, Jinli woke up today, I'm very happy, so of course, I have to dress up beautifully. You are so heartless, we haven't seen each other for a few days, and you treat me so rudely when you come back, you are so cruel." She crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and put on a provocative posture, and continued, "As for kissing her, I like it and I am happy. If you don't like it, you can hit me." Luo Zimei's face showed a teasing look, looking at Shen Qingxi and jokingly, TSK, I think you are just greedy. You obviously want to kiss me, but you have to pretend to be serious and dare not kiss me. You are just a hypocrite." Shen Qingxi interrupted her hurriedly, and shouted with a lack of confidence, How is it possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that everyone is the same as you. Luo Zime found Shinjingxi's evasive eyes even more interesting. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Why, I poke you, the word hypocrite is really appropriate for you." She stepped back while laughing, and made a face at Shinjingxi, continuing to provoke, "Hypocrite, hypocrite, someone is a hypocrite." Shinjingxi's face was red, not knowing whether she was angry or embarrassed. She pointed at Luo Zime with a trembling hand, and said in a hoarse voice, You dead fox, but I haven't dealt with you for only a week, it seems that you owe a lesson." She then turned her eyes to Chilua, who was leaning against the door of the villa and watching the show, and shouted, "Chilua, help me teach this dead fox a lesson." "Okay, I do dislike her, it's time to teach her a lesson." Chilua smiled slightly, and walked towards Luo Zime. Hey! You are playing tricks, 2 against 1 every time." Luo Zime complained immediately. But she also knew that Shinjingxi was very angry this time, and this beating was inevitable. Thinking of this, Luo Zime turned around quickly, and fled the scene as fast as possible, leaving only a bright red shadow. She continued to talk while running, "Lulu, one has a paralyzed face, and the other is a hypocrite, and they only know how to bully people together." Shinjingxi could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, her lips were tight, and she quickly chased in the direction of Luo Zime's escape. Not long after, Luo Zime's cry came from a distance, "Ah! You really hit me, it hurts. Jinli saved me. You are so violent. Don't you know how to be gentle with women? If you are so fierce, you may not be able to get married in the future." "Who wants to get married? I want you to marry me." "No, I don't like those stinky men. I want to be single for the rest of my life, just like Jinli." "What are you saying? How do you know she will be single for the rest of her life?" I knew it. "Hypocritical, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. You expressionless face, why do you help her but not me? You are really annoying." Jiang Jinli looked at the chasing figures in the distance, and shook his head helplessly. Shinjingxi and Luo Zime seemed to be natural enemies, and they would have such a quarrel every once in a while. Usually, it was Luo Zime who took the initiative to stir up trouble, and every time she could make Shinjingxi angry, and Shinjingxi couldn't argue with her, so she had to choose to fight. Luo Zime seemed to be particularly interested in this kind of fighting game, and she always enjoyed it. As the figures of several people gradually faded away, Jiang Jinli retracted her gaze, and turned to walk into the villa. As soon as she entered the villa, she went straight to the kitchen. As soon as she reached the kitchen door, a beautiful figure rushed out from inside, running and shouting, with a crying voice, "Sisterly, you are back!" Su Ranju ran to Jiang Jinli and hugged her waist. Her eyes were red. "Sisterly, they said you woke up at that time. I was so happy. You are okay. It's really good." When Jiang Jinli woke up, Su Ranju was not on the Sky Island. When she returned to the villa, she was told that Jiang Jinli had gone to the Fantasy Stone base. At this moment, seeing Jiang Jinli standing in front of her, Su Ranju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Jinli patted her shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, of course I'm fine. You've grown up, why do you cry all the time?" Su Ranju pouted and said coquettishly, "I want to be like this. No matter how old I grow, you will always be my sisterly." Over the past few years, Su Ranju has grown into an excellent survivor by following Jiang Jinli's battles, but in front of Jiang Jinli, she always maintains this innocence. "Oh, I'm still cooking. Will the food be burnt?" Su Ranju suddenly remembered that there was still food cooking in the kitchen, so she quickly let go of Jiang Jinli and ran to the kitchen. She also turned back and smiled at Jiang Jinli. "Sisterly, Sister Jiang and I will cook tonight, you must eat more. I'm learning very hard, it must taste good." Su Ranju can cook because of her family, but her skills are still slightly inferior to Jiang Jinli and others, so every time she cooks, she will become the object of everyone's ridicule. In order to improve her cooking skills, she also learned from Chilua and Muyuan. Tonight is her first show after learning, so she naturally has to perform well. "Okay, I wait to taste your cooking skills." Jiang Jinli looked at Su Ranju's sparkling eyes, and answered with a smile. After getting the response, Su Ranju rushed into the kitchen. Jiang Jinli then walked into the kitchen. The kitchen space is very large. Su Ranju and Jiang Shuman occupied 2 corners respectively, busy cooking. Jiang Shuman's back is plump and elegant. She wears an apron and exudes a gentle and soft temperament even when cooking. Looking at her back, Jiang Jinli felt a warm feeling of peace and tranquility in her heart. She walked forward, hugged Jiang Shuman's waist from behind, buried her head in her neck and shoulders, rubbed her cheeks dependently, and called softly, "Sister." Chapter 220. Jiang Shumen's hand paused slightly, and then turned around. Her fingertips instinctively reached for Jiang Jinli's cheek, but she remembered that she had not washed her hands before touching it. So she changed her action, and gently played with the broken hair on Jiang Jinli's forehead. Jiang Shumen raised a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth and asked, "How is Zhou Jianshan's matter handled?" "Well, it has been handled properly," Jiang Jinli responded lazily, with a bit of carelessness in her tone. "Xiaoli has worked hard. Are you tired?" Jiang Shumen looked concerned, and her eyes showed a look of heartache. Xiaoli had just woken up, and had to deal with those annoying trivial matters again. "Not tired. I slept too long, just in time to stretch my muscles. Zhou Jianshan is just a stink bug." In Jiang Jinli's eyes, Zhou Jianshan was like a caged bug that she played with in her hands. There was no threat, and his only role was to amuse people. "Well, that's good," Jiang Shumen responded and turned around to continue working. Feeling Jiang Shumen's slender waist and her slightly haggard face, Jiang Jinli muttered in dissatisfaction, "Sister, you must not have eaten well recently. You have lost weight." Jiang Shumen laughed softly, "I'm worried about you. You are unconscious. How can I have the heart to eat?" She gently patted Jiang Jinli's hand on her waist and coaxed softly, "From now on, I will eat well, make myself fat, and don't let Xiaoli worry, okay?" "Okay, I won't worry my sister in the future." Jiang Jinli is now a 9th level superpower. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the peak of superpowers. As for the 10th level of superpowers, she didn't want to think about it for the time being, as it felt too far away. She had an intuition that the 10th level superpowers must be extremely powerful, and might even have the ability to tear the void. Even if she really wanted to break through the 10th level in the future, she would have to wait for her sister and the other 9 people to break through together. No matter what happened, everyone could still be together. "Sister, what delicious food are you cooking? It smells so good." Jiang Jinli sniffed the fragrance in the air, and the feeling of hunger suddenly surged up. Jiang Shumen covered the pot, turned around, put her hand gently on Jiang Jinli's waist, and said gently, "This is the black chicken soup stewed for Xiaoli, with some nourishing ingredients added to it. Remember to drink more later." Seeing that Jiang Jinli seemed to have something to say, Jiang Shumen touched her nose with her fingertips, her eyes full of pampering. "Don't worry. How could I forget our Xiaoli's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs?" "Well, that's good." Jiang Jinli smiled and responded. Jiang Shumen originally knew nothing about other dishes except sweet and sour spare ribs. But in order to take care of Jiang Jinli in the past few years, she began to learn cooking, and now she has mastered the cooking skills. "Okay, the smoke here is too heavy. Xiaoli will go out and rest for a while, and the meal will be ready soon." Jiang Shumen let go of her hand, and looked at Jiang Jinli's well-behaved appearance, feeling warm in her heart. No matter how powerful and scary Xiaoli is in the eyes of outsiders, she is always so well-behaved and sensible in front of her, and has not changed over the years. This Xiaoli that belongs to her alone makes Jiang Shumen feel extremely happy and satisfied. "Don't you need my help?" Jiang Jinli glanced at the ingredients on the stove and asked. "No, just go out and have a rest." Jiang Shumen refused gently. "Okay." Jiang Jinli obediently walked out of the kitchen, not forgetting to turn back to remind Jiang Shumen, "By the way, sister, remember to make Zime her favorite braised fish fillet." Although she couldn't cook for Luo Zime herself, she could at least prepare one of her favorite dishes to comfort Luo Zime's hungry breasts. Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli couldn't help laughing. Before Jiang Shumen responded, Su Ranju on the other side smiled and said, "Don't worry, sisterly, I will make the braised fish fillet. We will prepare the dishes that each of them likes one by one." "That's hard work," Jiang Jinli said, then walked to the living room and sat down on the sofa. She looked around and found that there was nothing to do, so she turned on the TV. Not long after, Luo Zime rushed in like a gust of wind and sat down next to Jiang Jinli. Her cheeks were slightly red, tiny beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, her hair was a little messy, and her clothes were a little untidy. She looked quite embarrassed by being bullied. Xin Qingxi and Qiluo also followed into the living room, and sat on the other side of Jiang Jinli. As soon as the three of them sat down, they began to argue. Jiang Jinli, who was sitting in the middle, couldn't help but feel a little amused, and didn't know whether to persuade them to stop fighting or join them. Before the three of them could quarrel for long, Jiang Shumen's voice came from the restaurant. "It's time for dinner." On the table, there were more than a dozen dishes with attractive colors and fragrant aromas. 7 people sat around the table, talking and enjoying the food. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Come on, Shili, eat more ribs. Jiang Shuman smiled, and put several pieces of ribs into Jiang Jinli's bowl. Drink more soup to nourish your body. Shin Qingxi also thoughtfully served a bowl of hot chicken soup and placed it in front of Jiang Jinli. Qilua pushed a small bowl of fish meat with bones removed in front of Jiang Jinli. Eat some more fish meat. It's very tender and tastes good. Don't just eat meat, eat some vegetables, otherwise you will get sick. Luo Zime picked up some crisp and delicious vegetables for Jiang Jinli. Okay, don't just focus on me, you guys eat quickly too. Jiang Jinli was a little overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Sisterly, today's dishes are mainly made for you, you have to eat more. Su Ranju also joined the ranks of picking up dishes and asked with a smile, how do the dishes I stir-fry taste? Not bad, your cooking skills have improved a lot. Jiang Jinli gave a fair evaluation. That's good. Su Ranju smiled with satisfaction. She looked around at everyone and said with emotion, after Sisterly fell into a coma, we never had a meal together like this again. Indeed, without Jiang Jinli, it was like a family lost its pillar and soul. Everyone seemed absent-minded. Even when eating, they just ate a few bites and went about their business. Only with Jiang Jinli around, there was life and a sense of home. Now that Sisterly has woken up, it's so great. It feels like even the food has become more fragrant. Su Ranju smiled while eating, and seemed particularly happy. Su Ruinju's words made everyone present feel the same. During the time when Jiang Jinli was away, everyone had a very tormenting life. Now that Jiang Jinli was around, everyone couldn't help but want to treat her better, but she seemed to have everything she needed, so they could only express their love by constantly feeding her. So, the 7 people picked up the public chopsticks and kept picking up dishes for Jiang Jinli. After a while, Jiang Jinli's bowl was piled up into a small mountain. Enough, enough. Jiang Jinli looked at the mountain of vegetables in his bowl and laughed. Seeing this, everyone also laughed, and then stopped picking up dishes and began to eat their own food slowly. Jiang Jinli asked while eating, by the way, how long has Zhenger been out? Why hasn't she come back yet? It's been a while since she went out this time, almost more than half a month. Mu Yuan took over the conversation. She came back twice when you were unconscious, but because she had found clues about the leader, she didn't want to miss the opportunity and left in a hurry. Although Jiang Zheng was worried about Jiang Jinli's condition, she also knew that her mission was not yet completed. She tracked day and night, just hoping to complete the mission as soon as possible and return to Jiang Jinli's side as soon as possible. During this time, she would also send letters from time to time to inquire about Jiang Jinli's situation. Mu Yuan turned to Su Ranju and asked, has she sent any new news these days? Su Ranju swallowed the food in his mouth, looked up and answered, she hasn't sent a letter for 3 days, but I have already sent her the news that Sisterly has woken up. I believe she will respond soon. Jiang Jinli drank a mouthful of soup, frowned slightly, and looked a little worried. She has been out for too long this time. Ranju, tell her that whether she finds those people or not, let her come back and rest for a while. Those little mice are not worth her trouble. In the past few years, Jiang Zheng has been following Jiang Jinli, mainly responsible for handling some assassination missions. Whenever Jiang Jinli broke through a local force, some of the escaped or escaping enemies would be cleaned up by Jiang Zheng. Because of this, Jiang Zheng's skills became more and more advanced, and he really became a feared assassin. Enemies who died at her hands are countless. Zhou Jianshan is dead, and now the entire southern region is completely under the control of Jiang Jinli. Only a newly emerged gang this year has been secretly harassing all over the south. They call themselves Fallen Demons. The Fallen Demon gang dare not provoke Jiang Jinli directly, and their main range of activities is near the 8 weaker bases. From time to time, they attack people who go out to search for supplies, rob supplies and women, and kill innocent people with bloody means. The people in this gang are cunning. Although their individual strength is average, they are numerous, just like rats in the ditch, good at hiding, whether underground, in the mountains or by water, they can come and go freely. This made the 8 major bases helpless against them, because the bases lacked tracking talents. In desperation, they could only ask for help from the territory. Jiang Jinli would not sit idly by and watch the rats making trouble within her own rule, so she said Jiang Zheng to lead the team to deal with the matter. Jiang Zheng did live up to everyone's expectations. He found their hiding place in just 1 month, and wiped them out in one fell swoop. The Fallen Demon gang was almost wiped out. Only the leader man-eating rat, and several core members escaped. Jiang Zheng would naturally not let these evil people go. In her opinion, anyone who dared to make trouble in Jiang Jinli's territory should die. Therefore, she kept tracking them in one go, vowing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now, she has been looking for them outside for half a month. Sisterly, don't worry, I will send her a message after I finish eating. Su Runju responded immediately. Yes. Those minions are no threat to Jiang Jinli at all. But they killed the base personnel at will, which violated Jiang Jinli's taboo. No matter what, they would all die. Chapter 221. In the depths of the swimming pool, there is a misty, dreamlike bathing pool. The warm yellow light penetrates the gauze-like mist, casting mottled light and shadow. It adds a touch of mystery and softness to this private space. The pool water is clear and transparent, and the bottom is clearly visible. But due to the rising mist around, the pool water seems to be endowed with life, gently rippling with fine water lines, like the Yaoqi in the fairyland. In the bathing pool, 6 women are bathing leisurely. Their figures are looming in the hazy mist, like ladies walking out of ink paintings, exuding an elegance that transcends the world. There are several pink petals floating on the water, and they are slowly rotating with the gentle touch of the water. This scene adds a bit of romance and poetry to this quiet place. Jiang Jinli's long hair was like a waterfall, wet and scattered on her shoulders, and water drops slid down her fair skin, leaving a trail of crystal tracks. She leaned lazily on the edge of the white jade pool, her eyes slightly closed, and a plate of grapes was placed by the pool. She picked up one from time to time and put it into her mouth. After dinner, Jiang Jinli came here to take a bath. The water quality here is similar to that of hot springs, which can effectively relieve fatigue and make people feel comfortable. Today she was in a particularly good mood, so she decided to come here to relax. Usually on busy days, she and others take a bath in the bathroom of the villa. Only when they are free occasionally, they will come here to enjoy the fun of taking a bath. When Jiang Jinli came, the other 5 people followed. There were not many opportunities to take a bath together like this, only a few times a year. Mainly because everyone had their own things to do. Sister Jiang, just tell us. Su Ruinju's crisp voice penetrated the mist and reached Jiang Jinli's ears. Yes, Sister Jiang, we are really curious, just tell us. Luo Zime immediately took over. Jiang Jinli couldn't help laughing first. Her voice was a little hoarse and asked, what's there to be curious about? Since the bath, they have been pestering Jiang Shuman to tell her the story of Jiang Jinli's childhood. As they chatted, the topic suddenly turned to the origin of Jiang Jinli's nickname. Of course I'm curious, after all, your nickname doesn't match your current temperament at all, Luo Zime said angrily. She leaned against the pool with her long hair loose, elegantly sipping a glass of red wine, her cheeks slightly flushed due to the wine, looking even more charming and moving. Jiang Shuman leaned next to Jiang Jinli, and the whole person seemed unusually relaxed. Being pestered by everyone, she could only smile and reveal the origin of Jiang Jinli's nickname. Actually, there is no special reason. Xiaoli could not speak when she was a child due to physical reasons. I patiently taught her, but no matter how I said, she could never learn, and could only babbled. Jiang Shuman smiled, revealing her nostalgia for the past, and her voice became softer. Sometimes Xiaoli was so anxious that she would secretly wipe her tears alone. I had no choice but to coax her with snacks and candies. Who knew that she was particularly interested in sweets? I took this opportunity to teach her to say the word tang, but she couldn't learn other words. But she said the word tang very well. So, the first word Xiaoli said was tang. I thought it was very cute, so I named her Tang Tang. At that time, Jiang Shuman was very depressed and jealous because her sister's first word was not sister but Tang Tang. Several people listened with relish and found it very interesting. They looked at Jiang Jinli with a smile. Okay, sister, stop talking. Jiang Jinli fiddled with her hair in front of her forehead awkwardly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she rarely showed a hint of shyness. What's wrong, is Xiaoli shy? Jiang Shuman gently pinched Jiang Jinli's cheeks, her eyes full of doting. Ah! I didn't expect Sisterly to be so cute when she was a child. Su Runju held her cheeks with both hands, staring at Jiang Jinli with shining eyes, as if she had discovered something new. It's really cute. The origin of this nickname is really unexpected. Shin Qingci couldn't help but laugh and joked. Yeah, cute. Qilu expressed her opinion directly in a concise manner. Jiang Jinli seemed a little embarrassed by their teasing. She turned her head to one side and ate grapes silently. Seeing Jiang Jinli's rare shyness, everyone couldn't help laughing. For a while, the bathroom was filled with happy laughter, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy. After laughing and joking, several people began to chat about everything. The topic gradually shifted from daily trivial matters to Qilua. Facial paralysis, come to think of it, We have known each other for so many years, but we still don't know what you did before the end of the world. Luo Zime raised her long eyelashes and stared at Qilua, her eyes full of inquiry. She stood up and walked slowly towards Qilua. The water in the bathtub rippled with her steps. Luo Zime sat down next to Qilua, gently touched her with her elbow, and asked with a playful smile, "We have such a close relationship. Please satisfy our curiosity. You are so agile, you must not be an ordinary person, right?" "Yes, Sister Qilua. Can you tell us your story?" Su Runju also showed a strong curiosity. Because everyone was too busy in the past few years, and Qilua was not good at speaking, this topic has never been brought up. Another reason is that they are worried that it will touch on the past that Qilua does not want to recall. But now, everyone is an indispensable partner in each other's life, and it seems natural to raise this question. Although Jiang Jinli has some guesses about Qilua's past, the specific details still need Qilua to explain in person. Facing the curious eyes of the 5 people, Qilua did not choose to hide, but directly told her past. "Actually, there is nothing to hide. I didn't say it before because I thought it was not important. I didn't have a name originally, only a code name. I used to be called Honglu. I just gave myself the name Qilua." Luo Zime and the others exchanged glances. They didn't expect that Qilua didn't even have a real name. People who only have code names often mean that her past is not simple. Sure enough, Qilua's next words confirmed their guess. "I used to be a killer." Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still a little surprised. Then, they listened quietly to Qilua's story. Qilua's life experience, like the snowflakes that drifted quietly in the silence of winter, could not be traced back, and no one could understand where it came from. Since she was a child, she was bound in the cold-blooded cage of the killer organization, receiving extremely harsh training and tempering. She learned to control various firearms, mastered close combat, mastered driving skills, and studied various means of assassination. She also learned how to hide her whereabouts, like a ghost, and give the target a fatal blow. The killer organization, like an intricate spider web, spread silently in the dark corners of the city, hidden mountains and forests, and distant deserts. Each secret base is guarded by a number of killers and logistical support personnel. Together, they ensure the operation of the organization as accurate as a clock. As the organization continues to expand, the number of bases continues to increase, weaving into a network of killers that is spread all over the country and closely interwoven. Qilua has never had her own name since she was a child, only a code name Honglu, which was given to her by her master. Her daily life is filled with endless training and brainwashing. She is not allowed to go out, see the light, smile, or establish any form of emotional bond with others. In this organization, ruthlessness is the code of conduct for each member, and it is an iron law engraved in the depths of the soul. In order to stimulate the beastly nature deep in the hearts of the members, the organization does not hesitate to use extreme means to force them to beat each other. Even staged a drama of compatriots killing each other, just to compete for that glimmer of survival. Here, the rules of survival are cruel and simple. Only those who are ruthless and merciless can gain a foothold in this Shura field. Those who are kind-hearted and soft-handed are destined to be ruthlessly abandoned like garbage. In such a harsh environment, Qilua honed herself step by step, and finally transformed into a qualified female killer. Her first mission took place when she was 16 years old. It was also the first time she left the cage of the organization and faced the storms of the outside world alone. Her prey was a notorious gang leader. Behind the organization, there is a huge secret network covering intelligence dealers, underground businessmen, and other illegal forces. These network members regularly deliver mission intelligence, including the identity, location, and amount of the target. Qilua's mission is single and pure, to execute the killing. As for the subsequent cleanup and aftermath, there are naturally other people responsible for it, and she doesn't need to worry too much. The memory of the first murder has gradually blurred with the passage of time. Qilua could no longer remember whether she felt sick or nauseous at the time. Even if she did, what could she do? The killer's creed was clear and firm. Either the target fell forever, or she died. There was no third choice, and no possibility of compromise. Since that day, her life was filled with a series of assassination missions. Qilua could no longer remember how many lives she had killed. The only thing she knew was that her killer level was constantly rising. In the killer's world, there was no personal emotion, no mercy, only cold tasks and goals. She was like a carefully programmed killing machine, executing every instruction accurately and ruthlessly. But as time went by, she became more and more tired of this bloody and dangerous life. Although the organization had brainwashed Qilua for more than a decade, But the confusion and resistance in her heart never went out, but burned more and more fiercely. This was not the life she wanted. Qilua began to feel deeply disgusted and painful about her identity. She longed to have a name of her own and to escape from this endless dark world. She was unwilling to repeat the mistakes of other killers, died in the failure of the mission, and ended up with a tragic ending of no body left. So she made a decision to apply to the organization to leave. Although her organization was harsh, it still followed certain rules, and would not force those members who were determined to leave to stay. But leaving was not easy. 2 conditions must be met at the same time. One is to reach the A-level killer level, and the other is to complete the specified number of assassination missions. Only when these 2 conditions are met can members completely get rid of the control of the organization, obtain a new identity, and have the opportunity to reintegrate into society. If you fail to meet the conditions and flee without authorization, you will be wanted by the organization and hunted down mercilessly until you die. These 2 conditions sound simple, but in fact, they are extremely difficult, and almost an unattainable dream for most people. Because the assassination targets accepted by the organization are often powerful and well-protected bigwigs. Every mission is full of unpredictable dangers, not to mention the need to complete multiple such high-risk missions in succession. Therefore, only a handful of people can successfully leave the organization, and most people fall on the road to freedom. But Qilua saw hope, and she began to accept missions continuously, just to regain her freedom and walk towards the light one day. Just when she was 3 people away from leaving the organization, the end of the world came, so suddenly that people were caught off guard. The organization was shrouded in a mysterious red mist, and countless lives withered in an instant, turning into zombies. Chaos, screams, blood and bites intertwined together, and this once invincible killer organization fell apart in an instant. In that desperate moment, Qilua's mood was extremely complicated. She felt a kind of joy of relief, because the demise of the organization meant that she no longer had to perform those cruel tasks, and could finally get rid of the invisible shackles. But in addition to joy, Qilua also felt deep pain, because she knew very well that the advent of the end of the world would only bring a more cruel and bloody reality. At this moment, when there was no other choice, she could only hold the sharp blade in her hand tightly. In this desolate doomsday wasteland, struggling to find a way to survive, she chose a new name for herself, wanting to start over and get rid of that dirty past. But she still felt lost. She had no home, no friends, nothing. She was like a helpless ghost, looking for a home in the vast sea of people. She thought she was covered in filth and blood, and didn't deserve a happy ending. Her final fate was to turn into dry bones, and disappear silently in a corner. Until she met Jiang Jinli, the noble man in her life. Someone who understood her, helped her, and was willing to give her a home. Jiang Jinli became a ray of light in her life, saving her soul from the abyss of darkness, guiding her in the direction of survival, and providing her with a warm haven in this fragmented world. From the moment she met Jiang Jinli, Qilua seemed to be reborn, and her life was given a new meaning and goal. When fate seemed to abandon her, she was unexpectedly redeemed. After listening to Qilua's heavy story, the 5 people felt complicated and a little bitter in their hearts. They didn't expect that Qilua's past would be so difficult. In that environment that devoured humanity, she was able to keep her original heart from being distorted, which in itself was an extraordinary strength. Facing everyone's complicated eyes, Qilua spoke sincerely, "Those are all in the past. I am very satisfied and happy with my life now." These are her heartfelt words. The past has long been like a dream, gradually fading away with the passage of time. Alas, expressionless face, I didn't expect you had such a hard time when you were a kid. It's really heartbreaking. Luo Zime sighed emotionally, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She then approached Qilua, stretched out her arms, wanting to give her a hug, with a loving smile like an old mother on her face. "Little darling, come, let your sister hug you." Qilua was amused by Luo Zime's expression. She quickly dodged to the side and scolded with a smile. "What sister? You cunning fox, don't forget, I'm 1 year older than you. Do you want to take advantage of me?" Seeing Luo Zime's appearance that deserved a beating, Qilua could no longer hold back, and casually scooped up a handful of water and threw it at her. Luo Zime was caught off guard, and was splashed all over her head and face. She wiped the water off her face with her hands, widened her narrow eyes, and looked particularly innocent. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are such a paralyzed face. I'm kind enough to give you warmth, but you didn't appreciate it, but you splashed me with water. Wait, see how I deal with you." After that, Luo Zime splashed water back without hesitation. Seeing Qilua being splashed, she proudly put her hands on her hips, and laughed loudly. completely disregarding her image. Shilua couldn't stand Luozime's complacency, and continued to attack while dodging. Luozime was full of fighting spirit, and showed no weakness. The two chased each other, splashing water on each other, and had a lot of fun. The originally slightly dull atmosphere instantly became lively because of their playfulness. Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman looked at each other, and smiled helplessly. "You idiot, why are you splashing water on me? You're taking the opportunity to get revenge, right? You're asking for a fight." Shinxingxi was watching the show on the side, but was splashed with water by Luozime. Seeing that Luozime was still gloating, Shinxingxi was angry and immediately stood up to join Chilua's camp to deal with Luozime together. "Humph. What's the matter? You want to bully the weak with your numbers again? Do you think I don't have any help?" Luozime asked Su Ranju for help while defending. "Little Shuzi, stop watching the show, come and help me." "Sister Zime, I'm here." Su Ranju responded with a smile and immediately joined Luozime's ranks, and the water fight became more intense. 2 against 2, let's see if you dare to bully me, little Shuzi, work harder. Okay. The sound of water splashing, and their cheerful laughter suddenly rang in the bathroom. Shilua dodged while splashing water. Although this behavior was childish, she felt unprecedented relaxation in her heart and laughed happily. Through the diffuse mist, she looked at Jiang Jinli, who was sitting beside her and smiling, and her heart was filled with emotions, both bitter and warm. She was finally able to face her past bravely, and found her true self. Jiang Jinli gave her everything she had always longed for: friends, relatives, close friends, life and death partners, and the feeling of home she had never experienced before. Meeting Jiang Jinli, there is no regret in this life. Chapter 222. After bathing, the 6 people went back to their rooms to rest. Although Jiang Jinli had suggested that everyone live in a building, Luozime and the others felt that living alone was too empty and lacked a sense of security. So in the past few years, they chose to live in a villa with Jiang Jinli most of the time. Only occasionally would they return to their own small building to live. Jiang Jinli lived in a luxurious 4-story villa with many spacious and comfortable rooms. Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman occupied one floor together, while the others lived downstairs. Everyone had enough personal space and did not interfere with each other. The 3 grown men, Mu Yuan, lived in their own rooms. Jiang Jinli lay on the bed, leaning against the soft headboard, with her eyes slightly closed, drowsy. Jiang Shuman sat beside her and gently massaged her temples. Jiang Shuman's room was just opposite. Since Jiang Jinli fell into a coma, she had been sleeping here to accompany her. "Shaoli, this matter has been resolved, and you can have a good rest for a while." Jiang Shuman's voice was warm and gentle, slowly flowing into Jiang Jinli's ears. "You have worked hard in the past few years." "Okay. But I have to go to Lifeng Base tomorrow, and the affairs in the south are almost settled. Next, I will arrange the development plan for the south, and then I can gradually plan the affairs in the north." Jiang Jinli opened her eyes, looked at Jiang Shuman, and suddenly smiled, comforting. "Sister, don't worry, I'm not tired." Ambition flashed in her eyes. "We must take advantage of the high morale, and make a concerted effort to break through the north, and unify the north and the south. Otherwise, the northern forces will always be a threat. Even if we don't go looking for them, they will come looking for trouble with us." That being said, in Jiang Jinli's view, the threat from the north is already very small. Due to several years of natural disasters and man-made disasters, most of the bases in the north have disappeared in the long river of time. From the people who fled from the north, we learned that there are very few bases in the north, and only 2 or 3 of them can be named. In front of the nearly 1 million troops in the south led by Jiang Jinli, the north is almost vulnerable. She predicts that within a year, the north will be completely subdued. Jiang Jinli's only concern is the Hope Base. In the past few years, she has been busy with southern affairs and has no time to inquire about the current situation of the Hope Base. At the same time, the people sent by Old Man Tang to hunt her down have never found Licheng. Now, what is the situation of the Hope Base? Is Old Man Tang alive or dead? If the base still exists, then the next step is to eliminate the Hope Base and deal with the Tang family. In addition, there is another thing waiting for her to deal with in the north. That is, some personal grudges of Shinxingxi. Well, then listen to Xiaoli. Jiang Shuman moved gently, staring at Jiang Jinli's dark eyes, and spoke gently. In the past few years, the 10 of them followed Jiang Jinli's footsteps, killing villains, destroying hostile bases, expanding territory, and absorbing the people. From the initial few people to a huge force of 300,000 people, from one base to the unification of the entire South, They paid countless blood and sweat in this process. Although the road was bumpy, they succeeded after all. Now, their power is so strong that it cannot be shaken. Jiang Jinli also achieved his original goal. In just 4 years, he became the undisputed leader of the South. For Jiang Shuman, these few years are the happiest time in her life. As her power grows, her ambition also expands. Now, the entire South is under their control, and Jiang Shuman is very satisfied with this. In this broken and chaotic doomsday world, only by mastering absolute power can one decide one's own destiny. At the same time, Jiang Shuman also understands that they have no way to retreat, and can only persevere to the end, keep moving forward, and strive to become the strongest and greatest existence until they reach the peak of the doomsday. The road to the doomsday overlord is inevitably accompanied by endless slaughter. And only Jiang Jinli is qualified to occupy that supreme position. Therefore, regardless of whether the forces in the north pose a threat, they must be thoroughly cleaned up. For all those who disobey, there is only one ending: killing. Now, Jiang Jinli's ability has reached the 9th level. She is the well-deserved first person in the doomsday. No one can match her. It is only a matter of time to unify the north. No matter where Jiang Jinli goes, Jiang Shuman will be by her side, and together they will build an immortal foundation in this doomsday. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was already drowsy, Jiang Shuman stopped massaging, lifted the quilt and lay down, hugging Jiang Jinli, and said in a soft voice, "Go to sleep if you are tired." "Yeah." Jiang Shuman's voice brushed Jiang Jinli's heart like a feather, making her feel extremely relieved. Jiang Jinli moved, found a comfortable position in Jiang Shuman's arms, and fell asleep, holding her. Sweet dreams. Jiang Shuman kissed Jiang Jinli's forehead gently, and then closed her eyes. As the lights gradually dimmed, the whole room fell into silence. Inside the Lifeng base, it was very lively. Everyone was busy running around, and the survivors in thick cotton clothes kept shuttling back and forth. Despite the cold wind, everyone's face was flushed with excitement. The Lord was about to come to the base, which made everyone excited. Over the years, the Lord's deeds have been praised by every survivor. But most people have never had the honor to see the Lord's true face. It is difficult for ordinary people to see a big figure like her. The Lord seemed to have only appeared once in the Lifeng base, and that was when the base surrendered. Now, there is a chance to see the Lord's heroic figure again, and everyone in the base is eager to seize this rare opportunity. "Hey brother, what are we doing? We have been busy since early in the morning. Is there any big figure coming?" A man asked the person next to him while cleaning the garbage on the road. The sky was just getting light, and the base was already busy. A few hours later, the roads were swept, the sanitation was cleaned, and the entire base was thoroughly cleaned. The kitchen was especially busy, as if preparing for war, as if it was to welcome the leader's city appearance inspection. The person being asked glanced at the man, and noticed that he was a new northerner, who had only been in the base for more than a month. No wonder he knew nothing about the upcoming event. He patiently replied, "Of course, it's a very important person who is coming." His tone revealed respect. "Lord, you should know, right? She's coming soon." "What, it's the Lord?" The man covered his mouth with his hands and exclaimed in surprise. In the south, everyone knows the Lord. He originally wanted to join the Yunwu territory, but unfortunately he failed. In desperation, he could only join the Lifeng base. Once he became a member of the 8 affiliated bases, he was not allowed to switch to the Yunwu territory. But even if he lived in an affiliated base, he was still under the rule of the Lord. Keep your voice down and work hard. When the Lord comes, you must not lose your composure, otherwise, you will be in danger of losing your life. The other party kindly reminded him. Okay. The man quickly agreed, but he was very excited. Just as he wanted to continue asking, a shout came from the crowd. "The base commander is here." The man looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the base commander Pang Gui leading a team of people out of the distant buildings, and heading straight for the gate. He was neatly dressed, and looked solemn, obviously ready to welcome the Lord's arrival. The base was instantly in an uproar, and everyone followed Pang Gui and headed towards the gate. The man also tried to squeeze into the crowd, trying to find a good position to see the Lord's face. But the crowd was so surging that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't squeeze to the front, and was eventually swallowed up by the crowd. Pang Gui had arrived at the gate of the base, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, with a bit of excitement in his expression. He lowered his head and adjusted his clothes, and the constant noise around him made him feel a little irritated. Turning to face the crowd, he sternly shouted, "Be quiet! Line up immediately, the Lord is about to arrive. So noisy, how can it be decent?" Chapter 223. Peng Gui has a high prestige in the base. At his command, the surroundings immediately quieted down, and the survivors lined up in an orderly manner. Despite this, everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks and look into the distance. Seeing that order was restored, Peng Gui's brows relaxed slightly, and continued to stare at the front. Soon, there was finally movement in front, and wisps of white smoke slowly rose from the ground. Then, a huge white transparent door appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the base opened their eyes wide and exclaimed in unison. They knew that the Lord was about to come, and everyone's eyes were focused on the front. First, there was a sound of footsteps, and then women in the uniforms of the Yunwu territory came out one after another. They walked in unison, with swords hanging around their waists and solemn expressions. In the hands of the leader, a majestic flag was held high, fluttering in the wind. The female warriors walked out of the door one after another, quickly ran to the front of the base gate, and then lined up on both sides, with neat movements, exuding a murderous aura. The residents of the base were stunned for a moment, looking at them with longing in their eyes. Even the team around the Lord was so majestic, and the majesty of the Lord himself could be imagined. Compared with these battle-hardened Lord Guards, the survivors of the base were simply not worth mentioning, one in the sky, the other in the underground. Everyone longed to serve the Lord, but this was only a luxury. It was already difficult to enter the Yunwu territory, let alone become the Lord's guard. The only way was to be selected by the Lord himself, but this was easier said than done. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Jiang Jinli stepped out of the door, and in a blink of an eye, she was already standing in front of Peng Gui. Although Peng Gui was prepared, he was still startled by Jiang Jinli's appearance. He quickly bent down, clasped his fists, and saluted. Peng Gui leads everyone in the base to welcome the Lord. The residents of the base woke up as if from a dream, bowed their heads and shouted, "Welcome to the Lord." The voices were uniform, and resounded through the sky. Jiang Jinli gently raised her hand, and supported Peng Gui. No need to be polite. She didn't drag her feet, and went straight to the point. "Let's go, it's important to do business. Take me to the square." Peng Gui naturally didn't dare to have any objections, and immediately turned sideways, and made a gesture of invitation. "Lord, please." Jiang Jinli took the lead and walked forward, followed by Peng Gui, and several team leaders and female warriors followed on both sides to clear the way for her. The group marched towards the square in a mighty manner. Because the matter was simple and could be handled quickly, Jiang Jinli didn't plan to bring so many people. But Jiang Shuman said that her current status was different from the past, and the necessary battles were still necessary. Bringing more people to support the scene would make it more majestic. Jiang Jinli did not refute, and directly called a large group of people to accompany him. The residents of the base stood on both sides of the road. When Jiang Jinli passed by, they were trembling and kept silent. They originally thought that they could see the Lord's style when he arrived, but they found that they did not even have the courage to look directly at him. The pressure emanating from the Lord made people palpitate, and they did not dare to offend him in the slightest. Those who were a little braver only dared to secretly glance at him. But because Jiang Jinli was protected in the middle by everyone, it was difficult to see her face, and everyone felt regretful. Bypassing the crowd, the group went straight to the central square. Jiang Jinli quickly built a time and space gate in the center of the square. So far, she has established contact with the 8 major bases in the south. Now, she only needs to give an order to mobilize the 8 major forces to fight for her. The matter was successfully completed, and Jiang Jinli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many affairs in the south were finally handled properly. Peng Gui carefully observed Jiang Jinli's expression, and saw that she seemed to be in a good mood, so he stepped forward at the right time and made an invitation. "Lord, you haven't set foot in our base for a long time. Please allow me to do my best to be a good host. The food is ready. Please move to the restaurant for dinner." Jiang Jinli had just eaten in the morning and didn't feel hungry, but seeing Peng Gui's face full of expectations, she swallowed the words of refusal and just said lightly, "Let's go." Peng Gui showed a happy face and led Jiang Jinli to the highest building of the base. Until the figures of the group disappeared from everyone's sight, the residents of the base withdrew their gazes and gradually dispersed with low whispers. After the meal, Jiang Jinli led the entourage to inspect the base, mainly to check the base's defense facilities, guard combat effectiveness, and food production. In this frozen and snowy season, growing food is undoubtedly a difficult task, relying entirely on the support of space and with type superpowers. Food and vegetables are placed in a greenhouse-like house, surrounded by a layer of space power, which effectively resists the invasion of wind and rain, maintains a suitable temperature, and allows food to grow. Thanks to these fresh vegetables, the guards in the base do not have to eat wild animal meat every meal, and their nutrition is balanced, and their physical fitness is also strong. This is also one of the important reasons why Jiang Jinli was able to quickly unify the South. Looking at the vibrant grain, Peng Gui couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to the seeds given by the Lord, the grain can grow so vigorously. Peng Gui was surprised by this situation. Even if ordinary seeds have the blessing of supernatural powers, the survival rate is extremely low. But since the seeds provided by the Lord were used, the grain production has increased significantly. Over the years, thanks to the assistance of the territory, they can guarantee food and clothing in this difficult environment, unlike some areas, which have fallen into the tragic situation of cannibalism. Well, if you need other seeds, you can go directly to me. Jiang Jinli retracted her gaze, walked around the greenhouse, and walked in another direction. A group of people behind her immediately followed. Thank you, Lord. Peng Gui smiled and thanked sincerely. In fact, this place was not originally called Lifeng Base, but just an unknown small community. Before the Doomsday, Peng Gui was just an ordinary person who took root in this place with his family and relatives. He was steady and kind, and soon attracted many survivors to join, and the community gradually grew. But before Peng Gui could further develop the community, continuous natural disasters came one after another, making the community shaky. Just when Peng Gui was almost in despair, something worse happened. Jiang Jinli's people appeared, which made Peng Gui's despair even deeper. I thought that I and my family were destined to die, and the community would be completely destroyed. But unexpectedly, Jiang Jinli not only did not destroy the community, but helped it develop and made Peng Gui the base leader. Later, Peng Gui learned that the geographical location here was superior, and Jiang Jinli planned to use it as a subsidiary base, so it was not destroyed and preserved. With the help of Jiang Jinli, this small community gradually grew into a large base with more than 10,000 people. The hardships and changes in it cannot be explained in a few words. Peng Gui thanked Jiang Jinli from the bottom of his heart, thanked her for giving him a chance, and thanked her for providing a stable living environment for his family. Guarding this line of defense, and fulfilling his duties for Jiang Jinli became Peng Gui's mission for the rest of his life. Today, Peng Gui's daughter is Jiang Jinli's #1 little fan girl. Thinking of his daughter's crazy look, Peng Gui couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. As Jiang Jinli and his group went deeper, the path they took became more and more remote. The surrounding houses gradually became simple and dilapidated, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. The edge of this base formed a sharp contrast with the prosperity of the center. This is it? Jiang Jinli's voice interrupted Peng Gui's thoughts. He quickly raised his head and looked around. He found that he had accidentally brought the Lord to this dilapidated place. He couldn't help feeling a little rude. Peng Gui secretly blamed himself for his disrespect, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately replied, Lord, due to the migration of the northern population to the south, our base has accepted a large number of new members in the past few months. But the construction of houses and residences has not kept up in time, so we have to. Peng Gui glanced at Jiang Jinli and continued cautiously. We have to gather some old, weak, sick and disabled people in this temporary residence. In addition, we will also expel some people who have lost their ability to move. Chapter 224. After Peng Gui finished speaking, he noticed that Jiang Jinli's face did not show any emotion, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although such an approach seemed cold and ruthless, it was also a helpless move under the current situation. The resources of the base were not abundant, and there was no extra food to feed those who could not work. As some people grew older, various diseases followed one after another. The medical conditions of the base were limited, and there were no healing psychics to treat them. Since the extinction of the psychic fruit 3 years ago, no new psychics have appeared. The only 3 healing psychics are concentrated in the Yunwu territory. Therefore, once someone is old and seriously ill, they can only face the fate of being forced to leave. In this cruel doomsday, human life is not valuable, and the base is by no means a charity. For those who cannot contribute to the base, they can only take ruthless measures. Peng Gui understood that what the Lord needed were people with combat capabilities, that is, those warriors who could help her and expand the territory. Therefore, he must harden his heart and invest limited resources in residents who are beneficial to the Lord. Thinking of this, Peng Gui cautiously suggested, Lord, there is nothing worth seeing here, let's go back outside. Jiang Jinli glanced at Peng Gui and did not comment on his approach. Now every base in the south is working hard to develop, and the situation outside is even more severe. The world has been occupied by mutants. In such an environment, it is a blessing to have food to eat and survive. As for the ideal world of great harmony and old age, at least in the next few decades, it is an unattainable dream. Population aging is a fate that no one can escape. In this chaotic world, everyone should be prepared. Jiang Jinli is not a saint. She asked herself that she has sheltered many people over the years. The territory alone has more than 300,000 residents, not to mention the population of the 8 major bases in the south. She can ensure that she will not be expelled when she is old in her own territory, but she does not want to interfere with the policies of other bases. The end of the world is cruel. Life and death depend on luck. Feeling the cautious and curious eyes of those skinny people in the dilapidated houses around, Jiang Jinli stopped and turned around to return. At this time, a quarrel was faintly heard in the alley on the left. At first, Jiang Jinli did not take it seriously, but gradually, she felt that the sound was familiar, and she could not help but stop, turn around, and look in the direction of the sound source. Although the building blocked the view, and could not see the people clearly, Jiang Jinli still took a step, and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Pang Gui was startled, not understanding why Jiang Jinli suddenly stopped. But he did not dare to ask more, and immediately led his followers to follow. He was secretly alert in his heart, and he must not let those blind people annoy the Lord and make her unhappy. Jiang Jinli's footsteps left a series of deep marks on the snow. She bypassed those shaky houses, and soon found the source of the quarrel. In front of a dilapidated cabin, the quarrels of several people were extremely harsh. 3 men stood there, and their clothes showed that they were guards of the base. Their faces were fierce, and they were shouting at the men and women kneeling on the snow. Judging from their backs, the 2 people kneeling on the ground should be middle-aged. But they are thin, their hair is gray, and they look much older than their actual age. They don't have the vitality of middle-aged people at all. The woman was constantly begging the guards, "Please, don't drive us out. We can still work, and my old man's illness will be cured in a few days." Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. "Yes, please give us a few more days. I will get better after taking some medicine, and I can take the mission." Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man coughed while covering his chest. His face was haggard and his eye sockets were deep. It was obvious that he was tortured by the disease. "Look at how you look now. How can you still work? You haven't worked for more than 10 days. The kindness of the base is also limited. We don't support idle people. I advise you to leave by yourselves, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The guards were tough and turned a deaf ear to the 2 people's pleas. He continued impatiently, "Su Zheng, it's not that I don't give you time. You haven't recovered after taking medicine for more than 10 days. It's obvious that you are hopeless. You can neither go out to kill mutants nor work now. Our base can't support you forever. You'd better be sensible and pack up and leave." "Ahem. Please, don't chase us away. It's freezing outside. My wife is in poor health. She will definitely not survive if she goes out. Can you give us a few more days?" "Ahem. I go to work soon." "Ahem. Enough." The guard ran out of patience and shouted loudly, interrupting Su Zheng's words. In fact, the 2 men were not too old, and they had not been in the base for long, only a few months. Since the woman was in poor health, she usually stayed at home to recuperate. Su Zheng was responsible for working to earn crystal cores and points in exchange for food for the 2. But now Su Zheng was ill and had lost his value to the base, so he would not be kept. The couple had no children and no relatives or friends in the base. Naturally, no one was willing to lend a hand, let alone take care of them for a long time. The guards thought that instead of letting the 2 starve to death in the room, it would be better to drive them out and die outside, so as to save the trouble of cleaning up the bodies. Thinking of this, the guards no longer hesitated and immediately ordered their companions, "Drive them out." 2 guards immediately stepped forward and began to drag the woman. The woman hugged the coughing middle-aged man tightly, crying continuously, and the scene instantly became chaotic. "Aunt Lu, is that you?" Suddenly, an ethereal and slightly joyful voice clearly reached the ears of the few people who were pushing and shoving. Everyone stopped their movements instantly and looked in the direction of the sound. When the guard saw that the person coming was Pang Gui, he was startled and immediately let go of the 2 people and stepped aside. Lu Yi's body trembled violently, and her crying stopped instantly. She turned around dully and looked at a group of people not far away with tears in her eyes. The base chief Pang Gui and a group of managers were on both sides, and in the middle stood a woman with extraordinary momentum. She wore snow boots and a snow-white coat, with her hands in her pockets, which made her figure more slender and tall. In this snow-covered land, she was like a bright color. Looking up, I saw that her face was delicate, her elegance was unparalleled, her temperament was noble and majestic. She was completely different from this filthy Doomsday world, like an elf descending to the human world. Although she hadn't seen her for several years, Louis recognized her at a glance. Looking at Jiang Jinli, who was more mature and stable than a few years ago, she couldn't help but murmur, "Girl, girl." Louis came back to her senses, and a smile appeared on her pale face. She wiped away her tears, quickly got up from the ground, walked quickly towards Jiang Jinli, and asked anxiously with a smile, "Jiang girl, why is it you? Have you been well these years? Have you found your sister?" "Bold. You, a woman, dare to disrespect the Lord. It's simply presumptuous." Before Jiang Jinli could respond, Pang Gui and others had stepped forward and shouted in unison. They knew nothing about Louis's identity, but they knew that her address was extremely disrespectful to the Lord. "What? Lord?" Louis was shocked by the momentum of the crowd and stopped abruptly. Hearing their address, she was even more stunned and looked at Jiang Jinli in surprise. It was as if a storm had been set off in her heart. "Now, I'm afraid that no one in the entire South doesn't know who the Lord is. He was a high and mighty existence, a figure that ordinary people like them could never reach." Louis never expected that the once sensible and distressing Jiang Jinli would become the legendary Lord in just a few years. This discovery shocked her so much that she felt dizzy. Su Zheng, who struggled to stand up from the ground, also had an unbelievable look on his face. The couple was stunned for a moment. After Jiang Jinli confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Louis, a look of joy appeared between his eyebrows. For so many years, she had always thought that the couple had not survived the hardship of the Doomsday, and were no longer in the world. Unexpectedly, they were still alive. The corners of her mouth raised a little arc, and she strode to Louis and called her affectionately, "Aunt Lou." Seeing Jiang Jinli's joy and cordial attitude at this moment, Pang Gui immediately realized that this woman must be an old friend of the Lord, so he took the initiative to step aside with others. Louis's pupils finally focused. Looking at Jiang Jinli, who was close at hand, her heart beat a little faster, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She subconsciously wanted to kneel down and stammered, "Lord, Lord." Jiang Jinli quickly reached out and grabbed her arm, helped her up, frowned slightly, "Aunt Lou, you don't have to be so polite in front of me. It's okay to call me like before." She turned her head and glanced at Su Zheng behind her, and asked with concern, "Uncle Su, have you still no news about your child in these years?" When they parted, Louis said that she would go to the base to find her son, but looking at the current situation, "I'm afraid there is still no news." "No, no," Su Zheng replied tremblingly, then lowered his head with a sad look, "My rebellious son, I'm afraid he's long gone." Hearing this, Louis's sadness surged up, tears welled up in her eyes again, and her awe of Jiang Jinli was slightly reduced. Over the years, the couple traveled to various bases just to find their long-lost son, but they returned disappointed every time. But they were unwilling to give up, and just kept searching blindly. Perhaps it was the obsession in their hearts that allowed them to survive many dangers. Since the southern forces began to reshuffle, the number of bases has gradually decreased, and now there are only 8 left. Louis and his wife have been wandering between these bases for the past 2 years, hoping for a miracle. But what makes them desperate is that they have searched all the survivors and found no trace of their son. Even if they don't want to admit it, they have to face the reality that he is likely dead. The only 2 places they haven't searched are the north and the Yunwu territory. But for ordinary people over 50, these 2 places are as difficult to cross as natural barriers. The road to the north is long and full of dangers, so they can't go there at all. As for the territory, it is even more difficult to enter easily. There are dense populations, guards, and strict rules. They wandered at the gate of the territory for several days, and asked the guards, but they never saw the person they wanted to see, and finally had to leave helplessly. Because of the hard work and running around for the past few years, their health has deteriorated, and they can no longer bear more hardship. The couple wanted to find a base to spend the rest of their lives in peace, but they didn't expect Su Zheng to fall ill, and his condition did not improve, which made him unable to work. Now he even lost his place to live. Once they were driven out of the base, a cruel death would be waiting for them. Louis was in unbearable grief and burst into tears. Jiang Jinli looked at Louis's wrinkled face and gray hair, and her heart was moved. She held Louis's hand and comforted her. "Aunt Lou, don't worry, I'm here." Louis trembled and raised her head in disbelief. Jiang Jinli smiled faintly. "Aunt Lou, come with me, back to my territory. I will protect you for the rest of your life." She looked at Su Zheng again and said, "Uncle Su, your illness is not a big problem. With my sister here, it will be cured soon." A look of hope appeared on Su Zheng's rough face. After all, if they could live, no one would choose death. When the people present heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. It was unprecedented for the Lord to personally bring people back to the territory. I didn't expect that this couple would receive such special care from the Lord. With the Lord's words, the rest of their lives were guaranteed, and everyone showed envy. The 3 guards were trembling with fear. They never expected that Su Zheng and his wife would have such a deep connection with the Lord. Hey, Lord, you. Lui's eyes widened. The huge surprise made her almost speechless. Her lips trembled slightly, but then her eyes dimmed again. But we are old. It's not that the territory doesn't accept us. Now that she knew Jiang Jinli's identity and status, Lui knew it in her heart, and no longer dared to call her girl casually. It's different. Jiang Jinli interrupted Lui and said seriously, Aunt Lu, you are an exception to me. Lui is the only elder who has given Jiang Jinli love in her life. Before the Doomsday, when they lived in the same community, Lui helped and cared from time to time, and Jiang Jinli always remembered it in her heart. Jiang Jinli has not felt much kindness in her life, and Lui gave her the warmth of an elder. Especially after the Doomsday, Lui not only guided Jiang Jinli to where her sister was going, so that she could feel at ease, but also gave her a few bags of bread. These actions of Lui were enough to make Jiang Jinli treat her specially. Although Jiang Jinli holds grudges, he also remembers the kindness of others. Is it really possible? Thank you, thank you. Lui looked at Jiang Jinli's sincere face, and a warm current surged in her heart, and tears could not help but burst out. Jiang Jinli has changed, but it seems that she has not changed. She is now a lord, but she is still the familiar girl a few years ago. Lui was so moved that she turned around and shouted, Old man. Hey! Su Zheng's eyes were red, and he walked up quickly and supported Lui. Lui was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Old man, we are saved, your body is saved, and we can continue to live. It's great. Ahem. Yes, we are saved. Su Zheng patted Lui's shoulder and comforted her, and at the same time thanked Jiang Jinli. Lord, you are so kind. Uncle Su, you don't have to be polite to me. Jiang Jinli interrupted Su Zheng with a smile. Aunt Lu, go pack your things. I will take you back to the territory now. Hey. Okay. Lui responded repeatedly. She didn't expect to encounter such a surprise today. She originally thought that she and her husband were destined to die here. The two supported each other and walked into the dilapidated wooden house, packed some important items, and soon came out with a package. Seeing the evasive eyes of the 3 guards, Lui and his wife couldn't help but smile at each other. They were in a good mood now, and naturally didn't care about the little episodes just now. Carrying the packages, they walked up to Jiang Jinli and said with a smile, Hey, Lord, we're done. Okay, let's go. Jiang Jinli did not insist on correcting their address to him. After a simple inspection of other parts of the base, and confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Jinli took Lui and her husband out of the base. Everyone in the base watched them slowly pass through the white gate with envy. The Yunwu territory, where it is spring all year round, is a place that everyone longs to enter. Unfortunately, not everyone has the opportunity to move in. Good deeds will lead to good results. Chapter 225. The ground was covered with thick white snow. Under the boundless snow curtain, a group of zombies rushed towards the Tianyi base on the high ground like surging waves. Leading this wave of death was a terrifying giant zombie. Its body was huge, like a skyscraper rising from the ground, and like a towering mountain lying across the sky. The skin lost the delicateness of humans, replaced by a rough stratum corneum. As if it had experienced years of weathering, it was as hard as iron and seemed to be able to withstand the cutting of all sharp weapons in the world. This giant zombie not only has amazing strength, but also its speed of movement is not clumsy at all, but extremely flexible. It held a huge iron pillar in its hand and used it as a deadly weapon. While swinging it, it easily destroyed all the equal-height obstacles in front. As the defense line collapsed, a piercing alarm sounded suddenly. The patrol guards, who had a chance to take a break, rushed out of the guard post as soon as they heard the sound. They saw the zombies as tall as a mountain, and the huge zombie tied behind them. They were immediately scared and screamed, "The defense line is broken. The 7th level is coming. Oh no, it's a 7th level zombie. It's over, go report to the base commander. Quick!" The guards were pale, squeezed into the car with all their strength, and drove quickly towards the base. The appearance of the 7th level zombie was too sudden, and they were completely unprepared. During this period, everyone had been exhausted by the continuous zombie tide. They thought that the zombie tide would finally retreat today, but they didn't expect to suddenly encounter a more terrifying existence. The 7th level zombies are the highest level of zombies. Although everyone doesn't understand why the zombies attacked the Tierney base, the situation is urgent and can't be delayed. Fortunately, there are still 2 powerful war leaders in the base who have not left. Their presence is like a reassurance, which makes everyone feel at ease. The 7th level zombies are naturally not a problem for them. The giant zombie is in an extremely violent state at this moment. Its eyes are blood red like flames, staring at the tiny humans below who are trying to escape. A deafening roar bursts out from its throat, and the sound waves are like substance, which makes people's eardrums hurt. It took big steps, and each step spanned a distance of dozens of meters. The heavy footsteps left deep and bottomless pits on the ground. In a flash, it caught up with the few people who didn't have time to escape. With a roar, it stepped down mercilessly, and the few people were instantly turned into meat paste under this force. Then, it waved its giant hand and easily captured the other 2 terrified guards. They struggled desperately in the zombie's giant hand, screaming and waving their hands and feet, but to no avail. The corners of the 7th level zombie's mouth were cracked behind the ears, revealing rows of sharp and uneven teeth. It opened its mouth wide and threw the 2 guards into its bloody mouth. Then, there was a chewing sound, blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, and then it swallowed everything with satisfaction, with a cruel smile on its mouth, and every tooth was covered with dried blood and mincemeat. Seeing that the other humans had escaped without a trace, the zombie let out an unwilling howl, and then took another giant step and marched towards the main gate of the Tierney base. In fact, from the moment the zombies destroyed the defense line, the guards on the tower at the entrance of the base had already discovered this situation. Although his legs were weak due to fear, he did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ran into the base. The guard rushed into the base director's office in one breath and broke into the door without even knocking. Facing the people who were meeting at the conference table, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "War Chief, Base Director, it's bad, the 7th level zombies are attacking." What? How could it be? How could the 7th level zombies appear here for no reason? In the conference room, everyone was originally discussing the problem of the zombie tide. The sudden interruption almost made them angry, but this shocking news instantly plunged them into confusion. The discussion immediately rang out in the conference room. "Everyone be quiet." A petite woman with a baby face slapped the table hard and issued a crisp and powerful order. Although her voice was pleasant to the ears, it revealed an unquestionable majesty, and everyone immediately shut up. Soon, the conference room returned to silence. Yang Yu stood up suddenly, looked at the guard seriously, and asked, "How many level 7 zombies are there? How far are they from us?" Yang Yu, the base commander of Tierney Base, has an unforgettable cute face. That baby face makes her look much younger than her actual age, even though she is about to enter the threshold of 30 years old. Her smile is sweet and moving, but her personality is very different from her appearance. Yang Yu has a hot temper, a bad temper, and acts decisively and ruthlessly, killing people without blinking an eye. She is good at using meteor hammers, which are very powerful in battle. She can stand out from the crowd of men and grab the position of base leader. Her ruthless means can be seen from this. Although she looks delicate, she makes all men tremble, and dare not underestimate her. Before the guards could calm down and breathe, they tried their best to organize their words and reported, "Base leader, there is only one 7th level zombie, and it has just broken through the first large defense line." "That's good." Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. A 7th level zombie with 2 war leaders should not pose too much of a problem. She secretly rejoiced in her heart that fortunately the 7th level zombie appeared now. If it came again after the 2 war leaders left, the base might face the risk of being wiped out. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a little scared. She immediately turned to the 2 people sitting in the first seat and asked sincerely, "2 war leaders, facing such a dilemma, I can only trouble you to take action again." Among the 8 bases in the south, her Tierney base is the weakest, and even her own ability is only at the peak of the 7th level. She couldn't help wondering why the 7th level zombie chose her territory to cause trouble. Did zombies also know how to pick on the weak? Of course, leave it to us. A hearty and loud voice sounded first. Zhou Lian, who was a burly man with a black face and thick eyebrows. He was serious and sat in the first place, giving people a sense of oppression. The precipitation of years and the influence of power made him lose his former naivety and replaced it with a deeper calmness. "Then let's go. After solving the zombies, we have to hurry back." Su Mingxing stood up and stretched his waist. His tone revealed a bit of urgency and urged. After learning that Jiang Jinli had awakened, Su Mingxing couldn't wait to go back, but the obstruction of the zombie tide made him delay again and again. Now that the 7th level zombie has appeared again, the journey back will undoubtedly be delayed again. In 4 years, Su Mingxing has become more mature and stable, just like a pine tree that has experienced the baptism of wind and rain, and has become more tenacious. The immaturity of the past is gone from his eyes, and he is now a little wiser. His face is still handsome, and the years have carved a clearer outline for him, and his lines are becoming more resolute. He looks majestic. After Su Mingxing finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward, followed by Yang Yu and others. Call all the people in the base immediately and prepare to clean up the corpse tide. Yang Yu gave orders to the managers next to him while walking. Yes. Everyone dared not slack off, and immediately dispersed and ran in all directions. Yang Yu quickly followed, and at the same time expressed his apologies to Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu. This corpse tide matter is really troublesome to you too. Chapter 226. This time, a rare wave of mobile zombies was encountered near the Tianyi base. They seemed to be migrating, and the number was huge. The population of the base was limited, and the number of superpowers was not large. It was obviously not a wise move to confront them head-on. Yang Yu wanted to ask for help from other bases, but then he thought that even if other bases sent people, the human wave tactics would be useless, and would only increase casualties. Therefore, Yang Yu immediately asked for help from the Yunwu territory without hesitation. The territory responded quickly, and sent 2 war leaders to lead the team to support. Under the joint attack of Su Mingxing and others, most of the zombies were quickly eliminated. But the zombies came one after another, as if there was no end. Although these were just ordinary zombies, they did not pose a real threat with high-level superpowers. But such a war of attrition is by no means a long-term solution. After observing the geographical location, everyone found that there was a bottomless canyon in the southeast of Tianyi base, so they planned to drive the zombies into the canyon and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Zhou Lianhu used his supernatural power to erect 2 high walls on both sides of the zombie tide, and used vehicles in front to make noises to attract zombies, forcing them to walk along the predetermined track and walk towards the cliff one by one. The plan was going quite smoothly, and most of the zombies fell into the abyss. Seeing that the zombie tide was about to be completely eliminated, who knew that the sudden appearance of the 7th level zombie not only led back part of the zombie tide, but also destroyed the large wall set up by Zhou Lianhu. Yang Yu thought of the piles of zombie corpses, and he didn't know how long it would take to burn them all, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. We are all family, why be polite? Zhou Lianhu said nonchalantly after hearing Yang Yu's words. Not to mention that Tianyi base is Jiang Jinli's territory, and he naturally has the obligation to protect it when something happens. Moreover, Tianyi base is located in the northwest of Yunwu territory, and is responsible for guarding the defense line here. Once the zombies break through, they will definitely move towards Yunwu territory. Therefore, no matter what, they can't let the base have an accident. The appearance of these 7th level zombies is a bit strange. Su Mingxing frowned and said thoughtfully, even this endless tide of corpses is a bit unusual. The migration of corpses is not uncommon, but such a purposeful and directional migration is quite strange. Due to its geographical location, Tianyi base is relatively hidden, occupying a high place, easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the past, the corpse tide would bypass Tianyi base, but this time it went straight to Tianyi. I also find it strange. The 7th level zombies suddenly appeared nearby without any signs. Moreover, their goal is very clear, which is to break through the base. Yang Yu agreed. Although they were confused, they couldn't figure it out for a while. They soon arrived at the gate of the base, and could only bury their doubts in their hearts. Looking at the dark tide of zombies below, and the mountain-like 7th level zombies, Yang Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly, and then said to Zhou Lianhu and the others, 2 war leaders, the 7th level zombies are left to you, and we will deal with the zombies. After that, Yang Yu led thousands of guards to rush towards the zombies, and the guards on the city wall also aimed at the zombies below and launched an attack. After a while, flames shot up to the sky below, and the sound of gunfire was deafening. For ordinary zombies, it is relatively easy to suppress them with large firepower. Thanks to Jiang Jinli's support, Tianyi base is not short of heavy weapons. Under the fierce fire of hot weapons, the zombies were soon scattered and broken limbs flew everywhere. Su Mingxing and the others did not hesitate any longer, picked up their weapons, and rushed straight to the 7th level zombies. Zhou Lianhu took the lead and waved his hands. The earth seemed to respond to his call, and the ground under the zombies' feet exploded instantly, forming a bottomless pit. The giant zombie was caught off guard and fell with a bang. Then, Zhou Lianhu used his supernatural power again, and the ground suddenly fissioned. Rows of earth walls as spectacular as mountains rose from the ground. They were like invisible chains, tightly trapping the zombies and making them unable to move. The giant zombie was unwilling to be trapped and frantically waved the iron pillar in his hand, with his muscles twisted and deformed. Every struggle was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones and the tearing of muscles. The scene was extremely horrifying. Su Mingxing seized the opportunity and released his supernatural power while running. Wherever his body passed, the air was filled with a burning breath. Once the falling snowflakes touched his heat, they evaporated instantly and disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, several huge fire snakes rose from the ground, tightly wrapped around the giant zombie with destructive heat. The fire snakes danced wildly on the zombies. Under the erosion of high temperature, the zombie's hard skin began to crack, revealing the more shocking flesh and blood underneath. The flames licked the zombies' wounds like greedy tongues, evaporating waves of disgusting stench. The screams of the zombies and the crackling of the flames intertwined into a hellish symphony. The zombie kept struggling, trying to break free, but was helplessly locked tightly by the mountain-like earth wall. All struggles were in vain, and even the weapon in his hand flew out of his hand. Seeing this, Zhou Lianhu gathered his strength again. He manipulated the sharp rock like a spear and stabbed the zombie's seemingly indestructible body. In an instant, pus flowed out of the wound along with the penetration of the rock. Under the double blow of fire and rock, the zombie's huge body finally began to collapse. "Mingxing, you come?" Zhou Lianhu shouted to Su Mingxing. "Okay." Su Mingxing stood up in response. He held a spear in his hand, with a fire snake circling under his feet, and his figure jumped into the air. The whole person seemed to be bathed in a sea of fire, and his figure drew a gorgeous trajectory in the air. The spear was like a meteor across the night sky, with an unstoppable momentum, and it stabbed the head of the 7th level zombie. There was a loud bang. The zombie's head exploded under the piercing of the spear, and the black blood and raging flames intertwined, announcing the end of this doomsday monster. The zombie's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, making a loud sound that shook the earth. A huge pit instantly formed under it, and the ordinary zombies around were crushed to pieces. After the battle, the two put away their superpowers, walked to the remains of the zombie, carefully cut open its head, and took out a crystal core from it. This 7th level crystal core contains huge energy, which is worth their hard work for so many days. Zhou Lianhu looked around, and after confirming that it was safe, he cast his eyes to the periphery. He then ran to the distance and reinforced the defense line destroyed by the zombies. Now, unless there are zombies of the 7th level or higher level, this defense line will be unbreakable. However, 7th level zombies are rare. Since they have successfully eliminated one, the possibility of encountering it again is very small. As time passed, Yang Yu and his team gradually cleaned up the remaining zombies. On the white snow, there were a lot of zombie corpses lying in all directions, their black blood and filth spilled on the snow, forming a shocking picture. They left the necessary guards to rebuild the patrol points and clean up the battlefield. Yang Yu, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu walked side by side into the base. After the three people's backs completely disappeared behind the base gate, a tall black figure slowly emerged from the nearby ruins. Chapter 227. It was wearing a wide black robe, with its face and figure hidden tightly under the robe, and a faint black air was lingering around its entire body. Under the shadow of the hood, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at the corpse of the 7th level zombie on the ground, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. A few seconds later, it retracted its gaze, turned around and left, silently. Seeing that the zombie crisis had been resolved, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu had planned to leave immediately. But after consideration, they decided to stay one more night, and planned to check the surrounding situation the next morning before setting off. At this moment, the three were discussing the arrangements for the base's deployment and finishing work in the room. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by a slightly excited male voice. "Base Commander, hot tea is here. Come in." Yang Yu responded, and the others stopped talking. The previous hot tea had cooled down, so she asked someone to make a few more cups and send them over. Su Mingxing thought the voice sounded familiar, and he couldn't help but raise his eyelids and look at the door. When the door opened and he saw the face of the person coming, he sat up straight and was stunned. The next second, Su Mingxing's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent, but his tone seemed nonchalant. "It's you. After so many years, I didn't expect you to be alive. It seems that the more afraid of death, the less likely you are to die, don't you think so?" He gritted his teeth and said the name Ji Jun. Ji Jun looked up, and his face suddenly changed. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. He screamed in disbelief. Su Mingxing? Ji Jun's life in the past few years has not been satisfactory. At first, he found a small base to live in by selling out Su Mingxing in exchange for some water and food. But the good times didn't last long. The base didn't last long and soon collapsed under the attack of mutants. After that, Ji Jun kept moving between multiple bases, and there was no place where he could stay for a long time. Either the base was too weak and was broken by zombies, or it was occupied by evil forces. He escaped from the brink of death more than once. Ji Jun's luck was not very good either. He never found the supernatural fruit, so he is still an ordinary person. With the gradual unification of the southern region, the survivors had to choose to join one of the 8 bases in order to survive. Ji Jun chose the Tianyi base. With his increasingly smooth personality, Ji Jun found his place in a small team. Although he lived cautiously in the past few years, he was finally stable. He knew very well that such a stable life was thanks to the protection of the Lord. As time went on, Ji Jun's heart became more and more restless. He was not satisfied with staying at the Tianyi base. He wanted to go to Yunwu territory, a place that was said to be like a fairyland with 4 seasons of spring. He wanted to see the true face of the Lord and hoped to serve her. Once he was recognized by the Lord, he would have endless wealth and glory. He had been looking for such an opportunity. Not long after, the opportunity seemed to come to him. Due to the zombie tide, Yunwu territory actually sent 2 war leaders. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 3rd place winner. If he could get the appreciation of these 2 war leaders, wouldn't it be easy to enter the territory? Therefore, during this period, Ji Jun has been paying close attention to the movements of the 2 and trying every means to get close to them. But the 2 war chiefs are very busy. Most of the time, they are in meetings and fighting against the zombie tide. Ordinary residents like him have no chance to get close. Until just now, when he saw Yang Yu ordering someone to make tea, Ji Jun realized that his chance had come. He bribed the other party through some small means and took on the task of delivering tea. He thought that as long as he showed his face in front of the 2 war chiefs, and then relied on his eloquence, he would always be able to attract their attention. At least, he could get familiar with them, and as for the future, it would not be too late to slowly plan. But Ji Jun never expected that as soon as he entered the door, he would find Su Mingxing sitting in the first seat. Ordinary survivors have a low status, and it is difficult to approach the management. Even the base chief is rarely seen, and the Lord is even more out of reach. Therefore, the residents of the 8 bases and a small number of people in the Yunwu territory don't even know the name of the Lord, not to mention the 9 war chiefs around her. At most, they only know the surnames of these people. The 3rd runner-up never thought that the Su war leader was Su Mingxing, otherwise, he would have been hiding far away. How could he fall into the trap? In any case, the 3rd runner-up never expected that Su Mingxing, who should have died 5 years ago, would become one of the 9 war leaders of Yunwu territory. For Su Mingxing, the 3rd runner-up no longer had obvious ways in his heart. A few years later, the friendship before the end of the world had long faded. And the guilt after the betrayal also disappeared without a trace in the passage of time. In the process of self-hypnosis, the 3rd runner-up not only believed that his choice back then was not wrong, but even believed that his behavior was helping Su Mingxing to be liberated, which was a great thing. But when the living Su Mingxing stood in front of him, those buried memories were instantly revived, and fear surged like a tide, making Ji Jun feel a chill. He thought Su Mingxing could not escape the clutches of the disgusting fat man, but he did not expect that he was still alive. The panic in his heart made Ji Jun blurt out without thinking, "Why didn't you die?" "TSK, of course you want me to die. But it's a pity that I have a tough life, and good luck to meet the boss." Su Mingxing's eyes were gloomy, and he sneered, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't betrayed me, I wouldn't be so successful now." Su Mingxing leaned back in the chair in a leisurely manner, crossed his legs, and said with a playful look on his face, not without sarcasm, "It's a pity that a scumbag like you is still alive in this world. We should cherish life when we are alive. But you just want to get close to me. Isn't this courting death? This is the first time I've seen someone who actively seeks death." Su Mingxing's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he no longer concealed his murderous intent. "Since you are rushing to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tell me, how do you want to die? Or how should I kill you?" "No." Thinking of Su Mingxing's vengeful character and the murderous intent he exuded at the moment, Ji Jun could no longer remain calm. He turned around and ran away with his eyes wide open. "Catch him for me." As Su Mingxing's words fell lightly, the guards at the door immediately rushed in. Regardless of Ji Jun's struggle, They forcibly handcuffed his hands and pressed him to the ground, making him unable to move. The third place winner's face was pressed into the water stains on the ground, and it immediately looked dirty. The veins on his neck bulged, and he struggled desperately to break free from the restraints. But the guards were all muscular and strong, and the third place winner had not awakened his special powers, so no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Finally, the third runner-up gave up his last dignity and begged for mercy from Su Mingxing. Su Mingxing, please don't kill me. The third runner-up tried to impress the other party with the friendship of the past. Mingxing, I am sorry for you, but I really had no other choice at that time. The strong prey on the weak. I just want to survive. Besides, you are safe and sound now. Why bother about those old things? For the sake of our many years of friendship, please spare my life. We got along so happily before the end of the world. Have you forgotten? Please be generous and let me go. You are so thick-skinned and your tongue is so smooth. Su Mingxing pulled the corner of his lips and said with a smile, Then have you ever been because of the past? You let me go just because of the kindness of the day? Back then, you threw me to that fat man just because of a few boxes of supplies. What's the difference between this and killing me with your own hands? No, that would be more painful than killing me directly. If I hadn't been rescued by the boss at that time, have you ever thought about what would happen to me? He paused, and his tone became more severe. You want to live, which is understandable, I can even understand. If you left empty-handed at that time, I wouldn't hate you for it. But you sold me just for a few boxes of instant noodles. Where do you put my dignity? You are stepping my face into the dirt. From the moment you agreed to the fat man's deal, you have stood in his camp and become my enemy. Su Mingxing put down his feet, leaned forward slightly, his eyes drooped, staring at the third place on the ground with a gloomy look, and continued, I swore at that time that if I had the chance, I would let you taste the feeling of being swallowed by despair. What do you want to do? No, spare me, Su Mingxing. Sorry, don't kill me, I don't want to die. The third place was overwhelmed by despair, and kept wailing for mercy. He thought today was his lucky day, but he didn't expect it to be the end of the world. It turned out that you sold my brother back then. Zhou Lian, who glanced at the third place on the ground with a heavy look, and mocked, I thought you were so capable, but this is it. Su Mingxing had mentioned the matter of the third place to Zhou Lian, who a few years ago, during the time when he followed Jiang Jinli to fight, he also paid special attention to the whereabouts of the third place, but he was nowhere to be found, and everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he was hiding in the Tianyi base, and now he has fallen into the trap. Yang Yu came back to her senses from this series of sudden events. Through these conversations, she roughly understood the deep contradiction between the two. She stood up and asked Su Mingxing, John Shou, do you have a grudge against him? Yes. Su Mingxing asked Yang Yu for Ji Jun. It should be okay to hand him over to me, right? Of course. Since he is John Shou's enemy, it is natural to take revenge now. Yang Yu immediately agreed. The base has a large population, and she does not know Ji Jun, but it is obviously a deep hatred that can make Su Mingxing want to kill him. Since Su Mingxing has already spoken, she will naturally not refuse Su Mingxing's face for an ordinary resident. In this era, a life is not worth much. Okay. Then I want to ask you to do me another favor. Su Mingxing suddenly laughed with an ambiguous meaning. Seeing Su Mingxing's laugh, Ji Jun felt creepy and immediately pleaded with Yang Yu, Base Captain, no, don't hand me over to him, he is a lunatic. Yang Yu ignored Ji Jun's plea and asked Su Mingxing directly, I wonder what Zhang Shou needs my help with. Zhou Lian, who was puzzled that Su Mingxing did not kill Ji Jun immediately. He guessed that Su Mingxing might want to torture Ji Jun. Zhou Lian, who looked at Su Mingxing, waiting for him to continue. Help me find some men. Su Mingxing tapped the table with his fingers, and the smile on the corner of his mouth looked a little gloomy and evil. Find some men who like men, preferably old men with strong or fat bodies. When the people present heard this, they all showed a look of astonishment. Su Mingxing continued, then pack up the third place and send it to them. Yang Yu's eyes widened and her lips slightly parted. She naturally understood what Su Mingxing meant. Unexpectedly, his hatred for the third place was so deep that such revenge was enough to destroy a man's will and soul. No! Su Mingxing, you are crazy. You might as well kill me directly. Madman, madman. The third place was terrified and trembling all over. He didn't expect Su Mingxing to retaliate against him like this. This humiliation was more painful than death. He would rather commit suicide. Remove his jaw for me, don't let him die. Su Mingxing immediately noticed the third place's intention and ordered the guard. The guard reacted from the shock and quickly removed his jaw before the third place bit his tongue, and pulled him up and tied him up tightly. Su Mingxing ignored the resentful look of the third place, raised his eyebrows, and asked Yang Yu slowly, "I wonder if I can help you with this?" Yang Yu came back to his senses, put his hand to his mouth, coughed twice, and said uncomfortably, "Yes. The men you mentioned should be in the base." After all, many new people have joined the base recently, and Yang Yu is very busy, and she can't spare time to clean up the population for the time being. However, it is easy to find a few old men with special fetishes. She just happened to see a few greasy middle-aged men who were not enthusiastic about the construction of the base. Instead, they often wandered around the base and looked at the passing men with evil eyes. What's more, Yang Yu received several complaints from men, saying that these men behaved improperly and were clumsy. Yang Yu originally planned to drive these annoying guys out of the base after the zombie tide. Now it seems that they are useful in advance. Well, send the third place over now, and tell them to serve well. I will reward them handsomely. Su Mingxing stood up and added in a low voice, "By the way, if they are not satisfied, you can add some food to the third place." Yang Yu couldn't help but shudder. Those greasy middle-aged men have no bottom line, while the third place looks more decent. Several years of Doomsday survival have made his body look thin. If he falls into the hands of those people, he will probably be tortured inhumanely. Not to mention that Su Mingxing has already ordered that they will not show mercy. I don't know if the third place can survive this night. John Shou, please rest assured, I will handle it properly. Yang Yu calmed down and immediately took the struggling third place out without any hesitation. What awaits him will be insults and tortures more terrible than death. I don't know if the third place feels regretful at this time. Zhou Lianhu looked at Su Mingxing's satisfied expression and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Mingxing to choose this way to take revenge. Obviously, the fat man left a deep psychological shadow on Su Mingxing. However, it's good to be like this now. At least it can help Su Mingxing untie a knot in his heart. Chapter 228. The next morning, the cold wind howled. After breakfast, Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing led the team to patrol the base. After confirming that there were no traces of zombies, they returned to the room and began to pack their bags, preparing to leave Tianyi base and return to Liqing. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Mingxing went to open the door and saw that it was Yang Yu, so he smiled and said, "You came just in time. We were just planning to go to you to say goodbye." "Are you leaving now?" Yang Yu asked. "Yes." Su Mingxing responded and led Yang Yu to the living room. Yang Yu sat down on the sofa without any extra greetings and directly conveyed the news, "Ji Jun is dead." Su Mingxing had a blank expression on his face and asked lightly, "How did he die?" "Suicide." In the morning, after Yang Yu received the news of Ji Jun's death, he immediately rushed to check. The room was full of smoke and stench. The third player was naked, with bruises and various wounds all over his body and whip marks. There was not a single piece of good flesh, which was really horrible to look at. There was a huge wound on his neck, and the blood dyed the bed sheet red. His eyes were wide open, and he obviously died with his eyes open. After asking the men, I learned that in the middle of the night, they were tired of playing and were preparing to take a break. At this time, the third player took the short knife of a man next to him, while everyone was not paying attention, and stabbed his neck without hesitation. When they reacted and wanted to stop him, it was too late. It's better to die. Su Mingxing looked indifferent. He didn't intend to let the third player live. Even if he was lucky enough to survive last night, he would kill him with his own hands when he left today. Now, he finally untied a knot in his heart and felt much more relaxed. Cruel? Maybe a little, but he was not a good person. The remaining softness in his heart was only left to his companions. For other people, Su Mingxing would not have any extra emotions. In these years, his hands were stained with blood, and he was no longer a normal person. "Mingxing, get ready." Zhou Lianhu carried the luggage and walked to the living room. Su Mingxing stood up and said goodbye to Yang Yu. "Then we say goodbye. If there is any situation in the base, remember to contact us at any time." Yang Yu also stood up and said with a smile, "I will. You have worked hard during this period. When you go back, please say hello to the Lord for me." "Okay. Anyway, you will come to the territory in a few days. When you go back, I will treat you to a drink." Su Mingxing also said with a smile, "Okay, we won't go home until we're drunk." Yang Yu responded generously, and then showed a look of aftertaste. "Don't mention it, I really miss the food in the territory cafeteria. The territory has a rich variety of food, fresh vegetables, and delicious taste. Yang Yu will eat a lot every time he goes there. Then eat more." Okay. Several people went downstairs together, and Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu led hundreds of team members to get on the car. Afterwards, a long convoy drove away from the Tianyi base. Although they could contact Jiang Jinli to open the passage, the group could return instantly. But considering that Jiang Jinli had just dealt with Zhou Jianchan's affairs, he didn't want her to be too tired, so he chose to drive back. In addition, the roads leading to the two places have been repaired and unobstructed. If they speed up, they can return to the territory in just a few hours. When Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu returned to the territory, it was already afternoon. Zhou Lianhu was busy handing over some affairs, while Su Mingxing hurriedly went straight to the space to look for Jiang Jinli. He looked around in the space, but could not see Jiang Jinli and others, so he returned to the main city and went straight to the office building. The female guard at the door of the building saw him and greeted him warmly. "Su Zhanshou, you are back. I haven't seen you for a long time." "Well, is Luo Zhanshou in there?" Su Mingxing thought that Luo Zime must know Jiang Jinli's whereabouts best. "She is working." "Okay." Su Mingxing quickly entered the building and came to Luo Zime's office. Without knocking, he walked in carelessly and sat down on the sofa. "Who is so?" Luo Zime was immersed in her work, and a trace of displeasure flashed across her face at the door being opened so rudely. But when she looked up and saw that it was Su Mingxing, her expression immediately turned into surprise. "When did you come back? You were out for a long time this time. Is it difficult to deal with the zombie tide?" Luo Zime straightened up, leaned back in the chair, and asked with a smile. Su Mingxing poured himself a glass of water, drank it all, and then relaxed his waist and lazily answered, "Well, it's a long story. I encountered a 7th level zombie." "What? 7th level? What happened?" Luo Zime was a little surprised. 7th level zombies are not common. "Well, let's talk about the details when we have dinner tonight." Su Mingxing directly explained the purpose of his visit. "Where did the boss go?" "Recently, everything in the south has been dealt with. She should not have gone out, right? Why didn't I see her? Isn't she in the space?" Luo Zime turned the pen in her hand, thought for a while, and guessed. "Then she should be in room 302, building B, main city district." "Oh, that's strange. What is the boss doing there?" Su Mingxing sat up straight and asked in confusion. After all, in these years, no matter how enthusiastically the base leaders invited the boss to sit in their rooms, the boss has never stepped into anyone's house. Yesterday, Jinli brought back a middle-aged couple and arranged for them to live there. Luo Zime recalled the scene of yesterday and continued, "It should be that there was some connection with her in the past." "Really? Then I have to go and see." Su Mingxing stood up, walked towards the door, waved his hand. "You continue to be busy." After the door was closed, Luo Zime shook her head and smiled, and then lowered her head to devote herself to the busy work. In a warm and comfortable room, Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman were sitting on the sofa in the living room, sipping fragrant tea. "Come, have some more fruit." Louis brought a plate of fruit with a smile and placed it on the coffee table, then shouted towards the kitchen, "Old man, have you washed the grapes? Bring them here quickly." "Hey! Here they are." Su Zheng quickly brought out the washed grapes and pushed them in front of Jiang Jinli. He smiled, and the wrinkles on his face were like blooming flowers. "Lord, eat more." Jiang Jinli looked at the two people who were uneasy, and a slight arc appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Aunt Lu, Uncle Su, don't be too nervous. Sit down quickly. These foods are specially prepared for you. We can eat them every day. There is no need to be so polite." "Yes, Aunt Lu, please sit down. Let's get along as we did before." Jiang Shuman on the side also said with a smile. "Well, okay." Louis and Su Zheng looked at each other, and sat down nervously opposite each other. Louis felt that the experience of the past 2 days was as unreal as a dream. Since Jiang Jinli brought them back to the territory yesterday, Jiang Shuman has treated their bodies. Not only did Su Zheng's long-term cough get cured, but even Louis's chest tightness and shortness of breath in recent years also disappeared. Not only that, Jiang Jinli immediately allocated a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house on the first floor for the two in the most prosperous area of the main city. All kinds of furniture were available, and people were sent to deliver a lot of food and fruits. Such treatment made the two feel flattered. They didn't fully come back to their senses until they lay on the comfortable bed at night. When they woke up in the morning, they were refreshed and their fatigue disappeared. They had never slept so sweetly in the past few years. In that cabin, I would be awakened by the cold every night. But here, it is not only extremely safe, but also warm and comfortable, and not attacked by wind and rain. The cruel doomsday outside is not felt here at all. No wonder many people dream of living here. Louis felt a little sad. She wiped the wet corners of her eyes, and expressed her gratitude to the two again. Your great kindness, my old man, and I really don't know how to repay you. Yes, my old bones now feel more energetic than a few years ago. I really have to thank you. Su Zheng also immediately agreed. He felt that his physical condition had improved significantly, and even his mental outlook was refreshed. Aunt Lu. Jiang Shuman's expression became serious. When we lived in the same community, you helped us a lot. We sisters are not ungrateful. We will remember who treats us well. Louis always brought some food to her house during the New Year and other festivals. Sometimes, when they encountered some mean neighbors, it was Su Zheng and his wife who helped them solve the problem. How could they forget this kindness? Jiang Shuman's eyebrows revealed tenderness. She smiled gently and continued, to exaggerate, the whole South is ours now. It is really a small matter for us to protect you too. You can stay here with peace of mind. If you are still so polite and unfamiliar, I will really be angry. That's right, Aunt Lu. Do you also want to distance yourself from us? Jiang Jinli took over the conversation with a smile. No, how could it be? Louis was deeply moved by the sister's words. She hurriedly explained. It's mainly because we have been too nervous in the past few years. Louis was full of relief and smiled lovingly. Well, now you two sisters have made a difference, and have built such a big foundation. In the future, no one will want to bully you. Of course, with Xieli here, I enjoy a happy life with her every day. Jiang Shuman took Jiang Jinli's hand, held it gently in her palm, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Well, I'm here. Jiang Jinli's eyes fell on Jiang Shuman's profile, and responded with a smile. Louis looked at the sisters, and couldn't help feeling deeply. After so many years, their feelings had become deeper. Suddenly, she put away her smile, and said seriously, By the way, we can't just eat and not do anything. Can you arrange something for us to do? Yes, I'm in much better shape now. I can do any work, whether it's going out to clean up mutants or doing rough work, I can do it. Lord, what do you think of the arrangement? Su Zheng also couldn't wait to express his wishes. Forget those rough work, it's too hard. Jiang Jinli knew that they wanted to be self-reliant. After thinking for a while, he made a suggestion. How about this, you go back to your old business. The territory is planning to build a school recently. When it is built, you will be the principal and teacher. How about it? Su Zheng and Louis looked at each other, and they were very happy. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to teach in this life. Louis's face was flushed, and she smiled and replied, Okay, that's great. Let the teaching matter be handed over to us too, and we guarantee that it will be done properly. Are there children in the territory? She asked Jiang Jinli curiously again. Louis originally thought that the territory would not take in children without fighting ability. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinli not only accepted them, but also planned to develop education. She deeply admired this vision and foresight. Yes, but not many at present, only 5. So the school will not be built very big. Now the territory is developing, and there will definitely be new lives in the next few years. The school will be built in advance to prepare for emergencies. Jiang Jinli explained. In the early days of the establishment of the territory, the situation was still unstable, and it was necessary to deal with various natural and man-made disasters. Therefore, Jiang Jinli only recruited people with combat capabilities, and the children of the 5 survivors were reluctantly accepted under special circumstances. In addition, she strictly prohibited the people in the territory from having casual relationships between men and women, and prohibited childbirth. Men and women lived roughly separately, because the primary task at that time was survival. Reproduction was not within Jiang Jinli's consideration. Once someone violated the rules, they would be expelled from the territory. But since the situation in the south stabilized, Jiang Jinli gradually relaxed the restrictions. This year, she stipulated that as long as both parties were willing, they could live together, but if they wanted to get pregnant and have children, they had to get married formally. Jiang Jinli set up a small matchmaking agency in the main urban area with complete procedures. The residents of the territory had no objection to Jiang Jinli's proposal, and all agreed. This year, more than a dozen couples have received marriage certificates. Although the number is not large, it is also a start. Louis agreed with Jiang Jinli's idea. She said repeatedly, Good, this idea is really great. Only in this way can everyone see hope for the future. The cruelty of the end of the world made Louis once think that mankind would be extinct. Fortunately, there is such a place of hope. Louis was deeply moved by Jiang Jinli's selfless act. She could only say one sentence, Good, very good, you are such a good kid. Jiang Jinli was about to say something, but suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the door was pushed open. Before Su Mingxing arrived, a cheerful voice came. Boss, I'm back after completing my mission. What are you doing here? Are you okay now? We were so worried about you when you were in a coma. Nowadays, Su Mingxing's voice is more powerful and magnetic than a few years ago. But in front of Jiang Jinli, he still maintains his nature of laughing and making trouble without any change. When Lu Yi heard Su Mingxing's voice, her body shook violently. She almost couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her body trembled uncontrollably. Although the voice had become mature, it was her flesh after all. How could Lu Yi hear it wrong? Her eyes instantly turned red, and she raised her head, staring at the figure who was about to walk into the house. Su Zheng, who was standing by, was so excited that he clenched his fists and stood up. Seeing Lu Yi and his wife so out of control, Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman exchanged glances, and each other's eyes revealed thoughts. Boss, why don't you say anything? Who did you bring back yesterday? Su Mingxing walked into the living room and stood beside Jiang Jinli, then cast a curious look at Lu Yi and Su Zheng. Could it be them? Who are they? His words suddenly paused, and his eyes were fixed on the two middle-aged couples with gray hair and tears. Su Mingxing's pupils suddenly contracted, his lips slightly opened, and his face showed an unbelievable dull expression. His heart began to beat wildly, and blood rushed to his head, making him feel difficult to breathe, and his mind was buzzing and chaotic. Chapter 229. Lu Yi stared at Su Mingxing's familiar yet unfamiliar face, raised her hands, covered her mouth, bent her body, tears gushed down like a dam bursting, and she uttered a low whimper. Su Zheng's body swayed, and he lost his balance all of a sudden, sitting on the sofa, also in tears. After Lu Yi calmed down a little, she raised her head and looked at Su Mingxing, who was still standing there, and said in a hoarse voice, Xing, don't you recognize us? You rebellious son. What are you still doing there? Look at how your mother is crying. Su Zheng trembled his lips and shouted at Su Mingxing. Su Mingxing was shocked by the shouting, and his mind finally came to his senses. Endless thoughts and regrets instantly surged into his heart, his eyes turned red, tears suddenly flowed down, and he cried in a dry voice, Dad! Mom! Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman were surprised by this sudden recognition scene. They didn't expect that Su Mingxing was the son the couple had been looking for. Although Jiang Jinli and Lu Yi lived in the same community, they had never seen Su Mingxing because he had not returned home for many years. In addition, Su Mingxing had never mentioned his parents in front of them. Therefore, they did not associate Su Mingxing with Lu Yi and his wife. In this life, they could hear their son calling them again. Su Zheng and Lu Yi's emotions were out of control again, and they broke down and cried. Dad, Mom. It's you, it's really you. So good, so good. Su Mingxing's feet finally regained consciousness. He stumbled towards the two of them, knelt in front of them, put his hands on Lu Yi's knees, and cried out, Mom, have you been doing well these years? I have been looking for you, but I can't find any trace. I thought you had already. In the past few years, Su Mingxing has been traveling to almost every corner of the south following Jiang Jinli's continuous conquests. Every time he captured a base, he would look for his parents' traces everywhere, but the disappointments made him gradually feel hopeless. Unexpectedly, his parents were standing in front of him alive today. This huge surprise caught him off guard. Mom, don't cry, I'm sorry. Su Mingxing quickly wiped the tears from Lu Yi's face, and suddenly his forehead hit the ground, kowtowed to the two of them, and wailed in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, I'm unfilial, I'm not a human, I'm just a beast. Su Mingxing's crying became more and more sad. He thought of how he ran away from home for many years because of rebellion before the end of the world, and after the end of the world, he was unable to protect his parents. For so many years, his parents must have had a very difficult time surviving in a cruel environment, and they didn't know how much they had suffered. At this moment, pain and regret overwhelmed Su Mingxing, making him feel miserable. He suddenly raised his head, grabbed Lu Yi's hand, and slapped himself in the face, screaming with red eyes, Mom, hit me to death, I am unfilial, I am sorry for you. Xinger. Lu Yi quickly retracted her hand, hugged Su Mingxing's head tightly in her arms, patted his back, and sobbed to comfort him. No, you were right. Your father and I were also wrong back then. We shouldn't ignore your feelings and impose our ideas on you. All this is in the past. Now you are okay. We have been looking for you everywhere for these years, thinking that you have already. Now you are okay, you are okay. Lu Yi let go of Su Mingxing, wiped his tears, and looked at him carefully. Everything is in the past. Now our family is finally reunited. You have grown taller and stronger, which is a good thing, don't cry. Su Mingxing still couldn't stop crying. He looked at Jiang Jinli, and his emotions became more excited. He turned around suddenly and kowtowed to Jiang Jinli again, crying and shouting, "Boss, thank you. Thank you for bringing my parents back. Thank you for saving them. Thank you for everything you have done for them." Su Mingxing cried heartbreakingly. He knew that he had no way to repay Jiang Jinli's great kindness, not to mention that he was still carrying the kindness of his parents, which was even more difficult to repay. "Boss, I really don't know what to say. Thank you very much. It's not enough to go through fire and water for you in this life, in the next life, the next life. Even if I work like a cow or a horse, I will repay you. Hurry up, there's no need to do this." Jiang Jinli stood up and looked at Su Mingxing, who was out of control, and couldn't help but sigh. In these years, Su Mingxing had never been so emotional. At this moment, he cried like a child, which showed how much shock he had received. Jiang Jinli took a step forward and was about to help him up, but saw Lu Yi and Su Jing suddenly kneel down to him. "Aunt Lu, Uncle Su, what are you doing? Why are you fooling around with him? Get up quickly." Jiang Jinli felt a little headache. Jiang Shuman looked at this scene and stood up. Lu Yi looked up and stared at Jiang Jinli with an unprecedented seriousness and sincerity. "Lord, you saved my husband and me, and also saved Xing'er. Not only are you willing to take him in, but you also carefully nurtured my rebellious son and let him grow into a man who stands tall and proud. Such a great kindness is worthy of our kneeling." Su Zheng glanced at Su Mingxing, and then said with Lu Yi, "Yes, Lord, we know very well what kind of character our children have. Now he can become like this, can have such achievements, all thanks to your cultivation. Our whole family is grateful to you, and we owe you too much," he said solemnly. "Please accept our 3 bows, Lord." Before Jiang Jinli could dissuade them, the 3 people had already kowtowed. She sighed lightly, walked forward, and helped them up one by one. Facing their grateful eyes, Jiang Jinli felt a little uncomfortable. She patted Su Mingxing's shoulder. "These few days, you should have a good rest and stay here with your parents. As for the situation of Tianyi Base, you don't need to report it. I will find out with Dahu." Su Mingxing wiped away his tears and burst into laughter. "Okay, thank you, boss." After Jiang Jinli finished speaking, he walked out of the room with Jiang Shuman and closed the door, leaving the family of 3 alone. "Dad, if you feel angry, just beat me up." Su Mingxing stood in front of Su Zheng, his head lowered, his voice full of endless guilt. "For so many years, it is my son who has let you down. You, an unfilial son, really deserve to be beaten." Su Zheng raised his hand, as if he was going to hit him hard, but in the end, it was just a light brush that fell on Su Mingxing. He raised his hand and hugged Su Mingxing tightly, tears streaming down his face, his voice sad. "You are a rebellious son." "Yes, I am a rebellious son. I am unfilial, I am sorry for you." Su Mingxing choked. Lu Yi comforted him softly. It's okay, everything is over." After a while, the 3 hugged each other again and cried bitterly. Chapter 230. After going downstairs, Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman strolled on the bustling streets of the main city. The streets were bustling with people and fireworks. Jiang Shuman smiled and felt particularly comfortable. "Hello, Lord. Hello, Dean." "Hello, Lord." "Dean." When residents along the way saw Jiang Jinli and Jiang Shuman, they all greeted them enthusiastically, their faces flushed with excitement. But they all consciously kept a certain distance and did not dare to get too close. Because Liqing is vast, Jiang Jinli usually only goes shopping in the main city and rarely goes to other sub-city districts. Therefore, residents in the main city know her, while residents in the sub-city districts rarely see her. Even when Jiang Jinli was patrolling, she just sat in a car and took a rough circle. Residents of the main city are very proud of this. Jiang Jinli nodded to the people around her. Although she did not like this noisy environment, she smiled when she saw Jiang Shuman happy. In Jiang Jinli's heart, as long as her sister is happy, everything is worth it, and her efforts over the years have not been in vain. Shaoli, sometimes fate is really coincidental. We have known Aunt Lu for several years, but we didn't know that the star is their child. Jiang Shuman couldn't help but sigh. Well, fate is quite wonderful. Maybe Aunt Lu has never given up looking for her for so many years, so we are reunited today. Jiang Jinli felt the same way. For those who are unwilling to give up, fate will always give some surprises. The 2 walked to a shade of trees, where there were few pedestrians, and the scenery was pleasant. Jiang Shuman suddenly stopped, turned around, and held Jiang Jinli's hand, as if she had something to say. Sister, you can say whatever you want in front of me. Jiang Jinli saw Jiang Shumen's hesitation and said seriously. Jiang Shumen stared at Jiang Jinli's delicate eyebrows and suddenly asked, Xiaoli, do you hate your parents? This is a topic that Jiang Shumen has never mentioned for many years. When she was a child, she was afraid of touching Jiang Jinli's young heart, and when she grew up, she felt that there was no need to mention it. Because Jiang Jinli's character is there, you don't need to ask to know that she doesn't care about her parents anymore. But now, thinking of Lu Yi and Su Mingxing's reunion, Jiang Shumen couldn't help asking. Hate. Jiang Jinli's expression did not change when she mentioned her parents. She first said to Jiang Shumen, Sister, if you want to ask anything in the future, just ask directly. There is nothing you can't say to me, and you don't have to consider my feelings. So many years have passed, and those old things can't affect my mood at all. Then, she began to answer Jiang Shumen's question, and said frankly, I didn't hate them. Maybe when they left me, I was confused and sad, but that's all. Jiang Jinli has a very good memory. She remembers even the memories when she was 4 or 5 years old clearly. Those past events did not blur with the passage of time. She admitted that she was indeed a little sad when the car drove away ruthlessly and left her alone. But Jiang Jinli did not hate them because she understood their choice. At that time, she was a monster and unpleasant. She did not expect others to accept her and like her, including her parents. Their disgust and abandonment were normal things for Jiang Jinli. Therefore, no matter how they treated her, she didn't care. In Jiang Jinli's heart, parents were just two empty nouns without real meaning. Being abandoned back then was a relief for Jiang Jinli, because she also didn't like the so-called parents. Have you thought about them in these years? Jiang Shumen gently arranged the hair on Jiang Jinli's forehead and asked again, with some heartache. Never. Jiang Jinli held Jiang Shumen's hand back and said seriously, From the moment my sister held my hand at the door of the welfare home, they were dead in my heart. I don't have time to think about the dead. Jiang Shumen was like a beam of light to Jiang Jinli. It was her who held Jiang Jinli's hand, didn't despise her as a monster, raised her, taught her, protected her, and loved her. Jiang Jinli grew up in the warm love given by Jiang Shumen and was tightly surrounded by this love. Therefore, Jiang Jinli never lacked love, nor did she feel any regret for lacking parental love. She didn't want it, nor did she need it. Having Jiang Shumen as her sister was enough. For some reason, Jiang Shumen suddenly became stubborn and insisted on asking, What if Xiaoli's parents found you? Would you still recognize them? How is that possible? Why do you think so? Jiang Jinli was a little surprised. She felt Jiang Shumen's uneasiness at the moment, so she asked, Sister, what are you worried about? Jiang Shumen frowned slightly, her expression was tangled, she bit her lip, and finally said the uneasiness in her heart, Xiaoli and I are not related by blood. Although she believed in Xiaoli's feelings for her, she couldn't help but worry. If Xiaoli's parents were not dead, if they appeared one day in the future and tried to snatch Xiaoli away with family affection and blood ties, what should she do? After all, Xiaoli is so outstanding now that she has attracted the attention of countless people. It is reasonable for others to come to her on their own initiative. But she didn't want the so-called blood relatives to distract Xiaoli's attention. Although she knew that Xiaoli could not be snatched away by anyone, Jiang Shumen couldn't help but ask about her worries. Perhaps, she just wanted to get a clear guarantee from Xiaoli. Is blood relationship really important? Jiang Jinli said indifferently, I think that the relationship between people is maintained by feelings and ties, not blood. Sister, my surname is Jiang now, and you gave me my name. Jiang Jinli emphasized this sentence, raised her hand, and gently rubbed Jiang Shumen's frown, trying to calm her anxiety. You are my biological sister. I don't know what others think. But for me, the bond of blood relationship has no effect at all. She sneered and continued to mock. After so many years, they may have died long ago. Even if they are still alive, if we really meet in the future, we will just be strangers. If they don't know what's good for them, and come to provoke me, I will kill them without hesitation like I treated my previous enemies. Jiang Jinli will never be merciful. She prays that she will never meet them again in this life. If they really meet, I hope they can stay away from them, and don't cause trouble for themselves. Otherwise, she would crush them to death like a stink bug, without mercy. Jiang Shumen's eyes trembled, and Jiang Jinli's few words easily dispelled Jiang Shumen's inexplicable uneasiness. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say a word. She just raised her hand, and gently held Jiang Jinli in her arms. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Jiang Jinli's idea was too cruel and contrary to human ethics. But Jiang Shuman felt inexplicably happy. She liked Jiang Jinli's determination and cruelty, and naturally would not dissuade hypocritically. Besides, Jiang Shuman believed that she was not a good person. She was very selfish. Xiaoli was raised by her, and no one could take her away. Jiang Jinli patted Jiang Shuman's back and promised earnestly, "Sister, you can rest assured, and don't think too much. In my heart, you are the most important, always the first priority, and no one can replace you. In this life, it is enough for me to have a sister as a relative, and I only want you." "Yeah." Jiang Shuman buried her head in Jiang Jinli's shoulder and responded softly. After a moment, she stepped back from Jiang Jinli's arms. The haze between her eyebrows had dissipated, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Let's go back." Jiang Shuman took Jiang Jinli's arm, and the two walked forward together. She looked sideways at Jiang Jinli and asked softly, "What dishes does Xiaoli want to eat tonight?" Jiang Jinli smiled and said, "It's all right. I will cook with my sister later." "Okay. Sister, do you need anything? Do you want to go shopping again?" "No, there is nothing missing at home. Let's go home." "Yeah, go home." Chapter 231. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights inside the territory were bright. The residents who had worked hard all day had returned to their warm homes early, and only the guards were patrolling back and forth on the streets. In the houses, soft lights sprinkled through the windows. Under the reflection of thousands of lights, this territory seemed particularly warm and peaceful. You could also hear laughter coming from the interiors of various high-rise buildings. Inside the villa, the lights were warm, and the restaurant was bustling. Everyone was eating and talking, and the atmosphere was warm and happy. "No wonder I didn't see Mingxing all afternoon. He must be very happy now," Mu Yuan said while eating. "This fate is really unpredictable. Who knew that the people Jinli brought back yesterday were Mingxing's parents?" Luo Zime also smiled and sighed. When everyone saw that Su Mingxing did not come back for dinner, Jiang Jinli told everyone about what happened in the afternoon. They were able to reunite because of Sister Li. "I think Sister Li is a big lucky star." Su Ranju did not forget to flatter her with a smile. The others also smiled and agreed. In the lively atmosphere, the few people quickly finished their dinner. Then, they sat on the sofa, eating fruit and watching TV, enjoying the rare leisure time. "By the way, Dahu, the star said that you encountered a 7th level zombie this time. What's going on?" Luo Zime sat cross-legged on the sofa and asked Zhou Lianhu. As soon as this was said, the others also looked at him curiously. Zhou Lianhu sorted out his thoughts and briefly explained the zombie tide incident encountered at the Tianyi base. After listening to this, everyone had a thoughtful expression on their faces. The 7th level zombies suddenly appeared at the Tianyi base, and their purpose must not be simple. Jiang Shuman spoke first. Nowadays, the wisdom of advanced mutant zombies cannot be underestimated, and there are deep meanings behind their actions. The 7th level zombies have not appeared for many years, and their sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Although zombies are not a threat to them, they are undoubtedly a disaster for ordinary people. Could the zombies just be hungry and want to eat human flesh? Su Ranju chewed an apple and put forward a direct and rough hypothesis. Everyone couldn't help laughing. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Qi Lui gently patted Su Ruinju's head and analyzed. The 7th level zombies are very intelligent. They will not risk attacking a base with tens of thousands of people just because of a momentary appetite. The risk is too great. Hearing what you said, it's true. If you are hungry, animal meat is also a good choice. Su Ranju nodded in agreement. Not only the 7th level zombies, but also the continuous tide of zombies seems abnormal. Shin Qingxi leaned on the sofa and took over the topic. Indeed, especially they deliberately chose Tianyi, which is the weakest among the 8 bases. Although Mu Yuan frowned, he kept peeling the orange in his hand. Everyone expressed their opinions. "Xiaoli, what do you think about this?" Noticing that Jiang Jinli had not spoken, Jiang Shuman asked. Jiang Jinli had been thinking about this matter. When asked, he said, "The purpose of the 7th level zombies is obvious, that is, to destroy the Tianyi base. As for the motive, it is not easy to guess at present. The abnormality of the corpse tide is also worth paying attention to." Jiang Jinli frowned slightly and said decisively, "Too much speculation is useless. Let's observe for a while, and pay close attention to the dynamics of the surrounding corpse tide." Understood. Everyone responded in unison. This is undoubtedly the most reliable response strategy at present. Jiang Jinli turned around and looked at Su Ranju, and ordered, "Ranju, Send a message to the 8 major bases tomorrow to let them be vigilant. Once any abnormal corpse-type phenomenon is found, it must be reported in time without error. Okay, sisterly. Su Ranju responded immediately, and suddenly remembered something, and added with a smile, by the way, Xiao Zheng sent a message saying that she has tracked down the traces of those rats, and should be able to deal with them soon. It is expected to be back tomorrow. That's good. Jiang Jinli was not worried about Jiang Zheng's ability, but felt sorry for her, a little girl, who had been working hard outside for a long time and living in the open air. Now that she was about to come back, Jiang Jinli decided to let her have a good rest for a while. Everyone chatted until late at night before they dispersed, and went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the biting cold wind was howling on the frozen wasteland, and the glaciers and snow were intertwined, forming a silver-white dead silence. 100,000 mountains were like sleeping beasts, buried in ice and snow, losing their former vitality. Every branch in the woods was frozen by the severe cold, and was covered with crystal icicles that flashed with cold light. In the depths of this sparsely populated forest, a hidden and narrow cave became the last refuge for this group of people. In the cave, the fire of the firewood flickered, swaying and illuminating several tired and dirty faces. Their cotton-padded clothes had lost their original color, and their long hair was greasy and tangled because they had not been washed for a long time. They were tangled together in strands, which looked quite unbearable. They were like a group of modern savages. They sat around the campfire, chewing the barely roasted mutant meat in their mouths, and the fat dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound. Alas, brother, how long will we have to hide like this? One person sighed. Yes, brother, that Jiang Zheng is like a dog's nose. No matter how well we hide, she can always find us. This is really too aggrieved. Another person said indignantly. Brother, what are our plans next? What should we do next? More voices joined in the questioning, and their eyes were all focused on the man sitting in the innermost, with his head down. The man was thin, his face was covered with dirt, his body was dirty, and he exuded a sour and rancid smell. He is ugly, with small eyes, a pointed chin, high cheekbones, and a sly look, revealing cunning and ferocity. Man-eating rat. This nickname fits him very well. Whether it is his appearance, behavior, or recent actions, he is like a rat in the ditch, afraid of light. He was gnawing on a hard piece of meat. Hearing everyone's questions, he raised his eyelids, thought for a while, and made a decision. Let's go to the north, that's our only way out. The south is now the territory of Jiang Crazy, and her spies are everywhere. But her influence has not yet expanded to the north, so the north is our only choice. They were in the 100,000 mountains at the moment. As long as they crossed these mountains, and crossed a large river, they could enter the northern territory. At that time, they could find a place to hide. He didn't believe that Jiang Zheng could find them. Thinking of Jiang Zheng, the man-eating rat gnashed his teeth in hatred. The reason why he fell into such a situation now was all thanks to her. Jiang Zheng not only destroyed his nest, but also killed him. But he also knew that he was not Jiang Zheng's opponent, and few people could be the opponents of the 9 people around Jiang Jinli. They were like 9 vicious dogs, loyal to Jiang Crazy, especially Jiang Zheng, who was like a hound. No matter whether he dug a hole, swam in the sea, or went deep into the mountains and forests, Jiang Zheng could always find his trace. No matter what, he couldn't get rid of it, which made the man-eating rat very annoyed. He knew that Jiang Jinli was not easy to mess with, so he never thought of provoking her. Therefore, they chose to rob some supplies near the other 8 bases, just to make a living and survive. What's wrong with this? Who knew that Crazy Jiang was so stingy that he didn't even leave a chance for survival, and said Jiang Zheng to hunt him down without hesitation. If they had known that the situation would develop to such an uncontrollable level, even their own lives would be in danger, the man-eating rat would never dare to cause trouble in the south. But now, it's too late to regret. Thinking of this, the man-eating rat bit the meat in his hand viciously, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and a look of humiliation on his face. Suddenly, the silence outside the cave was broken by a slight noise. The man-eating rat tensed up instantly, stood up suddenly, and looked out of the cave vigilantly. At the same time, other strong men also dropped their food, picked up their weapons, and stood up tremblingly. A few seconds later, several shadows passed by like the wind, so fast that it was hard to catch up, like ghosts in the dark night, silent and motionless. In a blink of an eye, dozens of figures had gathered on the open space outside the cave. They stood facing the cave, wearing tight black clothes, slim, holding long swords, like a well-trained dark knight army. In the middle of the team stood a girl about 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed neatly, with a slender and well-proportioned figure. Years of sword training made her body lines smooth and powerful. The girl had a high nose bridge, slightly pursed lips, and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows that could not be ignored. Her small face was delicate, but with a murderous aura. She waved her hand gently, and the women around her quickly dispersed, surrounded the cave, forming an airtight defense line. Jiang Zheng, it's you again. How come you're like a ghost that won't go away? You can find me even if I hide in this deep forest. Do you really have a dog's nose? Don't you need to sleep or rest? You're not tired, but I am. Although the man-eating rat was terrified, he refused to show weakness and continued to curse. None of you Jiang women are normal. You are Jiang Jinli's hyena. He didn't understand how Jiang Zheng found this place. He was careful along the way, digging holes to cross the river without leaving any traces, but before he could catch his breath, Jiang Zheng followed him again. This is really a ghost. Brother, what should we do? It's over. The other men were frightened by the sudden appearance of Jiang Zheng, and were so weak that their hands were shaking that they could hardly hold their weapons. They couldn't help but shout out in panic. Looking at Jiang Zheng's cold face, the heart of the man-eating rat was beating wildly. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling, trying to beg for mercy. Jiang Zheng, why do you have to force us so hard? As long as you are willing to give us a way out, I promise to leave the south immediately, and never set foot in it again. I hope you can show mercy. Delusion. Jiang Zheng raised his clear eyes, and scanned the group of men in the cave with a sharp gaze. His lips slightly opened, and his words were simple but full of deterrence. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in my sister's territory will be killed without mercy. Her voice was clear and clean, with a slight hoarseness, which was very pleasant to the ears, but the murderous intent contained in it could not be ignored. You are totally unreasonable. The veins on the man-eating rat's forehead bulged, and he yelled madly, I have never provoked crazy Jiang, I just made a living near other bases, and you didn't even leave me a way to live. Jiang Zheng's face became even colder, and his tone was as sharp as a knife. Not to mention that the south is already under my sister's jurisdiction. You are disrespecting my sister by making trouble there. Just because you spoke rudely to her, you deserve to die. You lunatic. The man-eating rat's face was distorted, and he turned to the people around him, and yelled, Everyone rush out, whoever can escape is 100,000. The other men understood that there was no way out at this moment, and it was better to fight to the death than to wait for death, so they roared and rushed forward regardless of everything. The women around Jiang Zheng also showed murderous intent on their faces, and quickly met the men who rushed out. The two sides immediately fought together, and the sound of weapons colliding came one after another. Jiang Zheng, I want your life. The man-eating rat roared, activating his superpowers instantly. His thin body suddenly swelled, his muscle fibers tore, rolled, twisted, and finally formed into a huge humanoid monster. He took heavy steps, and rushed towards Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng's face was calm, and her eyes were full of cold light. She calmly drew her sword from its sheath, and her figure was as fast as lightning, rushing straight at the man-eating rat. Her figure was erratic around, and her invisibility superpower made her appear and disappear like a ghost. The sword light flashed frequently, and every time the sword was swung, it left deep wounds on the muscles of the man-eating rat. The man-eating rat screamed in pain and waved his weapon randomly, but Jiang Zheng's figure was too erratic, and he couldn't hit him even once. This was the first time that the man-eating rat had a head-on confrontation with Jiang Zheng. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong, and the mood of despair gradually overwhelmed him. As the wounds on his body increased, blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding snow red. The man-eating rat could only roar helplessly. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng leaped into the air, like a flying swallow, and drew arcs of death around the man-eating rat's head. The man-eating rat was terrified and immediately raised one hand to protect its head, while trying to attack with the other hand. But since he couldn't find Jiang Zheng's position, he could only wave his giant hand blindly and roared angrily. After a series of dazzling attacks, Jiang Zheng found the weakness of the man-eating rat's forehead, and with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he stabbed hard with all his strength, and the long sword sank into its head fiercely. The tip of the sword penetrated the skull, and the brain splashed everywhere. The man-eating rat screamed miserably, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, its eyes wide open, and blood all over its body, and it died tragically. Jiang Zheng landed gracefully with a long sword in hand, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. She shook the sword lightly, and the blood beads slid down. The sword shone like new, and then sheathed the sword, with clean and neat movements. The other women in black also killed the remaining men one by one, and quickly gathered around Jiang Zheng, reporting, "Chief, it has been cleaned up." "Not yet." Jiang Zheng looked around, his eyes fixed and locked in a direction. She moved her toes slightly, stepped on the ground suddenly, and a long sword shook in the air. Then, she exerted force with her long legs and kicked out. The long sword flew quickly to a thorn bush like an arrow from a string. "Ah!" A scream came from the thorn bush, and a hiding man was pierced through the heart by the long sword, and the blood dyed the snow red. With the last person falling, the soul-devouring gang was completely wiped out. Now it is considered clean. Let's go back. Jiang Zheng retracted his gaze, took out the whistle from his pocket, and blew it gently. In the distant sky, several black shadows quickly appeared. They were mutant black rocks. They cut through the sky, landed quickly, and crouched at the feet of Jiang Zheng and his group. Jiang Zheng jumped onto the back of one of the rocks, and the other women also jumped onto other rocks. As the rocks chirped, they flapped their wings and flew high, carrying a group of people, and gradually disappeared into the sky of the ice field. Only corpses and howling cold winds were left, echoing in this doomsday world. Chapter 232. Several military trucks shuttled between the defense lines and headed straight for Yunwu territory. On the back seat of the leading truck sat 4 men and women with outstanding temperament. Although they looked a little tired, their eyes showed the joy of returning home. "I'm almost home, and I feel a little homesick." Su Lang looked out the window and said with a smile on his face. Due to the rapid growth of mutant plants, several defense points outside the territory were destroyed. Although the problem was not big, in order to prevent future troubles, Jiang Jinli decided to send 4 captains out, with the task of clearing all mutant plants on that line of defense and strengthening the defense points. In order to completely solve the problem, the 4 of them spent a few more days to arrange and deal with it. Only after ensuring that everything was flawless did they return. "Come on, you're so sentimental after only being out for a dozen days. You've been out longer than this time before." Lin Chung rolled her eyes, and didn't take Su Lang's words seriously. Su Lang was a little embarrassed, touched his head, and smiled even more happily. Lin Chung is a pretty young woman with thick eyebrows and big eyes, neat clothes, and a lively and cheerful personality. She joined the year when Jiang Jinli began to build his power. Over the years, she has been decisive and has a high military value, which has won Jiang Jinli's trust, so she was promoted to captain. The 6 captains of the territory are second only to the 9 war leaders in status, and are the positions that many people dream of. After layers of selection, the combination of 3 men and 3 women was finally determined. At first, some people were dissatisfied with this, but under the suppression of the 6 people's force, the dispute gradually subsided. Later, someone heard that these 6 people knew the Lord before the establishment of the territory. The Lord knows their characters very well, so everyone has nothing to say. Over the years, the performance of the 6 people has won the respect and admiration of everyone. But I miss the Lord. I don't know how Zhou Jianshan's matter is handled. But the Lord will take action, there will be no problem. It's a pity that I can't go with the Lord to deal with it in person. Lin Chung held her chin with both hands, looking like a little fangirl, which made the 3 men next to her laugh. With the Lord here, those small characters are naturally no problem. There are only a few minutes to get home, and I should be able to stay at home for a while this time. After Su Lang finished speaking, he glanced at the silent and upright man next to him, and joked, "Brother, you will see your sister-in-law in a while. Why are you still frowning? Are you unhappy?" Su Lang rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "Stinky boy, which eye of yours saw that I was unhappy?" He was just a little nervous. After all, they separated not long after getting married, and now they are about to meet again, so it is inevitable that he feels a little at a loss. Su Lang looked at the neatly arranged vegetation outside the window, and his thoughts drifted away. After leaving the short man, Su Lang began his difficult journey to find his lost brother Su Lang. After going through untold hardships, he finally rescued Su Lang from the corpses half a year later. At that time, if he was a step late, he might have lost his brother forever. Whenever he thought of this, Su Lang's heart would tighten involuntarily. The 2 brothers had a deep relationship since childhood. Su Lang was calm and not good at speaking since childhood, while Su Lang was completely different. He was lively and active, and admired his brother very much, and even asked to be named similar to his brother. The parents had no choice but to give them homophonic names. Su Lang was very satisfied with this. Su Lang also loved his only brother very much, and took on the responsibility of the eldest brother at a young age. Due to the complicated family background of the Su family, and its involvement in the underworld, the growth environment of the 2 brothers was not as simple as that of ordinary people, but full of violence and darkness. In that environment, fighting and bloody storms were commonplace. But at the same time, this experience also made them develop a character of valuing love and righteousness, believe in the principle of revenge and return of favors, and regard this as the creed of life. Therefore, when the end of the world came and the two brothers were unfortunately separated, they all met people who tried to use their favors and forced them to repay them like cattle and horses. For example, the Ma family and the short man. It must be said that the two brothers are quite predestined to some extent. After the two brothers reunited, they immediately exchanged their respective unfortunate experiences. When Su Lang heard that Jiang Jinli saved his brother's life, he was shocked. After all, he had followed the short man and met Jiang Jinli's team. According to Su Lang's description, there is no doubt that it was the same team. Both of them were surprised that the world was so small and fate was so coincidental. Su Lang wanted to find Jiang Jinli to repay his life-saving grace, but where should he find him in such a big world? In desperation, the two brothers could only rely on each other and try to survive in the difficult environment of the Doomsday. But the constant invasion of natural disasters and mutants made their living space smaller and smaller. There was no way. They could only wander all the way until one day, they arrived in Licheng, and fate made them meet Jiang Jinli again. Su Lang, the younger brother, owed Jiang Jinli a life. Now that he had the honor of meeting his savior, Su Lang did not hesitate to express his loyalty with his younger brother. They wanted to stay in Licheng and follow Jiang Jinli to repay her kindness. Although Jiang Jinli explained that saving Su Lang was just an unintentional act at the time, it was not important to Su Lang. At least, his brother's life was saved. Under the persistent request of the two brothers, Jiang Jinli finally agreed to their following. At that moment, the wandering hearts of the two brothers finally found their home. They could feel that although the territory was just built and the scale was just beginning, they had a premonition that this land in the future would become the only paradise in the Doomsday. Now it seems that it is true. In the past few years, they have been fighting with Jiang Jinli and expanding their territory. While the brothers were excited, they sincerely admired and respected Jiang Jinli's strength. They won the position of captain with sincerity and loyalty, and occupied a place in the territory. Su Lang even met his lover, and formed a family. Now, with his wife and brother by his side, Su Lang feels extremely warm and satisfied, and he cherishes this hard-earned happiness. Protecting the Lord and the territory has become his responsibility to do his best. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief, and saw the man next to him with a smile on his face, and asked with a smile, "Why, Yuan Xiu also misses your wife?" "Yes, I miss her very much." Ma Yuanxiu answered straightforwardly, with a faint smile on his lips, "I also want to eat a hot meal." When they were away from home, they were often very busy, and most of the time, they relied on fast food or canned food to solve their hunger. Now what they miss most is the delicious home-cooked meals. "That's true. Your wife's cooking skills are really good. We go to your house for dinner again if we have a chance." Su Lang patted Ma Yuanxiu on the shoulder. "Of course you're welcome. It's better to have a good day than to wait for a good day. Let's go tonight. All of you come. Remember to call Yu Feng and have a gathering." Ma Yuanxiu looked around the three people in the car and suggested cheerfully, "If you want me to eat for free, then I won't be polite. Anyway, I live alone and eat in the cafeteria every day. It doesn't matter where I eat. It's good that you are not afraid of going broke. Remember to ask your sister-in-law to cook more rice." Lin Chung immediately replied with a smile. "Don't be polite to me. Just eat as much as you want when the time comes." Ma Yuanxiu smiled helplessly. "TSK, with your little bird stomach, how can you possibly go broke? His assets are quite rich." Su Lang couldn't help but tease Lin Chung. "Go away." Lin Chung looked disgusted. Several people laughed. Ma Yuanxiu has become more reserved compared to 4 years ago. His hooked nose highlights his sharp side profile. As time goes by, everything changes. The old Ma Yi has now grown into Captain Ma. That year, the torrential rain that lasted for more than 3 months triggered a super flood, which was so powerful that it was catastrophic. Ma Yuanxiu's underground black market was completely submerged overnight under the impact of the flood. Countless lives were lost, and all buildings were destroyed. The place where everyone in the black market could make a living was gone in an instant. Ma Yuanxiu and a group of survivors fled in a panic and luckily saved their lives. He had confidently believed that the black market could last at least a few years, but he never expected that it could not even withstand a natural disaster. This ironic reality made Ma Yuanxiu feel extremely bitter. Although they escaped from the black market, the entire city was almost swallowed by the flood. The instinct of survival drove them to flee to a high mountain, just to survive. After the flood receded, they thought they could rebuild the shelter. But in the next year or so, earthquakes, hurricanes, and sandstorms followed one after another. Their already narrow living space became even more embarrassing. Seeing his brothers leave him one by one, Ma Yuanxiu felt painful and powerless. He was lost and filled with despair, and he could not see any hope. Just when he was about to give up and accept the arrival of death, Jiang Jinli's team unexpectedly passed by their city. At that moment, Ma Yuanxiu's heart ignited a strong desire to survive, and staying alive became his only belief. He led the remaining dozen brothers, rushed to the front of the team, knelt down and begged, hoping that Jiang Jinli would take them in, and he vowed to repay this kindness at all costs. The days that followed were as unreal as a dream for Ma Yuanxiu. He had never seen such a magical place as Yunwu territory, where there was no danger, no natural disasters, as if it was a paradise that should not exist in the world. In order to repay Jiang Jinli's kindness and protect this paradise on earth, Ma Yuanxiu has been fearless of difficulties and overcome difficulties in the past few years. He followed Jiang Jinli's footsteps, developed the territory, built a defense line, resisted mutants, and fought against resistance forces. Although life is exciting, it is also very challenging. Here, Ma Yuanxiu met his beloved woman, and the two got married and established a small family. Today's life is what Ma Yuanxiu has always dreamed of, and he is willing to go all out to protect it all. He is grateful. After a few minutes of driving, the vehicle finally arrived at the gate of the territory. Look, the captain is back. The 4 captains are back. Open the door quickly. The guard at the door recognized the faces of the 4 people and immediately smiled and quickly opened the gate. The vehicle slowly drove into the gate, and a warm current rushed towards him, warm and comfortable. It's really warm. It's still comfortable at home. Lin Chung stuck his head out of the window, looking at the familiar buildings around him, with a smile on his face. Yes, I feel calm. Su Lang also sighed with deep emotion, and then asked others, should we go home to pack up first, or go directly to see the Lord? Go directly to see the Lord, Ma Yuanxiu said decisively. Several people nodded in agreement. Stop the car first, give me a few minutes. Su Lang suddenly interrupted. Seeing Su Lang's uneasy and slightly nervous look, Ma Yuanxiu couldn't help but joked. What's wrong? Are you eager to see someone? After the car stopped, Su Lang smiled embarrassedly, then opened the door and walked out. Then let's get off the car and wait. We've been sitting for too long and our bodies are stiff, Su Lang said, and got off the car. Lin Chung and Ma Yuanxiu smiled at each other and got off the car. Several people stood in the open space, looking around, with happy expressions on their faces. At this time, the door of the registration office in the distance opened, and Yushi walked out quickly. Seeing this, several people all smiled and greeted him. Yushi stood in front of several people, looked up at Su Lang, and smiled with joy. You are back. Su Lang clenched and relaxed his hands, and a grown man seemed a little nervous, and even his face flushed. He no longer suppressed his emotions, walked up to Yushi and hugged her in his arms, and said gently, well, we are back. Oh, you can't help it. Brother, so many people are watching. Look, sister-in-law's face is red. Su Lang and others began to make fun of her, and the scene suddenly became lively. Yushi felt a little shy, and her cheeks immediately flushed. She gently pushed Su Lang and said with a hint of anger, let me go quickly. Oh. Su Lang reluctantly let go of Yushi, but still stared at her with a silly smile on his face. Ma Yuanxiu and others shook their heads helplessly. Su Lang was no longer as steady as usual. Yushi was even more shy when she was looked at by Su Lang's fiery eyes, and she looked away embarrassedly. Her fate with Su Lang dates back to 3 years ago, when she was one of the earliest followers of Jiang Jinli. As an important manager, she naturally had to meet and communicate with several captains. As time went on, they often had dinner together, and their relationship became better and better. Gradually, Su Lang began to appear frequently beside Yushi. Although Su Lang was not good at speaking and his behavior sometimes seemed a little clumsy, he cared for Yushi meticulously, often helping her with some small things and giving her some small gifts. Although Yushi had never been in love, she also understood what Su Lang's actions meant, that he was pursuing her. At first, Yushi was busy with work and had no intention of developing feelings, and Su Lang was not in a hurry to achieve success. He always kept a proper distance and waited patiently. 3 years passed like this, and Yushi was finally moved by Su Lang's persistence. Although the two had not explicitly expressed their feelings for each other, they knew each other's intentions in their hearts. As the territory developed more and more steadily, and the Lord promulgated the marriage law this year, Su Lang no longer waited and directly and formally confessed to Yu Shi. Yu Shi naturally agreed. More than 3 years was enough for her to understand Su Lang's character, and Yu Feng also agreed to their relationship, so she had nothing to hesitate about. The two were straightforward and did not like to drag things out. Since they liked each other, they decided to be together. So, the two simply went through the marriage procedures, got the certificate, lived together, and became the first married couple in the territory. Yu Shi told Su Lang that she would not have children in her life, and she planned to devote the rest of her energy to the Lord and the territory to repay Jiang Jinli for saving her life and knowing her. Chapter 233. Su Lang fully understands and supports Yu Shi's decision. He loves Yu Shi as a person. He also doesn't want to have a child to distract them. Moreover, Jiang Jinli has been very kind to him. He still has his own mission and responsibilities, and is very satisfied with his current life. The two have a harmonious married life, and their feelings are growing stronger. Yu Shi tidied her hair, and seemed to suddenly remember something. She urged them, by the way, since you are back, don't delay. Go see the Lord. Okay, I go first. Su Lang was reluctant to leave. Why are you like this? Are you afraid that you don't have time to chat now that you are back? Let's go. Ma Yuanxiu hooked Su Lang's neck and led him to the car. He didn't forget to turn around and say to Yu Shi, call your brother to come to my house for dinner in the evening. Okay, brother Ma. Yu Shi agreed with a smile. Sister-in-law, we go first. Su Lang said hello and walked towards the car. Don't forget to call the other two captains. Yu Shi reminded him from behind. Got it. After the four got in the car, they drove directly to the main city without stopping. After arriving at the destination, they found Li Ernyang and Xiang Wan, and the 6 of them walked towards the office building together. After going upstairs, they happened to meet Luo Zime walking out of the office and coming towards them. The 6 people immediately stopped and greeted in unison, Captain Luo Zhan. You're back. Luo Zime stood in front of them and asked seriously, are you here to see the Lord? That's right. I wonder if the Lord is in the office. Ma Yuanxiu replied. She's not here now. You guys go to the conference room and wait for a while. I contact her. Luo Zime said, and turned to lead the 6 people to a conference room at the end of the corridor. Jiang Jinli doesn't need to deal with daily affairs, so her conference room is located on Luo Zime's floor to save time and improve efficiency. This conference room is very spacious, and it is not a problem to accommodate hundreds of people. Usually, Jiang Jinli will only hold a meeting when encountering major or urgent matters. After the 6 people sat down, Luo Zime immediately contacted Jiang Jinli in her mind. Woof. Woof. Okay, stop it, Dahua, don't bully Xiaohua. In the depths of Yuwu Mountain, the trees are lush and cover the sky. Jiang Jinli leaned lazily on the branches of a giant tree, and the light sprinkled on her in a mottled way, like a dream. She looked down at the funny scene below, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Dahua, who looked like a little man, was lying on Xiaohua's back, poking it from time to time. Xiaohua's hair stood up, and she kept turning around, but she couldn't get rid of this little trouble on her back. It was like a sticky plaster, making Xiaohua very irritated, and she was so anxious that she ran around and cried. Jili Gulu. Dahua stood up straight, put her hands on her hips, and used her petal-like mouth to explain to Jiang Jinli. I know you just want to play with it, but you have to let it breathe. You have been making a fuss for most of the day. Jiang Jinli chewed the crisp winter dates in her mouth and said slowly. She glanced at Xiaohua, who looked like she had no hope in life, and couldn't help laughing. Dahua, stop making trouble, come here quickly. Dahua then let Xiaohua go, flew straight to Jiang Jinli, and landed lightly on her legs. It tilted its head, stretched out its leafy little hand, and grinned. Jiang Jinli put a date in its hand, and Dahua immediately ate it happily. Xiaohua finally got rid of the burden on her back, breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground, panted heavily, and looked at the complacent Dahua on the tree with resentful eyes. In Xiaohua's dog life, the most frustrating thing was meeting Dahua, the naughty vine flower. Although Xiaohua has evolved into a 7th-level mutant beast, one of the top mutant species in the apocalypse, its huge body and powerful attack power after transformation are enough to make the 7th-level zombies afraid. But Dahua is its nemesis. Because Dahua is standing on the threshold of the 8th level, its overwhelming power makes Xiaohua unable to resist. The most terrifying thing is that once Dahua shows its true form, Xiaohua will be ruthlessly crushed. The huge body, hundreds of meters high, is like a towering ancient tree with vine-like tentacles spreading all over the body. Its terrifying appearance, cruel and bloodthirsty nature, and strong pressure make people dare not have the courage to look directly at it. Dahua often teases Xiaohua for fun, but Xiaohua is unable to win every time, so she can only silently endure the bullying and be forced to play with Dahua. If she doesn't obey, Dahua will pester her until Xiaohua surrenders. In this way, over the years, the way this dog and Flower get along is very strange. Seeing Xiaohua's exhaustion, Jiang Jinli took out a bowl of raw meat, put it in front of it, and comforted it. Eat something first. If you work harder, maybe you can surpass Dahua one day. Woof. The fighting spirit in Xiaohua's eyes was rekindled. Yes, it will work harder. When that time comes, it will trample the flower under its claws, and bully it to its heart's content, turning it into a withered flower. Thinking of this, Xiaohua grinned and laughed triumphantly, glancing at Dahua on the tree provocatively. Jiang Jinli looked at Xiaohua below with a suspicious look on his face. Xiaohua, look at your fat body. To be honest, have you been lazy again recently? Woof. Xiaohua's dog eyes began to look around. It hesitated, looking a little guilty. It lowered its head and ate the meat voraciously, pretending not to hear Jiang Jinli's words. Seeing Xiaohua's look, Jiang Jinli still had something to understand, and she shook her head helplessly. Dahua looked at the dog below, couldn't help rolling her eyes, and secretly complained, "Silly big dog." Then, it looked at Jiang Jinli with expectation. "What's wrong? You want to compete with each other? Go home and eat if you're hungry. Xiaohua was bullied by you too badly, so I gave it food." Seeing Dahua's watery eyes, as if he would not give up until he gave her meat, Jiang Jinli had no choice but to take out another pot of raw meat, and put it on the branch beside him. "I'm afraid of you, eat it quickly." Dahua finally smiled contentedly, then jumped aside and started eating. Jiang Jinli half closed his eyes, and relaxed against the tree trunk. The noise of various mutant creatures was in his ears, and he felt the gentle breeze on his cheeks, and a sense of peace and tranquility surged in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Jinli frowned, but soon relaxed. She stood up, whispered to Dahua and Xiaohua, and disappeared between the treetops, leaving only traces of leaves swaying gently. The next moment, Jiang Jinli was already sitting at the main seat of the long table in the conference room, and her eyes swept over the 6 people at the table one by one. Although the 6 people were already used to this mysterious appearance, they would still be startled every time. After calming down, they quickly stood up and greeted Jiang Jinli in unison. "Lord." Seeing Jiang Jinli coming, Luo Zime did not stay for long. After a simple greeting, she turned and left the conference room. "Everyone sit down." Jiang Jinli didn't say anything extra, and went straight to the point. "Please give us a brief report on the situation of clearing mutants this time." "Yes." The 6 people sat down in response, quickly sorted out their thoughts, and began to report. "Lord, the most mutant plants we encountered in the periphery this time were explosive mushrooms and phantom ice trees. Chapter 234. The mission hall was bustling with people, and in the center stood a wide, long counter. There were several huge screens on the walls on both sides, with various mission cards on them. Residents gathered around these screens and carefully selected their favorite missions. Once they made their choice, they would go to the counter to register. On the other side was an area for handling points cards. Although the entire hall was busy, it maintained an orderly order, which was lively but not chaotic. In the intelligence room upstairs, Su Ranju was sitting behind his desk, concentrating on sorting out intelligence materials from all directions. "War Chief." A guard hurried into the room and stood in front of Su Ranju's desk. "What's the matter?" Su Ranju did not even raise his head, and his work did not stop. An unknown black spot appeared in the sky. The guard reported briefly. "Oh!" Su Ranju raised her head, frowned slightly, then her eyes lit up, and she laughed happily. "Great, Xiaozheng must be back." She immediately stood up, hurried to the door, and trotted all the way to the top floor. The upstairs was open, and many people had gathered. They were all looking up at the sky. In the sky, several black spots slowly enlarged and gradually revealed their true form. They were huge mutant rocks. Their wings were broad, like dark clouds covering the sky. On the back of each rock stood a woman in black battle clothes. They were heroic and stood with the wind. A few seconds later, the rock passed through the invisible energy barrier in the sky without any hindrance and rushed straight to the top of the building. As the rock approached, a strong wind suddenly blew from the roof, and everyone present couldn't help but squint their eyes. Jiang Zheng and several women jumped off the rock's back. The rock didn't stay for long, flapped its wings and flew high, quickly disappeared into the sky, and left this territory. Battle leader. The people present greeted Jiang Zheng one after another. Yeah. Jiang Zheng straightened his wrinkled clothes, then turned to the other women and said, "You all go to rest." Yes. The women agreed in unison and then dispersed. The people around also returned to their jobs one after another. Jiang Zheng looked at Su Runju standing in front of him and smiled faintly. "Xiao Zheng, you are finally back." Su Runju walked forward happily and hugged Jiang Zheng tightly. "You have been out for a long time this time. Have you completed the mission? Are you tired?" Su Runju buried her face in Jiang Zheng's arms and asked softly. "Everything has been solved. Don't worry, I'm not tired at all." Jiang Zheng patted Su Runju's head gently. "That's good. Now that the things in the south are almost done, you can also have a good rest for a while." Su Runju loosened her arms, raised her head, and stared at Jiang Zheng's slightly tired face. She held Jiang Zheng's face with both hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zheng. I haven't seen you for so many days. Do you miss Sister Xiao?" She tilted her head playfully, and her smile was as bright as the sun. "Come on, call me sister." In the team, Su Runju always habitually calls others sister. Now with Jiang Zheng at the bottom, she can finally enjoy being called sister. This role change made Su Runju feel unusually novel and excited. Unfortunately, Jiang Zheng and Qilua have similar personalities. Although they are not very old, they always seem serious and taciturn. They have been steady since childhood, which is inconsistent with their age. In the past few years, Su Runju rarely heard Jiang Zheng call her. Now, she is determined to make Jiang Zheng call her no matter what. "Call me now." Su Runju looked at Jiang Zheng with expectation, and her bright eyes were staring at him. Jiang Zheng lowered his eyes and looked at the energetic Su Runju with a playful look in his eyes. She stretched out her hand slowly, first gestured on the top of Su Runju's head, then moved it horizontally to her chest, and said lightly, "I'm taller than you." These 5 simple words were like a heavy bomb to Su Runju, full of lethality. She was stunned in an instant, and her cheeks gradually turned red. You are so annoying." Su Runju stamped her feet in embarrassment. "Why do you have to bring this up? I am older than you. This is an unchangeable fact, and it is not determined by height." Su Runju's biggest headache is her height. Although she is only 1.6 meters tall, she is not short among ordinary people, but among the tall people like Jiang Jinli, who are over 1.7 meters tall, she looks particularly petite. In the past few years, Jiang Zheng was short with her, so she could find some balance psychologically. But in the past 2 years, Jiang Yang's height has grown like mushrooms after rain, and he soon surpassed Su Runju. As a result, she became the smallest member of the team. Every time she looked up at Jiang Zheng, who was much taller than her, and used age to pressure her to call her sister, Su Runju always felt that she lacked momentum and authority. Jiang Zheng always used the fact of height to retort, which made Su Runju embarrassed and annoyed. "But I am indeed taller than you." Jiang Zheng casually raised his eyebrows, and his voice was low and long, emphasizing this point again. "You are so annoying." Su Runju looked at Jiang Zheng's teasing expression. Her cheeks were red as if blood could drip out, and she felt that her dignity as a sister was challenged, but she couldn't find a suitable rebuttal, so she could only repeat, "I am older than you." "Taller than you." Jiang Zheng laughed. "You are so annoying, I will ignore you." Su Runju turned around helplessly, pretending to be angry, pouting her lips high, but her ears were quietly erected, paying attention to the movement behind her. Not long after, a soft voice came from behind, "Sister Xiao." "Hey!" Su Runju immediately turned from annoyance to joy, turned around with a smile, threw herself at Jiang Zheng, jumped in her arms, and said happily, "That's right, Xiao Zheng is so good." She gently pinched Jiang Zheng's cheek, and then said coquettishly in a soft voice, "Call me again." Jiang Zheng smiled helplessly, and called out again, "Sister Xiao Zhu." "Hey!" Su Runju giggled happily, looking a little silly. She then took Jiang Zheng's hand and walked downstairs. "Come on, go home and take a bath, and have a good rest. I still have work to do. I will come back after get off work and accompany you to play the flying car." Listening to Su Runju's words, like coaxing a child, Jiang Zheng shook his head, smiled, and asked, "Where is my sister?" "Sisterly should be in the office building. You can find her by asking Sister Zime." "Okay." "Xiao Zheng, can you please call me again?" "Sister Xiao Zhu." "So nice." When Jiang Zheng entered the office building, he happened to see the 6 captains finishing their meeting. They walked downstairs while discussing. When they unexpectedly met Jiang Zheng in the stairwell, The 6 people immediately stepped aside to make way for him, and saluted him at the same time. Captain John. Among them, Ma Yuanxiu's eyes were slightly evasive, and his expression showed a bit of helplessness. Well, is my sister still in the meeting room? Jiang Zheng asked the 6 people. The Lord should still be inside. Li Enyang replied with a smile. Okay. Jiang Zheng was about to bypass them, and continue to move forward in the direction of the meeting room, when a voice stopped her. Captain John, please stay. Jiang Zheng turned to look at Ma Yuanxiu, with a questioning look in his eyes. I have something to say to John Shou alone. I wonder if I can take a few minutes of your time. Ma Yuanxiu summoned up his courage and made a cautious request. Sure. Jiang Zheng did not refuse. Then you go back first. I come back after I talk to John Shou for a few words. Ma Yuanxiu turned around and said to the other 5 people. After the 5 people left, Jiang Zheng and Ma Yuanxiu walked to a window in the corridor. Captain Ma, what do you want to tell me? Jiang Zheng raised his eyelashes slightly, glanced at Ma Yuanxiu, who seemed a little embarrassed, and asked slowly. Facing the tall woman in black, Ma Yuanxiu felt more and more nervous. Although he awakened his superpowers earlier than Jiang Zheng, as a close person of Jiang Jinli, had obtained extremely superior resources. The number of crystal cores absorbed every year was even more difficult to count, which made her superpower level quickly surpass Ma Yuanxiu. In addition, the growth and influence of power in the past few years have made Jiang Zheng naturally exude a kind of majesty when he is serious. Although she is young, Jiang Zheng's aura cannot be underestimated. This makes Ma Yuanxiu feel awe when facing her, as if he saw a miniature version of the Lord. Ma Yuanxiu did not dare to delay, organized his words, and directly said what was in his heart. I owe John Shou an apology. Now, I solemnly say to John Shou I'm sorry. Chapter 235. Apologize? How can you say that? Jiang Zheng frowned slightly, looking a little confused. Ma Yuanxiu looked serious and said bluntly, for years ago, John Shou was trapped in the black market and suffered a lot. In any case, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Therefore, I apologize to you. Who could have foreseen that the skinny and stubborn number 5 would transform into the heroic and majestic female general in just 5 years? And she became his immediate superior. Ma Yuanxiu couldn't help but marvel at the fantastic arrangement of fate. In any case, he did owe Jiang Zheng an explanation. Only by getting Jiang Zheng's forgiveness could the guilt in his heart be eliminated. The deeper reason was that Jiang Gang's sister was Jiang Jinli. At that time in the black market, the Lord's sister was tortured like that. Maybe they didn't care about it, but for Ma Yuanxiu, it was something that could not be easily let go. Only when Jiang Zheng said forgiveness in person could he feel at ease. So it's because of this. Jiang Zheng seemed to understand something and laughed. Is it because of this that you have been dodging and feeling uncomfortable every time you see me these years? That's right. Ma Yuanxiu smiled bitterly. I didn't say it before because there was no suitable opportunity. Today is the perfect time to make it clear all at once. I sincerely apologize to John Shou and beg for your forgiveness. It's been so long since the incident. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. Jiang Zheng said lightly, those things are not your fault. At that time, she was sold to the black market by human traffickers. As the ruler there and also a businessman, how could Ma Yuanxiu refuse this deal? There was nothing wrong with his behavior. Besides, those who really abused her have already received the due punishment. She rarely even saw Ma Yuanxiu, so how could she have any resentment? Facing Ma Yuanxiu's insistence on apologizing, Jiang Zheng said helplessly, okay, I forgive you. Thank you, Chief John. Ma Yuanxiu finally heard this, and the burden in his heart was instantly lifted, and a smile filled his face involuntarily. Then I won't bother you, Chief John, please. Ma Yuanxiu smiled and stepped aside, politely making way for Jiang Zheng. Okay. Jiang Zheng walked past him. His steps suddenly paused, without looking back, but his voice was a little deep. Now we are all working for my sister, so we should naturally live in harmony. I hope Captain Ma can be wholehearted. For the Lord, I will definitely die, no matter what. Ma Yuanxiu answered solemnly with a serious look. Jiang Zheng said nothing more and strode away. After pushing open the door of the conference room, her eyes immediately locked onto the slender figure in front of the window. Jiang Gang's eyes gradually turned red. She slowly opened her mouth and called out in a hoarse voice, Sister. Jiang Jinli turned around, looked at Jiang Zheng, whom she hadn't seen for a while, with a smile on her face, and called out, Zhenger. Jiang Jinli knew when Jiang Zheng came back, so she was waiting for him here. Seeing Jiang Zheng's dazed look, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but joked, Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come here and let me see if you're injured after being outside for so long." Jiang Zheng walked quickly to Jiang Jinli, stopped, looked into her eyes, and felt a little helpless. Under Jiang Jinli's gaze, Jiang Zheng's usual calmness disappeared, as if he had returned to the moment of their first meeting. In the end, Jiang Zheng couldn't hold back his emotions, stretched out his hand, gently hugged Jiang Jinli's waist, and buried his head in her shoulder. He answered sullenly, "Sister, don't worry. Those little characters can't hurt me. When I was outside, I was always worried about you. Now that I see you are okay, I feel relieved." During this period, Jiang Zheng was most worried about Jiang Jinli's situation. Until he learned that she woke up, his anxious heart finally calmed down. "It's good that you're not injured. Take a good rest for a while when you come back this time." Jiang Jinli subconsciously wanted to touch Jiang Zheng's head, but found that Jiang Zheng was almost as tall as herself, and couldn't help but sigh. Time flies, Zheng'er has grown so tall. Jiang Zheng loosened his arms, stood up straight, then took Jiang Jinli's hand and placed it on his head, his eyes curved upwards. With a shy and sincere smile, "No matter how much time has passed, no matter how tall I grow, you will always be my sister, and I will always be your Zheng'er. You are getting sweeter and sweeter, and now you can talk well." Jiang Jinli rubbed Jiang Zheng's head and laughed. Thanks to the various nutritional supplements and tonics that Jiang Jinli has provided to Jiang Zheng in recent years, Jiang Zheng's height has grown rapidly. Her appearance has gradually grown up. Although she still has a little immaturity, she is already very delicate, which is the best age for a girl. "Let's go to the hospital to see your big sister. She must be very happy to know that you are back," Jiang Jinli said, and then pulled Jiang Zheng out, and at the same time turned his head and asked, "Your 18th birthday will be in a while. Is there anything special you want to eat?" Jiang Ying's eyes were filled with a happy smile, and she answered without hesitation, "Cake. Cake is of course indispensable. Do you want something else?" Jiang Jing shook his head. "On my birthday, cake is enough." She still remembers the feeling when she ate cake for the first time. The sweetness went straight to her heart, and the happiness penetrated into her bones. She didn't dare to ask for too much, just hoped that her sister would accompany her on her birthday every year, which was enough for her. "Okay, then I cook you some dishes you like." Jiang Jinli thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Also prepare a gift." "What are you going to give me this year?" Jiang Zheng tilted his head, looking forward to it. "Keep it secret." "Okay." The hospital is built on a large scale, with more than 20 floors. It stands like a skyscraper in the residential area, which is particularly eye-catching. At present, the hospital is bustling with people. Despite the noisy environment, the operation of the hospital is orderly and well-organized. Most of the patients were injured because they were accidentally attacked by mutants when they were out. The number of medical staff in the hospital is limited, which forces each of them to speed up and shuttle around the hospital to deal with the continuous influx of patients. Among them, there are very few professional doctors who have received formal training. Most of them have been trained urgently in recent years, and they are quite handy in dealing with some minor injuries. In this difficult era, it is a blessing to be able to survive. Everyone is running for survival, so naturally they will not be too particular about medical conditions. If you encounter a really serious illness, the hospital still has healing psychics who can provide treatment. But there are not many healing psychics. There are only a few in the hospital, and their existence is particularly precious. Because all the healing psychics are concentrated in this hospital. So when other bases encounter people with serious illnesses, they will choose to send them here for unified treatment. Thanks to convenient transportation, this transfer will not cause too much time delay. As we all know, the supernatural fruit has been extinct 3 years ago. Almost everyone thinks that the fruit no longer exists, but no one knows that there is still a tree that survived. That tree grows in Jiang Jinli's space. Not only did it not disappear, but it would produce a supernatural fruit every 3 years, continuing its mystery. When this miracle was discovered, Jiang Jinli and the other 10 people were extremely shocked. This also gave them a new understanding of the land of that small world. It can be said that in this world, if there are still people who want to become supernaturals, then only Jiang Jinli can realize this wish. Jiang Shuman rarely sees patients in person now, and she spends most of her time instructing her apprentices. She will only be asked to do it in person if she encounters some particularly serious cases. Due to her extremely high level of supernatural power, Jiang Shuman can now cure not only dying patients, but also some people who have just died. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Jiang Jinli and Jiang Zheng came to the floor where Jiang Shuman worked, and found that she was explaining pathological problems to several young women. Infection often originates from bacterial invasion of open wounds, and the blood circulation at the fracture end is damaged, which greatly reduces local resistance, allowing bacteria to multiply rapidly at the wound, triggering an inflammatory response. Jiang Shuman wore a neat white coat, and her hair was tied up high. She spoke eloquently, with a clear voice and a gentle and intellectual attitude. As a doctor, you should be meticulous in every detail, whether it is wound debridement, drainage, or the selection and dosage of antibiotics. You should strive to be perfect. Do you understand? I understand. Several women answered in unison. Jiang Jinli stood outside, staring at Jiang Shuman, who was teaching seriously, with a smile between her eyebrows. Seeing that Jiang Shuman could do the job she liked in the field she was good at, Jiang Jinli felt sincerely relieved. She hoped that her sister could continue like this, and not be eroded by the cruelty and bloodiness of the outside world. She was willing to stand in front of her sister and block all the haze and evil, just to let her sister have a peaceful living environment and a happy home. Okay, that's it for today. Jiang Shuman said the last sentence and walked out the door. When she found Jiang Jinli coming, her expression immediately softened, and she walked towards her quickly, smiling and asking, "Shaoli, how long have you been here?" Her eyes moved to Jiang Zheng, who was standing beside her, and she showed a surprised expression at first, and then turned to a happy expression. "Xiao Zheng, when did you come back?" Jiang Shuman walked to Jiang Zheng's side, held her shoulders, looked at her carefully, and asked worriedly, "Are you injured?" "I just came back not long ago." "Big sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Jiang Zheng smiled brightly. After Jiang Shuman confirmed that Jiang Zheng was safe and sound, she finally put down her worries. "You have worked hard during this period. Let's go home, and make you a delicious meal tonight." "Let's go, Shaoli Xiao Zheng." Jiang Shuman took one hand, and took the lead to move forward. After returning to the office, and changing back into her own clothes, Jiang Shuman left the hospital with the two. "Xiao Zheng, did this mission go smoothly?" Jiang Shuman asked as she walked on the road. "Well, there were no other accidents, and everything went smoothly," Jiang Zheng responded. "That's good. When you go back later, you can take a bath and relax. Xiaoli and I will go to cook," Jiang Shuman said with a smile. "Okay, big sister." Jiang Zheng agreed meekly. Jiang Shuman turned her head, and her eyes fell on Jiang Jinli. Now only Xiaowei has not returned. "I don't know how long it will take." She paused, as if she remembered something, and then said, "By the way, Xiaoli, are the people from the 8 bases coming soon?" "Well, tomorrow. I think Xiaowei should come back with the people from the free base," Jiang Jinli guessed. "Gu Xiaowei has been out for several days this time, and the matter should be resolved in the next 2 days. There may be more people coming to the base this time, so we have to prepare enough housing in advance," Jiang Shuman reminded. "I know, sister," Jiang Jinli responded. Chapter 236. Dongyuan City Free Base. People come and go in the city. In the sky, snowflakes flutter lightly, covering the ground and forming a white snow blanket. But those messy footprints are scattered everywhere, destroying this pure beauty for no reason. On the roof, the rubble is covered with snow, presenting a scene of silver. On the edge of the tile, the ice is like a sword, hanging with long frozen icicles. Although it exudes cold air, it also has a kind of cold beauty. Back then, Jiang Jinli left after destroying the free base, leaving behind a devastated base. Although most of the buildings and defense lines have been damaged, the main structure of the base is still standing. It only takes time and effort to restore its former glory. In that disaster, the base personnel suffered heavy casualties. But most of the survivors hid and survived. With the death of Cheng Xiao and his brother, and most of the management, the remaining forces in the base will inevitably fall into a bloody struggle again for the position of base leader. In this power struggle, Yin Heng successfully took the position with his supernatural powers, and the advantage of the number of team members. Originally, Yin Heng had no ambition to covet the highest power, but when the opportunity was in front of him, he could not turn a blind eye. In such a chaotic and disorderly environment, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the law of survival is cruel and direct: either you die or I die. In order to live a life without oppression, he chose to take power. During that period, the base became a Shura field, with corpses lying everywhere and blood flowing like a river. The flames burning the bodies did not go out for several days, and the flames reflected the sky red. After taking office, Yin Heng took quick action. He first ordered the repair of the damaged gates and walls to consolidate the defense of the base. Then he rearranged the management personnel and formulated a series of rules and regulations to gradually promote the development and construction of the base. Under the leadership of Yin Hung, the base gradually recovered from the previous chaos, and the survivors began to regain hope in life. But such good days did not last too long. Jiang Jinli's reappearance broke the tranquility of the base. When Jiang Jinli led the team back to the free base, Yin Hung and others were scared out of their wits. Yin Hang's fear of Jiang Jinli went deep into his bones. On that bloody rainy night, he looked through the crack of the door of the house and witnessed how Jiang Jinli's team ruthlessly slaughtered the opponent, and how Jiang Jinli himself coldly cut off Cheng Zhao's head. Jiang Jinli's full aura and the evil spirit around him at that time left Yin Hung with a psychological shadow that could never be erased. Jiang Jinli is not only Yin Hang's personal nightmare, but also the nightmare of all the survivors of the base. Only a little over a year has passed, and Jiang Jinli's return undoubtedly shocked and panicked Yin Hung and the residents of the base. They don't know what fate Jiang Jinli's arrival will bring to the base. Jiang Jinli's purpose of coming this time is very clear, that is, to eliminate all southern forces. Fortunately, due to the strategic geographical location of the free base, it was chosen by Jiang Jinli to be retained. Faced with the two severe choices proposed by Jiang Jinli, death or attachment, Yin Hung did not hesitate at all, and immediately chose to attach himself, and clearly expressed his determination to follow. After surrendering, Yin Hung was surprised to find that among Jiang Jinli's confidants, there were his former teammates Gu Xiaowei and Luo Zime. The three of them had worked together to carry out missions, and had helped and cooperated with each other a lot, so the relationship was pretty good. Now, seeing Yin Hung become the ruler of the free base, Gu Xiaowei and Luo Zime naturally congratulated him. This unexpected reunion not only surprised Yin Hung, but also added a bit of stability to his position in Jiang Jinli's camp. With Jiang Jinli's support, Yin Hung successfully secured the position of base chief. The population of the free base grew rapidly, achieved rapid development, and eventually became one of the 8 major bases. Facts that prove that Yin Hang's decision was correct. Without Jiang Jinli's help, the free base might not survive in the next few years when it encounters continuous natural disasters. Not to mention the safety of the lives and lives of the residents of the base. Everyone might face the desperate situation of starving to death. Yin Hang's feelings towards Jiang Jinli also changed from initial fear to awe and gratitude today. Now, Yin Hang's wish is simple, that is to protect the defense line of the free base and serve Jiang Jinli loyally. In this broken Doomsday, strive for a piece of pure land for the residents of the base to breathe, so that they can live with dignity, eat well, and wear warm clothes. In the production area of the free base, Yin Hung and Gu Xiaowei stood side by side at the edge of the rice field, and their eyes were full of golden rice ears. John Shou, so the main problem of food is caused by these strange mutant animals? Yin Hung was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, he was satisfied with the harvest scene in front of him, but on the other hand, he was worried about food security. He moved his eyes away from the rice field and turned to the thing under Gu Xiaowei's feet. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully. He couldn't believe that this little thing was the root cause of the food problem. He continued to ask Gu Xiaowei, "What kind of mutant animal is this?" Gu Xiaowei nodded. Her voice was gentle but affirmative. "Yes, this is the culprit that caused the food to lose its vitality. I encountered it once a few years ago, and I named it the grain worm." Time has not left too many traces on Gu Xiaowei, but has added a bit of mature charm to her. It makes her figure more plump, and her curves more attractive. Her face is still gentle, like a lily blooming in the morning, but there is a little more calmness and indifference between her eyebrows. Those gentle eyes, and the corners of her mouth, that always have a smile make people mistakenly think that she is a kind and easygoing person. But those who know her know that Gu Xiaowei's heart is unfathomable, her mood is uncertain, and she is even a little crazy. Behind Gu Xiaowei's good temper, there is a sharp edge that cannot be underestimated. Sometimes, she can kill people with a smile. As one of the 9 war leaders, Gu Xiaowei is naturally not a good person. Her indifference and cruelty are the proof that she survived in one respect in this cruel world. What level of mutant animal is this? If it weren't for you, the war leader, catching it, we might still be in the dark. Yin Hung asked helplessly, feeling a headache for this sudden threat. Recently, all the food crops in the base suddenly lost their vitality and gradually showed a withered state, which is undoubtedly a major disaster for the base. The psychics at the base acted quickly and launched an investigation into the cause. But to their dismay, their efforts did not yield any clues. As the food situation continued to deteriorate, the base had no choice but to ask for help from the territory. The situation was critical, and had seriously threatened the food production safety of the entire base. After Gu Xiaowei learned about this, he went to the free base to investigate the situation without any hesitation. After several days of careful observation, Gu Xiaowei finally found the root of the problem today, an inconspicuous mutant bug, the grain worm. The body of this bug is only the size of a thumb, and its surface is covered with a layer of almost transparent thin shell. It looks harmless to humans and animals, but it is the culprit that causes grain to wither. This mutant animal is usually around the 4th level. Gu Xiaowei responded, and then explained to Yin Heng. Although these grain worms are small in size, they have strong survival and destructive power. They are like underground ghosts, shuttling through the cracks in the soil, and are extremely difficult to capture. Because of their thin shells, these bugs can move freely in the soil without being hindered. When they are still, they are almost like a tiny drop of water, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment. This makes them difficult to detect. These grain-eating bugs can release a colorless and odorless poisonous gas, which is as toxic to grains. Once the roots or leaves of grain crops come into contact with this poisonous gas, they will quickly lose their vitality. The leaves begin to turn yellow, the branches gradually shrink, and eventually the whole plant withers and dies. Grain-eating bugs often appear not alone, but a group lurking in the soil. Once they choose a farmland, they will not stop attacking unless all the grain crops are killed. What? It's so dangerous. After listening to Gu Xiaowei's description, Yin Heng frowned and paced back and forth. He stopped in front of Gu Xiaowei and asked anxiously, "John Shou, you mean, there are still a lot of these bugs? What should we do? They are so small and hidden deep underground. We can't do anything about them." Facing the current food crisis, Yin Heng realized that only Gu Xiaowei in front of him could find a solution. "Don't worry, I naturally have a way," Gu Xiaowei said calmly, and at the same time, she stepped hard, and the grain-eating bug turned into a ball of meat paste. She took 2 steps, looked at the rice field in front of her, and slowly said a sentence, "Find their nemesis, the mutant spirit sunflower grass." Chapter 237. Gu Xiaowei turned around and faced Yin Heng, and continued to explain, "These bugs are numerous and good at hiding. Human power alone cannot completely eliminate them. Using Lingkui grass is the only simple and quick choice. So where should we go to find this mutant plant?" Yin Heng's anxiety finally came to an end, his brows relaxed, and his expression became relaxed. Gu Xiaowei smiled, his eyelashes fluttered, and his face looked more amiable. "It's a coincidence that on the day I arrived at the base, I accidentally found traces of Lingkui grass on the way. You just need to send someone to transplant them to the farmland." She pointed to the distance and began to arrange, plant Lingkui grass on the edge of the field. Within a day, those grain-eating insects will crawl out of the ground on their own and head towards their doom. It's amazing. It seems that all things in nature are really interdependent. John Shou, can you tell me what's so special about Lingkui grass? Yin Heng was curious and continued to ask. The problem was perfectly solved, and Gu Xiaowei was in a very happy mood as she was about to return to the territory. She patiently explained to Yin Heng the uniqueness of Lingkui grass. The leaves of Lingkui grass are broad and thick, and the surface is covered with a unique layer of mucus. The fragrance of this mucus has an irresistible attraction to the grain worm. Once the worms are tempted by the fragrance, they will climb up the leaves uncontrollably, and then be firmly bound by the mucus, and can no longer escape. Then Lingkui grass will secrete a special digestive enzyme, which can quickly decompose the body of the worm and convert it into the nutrients needed by the plant itself. These mutants are really not easy to deal with. Yin Heng couldn't help but marvel at this. "Okay, don't waste any more time. Send people to dig the grass," Gu Xiaowei urged. Yin Heng's expression became serious. "Understood, John Shou, I will arrange people immediately." He was about to ask about the specific appearance and growth location of Lingkui grass, but heard Gu Xiaowei continue, "Let my people go with them. They know the growth location of Lingkui grass very well." "Okay." Yin Heng smiled and nodded, and was about to turn around and leave, but found that Gu Xiaowei was still looking at the rice field, and seemed to have no intention of leaving immediately, so he tentatively asked, "John Shou, do you need to ask others to come and accompany you?" "No need." Gu Xiaowei gently refused. "You take everyone away. Let me be alone for a while, and I will go back after I check the food carefully again." She never liked to stay in the crowd. The noise made her feel uncomfortable and bored. In the past few days at the base, no matter where she went, there was always a group of people following her. Now, she just wanted to be alone for a while. Yin Heng did not continue to ask, but just responded briefly, and then walked out quickly. Gu Xiaowei strolled in the field, breathing the fragrance of food, with a smile on her face, and she felt extremely relaxed. For Gu Xiaowei, the past few years were as happy as a dream. Although she was in the end of the world, as long as Jiang Jinli was there, she seemed to have never really experienced the cruelty of the end of the world. She had a warm home, a group of comrades, who could entrust their lives and deaths, and more importantly, she found her true self. All this is thanks to Jiang Jinli. Gu Xiaowei has mixed feelings about Jiang Jinli. In her eyes, Jiang Jinli is both a mentor and a good friend, a leader, and someone she is willing to follow. Sometimes she even loves Jiang Jinli, as a sister in her heart. When she thought of Jiang Jinli, Gu Xiaowei felt a surge of longing. Although she knew that Jiang Jinli had woken up, she always felt a little uneasy because she couldn't see her in person. Now that things have been dealt with, she should prepare to go back. Gu Xiaowei quickened her pace of inspection, and after confirming that everything was normal in the field, she began to walk out. At this moment, a rough male voice came from the side. "I will go home from this road, it's closer." "Okay, big brother, then we go first." The other few people responded and left in another direction. Gu Xiaowei glanced casually, and saw several men standing at the fork in the road to say goodbye. Without paying much attention, she retracted her sight, and continued to walk into the base. "Hey, are you Gu Xiaowei?" The man at the fork in the road stared at Gu Xiaowei's profile, and called out uncertainly. Gu Xiaowei paused, turned to face the man walking quickly, and looked at this unfamiliar face. She asked politely, "Excuse me, do we know each other?" Since she followed Jiang Jinli, no one dared to call her by her full name. Now being called by a stranger with her full name made Gu Xiaowei feel a little fresh. "It's you? Why, you forgot me? TSK, your memory is really good." The man stood in front of Gu Xiaowei, his face full of surprise. He looked Gu Xiaowei up and down and said sarcastically, "I said, I haven't seen you for a few years, you look very energetic, and you are wearing such high-quality clothes. Don't you have to work?" A trace of contempt flashed in the man's eyes, and his tone became sharp. "You didn't sell yourself out for a comfortable life and made some shameful deals, did you?" This sudden malicious accusation surprised Gu Xiaowei. She had never met such a fearless person. Although she was unhappy, she remained patient and confirmed again, "Do I really know you? Why are you pretending? It's only been a few years. You won't forget Brother Tian, right?" The man's words were obviously reproachful. No wonder, a woman like you must have found a new home long ago. How could she remember Brother Tian's existence? Hearing him mention Su Tianlu, Gu Xiaowei felt as if she was in another world. For years have passed, and the shadow that Su Tianlu brought to her has gradually dissipated in time. The man in front of her should be one of the people who followed Su Tianlu back then, and luckily escaped on that rainy night. It's not surprising that he doesn't know Gu Xiaowei's current identity. The population of the free base is large, and not everyone has the opportunity to see the territory war chief. Moreover, Gu Xiaowei has been surrounded by the base management these days, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to see her. Seeing Gu Xiaowei's eyes drooping and silent, the man sarcastically said, "Brother Tian was killed back then, and not even a complete body was left. He was split in half, and his intestines and brains were scattered all over the ground, in a miserable state. And you, as his wife, disappeared at that time. I thought you had died a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to be alive and well." He put his hands in his pockets, sneered, and continued to mock, "Since you have escaped, why do you want to come back here?" Although Gu Xiaowei had already let go of the past, the name of Su Tianlu still made her subconsciously feel nauseous. Especially the title of wife, which made her extremely disgusted and unbearable. Of course, she knew the miserable state of Su Tianlu's body. After all, it was the result of her dismembering the body with her own hands. Gu Xiaowei's eyes flashed with a fierce murderous intent, but her tone was surprisingly calm, even with a smile. "It's been so long, and there is no connection between him and me. As for your attitude towards me, you are lucky that I am in a good mood today, otherwise your life would be in danger." Her smile gradually widened, and her whole person exuded a gentle and harmless temperament, but the words she said were extremely cruel. "However, if you dare to say one more word of nonsense, or mention that person's name again, I will not hesitate to twist off your head and crush it to pieces." Chapter 238. After saying that, Gu Xiaowei turned around and tried to leave. Simply arrogant. The man came back to his senses from the shock and felt that Gu Xiaowei's threat was ridiculous. He quickly stepped forward, blocked Gu Xiaowei's way, and said contemptuously, "What's wrong? That cowardly woman back then, now she's arrogant after hooking up with other men? What big talk are you talking about? Do you think you can kill me?" In the man's memory, Gu Xiaowei was always that unknown, pale, and fragile woman, just a daughter that relied on Su Tianlu to survive. No matter who the man behind Gu Xiaowei was, he was not afraid. After all, he was already a 5th-level superpower, and had his own power in the base. He didn't believe that the other party would attack him for a woman. The man stared at Gu Xiaowei's gentle face. His voice was low and malicious. I advise you to be smart. Now there is no Brother Tian to protect you. He was arrogant and finally revealed his true intention. Since we have met, it is time for me to collect my reward. I was the one who dealt with Brother Tian's broken body back then, and you, as his wife. Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The man was unprepared, and a thorny vine tightly wrapped around his neck. The man was terrified, grabbing with both hands, activating his supernatural power, but he could not get rid of this fatal bondage. He looked up and met Gu Xiaowei's smiling eyes. The other end of the vine was held in Gu Xiaowei's hand. The corners of the man's eyes cracked, and his pupils dilated. He finally realized that the only reason he could not escape was that Gu Xiaowei was much more powerful than he had imagined. The man finally felt regretful. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make any sound. His face turned from red to purple, veins bulged, and the shadow of death completely enveloped him. At the last moment when his consciousness was about to dissipate, the man seemed to hear a cry from afar, and the word warhead was particularly clear. Could it be that Gu Xiaowei was the warhead who came from the territory to help? This thought aroused great panic in the man's heart, but fate did not leave him any room for thinking. The man's head was violently torn off by the vines, and blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. His body fell heavily to the ground, quickly dyeing the surrounding snow into a shocking red. Gu Xiaowei rolled up the head with vines and threw it at his feet. Looking at the twisted face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes revealed extreme coldness. She stepped hard on it, and the head exploded, brains splattered everywhere, just like the worm, being crushed into pulp. One of the eyeballs was squeezed out of the eye socket, streaked across the sky, forming a bloody parabola, and landed right at the feet of Yin Heng and others who hurried over. Captain John! Yin Heng stopped running, looked down at the bloody eyeball under his feet, and his throat rolled involuntarily. He walked in front of Gu Xiaowei, and instead of looking at the bloody corpse, he bowed deeply to Gu Xiaowei and apologized sincerely. Captain John, I'm really sorry, it was my negligence that made you suffer this. I don't blame you. Gu Xiaowei's tone was calm. She turned around and continued to move forward, without even looking back, and ordered Yin Heng, dispose of the body and feed it to the mutants as fertilizer. Yes. Yin Heng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately arranged for people to clean up the bodies. Looking at Gu Xiaowei's back, he felt mixed emotions. Who would have thought that the weak-looking woman who had endured domestic violence for a long time would transform into such a cruel and unpredictable character today? At that time in the base, in addition to Luo Zime, Yin Heng also knew that Su Tianlu was a hypocrite, who was inconsistent in appearance and had an extreme desire to control Gu Xiaowei. But Yin Heng knew that he was not Su Tianlu's opponent, so he could not help Gu Xiaowei. Now, Yin Heng deeply felt the wonder of fate. He adjusted his mood, quickened his pace, and chased in the direction where Gu Xiaowei left. John Shou, why don't you stay here for one more night? Tomorrow will be the day when the 8 major bases go to the territory for a gathering. You can set off with us to return. At the dining table in the living room, Yin Heng stood quietly, and made such a suggestion to Gu Xiaowei, who was having dinner. He paused for a moment, looked up at the darkening sky outside the window, and then said, It's getting late, and it's snowing heavily outside. It may not be safe to travel at night. Gu Xiaowei put the chopsticks on the table, and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. After some consideration, she finally nodded and agreed. Well, let's go together tomorrow. She originally planned to leave the base after lunch, but then she thought that since Yin Heng was going to the territory tomorrow, it would be better to go together. It doesn't matter if it's delayed for one night. Gu Xiaowei's eyes penetrated the window, and fell on the snowflakes flying all over the sky, with a bit of worry in her eyes. This extreme cold weather has lasted for nearly 5 months. I don't know when it will end, and I don't know when the next natural disaster will come. The heavens seemed unwilling to leave a way out for human beings. Natural disasters occurred frequently, and mutants were constantly expanding their power, spreading to every corner of the world. Will it really wait until the last human in the world is extinct before it stops playing this game? If it weren't for Jiang Jinli's spatial ability and those precious grain seeds, the land in the south would probably have been unable to support the survival of nearly 1 million people. Gu Xiaowei sighed softly. That's settled. You can rest assured. I arranged the convoy for tomorrow morning, Yin Heng said with a smile. Go ahead. Gu Xiaowei stood up in response, walked slowly to the sofa, and sat down lightly. After Yin Heng ordered someone to clean up the restaurant, he gently closed the door and walked out of the room. Today, the territory was filled with a very lively atmosphere. From dawn, it was a busy scene. The soldiers kept shuttling back and forth, and the deployment work was carried out intensively. Not only the outer defense force was significantly strengthened, but the number of patrol guards inside was also increased. This is because today is the day when the leaders of the 8 major bases gather in the territory to hold a monthly large-scale meeting. Given the large number of people who come to the territory every time, strengthening security precautions is naturally essential. In addition, the arriving convoy must be carefully checked and confirmed. Make sure that every vehicle comes from the designated base without a doubt, and no details can be sloppy. This series of strict measures originated from an incident 2 years ago. At that time, 4 bases happened to arrive at the gate of the territory at the same time. The crowd swarmed in, and it was difficult to tell who was a member of which base. As a result, a group of lawless people took advantage of the opportunity. They mixed into the crowd and tried to sneak into the territory. Although it failed in the end, this incident sounded the alarm for the territory. Since last year, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, whenever the base personnel come, the territory will ask the base chiefs to report the number of people in the team and the number of vehicles, and only after everything is verified will they be allowed to pass. At this time, a convoy slowly drove on the road in the distance, and the convoy stretched endlessly. Obviously, the personnel from the major bases gathered together again. The guards at the door acted quickly. They held weapons and stood in 2 rows, forming a long queue ready for battle. Yushi stood in the middle of the gate, looking at the approaching convoy, ready to greet it. The convoy stopped at the designated location in an orderly manner, and the people in the car did not get off. This measure is to facilitate identity checks and avoid confusion with personnel from other bases. Yushi walked to the first car and first glanced at the base chief in the back seat. Then, she took a pose from the driver's seat and read out loud its content. Yuching, Chiefing Base, Base Commander Zhao Mu, 45 accompanying guards. As soon as Yushi finished speaking, several soldiers came forward and began to count the number of people in the car. After a quick and careful check, after confirming that the number of people was correct, a soldier reported loudly, "Correct. Confirmed, enter." As the order was issued, the soldiers immediately made way, and the first car slowly drove into the territory, and the other vehicles in the convoy followed in turn. Fengcheng, Lifeng Base, Base Chief Pang Gui, with 49 personal guards. Rongqing, Tianyi Base, Base Chief Yang Yu, with 46 personal guards. Jincheng, Jinyang Base, Base Chief Chen Yizhong, with 53 personal guards. Tacheng, Huanche Base, Base Chief Zhu Gai, with 42 personal guards. Yongzhou City, Xiaoguang Base, Base Chief Xia Ling, with 57 personal guards. Ruiqing, Shadow Base, Base Chief Yi Lianqin, with 51 personal guards. Dongyuan City, Freedom Base, Base Chief Yin Heng, with 58 personal guards. Confirmed, enter. As the last car entered, Yushi's voice sounded again, commanding the guards. All personnel from the 8 bases are here. Close the gates immediately and strengthen the guards. After that, she turned and walked in. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. As the order was executed, the heavy door slowly closed with a muffled sound. Chapter 239. The huge convoy entered the territory in a line. Thanks to the careful arrangements made in advance, the convoy had a smooth journey. Led by a soldier, the cars drove into the depths of the garage in an orderly manner. Captain, it's so warm here. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, Qin Yong sat in the co-pilot's seat, twisting his body restlessly, looking around. You kid, you are so impetuous every time you come. You are so grown up. Can you learn to be more stable? Sitting in the back seat, Chen Yizhong scolded with a smile. Chen Yizhong's face is now more resolute and tough, with a healthy red on his face. The shadow between his eyebrows has long disappeared, replaced by an expression full of longing for the future. Once, Chen Yizhong confidently believed that the Jincheng base could hold on for 3 years, and there was no need to rush to Liqing in advance to ask Jiang Jinli for help. But the reality was much more cruel than he expected. In just 2 years, the base suffered heavy losses under the attack of natural disasters, and then encountered a huge wave of zombies. Due to insufficient strength, they were unable to resist. The base suffered heavy damage, a large number of people died, and most buildings were reduced to ruins. Finally, the base fell completely and fell into the hands of zombies. In the abyss of despair, Zhang thought of Jiang Jinli, who was the only lifeline for him and the base. So he led the remaining troops, trekking through mountains and rivers, and went to Licheng after untold hardships to find Jiang Jinli. When they finally found Jiang Jinli, they found that her power was already extremely large, and her status was so high that it was difficult for people to reach and could only look up to her. Jiang Jinli had swept most of the forces in the south, and her next plan was to march towards Jincheng. When Zhang came to ask for help, Jiang Jinli generously donated money and immediately sent an elite division to help Zhang recover the base. She also provided many technical personnel to promote the reconstruction of the base and absorb the displaced survivors, so that the base was completely renewed and expanded rapidly in a short period of time. In order to mark the rebirth of the base, Zhang asked Jiang Jinli to name the base, and she named it Jinong. It seems to be a matter of course to be promoted to one of the 8 affiliated bases. Not to mention that Zhang personally owed Jiang Jinli countless favors, and he should swear to repay them with his life. From the perspective of the survival of the base alone, it is also completely dependent on Jiang Jinli's support. Without her assistance, there would be no Jinong base. Jiang Jinli has a great favor to all of them. Besides, Zhang has a very thorough insight into current affairs. The current Doomsday world is in chaos, evil people are rampant, and the dark side of human nature is infinitely magnified. In this era of law collapse and military supremacy, war and unification have become an irreversible trend. And Jiang Jinli is undoubtedly the best choice to unify all parties. If they are unified by other evil forces, human beings may be completely reduced to slavery, and civilization may even regress to the primitive age. Although the outside world's evaluation of Jiang Jinli is mostly fierce and brutal, and her methods are vicious, anyone who knows her a little will know that she never bullies the weak, let alone kills innocent people. Jiang Jinli's complex and changeable personality is exactly suitable for the survival rules of this Doomsday world. This is an indisputable fact. If human beings want to survive, if they want to live a peaceful life, if they want to develop and continue, they can only rely on Jiang Jinli. She is the only savior of mankind. Zhang placed the future of mankind entirely on Jiang Jinli. It can be said that he is Jiang Jinli's most loyal supporter. In the past few years, Zhang has been looking for supernatural fruits, but fate seems to always be against him. When he almost gave up the hope of awakening, Jiang Jinli unexpectedly gave him a fruit. This huge surprise made him emotionally collapsed. A man of iron actually cried all night. Now, more than 4 years have passed. Although the situation outside is becoming more and more severe, Zhang always believes that as long as Jiang Jinli is there is hope for the future of mankind. You ask him to be steady, but you might as well expect a sow to climb a tree. This is impossible. Zhang Yi in the driver's seat interrupted jokingly, pulling Zhang's drifting thoughts back. That's right, I'm quite steady sometimes. Yong retorted unconvincedly, then smacked his lips. I'm so hungry, Captain, can we have dinner later? Whenever the 8 bases gather together, the mealtime is always the most lively, and the delicacies on the banquet are always mouth-watering. How can you be missing food, but when you meet the Lord later, don't be so impetuous, you have to be a little polite, understand? Zhang reminded seriously. Don't worry, Captain, I know what's going on. Yong promised solemnly. The convoy stopped neatly in the garage, and everyone got off the car in an orderly manner. As soon as they got off the car, the soldiers of the territory drove several cars to meet them, stopped in front of everyone, and politely invited them to get in the car. The crowd was divided into 2 groups. The base leaders of the 8 bases will take a car together to the main city to meet the Lord, and each person can bring 1 or 2 confidants. Zhang chose Yong and Zhang Yi as his entourage, while Xie Ling brought Chu Xiaoying. The others did not bring anyone. The other entourages were guided to another city, where they would be provided with food, accommodation and rest. The entourage's vehicle drove away quickly, leaving only 1 car at the original place, quietly waiting for the base leaders to get in the car. Brother Chen. Old Chen, we meet again. Zhang was about to step into the car, but someone tapped his shoulder a few times. He turned around and greeted Peng Gui, Zhao Mu, Yin Heng and Zhugai one by one with a smile on his face, and then said, then let's get together tonight. Okay. Zhao Mu smiled and asked, is everything going well at your base recently? Yeah, it's okay. Zhang said in a relaxed tone. They are all small problems that can be handled. The 5 people got into the car while talking and waited for the ladies to get in. Lianqin, I haven't seen you for so long, have you missed me? Needless to say, I must have missed you. Yang Yu took Yi Lianqing's arm and kept shaking it, his eyes curved into a slit, and a smile on his baby face. There are so many things to do. I'm too busy to miss you. Besides, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Yi Lianqing responded with a straight face and expressionless face, and glanced at Yang Yu, speaking bluntly. Do you have to be so blunt? Can't you say something to make me happy? Yang Yu was speechless, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. A chuckle came from the side. Sister Yang Yu, don't you know Lian Xian's personality best? Why ask this question? Indeed, she is a fool. Yang Yu let go of her hand, and put her arm around Xia Ling's arm. Xiao Ling is still good at talking and flexible. She glanced at Yi Lian Xian. Someone should learn from her. Yi Lian Xian's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, but it soon disappeared. After several people got on the car, they nodded to the men in the car, and then found a seat to sit down. The car started and drove slowly towards the main urban area. Due to the monthly gathering routine, the familiarity between the 8 base chiefs gradually deepened, and as time went on, their relationship became very harmonious. When faced with difficulties, neighboring bases will first lend a hand to each other. Once there is a request for help, everyone always sends guards to support without hesitation. Only when it is absolutely necessary will the Lord be disturbed. Do you feel hot? Come on, take off your coat, I hold it for you. Chu Xiaoying saw the sweat on Xia Ling's forehead, so she reached out to help her wipe it, and then began to unbutton her cotton coat. Xia Ling smiled, and opened her arms obediently to make it easier for Chu Xiaoying to undress her. TSK Xiaoying, why are you so good to her? You've spoiled her like an old Buddha. Be careful that she will depend on you for the rest of her life. Yang Yu on the side couldn't help but tease. In the past few years, every time Xia Ling came to the territory, he always brought Chu Xiaoying with him, almost inseparable. And Chu Xiaoying's love for Xia Ling was boundless, and she took care of her in every aspect. Every time Yang Yu saw the two of them, she would feel envious and didn't understand why their relationship was so close. If she doesn't treat me well, who else can she treat well? Sister Yang Yu must be jealous. Xia Ling secretly glanced at Chu Xiaoying and said mischievously, Who is jealous? Little girl, how dare you make fun of me? Yang Yu pinched Xia Ling's cheek. You rely on her so much. What will you do if she leaves you in the future? Xia Ling smiled and dodged, but Yang Yu's words still made her eyes flash with worry. Chu Xiaoying took Xia Ling's coat and said with a smile, I didn't do anything. She always can't take care of herself well, and I'm worried about her being alone. So take care of her more when you can. You young people have such good feelings. Yang Yu sighed with emotion, wondering why he couldn't meet someone who treated him so well, and it was really annoying to compare people. Seeing Yi Lianqing giving him a sidelong glance, Yang Yu said unhappily, What are you looking at? If you were half as considerate as Xiaoying, I wouldn't be so angry every time I see you. When the other people in the car heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, as soon as Gu Xiaowei entered the territory, she drove straight to the main city. As soon as the car stopped, she walked towards the familiar small building next to the cafeteria. There was a spacious restaurant in that building, where everyone would be entertained every time they had a party. She believed that Jiang Jinli and the others must be busy preparing there at the moment. Before she stepped into the door of the restaurant, Gu Xiaowei saw Luo Zime and Su Runju coming out. Sister Xiaowei, you are finally back. As soon as Su Runju saw Gu Xiaowei, she happily rushed over and hugged her waist, with a bright smile on her face. She looked up at Gu Xiaowei and asked with a smile, You must be hungry? It's time to eat. You should eat more later. Yeah. Okay. Gu Xiaowei patted Su Runju's head gently, and nodded to Luo Zime, who was walking towards her. Zime. Xiaowei. Luo Zime also gave her a warm hug. I'm glad you're back. This time you seem to be out longer than usual. This time things are indeed a bit complicated, so it took some time. Gu Xiaowei explained briefly, and then asked, Where are you going? We're going to meet the people from the 8 bases. Luo Zime tidied her clothes and said, Jinli is inside. Okay, then I go in first. Gu Xiaowei responded, turned through the door, and walked into the restaurant. The restaurant is very spacious, with several dining tables. It is a very lively moment. Several chefs are busy shuttling between the kitchen and the dining table, placing dishes on the table in an orderly manner. Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shuman, Xin Qingxi and others are sitting on the sofa far away, chatting easily. As soon as Gu Xiaowei saw Jiang Jinli's profile, she felt an inexplicable sense of steadiness in her heart. A warm smile appeared at the corner of her mouth involuntarily, and she walked towards them quickly. Xiaowei. Xiaowei, you are back. Before she walked to the sofa, several people had stood up and looked at her with smiles on their faces. Well, I'm back. Gu Xiaowei stood in front of Jiang Jinli and responded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Did everything go well on the way? Did you encounter any danger? Jiang Jinli patted Gu Xiaowei's shoulder with concern. I'm fine, everything went well. Gu Xiaowei held Jiang Jinli's hand and asked anxiously, How are you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Jinli laughed and then pulled Gu Xiaowei to sit on the sofa together. Come on, sit down quickly. Eat some fruit first. Jiang Shuman pushed the fruit plate to Gu Xiaowei with a smile on her face. We have dinner when everyone is here. Okay. Gu Xiaowei responded and picked up an orange and peeled it. She felt that only when she returned home and saw these friendly and familiar faces could she feel at ease and feel extremely warm. You were out for a longer time this time than before. What happened to the food in the free base? Jiang Jinli asked curiously. Usually Gu Xiaowei would be back for 2 days at most, but this time was obviously different. This is what happened. Gu Xiaowei began to tell the story. The vehicle stopped steadily in the main city area, and the 8 base leaders got off the car one after another. At a glance, they saw Luo Zime and Su Runju leading a team of people standing in front to greet them. Yang Yu and others quickly stepped forward and greeted the 2 leaders respectfully. Master Luo Zhan, Master Su Zhan. You all came from afar and worked hard. There is no need to be polite. The food is ready, and the Lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. After Luo Zime responded politely, she led everyone to the restaurant. The crowd followed closely. Seeing that everyone had entered the house, Jiang Jinli stood up from the sofa and led a few people to greet them. Lord. The 8 base leaders stood in a row, and the people who accompanied them stood behind them, and saluted respectfully in front of Jiang Jinli. Now it's dinner time, everyone don't have to be too restrained. Jiang Jinli smiled and said calmly, I think everyone is hungry, please take a seat. If there is anything, we will talk slowly after dinner. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was gentle and did not put on a majestic posture, the people's slightly nervous mood also relaxed, and they all walked towards the dining table in the middle. Captain Chen. A deep voice came from behind. Chen Yizhong turned around and saw Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu walking towards him. He immediately smiled and responded, Su Zhanshu, Zhou Zhanshu. Zhou Lianhu stepped forward with a hearty smile on his face. Didn't we agree not to address each other so formally in private? That's right. You don't treat us as friends if you do that. Su Mingxing also pretended to be angry and said, It's my fault. Chen Yizhong immediately corrected himself and called out with a smile, Mingxing Dahu. That's right, let's go and eat. Su Mingxing put his arm around Chen Yizhong's shoulder and walked towards the dining table together. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was fragrant. The main table was particularly spacious, with more than a dozen people sitting at this time. Jiang Jinli sat at the head, Jiang Shuman and the 9 Zhanshu sat around her, and below were the 8 base commanders. The other tables were occupied by the 6 captains and several others. The atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely lively. Many people stared at the food on the table and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Everyone was in a hurry to leave, so they just had a casual breakfast. After sitting in the car for several hours, they were already hungry when they smelled the fragrance of the food. But Jiang Jinli hadn't spoken yet, so everyone didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks first, and they all looked at her in unison. Everyone, don't be polite, let's start. As Jiang Jinli finished speaking, the atmosphere in the restaurant became more lively in an instant. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating, with laughter and conversations coming one after another, a scene of joy and harmony. Come on, eat quickly. Okay, I do it myself, don't be polite. Everyone was no longer polite, after all, they came here every month. They had known each other for several years, and were already very familiar with each other. Every time they came to the territory for a meeting, Jiang Jinli would prepare a sumptuous meal in advance. Let everyone take a short break after eating, and then hold a meeting when they are relaxed. It was Jiang Jinli's attentiveness and consideration that made everyone in the base feel extremely warm. Everyone ate eagerly, ate with big mouthfuls, and completely ignored their image. The chefs were all professionals before the Doomsday, so their skills were naturally superb. Everyone's face was filled with a satisfied smile. After the meal, everyone took a short break. About 2 hours later, the group went to the large conference room in the office building to prepare for the meeting. Chapter 240. At the conference table, Jiang Jinli sat at the head, and below her were Jiang Shuman, 9 war chiefs, 8 base chiefs, and 6 captains, a total of 24 corps members. Sitting at the head, Jiang Jinli was no longer the gentle and amiable person she was in private. Instead, she showed a majestic demeanor of a lord. Here, she was the master respected by everyone. With Jiang Jinli's opening remarks, the meeting officially kicked off. At present, the entire South has achieved complete unification, and the surface resistance has been completely eliminated. As for those insignificant villains, they are no longer a threat. The demise of Zhou Jianshan and the fallen demon team marked that there was no force in the South that could compete with Jiang Jinli. It can be said that from now on, the South is completely under the control of Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli sat upright, her face serious. Her powerful aura made her look more majestic, her voice indifferent and powerful. Therefore, we can start the next stage of the development plan for the South. Everyone looked at Jiang Jinli with awe, listening to her every word attentively. Lord, what action should we take next? Pang Gui was the first to ask the question. Jiang Jinli did not respond to Pang Gui immediately, but first distributed the detailed map of the South on the table to the 24 people present, and then she asked, "What do you think of the current situation in the outside world?" This question made everyone present exchange glances. When mentioning the outside world, everyone's face showed a heavy expression. Although they were able to solve the problem of food and clothing under the leadership of Jiang Jinli, they did not forget the cruel reality of the outside world. Qin Yizhong sighed, with a worried look on his face. The world has been occupied by mutants, and the space for human activities has shrunk dramatically. The situation outside is very serious. Jiang Jinli's spatial ability is crucial to the protection of the territory. Without her power, it is a question whether the more than 300,000 people in the territory can survive, not to mention maintaining the operation of the 8 major bases. Not only that, Zhao Mu put away his usual smile and said seriously, "The mutant zombies now have a very high level of intelligence. They are good at hiding and launching sudden attacks, which makes people hard to guard against. Yang Yu has a personal experience of the problem of zombie tides," she said with deep feeling. Indeed, the behavior patterns of zombies have become very unpredictable recently. They seem to have begun to attack in an organized manner. The raising of these topics made the atmosphere of the meeting heavy in an instant. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to exchange opinions with each other. A slight discussion sounded in the conference room. Those mutant plants are also evolving and becoming more and more bizarre. Su Lang recalled his experience of cleaning up mutant plants and couldn't help expressing his opinion. They are of many types and have many different ways of attacking. If ordinary people encounter them, there is almost no chance of survival. What's even more despairing is that most of the current survivors are still ordinary people, and the proportion of people with special abilities is even less than 5%. Yin Heng took over Su Lang's words, holding his forehead with his hand while speaking, looking a little anxious. If the mutants are allowed to grow like this, won't the number of humans in the future be worrying? Xia Ling frowned, worried. After all, the number of superpowers is limited, and it is impossible to protect every ordinary person. But Luo Zime and the other 10 people did not express their opinions. They all saw the cruelty of the Doomsday. They felt that as long as Jiang Jinli was there was no need to worry, because Jiang Jinli would naturally come up with the best solution. Jiang Jinli listened to everyone's discussion quietly, and did not express his opinion immediately. She knocked on the table and said in her usual calm tone, "Everyone, open the map of the South first." Everyone followed her instructions, and the unfolded map clearly marked all the towns in the South. But what is shocking is that except for a few cities, other places on the map are covered with dense red dots. These red dots are spreading and expanding like a plague, giving people a feeling that they are about to swallow the whole world, making people feel inexplicably depressed and uncomfortable. Just as everyone was about to ask, Jiang Jinli's voice sounded again. These cities marked with red dots have been completely occupied by mutant zombies, and mutant plants and animals, and they have a tendency to continue to spread. What? Jiang Jinli's words shocked all the uninformed people present, and some even had cold sweat on their foreheads. They believed in Jiang Jinli's words, because the entire southern region was under her control, and she had a huge intelligence network, and it was absolutely impossible for her to make mistakes. Everyone looked down at the map again, and the more they looked, the more frightened they felt. The only safe places were the towns where the territory and the 8 bases were located, as well as several surrounding cities. Although these cities seemed to be quite a lot, compared with the entire South, their existence seemed insignificant. How should we deal with it next? Although Yi Lianqing had no expression on her face, her frowning brows revealed her inner turmoil. With my sister here, you don't have to worry so much. Seeing their worried faces, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but remind them. Xiao Zheng is right. With Sister Li here, there will naturally be a best plan. Su Runju immediately agreed. As Jiang Jinli's most loyal little fans, the two of them had blind trust in her. No matter how serious the Doomsday situation is, there is a total population of nearly 1 million in the south, and there will always be a way to solve the problem. When the people present heard these words, their uneasiness gradually subsided. With Jiang Jinli here, there is really nothing to worry about. They all looked at Jiang Jinli, looking forward to her next instructions. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Jiang Jinli said directly, "It is precisely because the external situation is severe that we need to enter the next stage of development." Her lips curled up, and she explained clearly, "My plan is to build a giant wall as a defense line, connecting the 8 bases to form a whole, so as to divide the mutants and isolate them from the outside." She swept her eyes over everyone present and continued, "Although this plan requires a lot of time and labor, it is currently the most reliable and permanent solution. Once the wall is built, we can truly create a pure land. Today, mutants continue to evolve and upgrade, and have occupied more than half of the world. The number of humans is already scarce, and there are even fewer of them with superpowers. Ordinary people have fragile physiques. Once they encounter the claws of advanced mutants, the infection rate is extremely high. Almost in an instant, they will turn from life to death and become zombies. What is even more shocking is that zombies that have reached level 5 or above have begun to show reproductive abilities. This discovery has undoubtedly exacerbated the severity of the crisis. It is simply a fantasy to completely eliminate all mutant creatures. And the most fatal thing is that the continuous natural disasters are like a death warrant. Only by defining a safe range can humans gradually reproduce and develop. This is the best solution at present." Hearing this, everyone's brows relaxed. This is indeed an excellent plan. Then, everyone couldn't wait to ask about the specific implementation details. Jiang Jinli moved his chair and looked sideways at the large screen behind him. A detailed map was displayed on the screen. She pointed at the map and began to explain to everyone. The locations of the 8 bases just form a circle. The city wall we are going to build will also be circular, connecting the 8 bases closely. The design of the city wall is crucial. It must not only be built high, but also wide enough to accommodate vehicles. In addition, defense points and alarm points should be set up every few meters. We will arrange patrol guards to patrol 24 hours a day. Once any abnormal situation is found, the alarm will be immediately issued to ensure that everyone can respond quickly. Jiang Jinli retained these 8 bases because she carefully evaluated the strength, geographical location, and strategic value of each base. These bases are cleverly arranged around Liqing, which not only provides the necessary protection barrier for the territory, but also effectively integrates resources under the current situation to jointly resist the threat of mutants. Great! In this way, once a mutant attacks a defense point, the base can quickly get the news and send people to clean it up in time. This way, the goal is clear, efficient and fast, and the best cleaning time will not be delayed. Su Mingxing said excitedly, and then turned to Jiang Jinli, flattering him at the right time. "Boss is so smart." Jiang Shumen's eyebrows were gentle, and her eyes always stayed on Jiang Jinli, and the relief and pride in her heart were beyond words. Luo Zime, Xinqingxi and others also looked at Jiang Jinli with admiration, thinking that she was so handsome when she was serious. Jiang Jinli's proposal was indeed the best way. Once the 8 bases were connected to each other, it would be equivalent to forming 2 completely different worlds. Inside the city wall, it was a peaceful place for Yunwu territory and the 8 bases, while the outside world was a hell where mutants were rampant. Then how large a range should we draw? Zhugai raised a new question. When encircling the 8 bases, the scale of the defense line needs to be carefully considered. If the area is too small, it may not be able to accommodate the growing population in the future. If the area is too large, it means that more resources and time will be spent on construction. Jiang Jinli stared at the map intently, and after thinking for a moment, she made a decision. She drew a rough area on the map with her finger and made the final decision. "Let's build it this big. You can't get fat in one breath. Our current goal is to ensure that everyone can live well. There is no need to think too far. This designated area is very large, enough to support the survivors to develop and reproduce here for hundreds of years. As for what the Doomsday world will look like in a few hundred years, Jiang Jinli does not intend to think too much about it. She didn't want to take on the heavy burden of saving all mankind. She thought she had done enough. Jiang Jinli herself didn't quite understand why she became so patient to carry out large-scale construction. Perhaps it was because she saw the happy expressions of the residents of the territory and couldn't bear to break this beauty. Anyway, she now has the ability to contribute to the continuation of mankind, so it doesn't matter. But Jiang Jinli has a lot of private thoughts. The main reason is that she wants to provide her sister with a stable and vibrant living environment, rather than living in a hell where mutants are rampant. Everyone agreed with Jiang Jinli's proposal. They believed that under her leadership, this plan would be successfully implemented. Jiang Jinli began to arrange the work in detail. It's decided. Next, the first task of your 8 bases is to build the city wall. If you put all your manpower into it, I estimate that it will be completed within a few years. And my people will be responsible for clearing all mutants within our designated area. She also solemnly reminded, remember, you can't use ordinary soil and steel blocks when building the city wall. These materials are useless against the attacks of mutants. It is crucial to use soil and steel condensed by advanced superpowers to build it. Do you understand? Understood. The 8 base leaders responded in unison. Afterwards, everyone in the conference room had an in-depth discussion on specific issues such as how to clear mutants, consolidate defense lines, build city walls, and where to start building. Everyone put forward their own insights and suggestions, and the meeting atmosphere was warm and orderly. This large-scale project is not only related to the safety of all survivors, but also an investment in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that every link of the project is impeccable. As time goes by, a detailed plan gradually takes shape with the joint efforts of everyone. Qin Yizhong stared at Jiang Jinli, who was the first to speak eloquently and calmly, and his heart was inexplicably filled with emotion. Although Jiang Jinli never mentioned the words of protecting the human fire, everything she did was undoubtedly for the development of mankind. Perhaps even Jiang Jinli herself did not realize that in her complex and contradictory character, under the extreme evil, there was hidden great love. Qin Yizhong was grateful countless times in his heart that it was Jiang Jinli who unified the South. Only people like Jiang Jinli are worthy of that high position and can sit firmly. By the way, there is one more thing. As the discussion of the meeting was coming to an end, Jiang Jinli seemed to remember something and asked, last time, I asked you to pay attention to the abnormal situation of the corpse tide. What did you find? No abnormality has been found for the time being. After thinking for a while, the 8 base leaders gave a unified response. You must be highly vigilant against the situation of the corpse tide. Once something happens, you must respond and report it quickly. You must not take it lightly, let alone relax your vigilance. Jiang Jinli warned seriously. Lord, rest assured, we understand. The 8 people answered in unison again. Okay, today's meeting ends here. We must start the action immediately after returning to the base. This is a long-term construction task, and the top priority for the next few years. We must be firm as the principal, and cannot be careless at all. Jiang Jinli stood up, and made a final summary of the meeting. Yes. All the staff also stood up and responded loudly. Let's adjourn the meeting. Dinner is ready. Let's go eat first, and have a good night's rest. Jiang Jinli looked at the sky outside the window, and said to everyone, Thank you, Lord. Everyone responded, and the meeting ended. Everyone left the office building in an orderly manner. Because the meeting lasted for 5 or 6 hours, when they came outside, they found that night had fallen, and the lights of the surrounding buildings were bright, illuminating the night sky. Everyone came to the restaurant one after another. As Jiang Jinli said, the sumptuous dinner was ready. Everyone sat together, enjoying dinner in a cheerful atmosphere, exchanging the content of the meeting and their own ideas. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Some chose to go out for a walk and breathe the fresh air at night. Some went back to the room directly to rest to relieve the fatigue of the day. Jiang Jinli sat in the living room and talked with Xia Ling, Yi Lianqin, and Yang Yu. Chapter 241. Lianqin, can you still handle the base? Have you encountered any difficult problems? Jiang Jinli asked with concern. If there is any problem, remember to tell me in time. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Yi Lianqin showed a panicked expression and thanked sincerely. Now, the base is completely under my control, and you have sent several high-level psychics to assist, which is enough. Yi Lianqin has a slender figure and outstanding height. Her long eyebrows and thin lips add some characteristics to her. Her eyes are as clear as autumn water, making her look serious and a little distant. Yi Lianqin is introverted, speaks directly, and is not good at beating around the bush. The former Shadow Base is not what it is today, but a chaotic place managed by several rough men. The order there is extremely loose, fighting is commonplace, and oppression and violence can be seen everywhere. Yi Lianqin was just an ordinary woman at the time, living alone in the base. She was not good at communicating with others, and just wanted to live a low-key life, hoping to spend every day in peace. But how could a woman with outstanding appearance, and no one to rely on, live a stable life in such an environment? The deputy base commander soon noticed Yu Lianqing, coveted her beauty, and tried to do something improper to her. The man first tried to tempt her with benefits, and then threatened her, but Yu Lianqing was stubborn and resolutely refused the other party. Seeing that the man was unwilling to give up, Yu Lianqing had the idea of escaping. But before her plan was implemented, the man lost his patience and imprisoned her directly. The management of the base chose to remain silent about this. For them, the life and death of a weak woman was not worth their concern. Just when the man was so beastly, and Yu Lianqing was ready to end it all with death, chaos suddenly broke out in the base. Someone led a large force to attack the base. The base chief and the senior management were all killed because of resistance, and the control changed hands in an instant. The first time Yu Lianqing saw Jiang Jinli was in that dim room. She was disheveled and panicked, but Jiang Jinli was like a killing god, unstained by dust, breaking into the door. The deputy base chief was killed in an instant. Jiang Jinli just looked at Yu Lianqing quietly for a few seconds, and then asked a question. This sentence changed Yu Lianqing's fate forever, and made her remember it for the rest of her life. Do you want to become stronger and trample all the men who bully you? Yes. Yu Lianqing said this word without hesitation. Her eyes were red, and she almost roared. Everything after that was like a dream to Yu Lianqing. Jiang Jinli gave her a supernatural fruit, which helped her awaken her supernatural power, and appointed her as the base chief of the base to train her, help her, and cultivate her. Jiang Jinli also sent people to her to help Yu Lianqing manage the base, suppress chaos, and absorb new population. In just 3 years, Yu Lianqing quickly grew into a strong person who could stand on her own, managing a large base of tens of thousands of people, and became a woman that people should not underestimate. Now, in the whole South, who doesn't know Yu Lianqing, the base chief of the Shadow Base? Everyone said that she was taciturn, but she held a big knife and played with great vigor. Countless lives have perished in her hands, and no one dares to offend or despise her easily. In Yu Lianqing's heart, Jiang Jinli is like her reborn parents, giving her a new life and allowing her to create her own foundation as a woman in the Doomsday. Her gratitude to Jiang Jinli will always be remembered in her heart. When she comes here for meetings every month, Jiang Jinli always takes the trouble to care about Yu Lianqing, greets her, and constantly reminds her that he is her strong backing and will help solve any problems she encounters. Deep in her heart, Yu Lianqing often asks herself what virtue and ability she has to receive such meticulous care from Jiang Jinli. This deep gratitude makes it difficult for her to control herself. Thinking of this, Yu Lianqing's nose tip is a little sour, and the corners of her eyes gradually turn red. She stared at Jiang Jinli, her lips slightly parted, but she didn't know where to start, so she could only whisper repeatedly, I really thank the Lord. No need to keep thanking me, it's okay as long as it's nothing serious. Jiang Jinli smiled gently, and then encouraged, you can talk more with Yang Yu about base management issues. She is very experienced in this area. Yes, I will. Yu Lianqing responded, her mouth corners slightly raised, her eyes full of admiration and respect for Jiang Jinli. That's right, I also told Lianqing, but she is a dull person. Yang Yu took over the conversation with a smile. She put her arms around Yu Lianqing's shoulders intimately, half-hugged her in her arms, then wiped the tears from her eyes, and said generously, if there is anything you don't understand, or if anyone dares to bully you, you can tell me, understand? Got it. Yu Lianqing glanced at Yang Yu next to her somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing her always smiling face, she couldn't help but reach out and gently push her away, then sat up straight, looking a little reserved. Yu Lianqing's personality was originally introverted, and Yang Yu's intimacy made her feel warm and a little uncomfortable. Especially Yang Yu liked to tease her, which made Yu Lianqing completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Although Yang Yu was indeed older than her, that childlike face that looked like an underage always made Yu Lianqing feel a little uncomfortable. Yu Lianqing was worried that if she stared at Yang Yu's face for too long, she would not be able to help laughing out loud. At that time, it would definitely anger the hot-tempered Yang Yu, and she would be furious. Come on, Dr. Jiang and I have washed the fruit, let's have some fruit. At this time, Chu Xiaoying came over with a bright face holding the fruit, and Jiang Shuman followed behind her. After the two sat down, the originally somewhat reserved atmosphere immediately became relaxed and lively. Here, eat it. Chu Xiaoying carefully peeled an apple for Xia Ling and handed it to her. Xia Ling took it naturally and leaned on Chu Xiaoying's shoulder with a smile and started eating. She subconsciously glanced at Yang Yu, and as expected, she received a roll of the eyes from Yang Yu. Yang Yu complained in her heart and retracted her gaze. Inadvertently, she saw Jiang Shuman on the opposite side peeling a pear for Jiang Jinli. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel sour in her heart, thinking to herself, why didn't she have such a caring person around her? Actually, if I have to say thank you, I should thank the Lord more. Chu Xiaoying wiped her hands, looked at Jiang Jinli sincerely, and said gratefully, if it weren't for the Lord, I wouldn't be where I am today. Now Chu Xiaoying has grown into a 6th level peak superpower, and has become Xia Ling's most capable and trusted helper. Chu Xiaoying was able to awaken her superpowers entirely, because Jiang Jinli generously gave her a precious fruit. Chu Xiaoying never thought that such an insignificant person like herself could receive such special care from Jiang Jinli. Such an opportunity is like a blessing from heaven for her. She still remembers the dizziness she felt when she held the fruit. That was the most important turning point in her life. Her gratitude to Jiang Jinli is as deep as the sea, and she cannot express her deep gratitude in words. It's been so long, why are you still thanking me today? Jiang Jinli smiled helplessly, and then said seriously, in this doomsday, it is not easy for women to survive, and they have to face many challenges. I hope you can unite, and help each other, work tirelessly, live out the splendor of women, and jointly open up a world for women. Don't worry, Lord, we will not disappoint you. Xia Ling, Yang Yu, Yi Lianqin, and Chu Xiaoying responded seriously. Yang Yu and the other three, as women, can lead a large base of tens of thousands of people. The hardships and challenges are unimaginable to outsiders. Jiang Jinli's support for them is not only to help them personally, but also to enhance the status of women in the Doomsday world. They will never allow themselves to disappoint the Lord. With such a strong backing and role model as Jiang Jinli, it is like a beacon that illuminates their way forward. They will never fall. After that, the few people chatted for a while, and went back to rest. The 4 of them were arranged in a room with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, which was spacious so that they could get enough rest. After a busy day, everyone felt tired. After washing up, the 4 of them went back to their rooms to rest. Chu Xiaoying was about to lie down when she heard a knock on the door. The door was not locked, and it was open the next second. She saw Xia Ling standing at the door with a pillow in her arms. Chu Xiaoying asked with a smile, why are you here? I can't sleep alone, why, can't I sleep with you? Although Xia Ling said this, his hands were quick, and he closed the door directly and walked to the bed. Chu Xiaoying didn't say anything, but just lifted the quilt, and after Xia Ling lay down, she turned off the light. There was a rustling sound from inside the quilt, and it was obvious that Xia Ling was not at ease. Chu Xiaoying sighed helplessly, turned sideways, and took Xia Ling into her arms, patting her back. Okay, go to sleep. Don't move around like a little bug. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Xia Ling muttered softly, and finally calmed down, satisfied, and stopped moving. Suddenly, Xia Ling remembered what Yang Yu said during the day, and felt inexplicably uneasy and flustered. She couldn't help asking, I pester you like this every day, will you get annoyed with me in the future? Will you leave me? Since the 2 were rescued by Jiang Jinli a few years ago, their relationship has been getting better and better. In order to celebrate the survival of the 2 and the successful recapture of the base, Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying discussed together and decided to rename the Yongzhou base to the Xiaoguang base. Xia Ling thought the name was both nice and meaningful. As time went by, the relationship between the 2 became closer. Xia Ling began to show her nature as a young lady, pestering Chu Xiaoying and acting like a spoiled child to her. Chu Xiaoying also became more and more tolerant of Xia Ling, always thinking about her and taking care of her in every possible way in life. Xia Ling's dependence on Chu Xiaoying deepened day by day, and she couldn't imagine what she would do if Chu Xiaoying annoyed her one day. With Chu Xiaoying's company, Xia Ling's life gradually became colorful. It was also because Chu Xiaoying praised her tirelessly that she could slowly regain her confidence. Xia Ling had no close friends around her, and her only confidant was Chu Xiaoying. Chu Xiaoying was the only one who understood her, and was willing to accompany her. Although she still had Uncle Li and others left by her father, those middle-aged men could not comfort Xia Ling's lonely heart. They were indeed loyal, but this loyalty was limited to their duties. They didn't understand Xia Ling, let alone accompany her. Only Chu Xiaoying could accept Xia Ling's little willfulness, and tolerate her occasional young lady's temper. Only Chu Xiaoying was willing to laugh with her, make trouble with her, cry with her, and spend the tiring time with her. What are you thinking about? Why would I leave you for no reason? Chu Xiaoying sighed, and comforted softly. Don't worry, how can I leave a young lady like you who can't take care of yourself? Xia Ling was obviously older than herself, but she was sometimes like a child who lacked a sense of security. For Xia Ling, Chu Xiaoying's feelings gradually changed from envy and respect to heartache and pity, and even Chu Xiaoying herself did not realize this change. She only knew that she didn't like seeing Xia Ling showing a sad and lonely expression, and she wanted to be with her and make her happy. Chu Xiaoying didn't expect that she would become so loving. Although Xia Ling always said that she was pestering her, Chu Xiaoying was also relying on her. Chu Xiaoying knew that she was very ordinary and had nothing. Only with Xia Ling could she feel needed, find a sense of belonging in the Doomsday, and find the warmth of home. Really? Xia Ling was still a little uneasy. She hesitated, and finally raised her head and looked directly into Chu Xiaoying's eyes, with a sour tone. But I heard that there is a man in the base pursuing you, will you agree to him? What the hell is a man? Chu Xiaoying was a little stunned, and it took a while for her to react to who Xia Ling was referring to. She immediately explained, of course not, I don't like him, and I have rejected him a long time ago. Oh! Xia Ling's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. She lowered her head, snuggled in Chu Xiaoying's arms, and stopped talking. Don't think about those messy things, go to sleep quickly. Chu Xiaoying yawned and coaxed Xia Ling to sleep softly. After confirming that Xia Ling was asleep, she also closed her eyes, and gradually fell asleep. The personnel of the 8 bases only stayed in the territory for 1 day, and prepared to set off to return to their respective bases. After all, each base has a lot of heavy affairs to deal with. At the same time, the tasks assigned by Jiang Jinli also need to be carried out urgently. The convoy began to leave the territory one after another. This time, Zhou Lianhu, Mu Yuan and Luo Zime, the 3 war leaders, were responsible for seeing them off. They sent the convoy to the door. Qin Zhang's convoy was at the end. He did not rush to leave, but walked to Zhou Lianhu and said hesitantly, Brother Dahu, I have some private matters to discuss with you. Is it convenient? Mu Yuan and Luo Zime exchanged glances, patted Zhou Lianhu on the shoulder, got in the car, and returned to the main city first. Zhou Lianhu looked at Qin Zhang in confusion and asked, Captain Chen, do you have anything to do? It's like this. Qin Zhang said directly, someone wants to see you and want to talk to you. Who? Zhou Lianhu frowned, looking a little puzzled. She. Qin Zhang pointed to one side of the convoy, where a slender figure stood. Chapter 242. Zhou Lianhu did not ask any more questions. He walked straight towards the figure. Qin Zhang returned to the car and waited for the woman's conversation to end. As Zhou Lianhu approached the back step by step, his expression gradually became dazed. Although many years had passed, he still recognized the back at a glance. That was the only woman he had ever loved in his life, Tong Qiushui. Zhou Lianhu never thought that he would see her again in his lifetime. He stopped not far from Tong Qiushui. Without saying a word, he just stared at her quietly, watching her slowly turn around. Compared with the past, Tong Qiushui's face has lost that fragility, replaced by a bit of determination and courage. She stood straight, holding a weapon in her hand, and hanging on her waist was the scimitar that Zhou Lianhu gave her many years ago. All this made her look more capable and mature. Tong Qiushui changed. Zhou Lianhu was in an unusually calm mood, and the past love, hatred, and grudges seemed to have faded away with the passage of time. At this moment, he was like looking at an old friend who had been reunited after a long absence. With a faint smile on his face, he greeted softly, It's you. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Tong Qiushui looked at the increasingly burly and majestic Zhou Lianhu in front of her, and her heart was inevitably a little sour. She took a deep breath and subconsciously called out his nickname, Dahu. But soon, she realized the current situation and immediately changed her words, No, Zhan Shou. She looked directly at Zhou Lianhu and mustered up the courage to tell him her purpose. I asked the base commander to bring me here this time. I want to formally apologize to you. What do you mean? Zhou Lianhu's voice was calm. He could understand Tong Qiushui's choice back then, and now he felt that there was no need to apologize. When we separated back then, it was not very decent. Now, I want to officially end it. Tong Qiushui's nose was sour, and she tried to hold back her tears. Now, I really want to say to you, I'm sorry. Whenever she recalled the mistake she made back then, she always felt guilty. She could never forget how good Zhou Lianhu was to her during the years of marriage. She understood that no matter how many reasons there were for the past, she had hurt Zhou Lianhu. Therefore, she should sincerely apologize to Zhou Lianhu, and put a perfect end to that relationship. Zhou Lianhu's lips moved, as if he had something to say, but when he saw Tong Qiushui's sincere eyes, he sighed, In fact, I have forgiven you a long time ago, and I accept your apology. Thank you. Tong Qiushui seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden and showed a relieved smile. How have you been doing these past few years? Zhou Lianhu was silent for a moment, but he couldn't help asking about her recent situation. I'm fine. In the past few years, I've been fighting mutants outside and constantly honing myself. Now, I've become a team leader. Speaking of this, Tong Qiushui's expression revealed confidence. She emphasized, I don't rely on anyone anymore, and now I can survive independently. After saying that, Tong Qiushui stared at Zhou Lianhu stubbornly, wanting to tell him that she remembered his advice back then. She has grown up independently, and is no longer the woman who needs to rely on men. Tong Qiushui wanted to change her bad image in Zhou Lianhu's mind. Zhou Lianhu's smile gradually widened, and he sincerely said to Tong Qiushui, That's great, congratulations. He was happy that Tong Qiushui could grow up and find her true self, and was also relieved that her soul could be independent. Thank you. Tong Qiushui smiled with satisfaction. Then she put away her smile, and said goodbye to Zhou Lianhu solemnly, then, goodbye. Well, goodbye. Zhou Lianhu's tone was equally solemn. Tong Qiushui took a deep look at Zhou Lianhu for the last time, then walked around him and strode away. You must work hard to survive. Zhou Lianhu's low voice sounded behind her. Tong Qiushui's tears finally burst out, and big tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip, didn't look back, and answered with a choked voice, I will. She didn't stay any longer. With tears in her eyes, she walked quickly towards the convoy. After getting on the car, Qinyi Zhang's convoy slowly drove away from the territory. Zhou Lianhu looked at the convoy going farther and farther away, and sighed deeply. A relieved smile appeared on his face, because Tong Qiushui had found his own way. Similarly, he would continue to walk his own way firmly. 5 days later, in the territory's torture chamber. Are you going to tell me or not? Why do you want to do this? You damn bastard, beat me hard. Paw. In an inconspicuous corner of the main city, there is a spacious but dim room. Although it is not large, it makes the residents of the territory shudder. This is the torture chamber, a dark place that is in sharp contrast to the bright and beautiful residences outside. The room was completely opaque, with no natural light entering. There were only a few dim lights, and although they tried to dispel the darkness around them, they created an inexplicable cold atmosphere. On the walls, there were various torture instruments, from ancient branding irons to modern electric shock devices, each of which exuded a cold murderous aura, some as sharp as a knife, and some as heavy as a hammer. In a corner of the torture room, there was a long table, on which were scattered all kinds of strange medicines and test tubes, and every drop of liquid could be a poison to torture the prisoners. In the deepest part of the room, there was a huge iron frame, which was covered with dense spikes, like a terrifying altar. On the iron frame, a naked man was tied tightly, his body was festering, blood was flowing like a stream, and there was no intact skin on his body. 2 executioners stood beside him, holding iron whips with sharp barbs, and constantly whipped the man. These iron whips were extraordinary, long and thin, covered with spikes, and contained a violent electric current with lightning power. Every time they were whipped, a piece of flesh would be torn off the man's body. Although the man's flesh had been beaten to the point of exposing his bones, he was in extreme pain and his veins were bulging, but he still bit his lips tightly, and did not make a cry for mercy. In the center of the execution hall, an interrogation table was quietly placed, with a few crumpled papers scattered on the table. Lin Chung paced back and forth anxiously in front of the table. Her steps were rapid and heavy, and she had obviously lost her patience. She turned to the man abruptly and asked in a stern voice, Why did you defect from the territory? Which force sent you as a spy? Tell me. The man lowered his head and remained silent, ignoring Lin Cheng's questioning. Lin Cheng's anger rose, and she laughed in anger. Good, very good, you are quite courageous, you are really a loyal dog. She scratched her hair impatiently. Several hours had passed, but she still couldn't force any useful information out of the man. She didn't know how to report to Shinjansho next. This man quietly left the team while performing an out-of-field mission this morning and disappeared without a trace. When the team was about to return, the team leader suddenly found that one person was missing when he was counting the number of people. His heart jumped suddenly, and he was scared. The rules of the territory are strict, and the control over the members is extremely strong. Once you become a member of the territory, everyone's name will be officially recorded, and it is strictly forbidden to escape privately. Every time you go out on a mission, the number of people who go out must be the same as the number of people who come back. If someone dies, the body must be seen and verified before the name can be removed from the territory's list. Even if they encounter advanced mutants and are unfortunately completely devoured, there should be witnesses or residual bloodstains and identity proof. And now, this person is not dead, and suddenly disappeared, obviously defecting. According to the rules of the territory, the team leader must immediately track and report to the higher authorities. If the fugitive cannot be recovered, the entire team will be punished, ranging from being punished to being expelled from the south. The team leader was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought the man might have died, so he immediately searched, but no body was found. His heart sank, and he knew that things were bad, and the man had indeed escaped. Although it was incomprehensible why anyone would be willing to leave this fairyland-like territory, the team leader knew the seriousness of the situation and did not dare to delay. He quickly took out the flare and sent an emergency signal. After receiving the emergency signal, Shinshingsi responded quickly and immediately sent Lin Chung to lead a team of elite soldiers, asking them to rush to the scene as quickly as possible. After Lin Chung arrived, he immediately began to look for possible clues to track and vowed to bring the defector to justice. In the white snow, it is difficult to completely cover up the traces anyway, and the fugitive's tracks cannot be hidden after all. As the old saying goes, no matter how cunning the fox is, it cannot escape the hunter's keen tracking. After several hours of intense pursuit, Lin Chung finally successfully captured the man who tried to escape in the depths of a dense forest full of thorns that meandered to the north. After taking the defector back to the territory, Shinshingsi assigned Lin Chung to be responsible for the interrogation. But after several hours, there was still no progress. Just when Lin Chung was getting anxious and almost losing his patience, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Shinshingsi coming in, Lin Chung went forward, dejected and frustrated. "I'm sorry, John Shou," he never said a word. The man's ability level was not low, it had reached the 5th level, otherwise, he would not have been able to remain silent under several hours of torture. Shinshingsi glanced at the blood-stained man and coldly asserted, "No need to beat him anymore. These physical punishments are ineffective on him. He is a loyal warrior." "What warrior?" Lin Chang's voice was filled with surprise that could not be concealed. "Then how should we interrogate him next? This man has been lurking in the territory for nearly a year, and his performance in all aspects is impeccable on weekdays. Who would have thought that he was a death warrior carefully trained by the other forces? Death warriors have an extraordinary tolerance for physical torture, and these cruel punishments are indeed difficult to work for them." Shinshingsi walked steadily towards the rack, and the two executioners saw this and immediately stopped whipping and stepped aside. She glanced at the man coldly and smiled contemptuously. "You must have spent a lot of effort to get in here. I guess your name, age, identity, all of these are carefully fabricated." Facing the man's silence, Shinshingsi continued to sneer. "But you may not expect that it is easy to get in, but it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to get out. This year, you have learned about the internal situation of our territory. Now you want to go back and report. Do you find yourself in a dilemma? Obviously, the man's incubation period has expired and he must return to report. But what makes him desperate is that it is an impossible task to leave the territory quietly. Therefore, the man chose this almost stupid escape method today to escape. Although this method is extremely dangerous and almost a desperate gamble on his life, it is the only chance for him to escape. Unfortunately, he failed." The man finally reacted. He raised his head, clenched his teeth, and stared at Shinshingsi fiercely with a pair of blood-red eyes. Shinshingsi didn't care about his gaze at all, and her eyes revealed a deep chill. "I know you are tough and not afraid of physical pain, but you don't really think I can do nothing about it, do you? There are many ways to destroy a person's will. I have plenty of patience to spend time with you." Shinshingsi wanted to pry open the man's mouth quickly, but now it seems a little difficult. Maybe it will take more time. Just as Shinshingsi was thinking about the next strategy, a call suddenly came from the door. "Chingsi." This voice made Shinshingsi's mood instantly better. She immediately turned around, stepped forward, stood in front of Jiang Jinli, and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" "It's very dirty here." "Lord." Several people in the room reacted quickly and saluted. "It's okay. After all, this kind of defection situation is the first time I have encountered it. It feels quite novel, so I came to take a look." Jiang Jinli explained gently and briefly, then turned his eyes to the man. His eyes instantly became cold. "He still refuses to say anything?" "Well, not yet. I'm trying to find a way." Shinshingsi's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. "No need, I come myself." Jiang Jinli walked straight in and stopped in front of the man, with a smile that was difficult to interpret. Seeing Jiang Jinli appear, The man finally revealed deep fear in his eyes. All his calmness and courage collapsed at this moment, his pupils shrank sharply, and his body struggled violently. Jiang Jinli didn't say any more nonsense. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a purple light flashed instantly. An invisible powerful force shot out from the bottom of her eyes, and pierced deep into the man's head. She started the soul-searching technique. Ah! The man, who had never made a sound during the torture for several hours, suddenly burst into a heart-wrenching scream. The pain of that voice was chilling. The man's head turned red and twisted in front of everyone, his blood vessels beat violently, and his face became extremely terrifying, like a demon. In just a few seconds, blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. As Jiang Jinli withdrew his gaze, the man finally could not bear the surging mental power. He stopped breathing in extreme pain, and his body exploded, turning into dust, saving him from even cleaning up the debris. This scene made several people, including Lin Cheng, gasp, stunned, and shocked. Jiang Jinli's eyes were filled with murderous energy, and she sneered at the corners of her mouth, muttering in a low voice, "I haven't looked for them yet, but they can't wait to provoke me again. They are really looking for death." She had planned to deal with them next, but she didn't expect them to come to her door on their own initiative. Shin Qingxi walked to Jiang Jinli's side and asked, "Which force sent them?" Chapter 243. Jiang Jinli coldly spat out 6 words, "Northern Hope Base." "Tang family." Shin Qingxi's face showed surprise. "Exactly." Jiang Jinli snorted disdainfully, and the information she dug out from the depths of the man's memory made her sneer. "That old man Tang has a good plan. He sent people to sneak in here to investigate the truth. If it is true as the rumors say, this place is rich and livable, he plans to march north to capture this place, and take the territory for himself." Tang Guifu knew nothing about the details of Yunwu territory. He only heard the legend that this place is a paradise with no worries about food and clothing. So, he sent this death soldier to investigate the truth a year ago. The agreed deadline was exactly 1 year, so the man chose to escape today. In the man's memory, Jiang Jinli learned that the Hope Base was already in danger under the attack of natural disasters for years, like a candle in the wind, and it was difficult to maintain for a long time. Seeing that the base was about to collapse, they urgently needed to find a new refuge. Therefore, Tang Guifu was eager to move to the south, hoping to find a ready-made place to settle down. But no matter how shrewd Tang Guifu was, he never thought that not only did they fail to find a new refuge, but they also brought disaster that could lead to the extinction of the clan. "You really overestimate your own abilities." Shin Qingxi couldn't help but sneer, disdainful of the Tang family's stupid behavior. "The time has come, it's our turn to take action. The next step is to go to the north, and completely eradicate the Tang family." Jiang Jinli turned around, looked at Shin Qingxi, and patted her shoulder gently. "It's time to take you back to the north to settle your personal grudges." Jiang Jinli hesitated for a long time before continuing. Hope Base was jointly established by the Tang family and the Shin family. So, this time we can catch them all in one fell swoop. The Shin family is exactly the family that Shin Qingxi came from. No wonder Hope Base was so arrogant a few years ago. Both families are in Hope Base. This is good, which means that all problems can be solved at once. Really? That's great, it saves a lot of trouble. Shin Qingxi's expression paused slightly, and then she smiled. Jiang Jinli always remembered the promise made that year, which made her heart warm. Shin Qingxi has always had a knot in her heart. That is, the couple Shin billion. If they are dead, it's fine. If they are still alive, they must pay the price for what happened that year. The two walked out of the room together, and Jiang Jinli ordered Lin Cheng, "It's impossible that there are only spies from the Tang family here. Lin Cheng, immediately gather all the residents in the territory. I want to catch these lurking rats one by one. It's time to clean up the house." She wanted to see which fearless forces dared to come to the south to provoke her. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to find out in advance what opponents were hidden in the north. "Yes, Lord." Lin Cheng responded, and left the torture chamber quickly. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the territory became extremely tense. Residents of the city gathered in Diwang Square, and the guards and soldiers also looked serious, patrolling the streets in teams. Agricultural and industrial areas also stopped working temporarily. More than 300,000 people walked together, and the momentum was like a tsunami. Because the territory sounded an emergency assembly order, which meant that the Lord had something important to announce, and all residents must gather immediately. The last time such a large-scale gathering took place was 3 years ago. Unless there was something extremely important, the Lord would not personally give a speech, so no one dared to slack off. Residents and warriors gathered at the center of the square in each district as quickly as possible. For a time, the square was crowded and congested. A large screen stood in the center of the square. At this moment, the screen lit up, showing the real-time image of the square in the main city. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. On the high platform of the square, teams of black-clad warriors stood in an orderly manner on both sides. Then, 6 captains and 9 generals appeared one after another. Seeing this, the residents of the territory were all shocked and talked about it. And when the figure of the woman with a strong aura and overflowing majesty appeared at the front of the high platform at the end, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. The cheers were continuous like waves, and the excitement pushed the whole scene to a climax. Many residents in other districts were not able to see the true face of the Lord until this moment. They all shouted with excitement. On the high platform in the square of the main city, Jiang Jinli stood tall at the front. Behind her, Jiang Shuman and 10 other people lined up in a row, all with expressionless and solemn faces. The 6 captains stood on the edge of the high platform, facing the noisy crowd below, and suddenly burst out a stern order: "Be quiet." This order, with the blessing of supernatural powers, spread quickly throughout the square like thunder. The originally noisy crowd immediately became silent. Jiang Jinli looked indifferent, raised her eyes, and coldly scanned the crowd below. She didn't waste time on any opening remarks. Her voice was flat and powerful, and she went straight to the point. "Is it because my attitude in the past 2 years has been too gentle, making you mistakenly think that I am easy to talk to, so you are getting more and more presumptuous?" This sentence was like a cold shower, causing everyone in the territory to freeze their smiles instantly, replaced by a solemn expression. Obviously, today's occasion was of great importance. The one standing on the high platform was no longer the amiable lord, but the 9th-ranked strongest man known for his iron-bloodedness. Jiang Jinli's voice rang out again, clearly spreading to every corner of the territory. "I know that most of you just want to live a decent life and find a safe place to live in this doomsday. For these people, as long as you abide by my rules, I can provide you with shelter." She changed the subject, and her voice suddenly became cold. "But there are always a few rat shits that make people sick. For those who are gradually becoming ambitious, restless, I advise you to re-examine your position. Because you can't bear my anger. For me, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Don't try to cross my bottom line." Jiang Jinli paused for a moment, and each word was like a sharp blade, piercing people's hearts. "I hope you always remember that this is my territory. Since you choose to stay here, you must abide by the rules I set. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will die." Jiang Jinli's momentum was suddenly released, and a strong pressure surged from her body, making everyone feel a huge pressure in an instant, and they couldn't help but retreat again, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept across the crowd below indifferently, and his voice was emotionless. "Anyone with ulterior motives is challenging me. And my attitude towards challengers has always been to leave no room for mercy. You know, death is not the most painful punishment. I will let you experience what it means to be worse off than dead, and what it means to have your soul torn apart." Jiang Jinli bluntly revealed the purpose of the meeting. "Therefore, I will give you, the lurking spies, a chance. If you take the initiative to stand up now, and tell everything honestly, I can consider keeping your lives." Chapter 244. She emphasized again, "This is my only mercy. I hope you can seize this opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, I will leave you with nothing but bones." The residents of the territory finally understood the real purpose of the meeting. The crowd began to whisper nervously, their eyes wandering between each other, worried that the people around them might be spies sent from the north, thus affecting themselves. For a while, noisy discussions rang out throughout the territory. But still no one stood up. "I don't have the patience to play this game of hide-and-seek with you. I give you 5 seconds. This is your last chance." Jiang Jinli's cold eyes swept across the crowd below. The discussion gradually weakened, and everyone stared closely at Jiang Jinli on the high platform. The expressions of the crowd were complex and varied. Some showed curiosity, some looked nervous, some were indifferent, some looked fearless, and of course, some had fear written all over their faces. 5 seconds passed in silence, and the crowd remained silent, and no one took a step. The tense atmosphere was almost frozen. Everyone held their breath, not knowing what would happen next. "You're not coming out, are you? Very good. Do you think I can't find you if you hide among 300,000 people?" Jiang Jinli's face was gloomy, and he suddenly shouted, "How ridiculous." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Jinli's figure suddenly rose, like a phoenix flapping its wings to fly, rising gracefully and powerfully into the air. She continued to rise until her figure was suspended directly above the territory. At this moment, Jiang Jinli's eyes were as cold as ice, like a god in charge of life and death, looking down at the prosperous city and 300,000 residents below. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, looking up at the tall figure standing in the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, adding an otherworldly temperament that made people dare not look directly at her. At this moment, Jiang Jinli's spiritual power broke out in full force. The spiritual power was like a gorgeous galaxy, gushing out from her body, turning into strands of fine threads, penetrating the air, and piercing into the deepest souls of everyone below. In an instant, the 300,000 residents in the territory were swallowed up by this powerful pressure, as if an invisible mountain was pressing heavily on their hearts, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Under the heavy pressure, cold sweat flowed like water, soaking their clothes. In the end, except for the people on the high platform, everyone could not support themselves, and their bodies fell to the ground weakly, their heads lowered, trembling, and even lost the courage to look up. This scene was both grand and shocking, enough to shake the world. The crowd finally experienced what a real strongman is. Just a pressure made them unable to bear it. This is what Jiang Jinli, as a 9th-level psychic, possesses, the absolute spiritual realm. In this realm, the power of life and death is completely in her hands, and everyone's thoughts are under her control. Suddenly, Jiang Jinli gently raised her finger and grabbed in the air. The 6 spies hiding in the crowd were pulled up to the air from the crowd, as if by invisible chains. Ah! No! Several people were terrified, waving their arms wildly, and begging the figure above, "We are wrong, Lord. Please don't. Please have mercy and spare our lives. Please, Lord, give us another chance. Lord, spare us." They thought they could blend in quietly among the crowd and escape, but they never thought that Jiang Jinli's strength was so terrifying. As spies sent from the north, although they had been lurking for a long time, they had never been able to send out any intelligence. The defense of the territory was so tight that even birds could hardly fly over, let alone people escaping, which was simply a fantasy. As time passed, they gradually adapted to life in the territory. The peace and comfort here almost made them forget their mission. It was not until Jiang Jinli's reminder just now that they woke up from their dreams and remembered their identities. "I have given you a chance." Jiang Jinli's voice was colder than ice. The hearts of the 6 people instantly sank into despair, and wailing echoed around. Jiang Jinli's face was cold, and he activated the soul-searching technique without a trace of emotion. Ah! The 6 spies turned pale instantly, blood gushed out of their 7 orifices, their eyes lost their luster, and they twitched and twisted in pain. The shrill roar spread throughout the territory, making everyone present shudder, and the kneeling figures curled up even more. The 6 people felt as if their souls were being ruthlessly torn apart, and this pain was beyond their endurance limit. Although they were all 6th-level psychics, they were like helpless children in front of Jiang Jinli. As their consciousness gradually blurred and fell into chaos, they deeply regretted it. If they had chosen to take the initiative to stand up just now, perhaps they would not have suffered such a tragic death. Jiang Jinli selected key information from their chaotic thoughts. When she caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the memory of a spy, her eyes trembled slightly, and a touch of surprise quickly passed through her eyes. But soon, she returned to normal, and then she showed no mercy. She waved her hand lightly, and the screams of the 6 people became more shrill, cutting through the sky. Their bodies twisted and deformed in the air, and finally turned into dust and dissipated in the air, leaving no trace. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept the people below again, and her voice was like the thunder of the 9 heavens, shocking and majestic. "What happened today is a warning to you. My territory is not allowed to be invaded by any villains. You must remember this lesson, otherwise, you will repeat their mistakes and your bodies will be gone. Follow the Lord's order. We will swear to be loyal to the Lord until death, and never dare to rebel. Swear to be loyal to the Lord until death." 300,000 people shouted in unison, and the sound shook the world. "Everyone, get up. You can go. Today's business ends here." Jiang Jinli withdrew her pressure. Her figure disappeared in the sky, and appeared on the high platform in the next second. "Thank you, Lord." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at this time, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, stood up one after another, and dispersed. "Let's go. Let's have a small meeting." Jiang Jinli turned around and said briefly to the 10 people beside her, and then took the lead to walk towards the office building. 10 people followed closely behind her. Jiang Jinli frowned, thinking about the detailed information of the 6 spies quickly while walking. All 6 people are from the north. 3 of them had entered the territory a year ago. They were from several small bases in the north. Those small bases may no longer exist now, so they do not pose a threat. Even if they are still there, any base in the south can easily annihilate them. What concerned and surprised Yang Jinli was that the other 3 spies actually belonged to the same faction, and the leader of this faction was actually her acquaintance Duan Musakai. Chapter 245. At the same time, in the vast northern land, the once glorious Hope Base no longer has the grand view it had 4 years ago. Looking around, there is a vast expanse of white desolation, with signs of ruin everywhere, and a sense of depression permeating every corner. Having just experienced the fierce attack of a huge zombie tide led by the 6th level zombies, many of the base's defense lines were torn apart like thin paper, and building debris and zombie corpses were everywhere. The entire base, like a lonely boat swaying in a storm, is on the verge of collapse. In this severe cold weather, the guards of the base gritted their teeth, endured the biting cold, and worked hard to rebuild the defense line while cleaning up the debris after the war. It is difficult to hide the deep despair in everyone's eyes. Inside the base, on the top floor of the tallest building, in a meeting room, all the leadership members of the Hope Base gathered together to discuss the base's response strategy and future development direction nervously. Base Commander, if this continues, the base may not be able to hold out for much longer. What should we do? An administrator asked anxiously. Yes, Base Commander, every time we just rebuild the base, it is destroyed by mutants and natural disasters. Now, the number of base members is decreasing every day. Where should we go? Another person quickly echoed. Moreover, at present, a large number of survivors in the north have migrated to the south, causing the population in the north to decrease sharply, and even those wanderers cannot be found. Our base wants to absorb new members to restore development, but it is powerless. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and heavy, and everyone was talking anxiously. All eyes were focused on the white-haired old man sitting in the first seat. Tang Guifu, the once high-spirited head of the base, now has white hair, wrinkles all over his face, and looks extremely haggard. The burden of the base is like a boulder on his shoulders, which has long made Tang Guifu's waist bent and no longer straight. Years of natural disasters and torture by mutants, like invisible blades, gradually eroded his pride. The words of the crowd kept echoing in his ears. Facing the urgent problem of the survival of the base, Tang Guifu was full of helplessness. What power can he have to turn the tide? Heavy worries weighed on his heart, and he looked listless and lost his former spirit. Tang Guifu raised his slightly cloudy eyes, looked around at the anxious crowd, and asked in an old and hoarse voice, "Since we are facing the problem of insufficient population, what is the situation of the several affiliated bases that are dependent on us? If the situation is critical, we should perhaps consider merging the population to jointly deal with the crisis at hand." A manager frowned, sighed deeply, and explained, "Base leader, you seem to have forgotten that we have reported the situation of the affiliated bases to you before. Specifically, 2 bases broke away from us a few months ago, and sent people south to seek cooperation with the Southern Lord. And the remaining bases have also surrendered to Duan Musakai." Tang Guifu slammed his hand on the table, and his anger erupted like a volcano. "A bunch of bastards. They are all fence-sitters and traitors." He coughed violently while speaking, cough cough cough. Tang Guifu's face flushed red with anger, and he looked older. His cough echoed in the conference room, and everyone's heart was shrouded in a shadow. At this depressing moment, Shin Chunfeng, who was sitting next to Tang Guifu, slowly spoke and calmly put forward his own views. "Base Commander, please calm down first. The current situation is indeed critical. For the survival of the base, we may need to make some compromises. At present, it seems that the only way out is to seek external cooperation. Since the 2 bases can go south to seek cooperation, why don't we follow suit and contact the Lord in the south?" Shin Chunfeng, the deputy base commander of the Hope Base, is also the head of the Shin family. Although he has entered middle age, he still maintains a decent appearance and a sturdy figure, with thick eyebrows and a wide face, and a pair of tiger eyes. The recent tense situation has left a black stubble on his face, which makes him look more resolute and majestic. The overall strength of the Shin family is second only to the Tang family. When the 2 families merged, there was an agreement that once Tang Guifu passed away, the position of the base chief would be taken over by Shin Chunfeng. Facing the reality that the base was about to collapse, Shin Chunfeng's worries were no less than Tang Guifu's. Tang Guifu took the water handed over by Tang Xiaoxing and drank it slowly. His breath finally calmed down a little, and the coughing gradually stopped. He glanced at Shin Chunfeng, with bitterness and helplessness in his tone. "You said it easily. Now the roads between the north and the south are blocked, and there are dangers everywhere. We may be wiped out before we reach the south. Besides, even if we can reach the south, Which city should we go to find the mysterious lord? One of the managers interrupted in confusion. Captain of the base, didn't you send several spies to the south to get information last year? Haven't you heard anything yet? Tang Guofu's anger rose again when he mentioned this. He snorted coldly and said angrily, "Humph, don't mention it. There is no news at all. I even suspect that they all died on the way. Those spies are loyal warriors that the Tang family has carefully cultivated for many years. They take completing the mission as their first duty, and are absolutely reliable, and have no possibility of betrayal. But a year has passed, and there is still no news. The only explanation is that they may have encountered misfortune and died on the way. They are all useless trash." Tang Guofu originally hoped that those spies could find out whether the place where the Lord lived was really a paradise that was not affected by natural disasters as rumored. He also wanted to understand the strength, power distribution, and population size of the Lord in order to make full preparations for the future migration to the south. But there was no news, and with the passage of time, the Hope Base had been seriously damaged and the number of people had dropped sharply. Even its own survival had become a problem, not to mention the plan to capture the south. Now it had to seek cooperation and protection from the other side, which was undoubtedly a great irony for Tang Guofu. Shin Chunfeng seemed full of confidence. He interrupted Tang Guofu's meditation. "Base commander, don't worry about the road conditions. My people have found a route to reach the south safely." For Shin Chunfeng, it was not difficult to track the trajectory of the northern population migrating south and find a safe route. Is seeking cooperation really the only way left? Tang Guofu's voice was desolate, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He said with a sad look, "You should know that begging others for cooperation means that we will have to be controlled by others. The Tang family, as the top wealthy family before the Doomsday, was once extremely powerful. After the Doomsday, it existed as the largest force in the north for 3 years, with unlimited glory. Tang Guofu has been proud all his life and has always been condescending. Now he has to bow his head and beg others. This change makes him feel unacceptable. His pride and self-esteem seem to be ruthlessly torn apart at this moment. Base commander, now is different from the past. You must face the reality. This is the only way out. We have no other choice. I hope you can put the overall situation of the base first. Base commander, look at the situation outside. We can't hold on for much longer. Yes, we must compromise." Other management members present also expressed their support for Shin Chunfeng's suggestion. Faced with Tang Guofu's hesitation, Tang Xiaoxing couldn't help but speak up and directly pointed out the biggest crisis the base was currently facing. "Base commander, Duan Muzikai has sent someone to deliver an ultimatum. He threatened that if we don't choose to surrender, he will destroy our base at all costs." Arrogant kid. Cough cough cough. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Tang Guofu's emotions were out of control again, and the violent coughing made it almost impossible for him to speak completely, as if even his lungs were about to cough out of his chest. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and shouted angrily, "Duan Muzikai is really too much, so arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he let us submit to him, and be his slaves?" Driven by anger, Tang Guofu spoke without thinking, and said the words that Duan Muzikai most tabooed. "He is just a sissy, who is neither male nor female, a pervert." Base commander, be careful with your words. Tang Xiaoxing and Shin Chunfeng were shocked at the same time, and hurriedly interrupted Tang Guofu's words. Chapter 246. The two looked around nervously, worried that there might be Duan Muzikai's eyes and ears here. Once these words reached Duan Muzikai's ears, the consequences would be disastrous. Tang Guofu woke up in an instant, his lips moved, and finally stopped talking. Duan Muzikai, this name suddenly rose in the north 3 years ago. He was cruel, frantic, and unpredictable. He summoned all the desperate criminals and evil gangs in the north at an astonishing speed, and built a huge network of evil forces. Duan Muzikai was ambitious, and even dreamed of emulating the lords of the south, unifying the north, and becoming the overlord of the north. This wolfish ambition made people feel sick and indignant. Although many forces in the north were unwilling to surrender, all the rebels were ruthlessly slaughtered under Duan Muzikai's bloody suppression. And the most horrifying thing is that their gang enjoyed cannibalism. That crazy tyrant would collect the bodies after each killing as food reserves. This behavior was simply outrageous, and completely broke the moral bottom line of mankind. The evil group led by Duan Muzikai gathered all kinds of extremely bad people, including ruthless murderers, psychologically twisted perverts, manic lunatics, and other individuals with extreme personalities. Under this horrifying attack method, all forces gradually became afraid, and most of them chose to surrender. For those who surrendered, Duan Muzikai did not treat them as human beings, but regarded them as livestock, slaves, and labor. He forced them to hand over food every month, and if they could not pay enough, they would use human flesh to pay off the debt. This cruel way of ruling made the survivors in the north live in dire straits. The population in the north had already decreased due to migration to the south, so it was easy for Duan Muzikai to control the north. As time went on, the forces in the north were either eliminated or scattered, and most of the bases were annexed by Duan Muzikai, and only the Hope base remained independent. The Hope base became the only force that could compete with Duan Muzikai. In order not to become a slave to that madman, the Hope base always insisted on resistance, and the two forces fought for more than a year. But the challenges faced by the Hope base were far more than Duan Muzikai's invasion. It also had to deal with frequent natural disasters and the threat of mutants. These difficulties led to the rapid decline of the Hope base in just 1 year. Today, the Hope base is like a candle in the wind, and it is difficult to resist the fierce offensive of Duan Muzikai's gang of thugs. Duan Muzikai saw the miserable situation of the Hope base, and did not hesitate to increase the intensity of the attack, frequently sending teams to carry out sneak attacks, and issued an ultimatum. Threatened that if the base did not surrender, he would lead the army to completely destroy the Hope base. Under the dual oppression of natural disasters and man-made disasters, the Hope base has reached a desperate situation. Tang Guifu supported his forehead with one hand, took a long breath, frowned, and asked weakly, "We still don't know where Duan Muzikai's nest is." 2 years ago, Duan Muzikai's base was reduced to ruins in a natural disaster. Since then, he has disappeared with his subordinates like a ghost. Although Duan Muzikai's figure occasionally appears in various places, where exactly his new base is hidden is always a mystery. No news yet. Tang Xiaoxing's answer revealed the futility of the search. Hundreds of thousands of people can't just disappear without a trace. Tang Guifu's tone was puzzled. He thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. We can't just look on the surface. He may have moved his forces underground. Ah, base commander, what you said reminds me. A manager immediately responded. When I went out some time ago, I found that many people were gathering in the direction of the ghost town. Out of curiosity I followed. But I found that the city was still dead, with frozen corpses everywhere. I didn't notice any forces at the time. Now think about it, they are very likely hiding under the ghost town. Ghost town, formerly known as Guicheng. After the Doomsday, it became the city with the highest death toll. Almost 90% of humans died, as if cursed, which was both confusing and chilling. Now, that city has become a rarely visited death place, gloomy and terrifying, with corpses everywhere, without a trace of life. Rotting corpses were everywhere, and the stench spread far and wide, making people afraid to approach. Therefore, it was renamed Ghost Town by the survivors. If Duan Muzikai really built his lair underground in Ghost Town, it would not be surprising. After all, his behavior was no different from that of an evil ghost. Send someone to Ghost Town to find out immediately. Tang Guifu made a decisive decision. Yes, base commander. Someone responded. Looking for Duan Muzikai's lair was not intended to destroy it. Tang Guifu knew in his heart that the Hope base did not have such strength. The real purpose is to be able to keep track of the movements of Duan Muzikai's gang at all times, so as to prepare a response strategy in advance. Tang Guifu realized that he really didn't have many choices in the face of the current situation. The only one who could compete with Duan Muzikai was probably the Jiang commander in the south. Thinking of this, Tang Guifu had to compromise, turned his head and looked at Shen Changfeng, and asked, although there is a route to the south is vast. How can we find the city where the Lord lives? According to the news I heard, it should be in Liqing. Shen Changfeng responded immediately, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Liqing? That is the most strategically located and remote city in the south. How could a dignified lord live there? Tang Guifu showed a puzzled expression. He had searched almost all over the south for Tang Haifu's affairs and sacrificed countless people, but he didn't go to Liqing, mainly because it was too remote. Due to the fruitless search and the severe situation of the Doomsday, Tang Guifu temporarily gave up the idea of going south to find his enemy. Now that the Tang family is on the verge of extinction, he has no time to care about other things. Although he doesn't understand why the Lord chose to live in Liqing, it is better to have a clear goal than to search blindly. Tang Guifu then asked, who do you think should be sent south? Shen Changfeng volunteered, let my people go. His face was firm, but at this moment he showed some tenderness. With a hint of pride, my daughter Billion has made great progress in her abilities recently. It is suitable for her to go south to train, broaden her horizons, and experience the vastness of the outside world. That girl. Tang Guifu did not hesitate and made a direct decision. Well, let her lead the team south. Leave immediately, without any mistakes. Understood, I will arrange it later. Shen Chengfeng agreed with a smile. In Shen Chengfeng's heart, Shen Bilian, his daughter, made him extremely satisfied. Unlike the cold and unruly eldest daughter who died early, Shen Bilian is occasionally willful, but most of the time, she is obedient and well-behaved. Shen Bilian's ability level is quite high, and she handles affairs neatly, never making Shen Chengfeng worry. This southward mission is exactly what Shen Bilian herself expected, so Shen Chengfeng naturally fully supports it. If this mission is successful, his reputation in the base will surely rise. Afterwards, Tang Guifu discussed the current situation with everyone present. The focus of the discussion was on how to rebuild the defense line destroyed by zombies. Chapter 247. In the conference room of the Territory Office Building, 10 core members sat around the conference table. Jiang Jinli was briefly analyzing the intelligence provided by the spy and making an explanation. Finally, she concluded. Therefore, the northern forces have basically collapsed. Except for the Hope Base and the forces led by Duan Muzikai, the others no longer pose a threat. Mu Yuan curiously interrupted and asked, what is the specific name of the forces led by Duan Muzikai? They call themselves the Blood Sacrifice Society. Jiang Jinli's information came from the spy's memory. She continued, but this information is 2 years old. As for the current development scale, population size, and location of the Blood Sacrifice Society, we know nothing. The Blood Sacrifice Society sounds bloody. Luo Zime couldn't help but frown and commented, obviously, Duan Muzikai is not a good person. Jiang Jinli's face flashed with imperceptible disgust. She whispered to herself, yes, he is not a good person. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at Jiang Jinli in unison, with surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Jiang Shuman frowned and asked with concern, Shaoli, do you know Duan Muzikai? Jiang Shuman's worry was obvious. If Duan Muzikai was really a bad guy, and Jiang Jinli had had an encounter with him without her knowing, it would not be a good thing. Jiang Jinli did not avoid it, and said bluntly, yes, sister, I had some personal grudges with him during college. She tried to comfort Jiang Shuman's worries with a smile. But those are all in the past, I'm fine. The next moment, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Jiang Jinli's eyes. In the past, he could not get any advantage from me. Now the end of the world has come. If he falls into my hands, it will be his real end. Su Mingxing immediately took over the conversation and echoed proudly, that's right. No matter who that Duan Muzikai is, no matter how powerful he is, if he meets our boss, he will only have one way to die. He then asked, then boss, what are our plans next? Should we lead the army to kill directly? Jiang Jinli thought for a while, and responded calmly, there is no need to mobilize a large army. North and south. The distance between them is far, and the road conditions are complicated, and there are many mutants, which is not suitable for large-scale marches. This may cause unnecessary casualties. She made a decisive decision. We should deal with the Tang family first, and then deal with Duan Muzikai's forces. Jiang Jinli turned her head and looked at Jiang Zheng, just about to speak. Zheng. Sister, I understand. Jiang Zheng had already understood her intention and spoke first, saying seriously, I will lead the team tomorrow to go to the north to find out the news of Duan Muzikai. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Jinli looked at Jiang Zheng with relief. Jiang Zheng led the team to the north to explore first, which is the best way at present. I am very happy to be able to do things for my sister, and I don't feel tired at all. Jiang Zheng smiled. Jiang Jinli's expression also became serious. She reminded Jiang Zheng, you must remember that the purpose of this trip is to gather information. Once you find the specific location of Duan Muzikai's lair, notify me immediately, and wait for me to join you in a safe place. You must not act alone. She knew Duan Muzikai's strength very well. He had already reached the peak of the 6th level 2 years ago. Now he may have reached the 8th level. Jiang Zheng is not his opponent. Sister, don't worry, I understand. I will protect myself. Jiang Zheng nodded immediately. Everyone asked almost at the same time, Jinli, are you going to the north too? Jiang Jinli nodded and confirmed, yes, I will leave in a few days. I plan to go to the north in person, first deal with the Tang family, and then destroy Duan Muzikai's power in one fell swoop. Several people exchanged glances, and immediately understood Jiang Jinli's plan. They knew that this was undoubtedly the most efficient method. Once Jiang Jinli arrived in the north, it was actually equivalent to the arrival of nearly 1 million troops in the south. As long as she opened the door of time and space, Everyone could reach her side in an instant. This way of action is undoubtedly efficient. There is no need to mobilize manpower on a large scale, and it also avoids the pain of long-distance travel, and avoids the loss of troops and waste of food resources. This is really a good plan. In this way, the task of clearing the northern forces may be completed in a short time. Thinking of this, everyone smiled. At this time, Qilua asked Jiang Jinli, "Are you going to go north alone? Do you need us to accompany you?" "Yes, Jinli, take me with you. I can also entertain you on the way." Luo Zime immediately volunteered with a smile. "Take me with you. I'm more reliable." Shin Qingxi was not willing to lag behind and immediately expressed her wishes. "Sister Li, choose me, choose me. I am the most useful. I can turn into a flying bird and carry Sister Li directly to the north." Su Runju actively proposed. Several other people also spoke up, vying to talk about their own advantages. The conference room suddenly became lively. Jiang Jinli smiled and reminded them, "Why do we need so many people? I have to travel during the day and go back to the space to rest at night." With Jiang Jinli's space ability, it takes others a month to go to the north, but she may arrive in less than a day. Hearing Jiang Jinli's words, 10 people laughed, but they still insisted on accompanying Jiang Jinli to the north. Jiang Jinli couldn't beat them, so he had to agree reluctantly. "Okay, I will take 1 or 2 people to accompany me when the time comes." Everyone nodded with satisfaction. Then, they discussed some specific details of going to the north and then adjourned. At night, Jiang Jinli curled up in the quilt and welcomed Jiang Shumen's interrogation. "Don't try to get away with it. Who is Duan Muzikai? What happened between you in college? Why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Shumen asked, while lifting the quilt and pulling Jiang Jinli out of the bed. Facing Jiang Jinli's evasive gaze, Jiang Shumen rolled her eyes, deliberately sighed, frowned, pretended to be angry and said, "Why, now you have to hide things from me. You don't even tell your sister. Don't trust me, want to alienate me?" "Sister, don't say that." Jiang Jinli hurriedly interrupted Jiang Shumen's words. Although she knew that Jiang Shumen was deliberately provoking her, she still didn't want to hear such words. Jiang Jinli finally compromised and whispered, "The reason why I didn't say it was because I was afraid that you would worry." Jiang Shumen looked concerned and said anxiously, "You are hiding it like this, I am more worried. Tell me quickly." "Okay." Jiang Jinli seemed a little guilty, but I said, "Don't be angry. That depends on what you said." Jiang Shumen was relentless, and it was obvious that this matter was very serious, otherwise Jiang Jinli would not have such a wrong expression. This is what happened. Jiang Jinli finally decided not to hide it anymore, and began to slowly tell the story between her and Duan Muzikai. Oh my god! After hearing the whole story, Jiang Shumen's face turned pale in an instant, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes. "Such a dangerous thing. Why did you tell me now? Why didn't you tell me when you got home? Have you ever thought about what I would do if something happened to you?" Jiang Jinli was shocked by Jiang Shumen's reaction, and immediately sat up straight, hugged Jiang Shumen in her arms, and kept apologizing. "Sister, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I just don't want you to worry. I have solved the problem, I'm fine, really fine." Jiang Jinli's eyes. Suddenly, it was cold. On the contrary, it is Duan Muzikai who may have a hard time. He has paid the price he deserves, and now we meet again. But now it is no longer a society ruled by law. I will kill him without hesitation. Jiang Shumen's tears fell, her voice trembled, but she was more relieved. "Fortunately you are fine, but no matter what, you shouldn't hide it from me. Sister, I really know I was wrong." Jiang Jinli let go of Jiang Shumen, gently wiped away her tears, and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid, don't cry, everything is over, and no one can bully me now." After Jiang Shumen calmed down, she asked doubtfully, "Didn't he call the police at that time?" Jiang Jinli narrowed his eyes. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. "He has no evidence. Besides, I also recorded a video. To threaten him, he didn't dare to call the police." Then, the Doomsday broke out. "What? You?" Jiang Shumen widened his eyes, then burst into laughter, and gently tapped Jiang Jinli's forehead. "Shaoli. You are? Really bad? But bad in a good way. That man deserved it, and those who bullied Shaoli should suffer this retribution. Then you should have blood on your body at that time. How did you deal with it?" Jiang Shumen asked suspiciously. Jiang Jinli stammered, "That. I went to Muyuan's house to wash clothes." "I guess you used all your cleverness on this. You really didn't leave any traces. You were afraid that I would know, right?" Jiang Shumen rolled his eyes at Jiang Jinli unhappily. Jiang Jinli smiled awkwardly, and pulled Jiang Shumen's sleeve flatteringly. Jiang Shuman sighed helplessly and solemnly warned, he must have a grudge against you. If you meet him again, you must be careful. Jiang Jinli didn't care and said confidently, don't worry, he is just a clown. This time I will personally kill him. The two lay down again. Jiang Shuman was still a little scared and confirmed again, this is the only thing you are hiding from me. There is nothing else, right? Jiang Jinli promised seriously, yes, absolutely not. That's good. No matter what happens in the future, you are not allowed to hide it from me, otherwise I will be really angry. Jiang Shuman was rarely serious. Okay, I promise. Chapter 248. The next day, 11 people gathered on the top floor of the mission hall, surrounded by rows of black-clad women, and on both sides, several mutated black eagles crouched meekly. Everyone surrounded Jiang Zheng in the center, cast concerned eyes, and kept reminding him, Xiao Zheng, have you brought enough food, medicine and other necessities? Xiao Zheng, you must be careful and take good care of yourself, understand? If you encounter a difficult enemy, don't go head-on, wait patiently to reunite with your sister. Xiao Zheng, if there is any situation, you must notify us in time. Xiao Zheng. Although Jiang Ying's strength is comparable to theirs, her age is there, and everyone treats her as their own sister. Now that she is going on a long journey, everyone's concern is inevitable, and they can't wait to remind her of every little thing. Okay, brothers and sisters, don't worry, I will protect myself. Jiang Zheng looked at their concerned faces and nodded repeatedly, feeling touched and warm in his heart. In the end, it was Jiang Jinli who rescued Jiang Zheng from their encirclement. Jiang Jinli habitually touched Jiang Zheng's head and reminded him, remember to keep in touch. Don't worry, sister. Jiang Zheng gently hugged Jiang Jinli, and with a few women in black, he stepped onto the broad back of the Black Eagle. As the Black Eagle flapped its wings and flew high, Jiang Zheng waved goodbye to the people below. Goodbye, everyone. Take care, Xiao Zheng. Everyone smiled and waved, and they reluctantly withdrew their gaze until the shadow of the Black Eagle disappeared in the distant skyline. Afterwards, the group went downstairs one after another. As soon as they reached the stairs, they saw Lianyang walking in with big strides and reporting to Jiang Jinli, Lord, there are 2 teams of people asking for a meeting at the gate. They claim to be negotiating envoys from the northern base. Emissaries? Several people looked at each other, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were planning to take action against the northern forces, but they didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come to the door. It is not difficult to guess the intentions of these people. In view of the increasingly tense situation in the north, many bases will naturally target the relatively stable south in order to seek shelter. For these uninvited people, everyone didn't care. After all, once the north was captured, all forces would be wiped out. They all cast their eyes on Jiang Jinli, waiting for her decision. Jiang Jinli pondered for a moment, and slowly said, since they have come from afar, they are guests when they find the door. Bring the representative in. She thought that these people must have gone through a lot of trouble to find this place. Since we are already at the gate, we might as well meet and find out the latest situation in the north. Yes, sir. Lianyang took the order and left. Outside the gate of the territory, hundreds of people gathered in a scattered manner. They were sitting or standing, ragged, haggard, with cracked skin, their hands clasped in front of their chests, trembling constantly, and their eyes revealed their desire to go inside the gate. These people came from 2 bases in the north. After more than a few months of arduous journey, they lost hundreds of companions on the way before finally arriving at this land. The suffering during this period is difficult to describe in words. They stared at this magnificent city intently, and their hearts were excited. It seems that the legendary southern paradise is not fictional. Everyone is eager to step into the city to explore it. They also hoped to get a full meal. But when they learned that not everyone was allowed to enter, the crowd became excited instantly. One person asked Yushi at the door carefully, can we really not go in? Yushi had a blank expression and answered in a businesslike manner, no. The Lord has ordered that only the main representative can enter. Please get in the car as soon as possible. She pointed to a car next to her. 2 men in the crowd walked out, walked quickly to Yushi, rubbed their hands, and said with a flattering smile, we are the captains. Yushi glanced at the 2 men, one with messy hair and the other with unshaven beard. They looked sloppy and looked more like beggars, far from the image of negotiation experts. Yushi calmly withdrew his gaze and said lightly, in that case, please get in the car. Although the 2 wanted to fight for a place for their tired men to rest, seeing Yushi's firm attitude, they did not dare to speak easily. The man with chicken coop hair pointed to the crowd behind him and explained to Yushi, we have also prepared gifts for the Lord. I wonder if we can let these 5 people in together. Please. Yushi slowly raised his eyes, and saw 5 figures walking steadily out of the bustling crowd, each holding a large box with exquisite craftsmanship in their hands. What is striking is that these 5 people are neatly dressed, in sharp contrast to the sloppy people around them. Their faces are healthy and ruddy, and they seem to be well taken care of. The 3 men had meticulously trimmed hairstyles, and their faces were fair and handsome. The 2 women had spring in their eyes, revealing a natural charm. Yushi felt something strange, but she didn't think too much about it, and just thought that the things in these boxes were the gifts they brought. Considering that there were not many people, only 5, she agreed to let the 7 of them get on the car. After the car started, it drove away quickly, leaving hundreds of people at the door sitting on the ground in disappointment, sighing continuously, and the light of hope on their faces extinguished. Originally thought that they could take a peek inside, and even fantasized about staying for 2 days, but now it seems that it is just a fantasy. On the way to the main urban area, the 7 people in the car enjoyed the pleasant temperature, and were shocked by the city landscape with tall buildings outside the car window, and the endless stream of pedestrians. In the past few years, they have never witnessed such a prosperous scene, and these smiling and radiant residents. They seem to have strayed into a mysterious paradise on earth, and the turmoil in their hearts made them almost speechless. When the vehicle stopped in front of the office building in the main city, they were still dazed, and had not yet recovered from the shock. It was not until a team of guards with neat steps and serious expressions passed by that they woke up from their trance. Follow me, I will take you to see the Lord. A guard walked up to the 7 people and said calmly, Thank you. The chicken-coated head hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then followed the guard into the tall building. The chicken-coated head and the bearded man walked along the long corridor, and the 2 were inexplicably nervous. They realized that this trip south might be futile, but they had a mission, and they had to try their best. They only hoped that the Lord would be interested in the gift they carefully prepared, so as to lend a hand and help their base overcome the current difficulties. The group was led into a spacious office, which was unusually quiet. There were only 4 people, a woman sitting at the head, and the other 3 women were sitting below. The chicken coop hair and the big beard stood cautiously in front of the desk, looking up, focusing their eyes on the woman in the head. Her sitting posture seemed casual, but her outstanding appearance and the majesty of the superior made people feel an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Obviously, she was the Lord himself. The 2 people couldn't help sweating on their foreheads, and they hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted in unison. Meet the Lord. We are from the north. Then, the 2 reported the names of their base chiefs and the names of their bases. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept over the 2 people. Their sloppy appearance, like tramps, made it difficult to associate them with the identities of negotiation experts. Moreover, according to the intelligence in the spy's mind, the 2 bases they mentioned were originally small affiliated bases of the Hope base. Obviously, the Hope base has declined, so they left the Hope camp and turned their attention to themselves. Feeling Jiang Jinli's gaze, the 2 straightened their bodies, their hearts beating wildly with nervousness. The chicken coop-headed man forced a flattering smile, coughed, and began his opening remarks. I have heard of the Lord's name for a long time, and today I see that it is indeed. Stop. Jiang Jinli seemed to be uninterested, and impatiently interrupted the other party's politeness, and asked bluntly, I don't have time to listen to nonsense. Just tell me, what is the purpose of you coming here from the north? Chapter 249. Although Jiang Jinli's voice was lazy and calm, the urging and warning in her words were unusually strong. She obviously didn't have the patience to listen to those irrelevant words. The chicken coop head and the bearded man looked at each other. They were usually eloquent, but now they seemed a little clumsy, and didn't know how to start. The chicken coop head's lips trembled for a long time, and finally spoke tremblingly. It's just because our 2 base chiefs are in the north, and have long heard of the Lord's reputation. Therefore, we were specially sent here, eager to establish a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship with the Lord. The word cooperation came out of his mouth, as if with a burning temperature, making the chicken coop head feel difficult to speak, but he knew that escaping was not a solution, so he could only bite the bullet and continue. Luo Zime, Shin Qingxi, and Qiluo exchanged glances, with contempt in their eyes. Obviously, they thought the proposal of the other base chief was a little too bold and confident. Cooperation? This is the first time I've heard this word, but it's quite interesting. Jiang Jinli raised a faint smile. She leaned forward slightly, one hand on the table, her chin resting on the back of her hand, her eyelids slightly raised, and asked in a lazy tone, Why do your base leaders think they are qualified to cooperate with me? What benefits can they bring to me? Without waiting for the two to have a chance to organize their answers, Jiang Jinli spoke again, with obvious sarcasm in her tone. Is it resources? Weapons? Technical personnel? Or labor? Or can they provide political and strategic alliances? Her smile gradually faded, her eyes shot straight at the two people like a sword, and she asked coldly, Do you think I lack these things? Under Jiang Jinli's sharp gaze, the man with the chicken coop hair and the big beard sweated like rain, his head drooped even lower, and his legs almost collapsed. Jiang Jinli's words were like a heavy hammer, leaving the two with no room for rebuttal. After all, the entire South was under her rule, and they really had nothing valuable to offer. To put it bluntly, their base chief did not really expect the cooperation to be successful. He just wanted to test Jiang Jinli's attitude and make the request for help sound more appealing. But Jiang Jinli's sharp words shocked and awed the two, worthy of being the leader of the southern world. Jiang Jinli naturally saw through the little thoughts of the two base chiefs, and couldn't help feeling disdainful in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. She sneered and said with an unquestionable domineering attitude, For me, there is no cooperation and alliance, only submission and allegiance. Yes, yes. We really overestimated our own capabilities. We have offended you. We are really sorry. The chicken coop head and the big bearded man hurriedly wiped the sweat from their foreheads and apologized repeatedly. The chicken coop head rolled his eyes and decisively gave up the previous cover-up. He directly stated the real intention of their trip. My previous wording was indeed inappropriate. Our base commander knows that he does not have the strength to cooperate with you, Lord, and only hopes to get your protection and help our base overcome the current difficulties. Our base commander also said that as long as the base can be preserved, we are willing to take the initiative to submit to the Lord. The big bearded man was unwilling to lag behind and immediately followed up, saying, Lord, our base commander also has the intention to submit. Jiang Jinli's eyes suddenly deepened, and he looked at the two people with a smile, with an elusive tone, and uttered two words lightly, submission? That's right. Our base commander really wants to submit to the Lord sincerely. The two nodded eagerly, with sincere expressions on their faces. The chicken-cooped hair pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a flattering smile. We came here this time and specially prepared gifts for the Lord. This is the heart of our base commander. I hope the Lord will accept it. After saying that, he quickly winked behind him. The five people who had been standing quietly at the door immediately understood and walked forward with their waists twisted. They looked up at Jiang Jinli timidly, and then called in unison, Lord, sir. The voice was both delicate and trembling, revealing an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Luo Zime and the other three looked at the three men and two women, and immediately noticed something strange, and their faces couldn't help but darken. The chicken-cooped man walked up to the five people, opened the boxes in their hands one by one, and introduced the rare items inside to Jiang Jinli. Lord, these are rare antiques that our base commander has carefully collected for you. They can not only be used for you to enjoy and relieve boredom in your spare time, but also have certain nourishing effects. They are the Dragon Song Jade Bai, the 1,000-year-old Amber Buddha beads, the Cold Jade chessboard, the Bronze Ancient Tripod, the Glazed Treasure Bottle. No need, take them back. Jiang Jinli interrupted the chicken-cooped man coldly before he finished his detailed introduction and directly rejected these things. She had no interest in such items that were only for playing. After all, she did not have the leisure to be pretentious. In Jiang Jinli's eyes, no matter how precious these items were, they were just useless waste. The words of the chicken-cooped man were stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. These were all priceless treasures before the end of the world, but Jiang Jinli did not even look at them. But he knew he had no right to refute, so he quickly closed the box, bent over, and agreed with a smile. Yes, yes, these vulgar things are indeed not worthy of being placed in front of the Lord, so it doesn't matter if you don't have them. After changing the subject, his smile suddenly became a little unnatural, even with a hint of uncomfortable vulgarity, and then said, In fact, those things are just a foil, the real gift is these five people. What do you mean? Qilu raised her light ink-colored eyes, and asked coldly. The chicken-cooped hare turned his eyes to Qilu, guessing in his heart that these three women might be the guards around the Lord, so he smiled and explained. These five are carefully selected by our base commander and specially presented to the Lord as pets. As soon as these words came out, the whole room seemed to be frozen, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Jiang Jinli's expression was still calm, but his eyes revealed undisguised disgust and aversion. Luo Zime and the other three had gloomy faces, clenched fists, and were obviously extremely unhappy. Killing intent quietly emerged in their eyes. But the chicken-cooped head did not notice the change in the atmosphere around him, and was still introducing enthusiastically, "Lord, please rest assured that these 5 people have been carefully selected, absolutely clean, and have never been touched by anyone. They have been trained to be very obedient and good at serving. I believe the Lord will be satisfied." He secretly glanced at Jiang Jinli and added cautiously, "Because we don't know the Lord's preferences, we will bring men and women for the Lord to choose. If the Lord doesn't like women, we will take them back." Chapter 250. In today's Doomsday, giving people as gifts is no longer a rare thing. On the contrary, because of the cruelty of the Doomsday, people's moral boundaries have become more blurred and open. Gender is no longer important in this era, and every day of survival is a luxury. When encountering an attractive object, both men and women can pull it to the bed and indulge together, immerse in the pleasure of the flesh, and escape the pain of reality for a short time. There are many rumors about the Southern Lord. She is known for her coldness, cruel means, and extremely strict personality. But her emotional life is blank, and there has never been any gossip. Her self-discipline is really unbelievable. This is incredible in the eyes of the 2 base commanders. They can't understand why the Lord with such power does not choose to enjoy it to the fullest. In the Doomsday, what else is more comfortable and desirable than unconditional indulgence? This gave the 2 base commanders an opportunity. They believe that the reason why the Lord is not close to beauty may be because she has never experienced the wonderful taste of it. Once you have tasted it, you will be addicted to it. So, the 2 base leaders decided to send people as gifts. The industries they operated before the Doomsday involved the Black Zone. Naturally, they also included some places of entertainment, so they had many trained ladies and young masters. They were full of charm, knew how to please people, and knew how to please others with their bodies. After the Doomsday, most of these people followed them into the base, and became tools for the management to vent their lust. Some of the virgins were kept and prepared to be presented to other major forces. These trained pets became extremely valuable after the apocalypse, and only their base still had such resources. This was one of the reasons why they were able to survive the apocalypse for 4 years. They had presented several high-quality pets to the top management of the Hope base in exchange for shelter. Now, they came to the south and planned to use the same means to please Jiang Jinli. On the one hand, it was to please her, and on the other hand, they hoped that she would look at them differently and provide shelter. Since they were not sure about Jiang Jinli's preferences, they carefully selected 3 men and 2 women. These 5 people can be said to be their trump cards and their best goods. The chicken coop head came back to his senses, and winked at the 5 people calmly. The 5 people took another step forward and called out in unison in a pretentious voice, "Lord." The 3 men had fair skin and handsome looks, like delicate cream boys. Their eyes were wet, like loyal puppies, and they were lovable. The 2 women were graceful, their eyes were flowing, their facial features were beautiful and harmless, they were shy and wanted to speak, revealing an irresistible charm. The 5 people showed their charm, while stealing glances at Jiang Jinli from time to time. When they saw Jiang Jinli's exquisite beauty and peerless beauty, everyone's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and their cheeks flushed with shyness. They were nervous all the way. They originally imagined that the Lord should be a strong and muscular woman. However, now, facing such a young and beautiful Lord, how could they not admire him? If they had the opportunity to climb onto the Lord's bed, win the Lord's favor, and make her fall in love with them, what glory and wealth it would be. Everyone fell into a deeper and deeper desire. They all wanted to be chosen by Jiang Jinli desperately, and they were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. They blushed and looked at Jiang Jinli shyly, and were about to speak again. Shut up. Before the 5 people finished speaking, Shinqingxi, Luozime, and Qilua stood up at the same time, shouted angrily, and interrupted them. The 5 people were frightened by this sudden scolding. They widened their eyes, and their faces turned pale in an instant. Before the 5 people had time to react, Luozime and the other 3 people once again ordered in unison, "Come on, drive them out." After the order was issued, the 3 looked at each other, but they didn't expect that there would be such a tacit moment between them. Then, they turned their eyes to the 5 people again, and the anger in their hearts was hard to calm down. In their minds, Jiang Jinli was like a bright moon hanging in the night sky. Pure and flawless, noble and inviolable, how could they allow these filthy people to touch it? These people don't even have the qualifications to stand beside Jiang Jinli. They dared to dream of climbing into her bed, which was really intolerable. Especially their coquettish appearance, and their behavior of secretly spying on Jiang Jinli were even more unbearable. In recent years, There have been endless attempts to offer themselves to Jiang Jinli. Some men even openly confessed their love to Jiang Jinli, claiming that they were deeply in love with her. Their hypocritical faces were disgusting. They did this just to cling to the powerful and seek personal gain to satisfy their dark and selfish desires. Those who overestimated their own abilities did not even get a glimpse of Jiang Jinli, and eventually either died or were scared to death. Under Jiang Jinli's iron fist, almost no one dared to have improper thoughts about her. Unexpectedly, the North dared to send 5 people this time. It was really overestimating its own capabilities. The guards quickly entered the room, ignored the struggles and cries of the 5 people, and dragged them out directly. It was not until the figures of the 5 people disappeared that the chicken coop head and the bearded man came back to their senses from their shock. The chicken coop head's dissatisfaction was obvious. He thought to himself, "The Lord has not expressed his position yet. How dare these 3 people take the initiative to drive people away? What if the Lord is interested in one of them?" This thought gave the chicken coop head the courage to complain to Jiang Jinli. "Lord, you haven't spoken yet. How can they be so rude? This is too disrespectful to you. What, do you have any objections?" Jiang Jinli never looked at the 5 people straight in the eye from beginning to end. At this time, she slowly raised her eyelids and glanced at Jiwoda coldly. There was no warmth in her eyes, and a chill in her voice. "Their words are my words. Even if they are rude, I spoil them. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at them?" She suddenly raised her voice and scolded unhappily, "I think you are tired of living." These words made Shinshinsi and the other 3 people feel warm in their hearts. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up, revealing a happy smile, and the previous irritability disappeared instantly. Jiwoda was shocked by this scolding and felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. Then, a lot of blood gushed out of his nose and mouth. Ahem. "I dare not, absolutely dare not. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Lord, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Jiwoda was so scared that his soul flew away, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged continuously. Seeing this, the bearded man also knelt down quickly. Chapter 251. Jiang Jinli stood up and looked down at the 2 people who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Her sharp eyes directly penetrated their minds and revealed in a cold voice, "Do you really think I don't know the little thoughts of your base commander? What you call submission is just superficial obedience. In fact, you want to use my power to expand your sphere of influence. Do you think that once the matter is accomplished, you can stay away from my supervision? At that time, the emperor is far away, and you can do whatever you want in the north, pretending to obey but secretly disobeying?" She sneered contemptuously, "Your base commander has a good plan. He dared to set his sights on me, and tried to use me. I have to say that this courage is really great." The 2 people on the ground were soaked in cold sweat at this time, their bodies trembled constantly, and they couldn't even say a word of defense. Jiang Jinli's eyes became colder. "Don't worry, I won't take your lives. You go back and tell your base leaders to clean their necks and wait. Soon, I will come to visit you in person and raise your base to the ground." After hearing this, the 2 of them were filled with boundless fear. They raised their heads suddenly with horror on their faces. Jiang Jinli raised the corners of his mouth, outlining a mocking arc, but there was no smile in his eyes. He said coldly, "Why, are you surprised? You don't really think that I will be satisfied after unifying the South? It won't be long before the entire North will be included in my territory." The chicken-cooped head and the bearded man were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Jinli's ambition to be so big, but on second thought, with Jiang Jinli's current strength, this is not impossible. The forces in the north were weak, and the few bases with some strength were completely vulnerable to Jiang Jinli. "Tell me the current situation of the forces in the north." Jiang Jinli's words were concise and powerful, and he gave the order directly. Under Jiang Jinli's oppressive gaze, the 2 men with chicken coop heads did not dare to hide anything, and hurriedly told all the information they knew like pouring beans. "Where is Duan Muzikai's lair? You really don't know?" After listening, Jiang Jinli's eyes were like knives, staring at the 2 men. "We really don't know. Since Duan Muzikai's base was destroyed 2 years ago, he has completely disappeared from everyone's sight. His current hiding place is extremely secret. No one can find it unless he is specially invited." The 2 men explained eagerly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, sweating profusely, and even blurring their vision. Jiang Jinli did not continue to ask, but directly ordered to expel them. "Okay, I don't have extra food and accommodation to entertain you, you can go. Come on, send the guests away." The 2 stood up tremblingly, and couldn't help complaining in their hearts, "No food? Who would believe it? But they didn't dare to hesitate at all, and didn't dare to say a word, and hurriedly followed the guards out of the gate. For them, it was a blessing to be able to save their lives, so how could they dare to expect preferential treatment? They were so hungry at this moment that they couldn't even have a full meal. It was getting dark, and they couldn't even find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also had to return empty-handed. On the way back to the north, they didn't know what kind of disaster they would encounter and how many companions they would lose. Failure to submit to the Southern Lord, the fate of the two bases was destined to become Dwan Muzakai's slave base or subsidiary base. These heavy thoughts weighed on the hearts of the chicken coop head and the big bearded man, making their backs bent and their faces full of sorrow. With a heart full of helplessness and despair, they were sent out of the territory by the guards. Soon, the team of hundreds of people was expelled from the scope of leeching and disappeared in the distant horizon. 4 days later. In this world sealed by eternal ice and snow, the silver-white light quietly sprinkled on the vast snowfield, adding a touch of both magnificent and desolate beauty to this extremely cold land. The rolling snow-capped mountains stood majestically like the back of a giant, and those dense trees stood tall into the clouds, as if stretching towards the sky. The ice crystals under the light sparkled with dazzling light, dressing up this wasteland like a fairyland in a fairy tale, dangerous and charming. On this frozen land, a huge and strange mutant plant walked alone on the snow. A huge flower bloomed on its head, and its body was woven from vines. Several broad leaves stretched out on both sides, 2 of which were like arms, waving in the air constantly, stirring up gusts of wind. Its feet were forked from vines, and its walking speed was astonishing. Each step could cross a distance of several meters, leaving deep footprints on the snow. Every movement of this plant revealed an unusual weirdness and horror. And at the top of this mutant plant, there was an especially broad leaf, which was like a huge umbrella, covering the sky and the sun. There was a strange fluorescence flowing in the veins of the leaves, and what was amazing was that there was a woman sitting on the leaf. She leaned leisurely on the top of the leaf, her back comfortably pressed against the leaf, her legs crossed and placed in the center of the leaf, and she looked extremely relaxed. She was wearing a flowing white fox fur coat, the hem of which swayed gently with the breeze, as if she was integrated with the snowy world around her, exuding a natural elegance. Holding a large bag of snacks in her hand, she occasionally reached out and took out a piece and put it in her mouth, her half-closed eyes revealing a satisfied look, and her face was filled with ease and comfort. After arranging the main affairs properly, Jiang Jinli set out from the territory this morning and embarked on a journey to the north. Now, she has been traveling for most of the day. Breathing the fresh cold air outside and feeling the grandeur of the ice and snow, Jiang Jinli felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. This feeling of occasionally going out for a walk made her feel very good. In the morning, she used her spatial ability to directly cross most of the south, and then let Dahua lead her to continue moving forward. She was not in a hurry to get going, because she could enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way and relax. According to Dahua's current speed, it is expected that she will reach the northern territory in the afternoon. Dahua's steps were steady, and Jiang Jinli, sitting on the leaves, did not feel any bumps. He looked down at the snowfield from a high place and experienced a different kind of fun. Jiang Jinli gently patted the leaves under him and asked lazily, "Dahua, you have walked for so long, are you hungry?" "Yeah." Dahua did not stop, opened her big mouth full of sharp teeth, turned her petal-like head, and looked at Jiang Jinli, with a smile on her face. It was okay when Dahua's expression was calm, but once she smiled, her ferocious face was even more terrifying. "Are you a little hungry? Then pay attention to your surroundings, and catch a mutant beast yourself later, and eat some fresh meat." Jiang Jinli was accustomed to Dahua's ugly appearance. After a gentle reminder, he took out another pear and ate it leisurely. She lifted her eyelids and carefully observed the surrounding environment. All she saw was dense mutant plants. They were twisted and growing, or entangled with each other, or hideous and terrifying, covering the sky and the sun, making it impossible to find a feasible path. On this road, when encountering those ignorant mutant plants, Jiang Jinli did not need to take action personally. Dahua could always easily solve them. Wherever it passed, it turned into a flat plain, and it opened up a path in this dense forest. Chapter 252. In this world, except for the sound of Dahua stepping on the snow, there was silence all around. Occasionally, the running of other mutant animals could be heard nearby. There were also many mutant creatures lurking in the snow, their blood-red eyes fixed on the strange combination of a man and a flower. They were secretly probing each other's strength, ready to attack at any time. Ah! Dahua suddenly stopped, and pointed to a giant mushroom group emitting mysterious light in the distance with her leaf-like big hand. Jiang Jinli followed Dahua's instructions and looked at the mushroom groups clearly. After seeing the mushroom groups clearly, she immediately explained, "Those things can't be eaten, they are highly poisonous." Those mutant fluorescent mushroom groups grew in the snow in various shapes. Some were as tall as towering ancient trees, while others were as small as exquisite handicrafts. But their common feature was that they emitted soft fluorescence, rendering the entire forest like a dream world. These mushrooms seemed beautiful and attractive, but in fact they contained deadly poisons. Their hyphae penetrate deep into the ground, absorbing nutrients from the ground and spreading a special poisonous gas. Once a person or animal approaches, they will be attacked by the poisonous gas and die instantly. Suddenly, a subtle sound came from the left, and Jiang Jinli raised the corner of his mouth and reminded Dahua, "Dahua, get ready, the food is coming." Dahua silently prepared for the battle. At this moment, a huge white figure suddenly rushed towards Dahua. It landed on all fours, as fast as lightning, with a tall body, exposed fangs, and saliva dripping continuously, looking extremely fierce. This is a white mutant giant bear, whose figure almost blends perfectly with the surrounding snow. Once it lurks and does not move, it is difficult to be discovered. Its attack was so swift that many survivors died under its claws. But it was obvious that its life was about to end today. Just as the giant bear let out a deafening roar, leaped up suddenly, and pounced on Jiang Jinli, Dahua launched an attack with lightning speed. Countless vines suddenly emerged from its body, piercing the giant bear like sharp arrows. The giant bear was shocked and tried to dodge, but found desperately that its body was bound and unable to move. It could only helplessly watch its body being pierced by huge vines, and blood mist spread instantly. The giant bear took its last breath in confusion. Dahua quickly rolled the giant bear's body in front of him with vines, then peeled off the bear's skin, and with just a strong pull, the body was torn in half, and the internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground. It couldn't wait to open its big mouth and start biting the warm and fresh bear meat. At this moment, Dahua showed its ferocious and terrifying nature, like a bloodthirsty beast, and the scene was terrifying. While it was eating voraciously, it did not forget to pass the bear's skin to Jiang Jinli with vines. Jiang Jinli looked at the blood-stained bear skin and couldn't help but laugh and cry, "It's lost. What do I need this bear skin for?" She had no interest in collecting fur, making bear fur coats, or bear fur chairs. Dahua didn't ask any more questions, and directly took the bear's skin away and threw it aside. It had a huge appetite, and the whole bear was almost devoured by it, and its belly became round. Dahua smacked his lips in satisfaction and burped loudly, looking satisfied. After eating, Dahua didn't mean to continue pretending to be weak. It looked around and directly released the pressure of a high-level mutant creature. It roared in all directions, and the sound was like thunder. An invisible pressure spread rapidly, making the mutant creatures around who tried to approach feel unprecedented fear. Even the most ferocious mutant beasts could not help but lose their footing in front of this force. Soon, all the mutant creatures around could not bear this sense of oppression. They trembled, and their bodies crawled on the ground uncontrollably, with awe and submission in their eyes. This is the level crushing between mutant species. Dahua felt their surrender, hummed with satisfaction, wiped his mouth casually, and then sped up and strode forward. At this time, Shinjingxi's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Jinli's mind. "Jinli, where are you now? Take us out quickly." Jiang Jinli's thoughts sank into the space, and he found that Shinjingxi and Qiluo were standing on the ground in the space, looking up at the sky. Jiang Jinli asked, "Are you done?" The two looked around for a while, but could only hear Jiang Jinli's voice echoing in the air, but could not see her figure. Although they had experienced this situation many times, they still felt a little magical. "Well, I'm done. Are you bored by yourself? Did you encounter any danger on the road?" Shinjingxi asked with a smile. "No danger." After Jiang Jinli finished speaking, he took the two out of the space. The two felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes. The next second, the scenery suddenly changed, and they had left the warm space and were in an unknown wilderness. At this moment, they were sitting on the broad leaves above the big flower. There was a vast expanse of white before their eyes, and the biting coldness instantly hit them. The two of them were caught off guard and shivered. But then, they were wrapped in a warm current, and the coldness was instantly dispelled, as if their bodies had an extra layer of protection. The two looked at Jiang Jinli gratefully. Afterwards, the two found a suitable place to lean against and began to look at the surrounding environment. The scene of the primitive forest covered in silver, although dangerous and cold, it must be admitted that its beauty is shocking. Shinjingzi leaned on the leaves, looking around, and couldn't help but sigh, it's so beautiful. Yeah. Qilua smiled and nodded, deeply feeling the same. Jiang gently placed fruits and snacks in the middle, and the three of them sat together, eating and chatting easily. Soon, snowflakes gradually floated in the sky, adding a touch of romance and purity to the white scenery around. How long will it take us to reach the north? Qilua asked Jiang gently while eating snacks. Soon. Jiang gently responded in a relaxed tone, we should be able to reach the Endless River in a while. The Endless River is a magnificent river that divides the north and south regions. It is named because of its many tributaries, rapid water, and the unknown end of the river. Crossing the Endless River directly is the fastest and shortest route to the north and south. But the bridge collapsed in the second year after the Doomsday, blocking the road. There are still ways for superpowers to cross the river directly, while ordinary people can only take a long detour. Therefore, most people going south have to choose to take a detour, which takes more time to reach the south. Once you cross the Endless River, you will truly enter the northern region. Dahua traveled very fast, and soon, he came to the top of the Endless River. In front of him, a huge rift suddenly opened up. The river water had frozen into ice, and the ice reflected a dazzling light. Surrounded by towering mutant trees, it formed a magnificent landscape covered in silver. The other side is the northern border. Jiang Jinli, Shinjingzi, Qilua and Dahua disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already standing firmly on the other side of the river. The north has arrived. Chapter 253. At the same time, in the northern territory, not far from the Endless River, a team was struggling to move in the wind and snow. They were numerous, the team was neat and orderly, and the people in front were responsible for opening up the road. The people around were vigilantly on guard against possible dangers around them. In the core of the team, there were two people, a man and a woman, who were protected by everyone. Shijia, where are we now? I'm so tired. Shin Billion couldn't help complaining to the man beside her, with a hint of coquetry in her voice. Shijia took Shin Billion's hand, turned his head, and comforted her with a gentle voice. Hold on for a while, we should be close to the Endless River. Cross that river, and you could enter the southern territory. Why so slow? Hearing this, Shin Billion's mood was a little unstable. These days, except for a short rest time at night, they have been almost always on the road. They encountered countless dangers on the way, and more than a dozen people have died, but they have not yet left the north. Shin Billion felt a little regretful. If she had known that this journey was so difficult and there were many hidden dangers on the road, she should not have volunteered to lead the team south just to show herself. But it was too late to regret now. Even if she had to bite the bullet, she had to lead everyone to Licheng. Shin Billion looked up at the sky and saw that the snowflakes were getting denser and the temperature was dropping. Many people in the team were already shivering with cold. Shin Billion immediately stopped and announced decisively, let's find a place to rest and eat something. We will continue our journey when the snow is lighter. Good. The team immediately erupted in excited agreement. They were all about to freeze to death, and they were eager to find a place to shelter from the wind. So, the team walked and looked for a place to shelter from the snow. After searching for a long time, they still found nothing, and everyone's anxiety gradually increased. Look ahead. Suddenly, one person pointed to the front and shouted in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and a super huge tree stood in front. Its trunk was extremely strong, with a diameter of tens of meters, and it went straight into the sky, like an ice sculpture monument created by nature. What's more amazing is that this seemingly solid tree is actually hollow inside. A huge crack opened on one side of the trunk, and it seemed to be a spacious natural cave inside. From a distance, it could accommodate hundreds of people. This tree is too big. It's amazing. It's so big inside, it must be able to fit people in. Let's rest there. Everyone had never seen such a huge tree before, and they talked in amazement and moved over there eagerly. Wait a moment. Shin Billion quickly stepped forward and stopped everyone's action. She stared at the tree vigilantly. Although there seemed to be nothing unusual on the outside, she still reminded everyone pay attention to safety. Check the tree first, and make sure there is no danger before entering. Understood. Everyone obeyed the order, and approached the giant tree carefully. After a careful inspection, they did not find anything unusual. As the snow got heavier, they had no choice but to rush into the tree hole. Those who could not squeeze in could only sit and rest on the open space under the tree. The inside of the tree hole is very spacious, exuding a light with fragrance. It can protect against wind and rain, and is warm and comfortable. Everyone relaxed their vigilance, sat on the ground, and took out dry food to start eating. In this quiet atmosphere, no one noticed that this huge tree was quietly undergoing subtle changes. The tree seemed to have some signs of life, and the originally open crack began to slowly close, like an invisible giant mouth, as if to imprison all the people in the cave. Ah! Suddenly, a person sitting against the inner wall screamed heartbreakingly. Everyone jumped up in shock, looked at each other, and stared at the screaming person nervously. The man's howling showed no signs of stopping. He struggled desperately, but seemed to be trapped by invisible constraints and could not escape. The inner wall began to secrete a strange acidic liquid, which was dark in color and exuded a pungent smell. It was as corrosive as gastric juice. The liquid quickly penetrated the man's clothes and corroded his skin. His body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye under the gaze of everyone, and finally turned into a pool of blood. All this happened so quickly, in just a few seconds. Everyone was stunned by this horrific scene, and could not move for a while. Everyone run. Shinbillion was the first person to recover from the shock. She shouted loudly, pulled up her boyfriend, and ran out of the tree without looking back. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, and rushed to escape quickly. The liquid on the inner wall of the trunk continued to increase, and then spikes grew and gradually shrank, so the internal space was squeezed smaller and smaller. In the end, this place became an airtight cage, trapping dozens of people who had not yet escaped. In a flash, desperate screams came from the inside of the tree trunk. Hurry up and smash the tree! Shinbillion was extremely anxious. She took the lead in launching her supernatural power, and launched a fierce attack on the giant tree. Others also responded and attacked together. But at this time, the bark of the giant tree was as hard as iron. The joint attack of everyone only broke a small hole. Blood immediately gushed out of the hole, and the sound inside had long disappeared. Obviously, the person was dead, and there was no need to rescue him. Get out of here! Shinbillion gave a decisive order, and then ran out quickly. Everyone followed without hesitation. Soon, they fled this terrible place. Ishijia looked at Shinbillion's livid face, and the self-blame in her eyes that was difficult to conceal, and a feeling of pity surged in his heart. He stopped, held Shinbillion's hand tightly, and gently comforted her. Billion, no one can predict such an accident. It's not your fault. You have done very well. You... Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, so fast that it made people palpitate. Before everyone reacted, Ishijia's head had been pierced by a crystal-clear ice arrow. The ice arrow pierced through one of his eyes, bringing out a blood mist. Shinbillion's pupil shrank sharply, and she stood there blankly, looking at her boyfriend's head pierced by an arrow in front of her in disbelief, as if she was frozen. Following that, 5 or 6 more ice arrows shot in succession at lightning speed. Ishijia's head was instantly shot to pieces, his brain splattered, and a large blood mist filled the air. His body fell straight down, bloody and blurred, and it was unbearable to look at it directly. Warm blood splashed on Shinbillion's face, awakening her from extreme shock. Looking at her boyfriend lying on the ground in a miserable state, her heart was filled with grief, making her feel like dying. She screamed heartbreakingly, "No! Shijia!" Shinbillion's eyes were bloodshot, her face was distorted. Like a demon, she roared angrily and frantically around. Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 254. Shinbillion, it's really a narrow road for enemies. It turns out that you have a heart and can feel pain, which is really strange. Don't be in a hurry to scream. Don't worry, your man is dead. Wait a minute, I will send you to hell and let you reunite in the underworld. A clear and indifferent voice, with an unconcealable murderous intent, suddenly echoed around and resounded in everyone's ears. The people present looked around in panic, and their eyes finally solidified in front of them not far away. There, a huge and ferocious, ugly monster similar to a mutant carnivorous plant was approaching quickly. On its head, on the leaves, there were 3 stunning women. 2 of them were sitting lazily, looking down with interest. And the other short-haired woman stood proudly, holding a huge and crystal-clear ice bowl in her hand, expressionless, with cold murderous intent in her eyes. Undoubtedly, the fatal arrows just now were fired by her. The huge body of the advanced mutant was enough to make people despair. Not to mention the 3 mysterious women whose depth was hard to see. For a moment, everyone was scared and screamed, and the scene became chaotic in an instant. Who are they? Oh no, the strength of that mutant is at least above the 7th level. Why attack us? Shinbillion's eyes were like being nailed, staring at the upright Shinxingxi. Her face became stiff in an instant, and her ferocious expression seemed to be frozen. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from the old bellows with difficulty, mixed with shock, confusion and anger, all emotions condensed in that shout. Shinjingxi? When she regained consciousness, fear came to her heart and quickly spread all over Shinbilyan's body, making her shudder. Even the grief of her boyfriend's death was instantly diluted. Shinbilyan widened her eyes, as if she had seen a ghost, and screamed in disbelief, "You are still alive? Come on, be alert! Be alert! Come and protect me!" Shinbilyan was so scared that her soul flew away, and she shouted wildly at the people around her. At the same time, she eagerly pulled two men to block in front of her, and then she carefully cast her eyes again at Shinjingxi not far away. At this time, Shinbilyan's face was as pale as paper, as if her blood had been drained, and cold sweat quickly covered her forehead. Her lips trembled, and her voice was hoarse and crazy. "Damn it! How could you not die? Why? This is not fair. This is not fair." In the past few years, Shinbilyan's most regretful, most afraid, and most worried thing in her heart was the existence of Shinjingxi. She didn't regret stabbing Shinjingxi in the back, but she regretted not being able to completely end Shinjingxi's life at that time. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Shinbilyan couldn't help but feel extremely regretful when she recalled that scene. At that time, she was too complacent and too careless. She should have confirmed Shinjingxi's death with her own hands before leaving, but she carelessly left Shinjingxi a glimmer of hope. Shinjingxi was cold and ruthless. If she survived by chance, she would definitely come back to seek revenge on her. Shinbilyan had been living in fear for the past 2 years. But as Shinjingxi never showed up, her heart gradually returned to peace. Shinbilyan kept comforting herself. Shinjingxi was so seriously injured at that time, how could she escape from the group of corpses? She must have been dead, and she was too suspicious. Gradually, Shinjingxi's story faded from Shinbilyan's memory. But unexpectedly, this was her first time traveling far away, and she unexpectedly ran into Shinjingxi here. This sudden encounter was undoubtedly a huge shock to Shinbilyan. "Your words are ridiculous. A woman as vicious as you is still alive and well. How could I die so easily?" Shinjingxi's words were full of sarcasm. Her eyes suddenly became dark, with pent-up hatred and anger surging in them. She lifted her thin lips and uttered cold words. "I was too busy in the past few years, and had no time to go north to deal with you, so I let you live a few more years. You can be considered to have earned it. Now, the time has come, your life should be handed over to me." "No, Shinjingxi, why are you so heartless? I didn't kill you on the spot that year. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Why do you have to kill me? Even if one life for one life, you have killed Shijie, isn't that enough?" Shinbilyan's voice trembled with tears. Shinjingxi's aura at this moment is extremely powerful. Obviously, she must have obtained a great opportunity to have today's transformation. Her ability level has undoubtedly surpassed herself. If it were a head-on confrontation, Shinbilyan knew that there would be no possibility of survival. Seeing the coldness around Shinjingxi getting stronger and stronger, and the murderous intent about to burst out, Shinbilyan's psychological defense finally collapsed, and she burst into tears, shouting out the name she was most reluctant to admit. "Sister, please don't kill me. I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong. You can punish me in any way you want, just don't kill me. I'm your only sister. Do you really have the heart to kill me? If Dad knew you killed me, he would never forgive you and would even hate you. He would definitely avenge me. Don't you even care about Dad? Sister, shut up." Shinjingxi interrupted her harshly, and her anger could not be suppressed in her heart. "Don't call me sister, you make me feel sick. My mother only gave birth to me, I don't have any sisters." She sneered, her tone full of sarcasm and contempt. "As for Shin Changfeng, do you think I care about his opinion? The moment I almost died, I had completely severed my relationship with the Shin family, and had no connection with him anymore." Shinjingxi's life experience, like many bloody dramas, is full of blood and helplessness. Shin Changfeng, although she is her biological father, but in Shinjingxi's memory, she has never felt the warmth of fatherly love. Shin Changfeng gave her only endless disgust and harsh criticism. Similarly, Shinjingxi only had deep resentment and hatred towards him. The marriage between her mother and Shin Changfeng was a marriage carefully arranged by the two families. The relationship between them was relatively plain, and it could be said that they were respectful to each other. The mother always fulfilled her duties, and fulfilled her duties as a wife. But as time passed, Shin Changfeng's interest in her mother gradually faded, and he began to dislike her boring and old-fashioned. Not long after her mother became pregnant, Shin Changfeng could not suppress his desire, and went out to have fun. He fell in love with a beautiful woman and developed an improper relationship. The mother learned about this scandal only after she gave birth to Shinjingzi. The mother, who was originally weak, became even more fragile after experiencing the hardships of childbirth. She could not bear such a blow. After the truth was revealed, the mother became depressed and eventually bedridden. Shin Changfeng not only failed to fulfill his husband's responsibilities at his mother's sickbed, but also openly brought his pregnant mistress home, under the pretext of taking care of her baby. This extreme betrayal and humiliation made the mother sad and angry, and she died unfortunately, leaving behind Shinjingzi, who was just 1 month old. What is even more chilling is that the ruthless Shin Changfeng overcame all difficulties, and married the mistress just 1 year after his mother's death. Shinjingzi grew up in the Shin family since she was a child, but she seemed to be a superfluous person. The indifference and dislike of her father, the indifference of her grandfather, the exclusion and suppression of her stepmother, and the difficulties and bullying of her stepsister constitute all the memories of Shinjingzi's childhood. After her mother died, her grandparents learned about the treatment their daughter had suffered. They were extremely angry and immediately came to question her, which completely broke the relationship between the two families. In the following years, the two families fought openly and secretly, and finally the Shin family won, and the grandparents, exhausted, had to move their property to the south. When the grandparents learned about Shinjingzi's situation in the Shin family, they did their best and finally took her to the old house in the south, where she could grow up. So, Shinjingzi grew up gradually under the care of her grandparents in the south. But in order to maintain the image of a father in front of the public, Shin Changfeng would occasionally take Shinjingzi from the south back to the Shin family in the north, to live for a few days every few years. If she resisted, Shin Changfeng would threaten her with her mother's relics. Although Shinjingzi was angry, she had no choice but to be forced to participate in this absurd drama of fatherly love and filial piety. Therefore, in the wealthy circles in the north, it is well known that the Shin family has a neglected eldest daughter, but only a handful of people have really seen her true face. When Shinjingzi was 20 years old, her grandparents passed away one after another, leaving her with the management rights of a company. Since then, Shinjingzi has lost all her loved ones who love her, and her personality has become more indifferent and independent. There is almost no expression on her face, and she works day after day. She is like a robot, and regards the defeat of the Shin family as her lifelong goal. However, after a few years, the Doomsday broke out, and the world order collapsed. She was forced to send Shin Billion to the north, but encountered Shin Billion's conspiracy on the way. Finally, she met Jiang Jinli, the person who changed her life. Until now. It's time to settle all the grievances. No matter what, the blood relationship between us can't be changed. Shin Billion was extremely flustered, and her voice was hoarse, and she shouted loudly. Blood relationship? How ridiculous. Do you think I care about such things? Shinjingzi spat out these words coldly, her face as gloomy as water. Without any hesitation, she raised the ice bow, and pulled the arrow string with one hand. In an instant, 3 ice arrows condensed into shape, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and flew out quickly, pointing directly at Shin Billion's face. Chapter 255. Protect the lady. The faces of the people in the field changed drastically, and they all rushed toward Shin Billion. Shin Billion was so scared that her eyes widened. At the critical moment of life and death, she pushed 2 teammates under the trajectory of the ice arrow without hesitation. The ice arrow instantly pierced the heads of the 2 teammates, and blood and brains splattered everywhere. The momentum of the ice arrow did not decrease at all, and continued to rush toward Shin Billion. Shin Billion screamed non-stop. At the moment of death approaching, she quickly activated her superpowers, and with the superpowers of others, she finally blocked the attack of the 3 deadly arrows. Shinjingzi, how dare you really kill? Aren't you afraid of revenge from the Hope Base? Shin Billion gave up begging for mercy. At this moment, she was in a mess, with a distorted face. She threatened Shinjingzi fiercely. I went south this time to establish a cooperative relationship with the Southern Lord. Once you succeed, you will have nowhere to stay. If you don't want to die too miserably, I advise you to let me go now. In this way, I can still consider sparing your life. Shinjingzi's expression became a little strange. She lowered her head, and glanced at Jiang Jinli, who was sitting leisurely. The corners of her eyes raised, the hostility dissipated, and a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Shinjingzi's silence gradually relaxed Shin Billion. Just as she was about to speak again, a lazy and calm female voice sounded, Want to cooperate with me? I'm afraid you will make a wasted trip, because your base is not worthy. Although this sentence was light, it was as shocking as a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Shin Billion's pupil shrank suddenly, and she moved her eyeballs with difficulty, Only then did her gaze fall on the woman sitting next to Shinjingzi. The other person has an elegant temperament, delicate appearance, and a strong aura that even surpasses Shinjingzi. Coupled with what she just said, an unbelievable and terrifying fact lies before us. She is the Southern Lord. How is it possible? How is this possible? If she is really the Lord, then Shinjingzi can be so close to her. Doesn't this mean that Shinjingzi is one of the legendary 9 war leaders? No. Why is fate so unfair? Shinbilyan's face turned pale in an instant, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her lips trembled as she spat out 3 words. Impossible. Jiang Jinli raised his eyelids, glanced at the crowd below indifferently, and spoke again, speaking slowly. Not only is there no hope for cooperation, I will come to your door in person later, destroy the Tang family, and then uproot your hope base. No! This is impossible. How dare you pretend to be a lord? You are looking for death. Shinbilyan's expression became more and more crazy. She was so scared that she was incoherent, and she screamed at the crowd around her, "Go up! Kill them!" Shinbilyan knew that she might not be able to escape death this time, but even so, she was unwilling to surrender. Her momentum suddenly increased, and her 7th level fire ability was fully activated. She instantly ignited a blazing flame, her eyes flashed with anger, and her distorted face at the moment, which really made her look a bit frightening. The people around her held their weapons tightly, and fear made their hands and feet weak. If that person was really the Lord, she could easily crush them with just one finger. What's more, there was also that ugly high-level mutant plant present. No matter how they thought about it, they had no chance of winning. But they had no choice. They would die anyway, so they might as well die with dignity. Just as they were about to launch an attack, Jiang Jinli's majestic and unquestionable voice sounded again. All the creatures present around, listen to my command and kill them. A powerful pressure, like substance, instantly enveloped the snowy forest. Even the air seemed to solidify, and the oppression made it extremely difficult to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that as Jiang Jinli's voice fell, the sound of stepping on the snow immediately sounded on the snow around. Then, countless ferocious mutants rushed out from all directions. The wolf pack rushed to the front, with its eyes flashing with a dark green light, its fangs exposed, and it looked extremely bloodthirsty. The giant bear followed closely behind, and every step it took made the snow rumble. In addition, there were mutant tigers, giant snakes, and various unknown ugly monsters. Under this powerful pressure, they became extremely violent and rushed towards the crowd. The mutant trees around were also ready to release thorn vines. Soon, the crowd was surrounded by the beasts. This scene was too shocking and too horrifying. Everyone looked at Jiang Jinli with fear. The mutant beasts stared at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. The howling, roaring, and the roars of other mutant plants and animals intertwined to form a symphony of death. The people surrounded in the middle stood back to back, their hearts and courage were broken, and screams and wails sounded one after another, and despair spread among the crowd. Seeing the beasts attack, everyone had no choice but to activate their own abilities, and quickly grasp their weapons to resist. The two sides soon fell into a fierce battle, and screams followed. The white snow was gradually stained red with blood, a tragic battlefield scene. Ah! Damn it, Shinjingzi, I want you to die. Looking at this horrifying scene, Shinbilyan was almost crazy. She jumped up suddenly, and her burning body streaked across the sky like a meteorite, rushing straight toward Shinjingzi. A cold light flashed in Shinjingzi's eyes, and the temperature around her body dropped sharply. She flew up lightly, and greeted the furious Shinbilyan. The two collided in the sky in an instant, and the power of the fire and water system collided violently, interweaving a shocking picture. Shinbilyan roared, and the flames gushing out of her body were like a furious dragon, distorting the surrounding air, and the scorching flame seemed to turn everything into ashes. Shinjingzi waved her hand calmly, and a giant dragon condensed from water rose from the ground and started a fierce battle with the fire dragon in the sky. The fire dragon and the water dragon rolled and circled in the air, and every collision was accompanied by dazzling sparks and diffuse water vapor. It seemed to tear the sky apart. This battle in the sky contrasted with the scene of the human-animal melee below, and the whole space was filled with tension and danger. It was thrilling. Jiang Jinli, Qilua, and Dahua watched coldly on the side, and the chaos around them did not affect them at all. As time passed, the crowd below was almost completely wiped out. On the field, the bodies of mutant beasts were scattered all over the ground, and human limbs and arms were everywhere. With the death of the last person, the remaining mutants stopped attacking. They turned to face Jiang Jinli, knelt on the ground, and crawled docilely. Then, they let out a uniform howl, as if announcing the completion of the mission. Jiang Jinli signaled with her eyes, and the beasts immediately understood her meaning. They quickly dispersed in all directions, leaving behind a messy and tragic battlefield. In the sky, Shen Billion realized desperately that she was no match for Xinqingxi. She had awakened her superpowers earlier than Xinqingxi, so why was there such a huge difference in strength? She couldn't help but laugh at herself. Did she take the fruit from Xinqingxi back then, and now she is being punished? Xinqingxi did not delay any longer, and took advantage of the moment when Shen Billion's strength was exhausted. She decisively launched an attack. A powerful force poured into Shen Billion's body, raging in her blood. It forced the blood in her body to seep out from every pore. Blood and fire intertwined on Shen Billion's body, forming a terrifying red scene, and she couldn't help but let out a painful howl. In the end, Shen Billion fell to the ground powerlessly, dying. Her body was covered in ice and snow, blood red, without a single piece of intact skin, and her face was twisted like a monster. Xinqingxi was suspended in the air, looking down at Shen Billion from above, her clothes fluttering, her eyes cold, her voice as cold as ice. Stolen powers are stolen after all, and my awakened water power is destined to be your nemesis. Just like you are destined to not escape my palm. Ahem. I am not as skilled as you. I have nothing to say. Shen Billion lay on the cold snow, her body weak. Every breath was accompanied by a painful cough. Her eyelashes kept trembling, and she had obviously given up all resistance. She asked weakly, Ahem. Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you do it? Shen Billion herself couldn't explain clearly where her jealousy and hatred for Xinqingxi came from. Although they knew each other since childhood, their relationship had always been bad. Xinqingxi's situation in the Shen family was not good, and she had never been favored by her father. In theory, Shen Billion should not have such a deep hatred for Xinqingxi. Perhaps it was because of Xinqingxi's calm attitude when facing difficulties. Perhaps it was because Shen Billion envied Xinqingxi's indestructible pride. Or perhaps it was because she was called Miss Shen's second miss day after day, and even accidentally heard herself being called the daughter of the mistress. These subtle jealousies and resentments accumulated bit by bit, and eventually made Shen Billion's hatred for Xinqingxi deepen. Therefore, when the end of the world came, she chose to attack Xinqingxi. Now recalling her actions, Shen Billion realized how childish and futile it was. After all, Xinqingxi didn't even take her father Shen Chengfeng seriously, let alone others. Moreover, Xinqingxi has always been a victim. In the final analysis, it was her mother's fault, but Shen Billion had always deliberately ignored this point. It was too late to understand everything. Shen Billion thought that it would be better to end it like this. Death might be a relief. She was tired of playing the role of a good daughter for a long time. But Xinqingxi's words made Shen Billion stunned. I will kill you, but not now. I will bring you to Shen Chengfeng and kill you in front of him. Chapter 256. Shen Billion's face suddenly broke into a twisted smile, which was somewhat sad, so that tears also slid down. Xinqingxi, you are really cruel. Thank you for the compliment. Xinqingxi's answer was extremely indifferent. She moved her eyes away from Shen Billion, and returned lightly to the leaves. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, she turned to ask Jiang Jinli, shall we go directly to the Hope Base? Yes, go directly. Jiang Jinli did not hesitate at all, and then condensed a ray of mental power, silently invading the depths of Shen Billion's mind. Although the city where the Hope Base was located was known, due to the complicated road conditions, getting the route directly from Shen Billion's mind was undoubtedly the fastest way. Ah! Shen Billion felt a sharp pain bursting in her mind, and couldn't help screaming. Her face twisted, and blue veins emerged. Although the pain only lasted for a few seconds, for Shen Billion, it was like experiencing a long few centuries. Her consciousness could not withstand the invasion of this advanced soul-searching technique at all. The body could not help but curl up, twitching, foaming at the mouth, in great pain. After Jiang Jinli obtained the route to the Hope Base, he decisively ordered Dahua, take her with you and continue to go southeast. Dahua responded, and several tough vines quickly stretched out, rolled up the unconscious Shen Billion, wrapped her tightly, and then hung her in the air. Then, Dahua took its huge steps, and walked forward in the direction indicated by Jiang Jinli. Along the way, Jiang Jinli cleverly used his spatial ability, and frequently shuttled, greatly shortening the travel time. Just a few hours later, they approached the jurisdiction of the Hope Base. Along the way, they could see red guards patrolling vigilantly on the tower from time to time. But in front of Jiang Jinli, these guards didn't even have time to scream before they turned into wisps of dust. In this way, the three people and the flower arrived at the gate of the Hope Base silently without any effort. Jiang Jinli raised his eyes, and stared at the slightly dilapidated city wall and gate, with a cruel smile on his lips. The Tang family should be destroyed. Oh my god! What the hell is that? A high-level mutant plant. When did it appear? Why was there no warning? No! High-level mutants are coming. Quick! Sound the alarm, quick! The red guards on the city wall were stunned, looking at the mutant plants coming towards them, screaming in fear. They fled in panic. This mutant plant that suddenly appeared caught them off guard. The base had just experienced a large-scale zombie invasion a few days ago, and now it has welcomed this advanced mutant plant. It seems that the end of the Hope base has really come. But before the guards could take action, a thick black fog suddenly spread from the leaves of the mutant plants. The black fog spread so fast that people could not react at all, and the people on the entire city wall were instantly swallowed by the black fog. In a flash, painful screams came one after another, and the bodies in the black fog were corroded and dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into pools of blood. After completing its mission, the black fog quickly dissipated, leaving a dead silence on the city wall. On the leaf, Qi Luo expressionlessly withdrew her supernatural power, and the black smoke lingering at her fingertips gradually faded away. Jiang Jinli only had the idea of a quick battle in her mind at this moment, because she had more important things to do, to deal with Duan Muzikai, and she didn't want to waste any time here. She waved her arm, hoping that a white transparent crack several tens of meters wide would be torn open at the gate of the base in an instant. Jiang Jinli's consciousness sank into the space, appeared above the territory, and issued a serious and majestic order to the military zone below. The 1st Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, the 4th Battalion, quickly assemble, come to my side, and follow me to fight. This sudden voice echoed over the territory, startling everyone. But the soldiers in the territory responded quickly, and more than 100,000 soldiers from the 3 battalions immediately responded to the call, shouting in unison, "Obey the Lord's order." The sound exploded in the air like thunder. Then, the battle horn sounded in the central square of the main city, resounding throughout the territory. The atmosphere in the territory instantly became tense and orderly. The captains of the 3 brigades, Xian Wan, Su Lang, and Lian Yang, acted quickly, gathering all the squadron leaders and team leaders, and the soldiers also formed their own teams in an orderly manner. Since everyone knew that the Lord had gone north, everyone was always fully armed and ready to go at any time. Now, with an order, the speed of assembly was extremely fast. Soon, more than 100,000 soldiers from the 3 brigades were assembled. They held various weapons, and ran towards the main city in an orderly manner. The residents along the way looked solemn, standing on both sides of the road, making way for the soldiers and watching them go north. When they arrived at the square, the white transparent door that had been opened came into view. Without any hesitation, the crowd passed through the white door one after another, like a black torrent, pouring out continuously. In a flash, they appeared outside the gate of the Hope base. Their appearance seemed to cast a huge black shadow on the snowfield. The soldiers looked up at Jiang Jinli on the leaves and shouted respectfully in unison, "Lord." Jiang Jinli calmly gave an order, "Occupy all defense points and surround the Hope base." "Got it." The soldiers responded, and the mighty team quickly spread out. Like a big net, it covered every corner of the Hope base. In front of the white crack, people continued to pour out, and every person who came out quickly joined the encirclement. The walls and sentry towers of the Hope base, every strategic point, were quickly occupied by the soldiers. Enemy attack. Oh my god! Enemy attack. The red guards inside the base finally discovered the changes on the wall, and they were so scared that they screamed. The sharp alarm suddenly tore through the air and sounded inside the Hope base. Everyone ran out of the house, looking terrified, trying to figure out what happened. At this time, the soldiers of the territory were all in place, and the 3 captains each occupied one side, surrounding the Hope base tightly. The guards inside the base witnessed the scene in front of them, and their hearts and fears broke. On the high wall, the black-clad soldiers were densely packed, with solemn faces and murderous aura. The muzzles and arrows in their hands, like the shadow of the god of death, pointed directly at the inside of the base. Faced with this sudden sense of oppression, everyone looked ashen and trembling. Some people were so scared that they couldn't stand up and fell to the ground. "We are surrounded." One person howled after realizing it, and his voice was split. This shout was like lighting a gunpowder barrel. The screams of fear continued inside the base. In an instant, the entire base fell into chaos and panic. At this time, the gate of the base fell down with a loud bang. Then, teams of black-clad warriors entered in a neat pace. The last thing that came into view was a giant mutant plant that was tens of meters high. Everyone looked up and saw 3 women with different figures standing proudly on the leaves above the mutant plant. Suddenly, a series of gasps came from the crowd. Jiang Jinli's eyes were fixed on the highest building, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, in the base director's office on the highest floor, Tang Weifu was originally discussing matters with several direct descendants of the Tang family. But the piercing alarm sounded, making everyone present's heartbeats accelerate, and their faces changed suddenly. They quickly moved to the window, eagerly checking the situation outside. When the densely packed black-clad men on the distant city wall came into view, everyone's face became extremely ugly, and they all turned their heads to look at Tang Weifu with trembling, and said with pale faces, "Base Commander, it's over, the base is surrounded by unknown forces." "Which forces are they? Why do you come here? Why? Oh my god!" Tang Weifu felt dizzy, breathing rapidly, and almost out of breath. He picked up the teacup with trembling hands, and tried to drink a sip of water to calm down. At this moment, a calm female voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Mr. Tang, guests are coming from afar, why don't you come out to greet them quickly? Do you need me to invite you in person?" "Pop!" Tang Weifu's face was full of horror, his cloudy eyes widened, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chapter 257. Who? Who's talking? Several members of the Tang family were terrified and sweating. Their eyes wandered around the room, and they kept mumbling, looking a little nervous. "Let's go out." Tang Weifu seemed to have aged several decades in an instant, and the wrinkles on his face trembled. He struggled to prop up his weak body, hunched his back, and moved out of the door. Others also realized that those who possessed such mysterious power were not ordinary people. The enemy this time was coming fiercely, and the fate of the base was probably in jeopardy. They walked out of the room one after another, shaking their legs. When Tang Weifu walked outside, the scene in front of him shocked him. The red guards of the base and the black soldiers of the other side had formed a tense confrontation. The scene was unusually quiet, revealing a strange atmosphere. The red and black formed a sharp contrast, creating a strong visual impact. But Tang Weifu could see at a glance that his side was in low morale, and everyone was shaking like a sieve. Not to mention, judging from the number of people alone, the black-clad warriors already had an absolute advantage. The outcome seemed to be self-evident. Tang Weifu was very puzzled. When did this mysterious force sneak into the north? Why didn't he receive any news in advance? When did they arrive at the gate of the base quietly? According to common sense, it is impossible for such a large number of people to be completely unnoticed. But they were like a ghost army that suddenly emerged from hell, appearing in the north out of thin air, aiming directly at his Hope base. Why? How did they do it? All this is really puzzling and too weird. Tang Weifu sighed. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with a clear mind. He squeezed through the crowd and stood at the front row. Almost all the base management had gathered here. Seeing Tang Weifu, they made way for him. Tang Weifu looked up and looked at Jiang Jinli in the center of the mutant plant leaf. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips trembling constantly, and asked in a hoarse and old voice, "May I ask this girl's name? Why did you stir up trouble in my base? Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Jiang Jinli glanced at Tang Weifu and sneered. Then the 3 of them disappeared from the leaf, and the next moment, they appeared not far in front of Tang Weifu. "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding between us." Jiang Jinli's eyebrows were relaxed and her posture was casual. She continued slowly, "Speaking of which, we fought each other a few years ago, so we can be considered old acquaintances." Tang Weifu was confused by Jiang Jinli's words. He squinted his eyes and looked at her carefully. He saw that the woman had an elegant temperament and an indescribable nobility in her manners. To Tang Weifu, this woman was a complete stranger. Why did she claim to be his old acquaintance? Tang Weifu had never seen such an outstanding person in the north, not to mention that she also had a well-trained and large-scale team. Obviously, she was not an ordinary person. Could she be a southerner? But that was even more impossible. The entire south had been unified, and the Lord could not allow such a force to exist. The only possibility was, Lord. Could she be the legendary Southern Lord? This thought made Tang Weifu's heart cold, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Could you be?" Jiang Jinli's words interrupted his doubts, and confirmed his guesses. "Didn't you send someone to the south to find me for cooperation? Now, I come to you in person in the north, you should feel honored." "What?" All the management personnel present were surprised and exclaimed in unison. They looked at Jiang Jinli with horror. The 2 words Lord alone are enough to make people feel awe. Now she actually led the team here in person. What does this mean? It is self-evident. A Hope base against the entire South is like a gnat trying to shake a tree, like an ant fighting an elephant. The power disparity is huge. In an instant, the base fell into chaos, and discussions continued. When the guess became a reality, Tang Guofu could no longer hold on. His body was shaky, he felt dizzy, and his face was ashen. Looking at this situation, it was obvious that the Lord was not here to discuss cooperation, and the other party had bad intentions, which was obvious. How could his declining base possibly defeat the Southern Lord, who had nearly 1,000,000 soldiers? Tang Guofu took a step forward and bowed deeply to Jiang Jinli. During this bow, he put aside all his dignity and pride, and said in a humble tone, "I didn't know that the Southern Lord was coming. I was not able to greet you from afar. I am really rude. I beg the Lord to forgive me. May I ask what the Lord wants to do for coming to the Hope base? As long as Tang can do it, I will do it even if it means sacrificing my life." Tang Guofu knew in his heart that the fate of the base was irreversible. With Duan Muzikai's threat in front and Jiang Jinli's oppression in the back, he was caught in the middle, and it was really difficult to move forward. He no longer cared about his dignity and face. Now the only way to survive was to surrender. Compared with the man-eating evil ghost Duan Muzikai, the Lord in front of him is undoubtedly the best choice. At least, she is kind. But whether this Lord is willing to accept his surrender, Tang Guofu has no idea. He lowered his head and was nervous. "I want you to die." Jiang Jinli's voice was cold as ice, without a trace of emotion, and the cruel words were clearly heard by Tang Guofu. Tang Guofu raised his head suddenly, his face turned pale in an instant, and he looked at Jiang Jinli in front of him with astonishment. Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed coldly, and she bluntly stated her intentions, and said again in a cold tone, "My purpose of coming here is to take your life, destroy the Tang family, and destroy the base." These words were like a heavy bomb thrown into the water. The people in the base instantly boiled up, holding their weapons tightly, and staring at the black-clothed warriors, who were ready to move. The situation was extremely tense, and the battle seemed to break out at any time. Tang Guofu felt that he had lost the ability to speak, and it took his brain a long time to digest Jiang Jinli's words. His hoarse voice was slightly stuck, and he squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. "Why? Why?" The Hope base had never provoked Jiang Jinli. Why did she not only refuse to surrender, but also want to destroy the Tang family and destroy the base? Tang Guofu really couldn't understand. "Why, you have forgotten? But it's no wonder, it's normal for memory to decline as you get older." Jiang Jinli sneered, and seemed to be very interested in revealing the reason. "You are very courageous. You dare to send spies to sneak into my territory, steal intelligence, and attempt to occupy my territory. This alone is enough to make your entire base pay the price for your actions." Her smile gradually disappeared, and the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to be able to pierce people's hearts. "You said, don't you deserve to die?" Tang Guofu opened his mouth wide, with a look of shock in his eyes, and after a moment, he smiled bitterly. No wonder. He originally thought that those dead soldiers had met with an accident on the way to the south. Unexpectedly, they not only successfully infiltrated, but were also caught by Jiang Jinli himself, and told everything they knew. Now, the real owner came to the door in person. What else can he say to defend himself? Regret and despair spread from Tang Guofu's heart to his whole body, making him feel cold all over. Just as he was about to apologize to Jiang Jinli, Jiang Jinli added slowly, "Also, I killed your granddaughter." Speaking of Tang Haifu's death, the grievances between the two parties could obviously no longer be resolved peacefully. After all, Tang Guofu kept sending pursuers south in order to hunt down Jiang Jinli. The contradictions and hatred between the two sides had already penetrated into their bones, and could not be reconciled. "What? You? It's you?" Under the huge blow, Tang Guofu's originally calm expression finally collapsed, his face twisted like joy, sorrow, crying, laughing, extremely weird. His body lost strength instantly, and he was about to fall down. Two managers stepped forward in time to support him. "Ha. It's you. Why? It's you? Oh my god. Ha ha ha." Tang Guofu was heartbroken, and suddenly burst into tears, crying and laughing, like a madman who had lost his mind. Tang Guofu only felt ironic and sad, lamenting the treacherous fate. He could never have imagined that his granddaughter had provoked such a powerful woman like Jiang Jinli. The funny thing is that he kept sending people to hunt them down. Little did he know that this move brought a devastating disaster to the Tang family and the Hope base. No wonder they could never be found. No wonder they could never be killed. For his granddaughter, he actually destroyed the entire base and the entire Tang family. He felt deeply guilty. Chapter 258. Crazy woman, you killed my daughter. Why? Damn it! Damn it! What are you still standing there for? Come on, kill them! Kill them quickly! Tang Xiaoxing led a large group of people and hurried over, just in time to hear Jiang Jinli's last cruel declaration. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He didn't bother to understand Jiang Jinli's identity and directly issued an order to attack. This sudden roar was like a bomb dropped in the crowd. The already nervous people in the base collapsed instantly. One of them shook his hand and involuntarily fired a shot at a black-clad soldier. Don't! Tang Guofu's face showed a horrified expression. He shouted at the crowd at the top of his lungs, but it was too late. Although the black-clad team leader quickly activated his supernatural power to block the bullet, this shot had become a fuse, instantly igniting the war in the entire Hope base. Without waiting for Jiang Jinli to speak, all the black-clad soldiers roared and launched an attack. The red guards in the base also rushed forward with red eyes and roared. In a flash, the two forces started a fierce melee on the snow. The black and red figures intertwined and collided on the snow, and every fight was accompanied by the roar of weapons and the splash of blood. The black-clad warriors on the city wall also fired shells and arrows, pouring down like a storm at the red-clad guards below. Roars and wails came one after another, resounding throughout the base and echoing in the air. The black-clad warriors were well-trained, tacitly coordinated, and had amazing combat effectiveness. Their numerical advantage was like a black storm, sweeping across the entire base. In contrast, the exhausted base guards could not resist their offensive at all. Soon, the base guards fell into a disadvantage, and the bodies fell in batches. The scene was extremely tragic, bloody and cruel. The snow was quickly stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. No! Don't! Stop it, you are dying in vain. Tang Guofu looked at the corpses all over the ground. His heart was broken. He tried his best to roar at the battlefield, but the sound was so weak in the fierce battle that it was almost completely drowned out. The black-clad warriors could not stop killing without Jiang Jinli's order. At this time, Tang Xiaoxing had led many superpowers to Tang Guofu's side. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Jiang Jinli and the other three in front of him, and almost lost his mind and shouted, "Kill them!" As soon as the voice fell, he led the superpowers to rush up. Xin Qingxi and Qiluo looked at each other. A fierce look flashed in their eyes, and without any hesitation, they immediately activated their superpowers and attacked. Those superpowers were no match for the two of them at all, and they were almost crushed one-sidedly, and soon fell one after another. Tang Guofu had no time to stop Tang Xiaoxing, and could only watch him go to his death. He stretched out his hand and shouted in grief, "No! Xiaoxing, stop! You are not her opponent. She is the leader of the South." Bang! A loud noise came, and Tang Guofu witnessed a horrifying scene. Tang Xiaoxing's body suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with thick blood mist. No! The blood mist stimulated Tang Guofu's turbid tears to flow out. He hunched over, sadness filled his whole heart, and he cried out loudly. Jiang Jinli glanced at Tang Guofu and asked coldly, "It's your turn. I can give you a chance to challenge me. Do you want to fight?" After a moment of silence, Tang Guofu's heart was as dead as ashes, and the light in his eyes was completely extinguished. "Fight? Is it necessary?" Tang Guofu's legs softened, and he knelt down in front of Jiang Jinli. His once straight back completely collapsed at this moment. He raised his old face, looked at the red guards who kept falling in a pool of blood, and said to Jiang Jinli almost pleadingly, "You can kill me, you can destroy the Tang family, or you can occupy this base. We will never resist. But please let these guards go. They are all innocent. They just obeyed my orders and joined the base just to survive. They shouldn't die for this." Tang Guofu looked sad and pleaded again with a trembling voice, "Please have mercy and let them live. They really have nothing to do with my Tang family." Facing Jiang Jinli's indifferent face, Tang Guofu's tears burst out again. He bent down, cowed out like pounding garlic, and cried out in an old and hoarse voice, "Survival in the Doomsday is already difficult. Lord, please give them a chance to survive for the sake of our compatriots. Please, I beg you." Jiang Jinli looked at Tang Guofu, who was gray-haired and sad, and her fingers unconsciously rubbed him, with complex emotions in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke and ordered the battlefield concisely. "Stop." Although the voice was light, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The black-clad warriors received the order and immediately stopped the attack. They quickly and orderly retreated to the side, forming a tight encirclement, trapping the remaining base personnel in the center. Although the battle did not last long, the casualties were tragic. The interior of the base has become a Shura field, with corpses piled up like mountains and blood gathered into rivers. The scene is so tragic that it makes people shudder. The emotions of the base guards have reached a critical point. Now that they see a glimmer of hope, they all drop their weapons, kneel down on the ground with trembling bodies, and begin to beg for mercy desperately. Please spare my life, Lord. We are willing to surrender. Please show mercy, and give us a way out. Driven by the instinct of survival, more voices joined the ranks of begging for mercy. The sounds of fear and crying intertwined and resounded throughout the base. Jiang Jinli's expression was still indifferent. She looked around the people kneeling on the ground, but did not speak, but simply waved back. The soldiers immediately understood, and quickly dispersed to make way for a passage. The guards kneeling on the ground were originally dazed, but after they reacted, they were overjoyed and thanked Jiang Jinli repeatedly, then got up and ran towards the gate of the base. Only a few people looked at the white-haired old man kneeling on the ground with gratitude before leaving. Everyone was afraid that Jiang Jinli would regret it, so they couldn't wait to leave. Not long after, all the red-clothed guards had run out of the door. Several direct descendants and managers of the Tang family tried to escape in the chaos. But they desperately found that there was an invisible barrier blocking them, making them unable to escape. Before they had time to figure out the situation, they were killed by Xian Lan and Lianyang. Thank you. Tang Guofu looked at the back of the guards who escaped, thanked Jiang Jinli, and then laughed inexplicably. His wrinkled face looked particularly weird at this time. Without hesitation, the three captains led the troops to rush into the base, and took control of every corner of the Hope base at lightning speed. Dozens of direct members of the Tang family hiding in the high-rise buildings were also found one by one. When they were thrown to the ground roughly, and saw the corpses everywhere, they were scared out of their wits, and screamed continuously. These high-level people who usually indulge in luxury had never seen such a tragic sea of blood and corpses. Many people vomited directly. Shin Qingxi looked at the group of people with deep eyes, but found that Shin Chengfeng was not among them, and frowned. It seems that he should be out on business. Jiang Jinli sneered, his eyes were like ice, and he was about to give the order to start. At this time, Tang Guofu's voice was hoarse, and he begged again, Lord, please allow us to end our lives. Suicide to preserve the body is the last dignity of the Tang family, and it is also the last bit of dignity that Tang Guofu can maintain at the end of his life. The Tang family, a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, is now facing the fate of being cut off because of him. The grief and shame in Tang Guofu's heart are difficult to express in words. After his death, how will he face the ancestors of the Tang family? Yes. Jiang Jinli's deep eyes stayed on Tang Guofu for a few seconds, and she did not refuse. She was willing to give Tang Guofu the last dignity. Chapter 259. Thank you, Lord. Tang Guofu's voice was weak and vague. He stood up shakily, like a candle in the wind, with a spark of life about to go out. He staggered to the front of the Tang family, picked up the swords on the ground, and threw them to them one by one. His dark eyes showed an unquestionable determination. Do it yourself. No. Base Commander, I don't want to die. Please beg the Lord to spare us. I can't do it, woo-woo-woo. No. No. The reactions of the Tang family were different. Some took the sword silently, some cried bitterly, some tried to escape frantically, and some collapsed on the ground, unable to move. This is the last dignity of our Tang family. There is no coward in the Tang family. Whoever dares to be greedy for life and afraid of death, I, Tang Guofu, will personally kill him. Tang Guofu let out a tragic roar. Seeing someone trying to escape, Tang Guofu quickly picked up the knife, rushed forward, pierced the man's heart without hesitation, and then pulled it out. Blood splattered all over Tang Guofu. Without pausing, he swung the knife again to slash at another person who was trying to escape. Jiang Jinli and all the soldiers present watched this scene indifferently. At this time, Tang Guofu was covered in blood, his eyes were red, and his expression was distorted. He was obviously in a state of madness. But his eyes revealed a pain that was difficult to conceal. Go! Tang Guofu roared again, and gave orders to the remaining Tang family members. The people of the Tang family knew that there was indeed no way to escape. Suicide could at least keep the body intact, which was their last dignity. They did not blame Tang Guofu for attracting Jiang Jinli, and causing this catastrophe. After all, every member of the Tang family was responsible for this disaster. In despair, they all picked up swords and stabbed at their hearts with roars. Howls of pain rang out one after another, and dozens of lives disappeared in an instant. Tang Guofu glanced at the bodies of the Tang family members on the ground, and his expression was instantly dazed. He looked up to the sky and howled, with laughter and crying mixed together, making waves of sad and crazy screams. Ha ha ha. The Tang family is gone. The base is gone. Gone. Good, good, Fu Xiaoxing, wait for me. I'm here to accompany you. Ha ha ha. Finally, Tang Guofu put the giant knife across his neck, without any hesitation, and slashed it hard. The blade instantly cut half of his neck, and blood gushed out like a spring. Blood continued to flow out of Tang Guofu's mouth. His pupils gradually became dilated, and signs of life quickly disappeared. His body fell heavily to the ground. With the death of Tang Guofu, the head of the Tang family, this once prominent family came to an end. The glory of the Tang family came to an end. On the towering wall, the territory flag fluttered, announcing the complete destruction of the Hope base. Jiang Jinli's face was calm, and her eyes moved away from Tang Guofu's body. Then she released a powerful mental force, which instantly enveloped the entire base. After confirming that everyone in the Tang family had died, she withdrew her power. Now, the base has fallen into her hands, and only Shen Chengfeng and his family members have not been dealt with. Just as Jiang Jinli was thinking, there was a sudden noise outside the gate of the base, followed by the sound of metal clashing. She glanced at the three captains, and the three nodded knowingly, and then led their subordinates to run quickly towards the gate. Soon, the battle outside the door became more and more intense, with the light of supernatural power flickering, lightning, thunder, and explosions. It must be Shen Chengfeng who has returned. Jiang Jinli turned to look at Shen Qingxi, and saw that although Shen Qingxi's face remained unchanged, her eyes were a little blurred, as if she was recalling something. Jiang Jinli knew that no matter how indifferent Shen Qingxi was, she could not be indifferent to such a scene. After all, no matter how unbearable Shen Chengfeng was, he was still her biological father, and those dark years in the Shen family could not be easily erased. She raised her hand and patted Shen Qingxi's shoulder, with silent comfort in her eyes. Shen Qingxi came back to her senses, and smiled at Jiang Jinli. Lord. A few minutes later, Xiang Lan and the other three walked quickly, dragging a middle-aged man who was extremely embarrassed. Most of his clothes were burned, and his body was covered with blood and dust. It was Shen Chengfeng. The three threw Shen Chengfeng in front of Jiang Jinli, and then stepped aside. Lord. This title made Shen Chengfeng's pupils shrink suddenly. He raised his head, and stared at Jiang Jinli with shock. In the past few days, Shen Chengfeng led the Shen family to rebuild the defense line destroyed by the zombie tide outside the base. But he never expected that he would witness the scene of the mysterious forces occupying the base just after returning. For Shen Chengfeng, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Before he could lead his subordinates to evacuate, the black-clothed warriors pounced on him, like wolves and tigers, and launched a fierce attack. In a blink of an eye, more than half of the Shen family members were killed or injured, and the two women and one man who appeared later had extremely powerful superpowers. Shen Chengfeng and his people could not resist it all. The battle ended quickly, and everyone fell, leaving Shen Chengfeng alone. He felt humiliated and in despair, his mind was in chaos, and he didn't understand whose forces had invaded the base and what their purpose was. Before Shen Chengfeng had time to think about it, he was rudely dragged in. At this time, Shen Chengfeng was surprised to hear that the other party was the southern commander. He looked away, and when he saw the bodies of Tang Guofu and the Tang family lying on the ground, Shen Chengfeng's heart suddenly tightened, and he knew that everything was over. The head of the Shen family. Jiang Jinli looked at Shen Qingxi's nominal scumbag father with a scrutinizing look, and there was a bit of disdain in his eyes. Yes. What does the Lord want? I have a cooperative relationship with the Tang family, and I have no grudges with the Lord. I just hope that the Lord can spare my life. On the verge of life and death, Shen Chengfeng's despicable nature was exposed. He hurriedly distanced himself from the Tang family, hoping to have a chance of survival. Jiang Jinli naturally saw through Shen Chengfeng's thoughts, but she decided to leave this man to Shen Qingxi. She asked directly, "You should know where Duan Muzikai's lair is, right?" This? Shen Chengfeng was surprised. He didn't expect the Lord to ask about this. It seems that she must have some connection with Duan Muzikai. But on second thought, Duan Muzikai's evil power should indeed be destroyed. The Lord in front of him was obviously capable of fighting Duan Muzikai. If she took action, Duan Muzikai would definitely die. Shen Chengfeng immediately told everything he knew. According to the information we have received, Duan Muzikai's lair should be located underground in the Ghost City, but the specific location is still unclear. Ghost Town. Jiang Jinli looked indifferent. The name sounded quite strange. Yes, it was once called Guicheng. Shin Chunfeng hurriedly added an explanation. This gain surprised Jiang Jinli a little. She didn't expect Shin Chunfeng to actually know where Duan Muzikai was hiding. No matter how true this news is, the trip to the ghost town has become inevitable. In addition, Jiang Deng's situation is also unclear. I have to contact her later and ask her to put down the task at hand and come back first. Let's go to the ghost town together. Seeing Jiang Jinli silent, Shin Chunfeng began to beg again. TSK, Shin Chunfeng, I didn't expect you to have such an embarrassing day to beg for mercy. It's really rare. A cold female voice with sarcasm came into Shin Chunfeng's ears. Shin Qingxi looked at Shin Chunfeng, who was no longer as charming as before, and an inexplicable joy surged in his heart. Hearing this familiar voice, Shin Chunfeng suddenly raised his head, and his eyes finally fell on Shin Qingxi, who was standing aside. His expression was frozen, and there was no joy in his eyes for reuniting with his eldest daughter, only an unbelievable cry. Qingxi, you are not dead? How come you are here? I am not dead, are you disappointed? Shin Qingxi looked indifferent, and glanced at Shin Chunfeng with contempt. What are you talking about? Although Shin Chunfeng did not have much affection for this daughter, blood is thicker than water after all, and he was not so conscienceless as to expect his biological daughter to die. He frowned and said dissatisfiedly, When Billion came back, she told me that you fell into the tide of corpses and died. Since you are not dead, why don't you return to the Shin family? Do you still have me as your father in your heart? Oh, Shin Billion said so? Shin Qingxi sneered, with a sarcastic tone, you believe everything she said? If I said that I was almost killed by Shin Billion on the way north, would you believe it? What nonsense are you talking about? Billion is so obedient, how could she do such a thing? Shin Chunfeng didn't even think about it, and immediately defended Shin Billion. If you don't have the ability, don't push the blame on your sister. There must be a limit to wronging her. Chapter 260. On the side, Jiang Jinli frowned. Shin Chunfeng, the extremely partial father, had no trust in Shin Qingxi. It is conceivable what kind of days Shin Qingxi spent in the Shin family when she was a child. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Such an excellent Shin Qingxi was not cherished, but favored the scheming Shin Billion. What a blind man, disgusting. Well, let Shin Qingxi completely get rid of the shadow of the past. Such a father is better off not having it. Shin Qingxi's eyes gradually cooled down. She knew Shin Chunfeng would say this, but she still asked. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it soon disappeared. She gently opened her lips and coldly spat out a few words. Shin Chunfeng, you are so stupid. Shin Chunfeng stood up from the ground with difficulty. He didn't know where he got the courage from. He pointed at Shin Qingxi, put on the airs of an elder, and angrily scolded, You are an unfilial daughter, you have no respect for your elders, how dare you call your father like this? I think you are bold, and now you bring people to humiliate me. You are simply. Feeling the unfriendly eyes from all around, Shin Chunfeng's drowsy mind finally regained clarity. The person who can stand beside the Lord must be extraordinary. Shin Qingxi is likely to be one of the 9 war leaders. Thinking of this, Shin Chunfeng felt a strong desire to survive. His cheeks flushed with excitement. He immediately changed his attitude and gave Shin Qingxi a flattering smile. Qingxi, look, I am your father no matter what. Can you plead for me in front of the Lord and let her let me go? He took a step forward and made a more impudent request. Or, you can take me back to the south to live together, and your sister. You really disgust me. Shin Qingxi interrupted him, her tone firm and cold. Since the outbreak of the Doomsday, you threatened me to take Shin Billion back to the north. We have severed all relations. I advise you to be careful with your words, otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Shin Chunfeng used to only make Shin Qingxi resentful at most. But now, this serval Shin Chunfeng made her feel deeply disgusted. You, how dare you? I am your biological father. Shin Chunfeng was frightened by the coldness in Shin Qingxi's eyes, and retreated repeatedly. Because of Shin Qingxi's mother, Shin Qingxi had such a cold and bad attitude towards Shin Chunfeng since she was a child, and the disgust and hatred in her eyes had never been concealed. Shin Chunfeng had tried to explain to Shin Qingxi about her mother. Although he was also at fault, the main reason for Shin Qingxi's mother's death was her own weak constitution. Shin Chunfeng was still young at that time, and he thought he had just made a mistake that many men might make. Besides, he brought his lover home because she was pregnant with his child. He promised Shin Qingxi's mother that he would send the lover away after the child was born. But no one expected that Shin Qingxi's mother would die directly. Can he be blamed for this? No matter how Shin Chunfeng explained, Shin Qingxi's attitude remained unchanged. She did not accept his explanation at all, and never smiled at him. As time went by, Shin Changfeng became more and more disgusted with this stubborn, talkative, and indifferent daughter. Every time he faced Shin Qingxi's hateful eyes, Shin Changfeng felt that the ugliness in his heart was ruthlessly exposed. The birth of Shin Billion made Shin Changfeng transfer all his attention and love to his little daughter. She was obedient, well-behaved, and knew how to act like a spoiled child, and was deeply loved by Shin Changfeng. Compared with Shin Billion, Shin Qingxi was like an emotionless ice cube, which made Shin Changfeng dislike her more and more, and even ignored her. The only thing that could control Shin Qingxi was her mother's relics. In desperation, Shin Changfeng often threatened this rebellious daughter with this. But now, after not seeing each other for many years, he didn't expect Shin Qingxi to have become so powerful and terrible, which made Shin Changfeng feel a little dazed. Even so, he didn't feel the pride that a father should have in his heart. Only deep fear. "Do you dare?" "You can try," Shin Qingxi said slowly. "You?" Shin Changfeng was speechless for a moment, looking at the densely packed soldiers around him. The fear slowly surged into his heart. Before he could say anything else, Shin Qingxi's voice sounded again, "Dahua, put the person down." A sense of uneasiness surged in Shin Qingfeng's heart. As Shin Qingxi's voice fell, the huge mutant plant vine slowly moved, throwing a bloody figure in front of Shin Changfeng. "Billion?" Looking at Shin Billion, who was dying on the ground, Shin Qingfeng's face turned pale. He rushed forward and helped Shin Billion sit up. With tears in his eyes, he shouted in grief, "Billion, how are you? What happened? How did you become like this?" Shin Changfeng was secretly glad that Shin Billion was on her way to the south, and did not stay in the base, so she escaped. He originally thought that if he could persuade Shin Qingxi to let him go, he would go to find Shin Billion in the future. But Shin Changfeng never expected that Shin Billion would appear in front of him in such a miserable state. Although Shin Billion was weak, she was still conscious. She witnessed everything below on the vines. At this moment, hearing Shin Qingfeng's call, she tried to open her blurry eyes, and called out weakly, "Dad. Hey, I'm here, does it hurt?" Shin Changfeng was so distressed that he didn't even dare to touch the wound on Shin Billion's body. His bloodshot eyes stared at Shin Qingxi, and angrily rebuked, "You bastard, she is your sister. How can you treat her like this? Do you have a heart? I don't have a sister, and I don't have a father like you." Shin Qingxi's eyes were full of disgust and murderous intent. She said slowly, "You can't stand it? Then I killed her in front of you. Wouldn't you feel even worse? You still want to kill her? Why? Why do you have to do it to her?" Shin Changfeng almost shouted this sentence. Shin Qingxi's eyes turned cold, her face became even colder, her aura burst out instantly, a chill filled the air, and the surrounding warriors shrank their necks involuntarily. An ice bow suddenly condensed in Shin Qingxi's hand. She raised her hand suddenly, drew the bow, and aimed at Shin Billion's head, and her voice suddenly rose, "Because I want revenge." "No!" Seeing Shin Qingxi's undisguised killing intent, Shin Changfeng was frightened out of his wits, and immediately stood in front of Shin Billion, sweating profusely. His previous tough attitude disappeared instantly, and he began to beg, "Qingxi, no, she is your biological sister. Did you misunderstand?" "Dad?" Shin Billion interrupted him. Although she was grateful for Shin Qingfeng's protection, she didn't want to continue to hide it, and confessed, "She is right, I lied back then, I did hurt her and tried to kill her. Now that she is not dead, it is right to want revenge. Shin Billion has let it go, and death is also a relief for her. She only hopes that Shin Qingxi can give her a quick death." "What? Why? How can you do this? She is your sister? You are so confused, really confused." Shin Changfeng was a little surprised. Despite this, he did not blame Shin Billion. Instead, he turned to Shin Qingxi again and defended her. "Your sister was still young and made a mistake in a moment of impulse. As her sister, you should be more tolerant of her. Anyway, you are fine now, and Billion has been injured so badly that it hurts her to the core. It is better to end this matter here and call it a draw. Do you think it is okay?" Hearing these obviously biased and morally blackmailing words, Shin Qingxi was too lazy to respond, and suddenly laughed softly. But there was no emotion in that laughter, only a biting cold. After a moment, Shin Qingxi restrained her smile, and her voice was shaking with a little uncontrolled. "Get out, or I will kill you too." Chapter 261. Shin Changfeng realized that Shin Qingxi was no longer the girl who silently endured in the past. Shin Billion's evil deeds in the past really needed to be resolved, and he must also give Shin Qingxi an explanation. Thinking of this, Shin Changfeng was exhausted and felt as if he had died. He suddenly knelt down in front of Shin Qingxi and begged, "Qingxi, if you really want revenge, then kill me, one life for one life. Let your sister live. As a father, I beg you." "Dad." Shin Billion screamed, looking at Shin Qingfeng's hunched back. A surge of bitterness surged in her heart, and tears blurred her vision. She endured the pain in her body, crawled out from behind Shin Chunfeng, knelt in front of Shin Qingxi, and cried and begged, Shin Qingxi, everyone has to take responsibility for their own actions. I did something wrong. I am sorry for you. If you want to kill me, just kill me, as long as you can calm down. Please let Dad go, I beg you. No, child, you are still young. You shouldn't die in vain like this. Shin Chunfeng said, while protecting Shin Billion behind him, and pleaded with Shin Qingxi in a trembling voice. Kill me, and let your sister go. If the son is not well educated, it is the fault of the father. Billion made a mistake. I will bear it. Let her go, I beg you. Jiang Jinli looked at the two people kneeling on the ground and vying for death, and frowned slightly. The moment Shin Chunfeng knelt down, Shin Qingxi unconsciously took a step back, with a complicated look. She stared at the scene, her eyes flushed, the depression in her chest made her clench her teeth, and she said sarcastically, Shin Chunfeng, you are such a good father. This drama of loving father and filial son is really touching. Shin Qingxi's eyes were filled with murderous aura, and anger spread from the bottom of her heart, like a cold wind in winter, and she shouted angrily, Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 arrows condensed in Shin Qingxi's hands. She did not hesitate to release the bowstring, and the arrows were accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and shot at the two people kneeling on the ground at a very fast speed. Ah! 2 shrill screams sounded at the same time. The people present immediately cast their eyes on Shin Chunfeng and his daughter. They thought they would see 2 corpses, but unexpectedly, Shin Qingxi did not take their lives, but their experience was not much better. Shin Chunfeng was shot in the left arm by an arrow, and in an instant, the whole arm exploded and turned into meat mist, without even bone residue left. At the same time, one of his ears was cut off. In pain, he fell to the ground and let out a shrill wail. Shin Billion's situation was even more tragic. Both of her arms were cut off by arrows, and blood was pouring out. Her body was twitching in a pool of blood, and her cries of pain gradually became weaker and almost inaudible. In the Doomsday, losing both arms, becoming disabled, and the possibility of surviving alone is almost zero. Shin Qingxi opened her hands, and the cold bow and arrow dissipated in the air like a phantom, turning into wisps of water vapor. She stepped forward and looked down at Shin Chunfeng, whose expression was distorted on the ground. Her face was cold and her tone was even colder than ice. I don't kill you, not because I am kind, but because I think that letting you linger on is more painful than death. Shin Qingxi turned her eyes to Shin Qingfeng's arm, and hatred appeared in her eyes. Your arm and ear are what you gave to my mother. You are sorry for her. Her life is ruined by you. This is the punishment you deserve. She said resolutely. I'm going to say it again. From now on, I, Shin Qingxi, will have nothing to do with you, Shin Chunfeng. Don't you want to be a good father? Then I will help you. I want to see how long you can live in the outside environment with this disabled daughter, and how long you can maintain the image of a good father. Shin Qingxi glanced at him and continued. I warn you, from now on, there will be no place for you, Shin Chunfeng, to stand in the north and south. You are not allowed to enter any base. You'd better find a dark corner to hide, and never let me see you again. Otherwise, once we meet, I will grind you to dust. It is difficult for 2 disabled people to survive in the harsh environment outside. For the 2 of them, every day of life is torture, which is the greatest punishment for them. Shin Qingxi's emotions completely exploded, and the redness in the corners of her eyes exposed her inner fluctuations. Her voice was angry and sad, and she screamed loudly, Get out! Get out now! Shin Chunfeng came back to his senses in the severe pain, struggled to stand up, and complex emotions flashed in his eyes, slightly moist. He is the most. Then he looked at Shin Qingxi deeply, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. Then, Shin Chunfeng used his only remaining hand to carry the unconscious Shin Billion on his back with difficulty, and staggered towards the gate of the base with a trembling step. Every step he took was extremely difficult, leaving a shocking trail of bright red blood behind him. Shin Qingxi clenched her fists and breathed a little hurriedly. She didn't want to lose her composure in front of outsiders, and even forgot to say hello to Jiang Jinli, and almost ran away in one direction. Jiang Jinli looked at Shin Qingxi's back as she walked away, and a feeling of pity welled up in her heart. She turned to Qilua and said, Take care of the base's affairs, I go see her. Okay, go quickly. Qilua replied, with a worried look on her face. Jiang Jinli immediately chased in the direction where Shin Qingxi left. After climbing to the top of a building, she found Shinchingzi standing by the outermost railing, staring into the distance in a trance. The breeze blew gently, blowing Shinchingzi's clothes. Her lonely figure seemed particularly ethereal in the wind, as if she was out of the world, and revealed a feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Jiang Jinli walked to Shinchingzi's side and looked at her sideways. Shinchingzi's eyes were slightly red, and a stubborn look appeared on her face. After a moment, Jiang Jinli reached out and gently held Shinchingzi's cold hand, wrapping her hand in his palm. She didn't say a word, but just stayed by Shinchingzi's side silently. After a few minutes, Jiang Jinli spoke softly. If you feel uncomfortable and blocked, just cry, you will feel better. Although this sentence was light, it conveyed a strong sense of security. It seemed that all grievances and sufferings could be vented here by Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli could understand your heart, understand your feelings, and tolerate all your negative emotions. Shinchingzi held Jiang Jinli's hand tightly, and her emotions finally collapsed. The strong mask was broken, her head drooped, tears flowed uncontrollably, and her body trembled. She didn't know why she was so sad. Perhaps it was because she remembered the painful, lonely, and gloomy days of her childhood. Perhaps it was because of her deep longing for her mother, and she felt sorry for her life being ruined by marrying Shin Changfeng. Perhaps it was because of her deep resentment towards Shin Qingfeng's biased father. In addition to hatred, there was also an unspeakable sadness. Or perhaps, it was only because Jiang Jinli was by her side that Shin Qingzi was able to show her vulnerability with peace of mind. Under such care, she could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Jinli turned around, sighed, took Shin Qingzi into his arms, patted her back, and comforted her in a soft voice. It's okay, cry. Cry it out, everything will pass. But don't cry for those unworthy people and things in the future, because they don't deserve your tears. Shin Qingzi's hands tightly grasped the sides of Jiang Jinli's clothes, buried her head in Jiang Jinli's shoulder, and sobbed. You still have me, and Zime and the others. We will always be by your side, together, and will never abandon you. Jiang Jinli's voice was extremely gentle, and her hands were extremely gentle. Remember, we are a family. Jiang Jinli's gentle voice, like a warm spring breeze, gently brushed past Shin Qingzi's ears, and quietly flowed into her heart. It stirred up waves of warm ripples, easily dispelling the coldness and all negative emotions in Shin Qingzi's heart. Jiang Jinli's words and her warm embrace gave Shin Qingzi an unparalleled sense of security. Shin Qingzi's tears gradually stopped, and her emotions slowly returned to calm, and the depression in her heart seemed to disappear in an instant. She took a deep breath, looked at the silver-clad world in the distance. A warm smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, her eyebrows were stretched, and she said softly, well, never cry again. She has completely bid farewell to the past, and from now on, she will only be herself. The only person she needs to protect is the person around her, who gives her strength and warmth. Chapter 262. Inside the Hope Base. Guards were busy shuttling around and cleaning up the battlefield. Piles of corpses were gathered in one place, and the raging fire engulfed them. The flame shot up into the sky, the smoke was lingering, and the snow around them melted quickly in the heat. Jiang Jinli planned to use the Hope Base as a temporary combat headquarters in the north, starting from here to gradually eliminate the northern forces and incorporate the vast northern territory into his own territory. At present, the small forces in the north will undoubtedly surrender in front of such a powerful force and will not be a threat. Jiang Jinli's only opponent has only one name, Duan Muzikai. And Jiang Jinli plans to deal with this opponent personally. At this time, in a high-rise building in the base, in Shin Qingfeng's residence, Shin Qingzi was searching. Finally, in a room full of debris, she found a rusty iron box. Shin Qingzi carefully took the box to the table in the living room and gently opened it. Seeing the items inside, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes were slightly moist. These were the few relics left by her mother, and they had been kept by Shin Changfeng. When she was a child, Shin Qingzi went south with her grandmother and failed to take these precious memories with her. And these relics also became the tools Shin Changfeng used to discipline Shin Qingzi. Shin Qingzi took out a yellowed photo from the bottom of the box, her eyes full of longing. When she was a child, she cried secretly many times while looking at her mother's photo. It was the photo that made Shin Qingzi find the strength to persist in that indifferent home. She handed the photo to Jiang Jinli and Qilua, who were sitting next to her, and introduced with a smile. This is my mother. Jiang Jinli took the photo and looked at it with Qilua. The photo showed a gentle and soft woman. Although her personality was very different from Shin Qingzi's, there were some similarities between her facial features. She looks a lot like you, very beautiful. Jiang Jinli praised, and then handed the photo back to Shin Qingzi. Why would Shin Chengfeng cheat on such a good woman? Is this the bad nature of men? Qilua patted Shin Qingxi's shoulder and comforted her softly. It's good to find the things. Everything is over. Yes, it's all over. Shin Qingxi smiled and responded, put the photos away properly, and closed the iron box. She had completely let go of the past. Now, as long as her mother's things were with her, it was enough. The things had been found, and the three of them did not stay for long. They walked out of the room together. Before they went downstairs, they saw Xianglan rushing over. As soon as she saw Jiang Jinli, she immediately stepped forward to report, Lord, a team of unidentified people just appeared at the gate of the base. They tried to escape as soon as they saw us. I felt something was wrong, so I arrested them. What should we do with them now? Those people had ugly faces, fierce and ferocious, and exuded a disgusting aura. It was obvious that they were not good people. Appearing at the base at this critical time was obviously not well-intentioned. Jiang Jinli thought for a while and gave an order. I will give you 10 minutes to pry open their mouths and then report to me. Yes. Xianglan responded and left. Jiang Jinli and the other two continued to move forward and headed straight to the office on the top floor. Jiang Jinli did not hesitate and directly brought Mu Yuan, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu out of the space. The three had been notified in advance by Jiang Jinli and were on standby in the space. They felt a flash before their eyes, and they were instantly transferred from the space to here. Wow! Boss, is this the Hope base? It was captured so quickly, and I didn't even have a chance to make a move. After Su Mingxing stood firm, he looked around impatiently, walked to the window to observe the situation outside, and complained, this place is a bit shabby, and the defense of the city wall seems weak. Even our subsidiary base in the south can't compare. He turned around and smiled at Jiang Jinli, seeming a little impatient. Boss, do you have any tasks for us? Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu also looked at her. Everyone, please take a seat first. Jiang Jinli walked to her seat and sat down. After the others sat down, she continued to say to the three people, I will give the task of cleaning up all other forces in the north and incorporating the entire north into our territory to you three. Although there are no strong opponents in the north, the area is vast. To clean it up thoroughly, you may need to stay in the north for a while. Hey, it's okay, boss. Leave these trivial matters to the three of us, and we will ensure that the task is completed as quickly as possible. Su Mingxing patted his chest and assured confidently. That's right, Captain. We will definitely handle it properly, don't worry. Zhou Lianhu smiled, and was also very confident. Are you going to deal with Duan Muzikai yourself? Mu Yuan frowned slightly and asked, where is his lair? Well, I plan to make a quick decision. I will meet up with Zheng'er later, and then deal with Duan Muzikai. His base should be in the ghost town. Jiang Jinli lazily leaned back in his chair, with a casual tone. So soon, do you want to send troops to go with you? Mu Yuan immediately straightened up, and asked seriously. Jiang Jinli tapped the table with his fingertips, and refused, not for the time being. The situation around the ghost town is not clear yet. I will make a decision after I find out the details. Everyone nodded. At this time, Xianglan strode into the office, stood in front of several people, and reported the situation directly. Lord, I have obtained information from them. They are Duan Muzikai's subordinates. Duan Muzikai? Jiang Jinli exchanged glances with several people. He didn't expect that he would encounter his team just after mentioning Duan Muzikai. Yes. Xianglan sorted out her words and said concisely, they were ordered by Duan Muzikai to come here to ask the base to issue an ultimatum and demand the base to surrender. If they don't obey, Duan Muzikai will lead a large force to attack tomorrow. Jiang Jinli sneered, obviously surprised by Duan Muzikai's ambition. He actually wanted to learn from her and unify the north. Unfortunately, Duan Muzikai's dream of becoming an emperor is about to be shattered in her hands. Where is his lair exactly? Is it a ghost town? Jiang Jinli raised her eyes and looked at Xianglan, asking directly. Now she needs accurate information to confirm this. It's underground in the ghost town. Xianglan gave an affirmative answer, and then without waiting for Jiang Jinli to continue asking questions, she told all the information she knew. Lord, Duan Muzikai's team is recruiting people on a large scale recently, and the turnover of personnel is frequent. Therefore, there are many passages to enter the underground of the ghost city, which are very easy to find. TSK, still recruiting troops? Duan Muzikai's appetite is not small. Su Mingxing couldn't help but sarcastically said, with the boss personally taking action, his doomsday is coming. Choosing such a dark and unventilated place as a nest, I really don't know how they can live there. What's the difference between them and rats in the ditch. Zhou Lian, who couldn't help but express his own opinion. Hiding underground is obviously to avoid natural disasters. Mu Yuan stretched his waist, his tone was careless, and he sneered. Although they can avoid most natural disasters, if an earthquake occurs, they will be the first to suffer. Duan Muzikai must have considered this. He must have put a lot of effort in building the underground kingdom. Xin Qingxi took over. Qilua directly asked Xianglun, "How big is the underground space of the Ghost City, and how many people are there in Duan Muzikai's forces?" The entire underground of the Ghost City has been transformed. As for the population, except for a few peripheral affiliated forces, there are about 100,000 people living underground, and they are all loyal followers of Duan Muzikai. Xianglun reported in detail. Added, moreover, they are very picky in recruiting personnel, and only accept those fierce and brutal strong men and women. This information is very critical. You did a good job. Jiang Jinli smiled and praised Xianglun. She just asked Xianglun to pry open the mouths of those people, and did not specify what kind of information to obtain. However, Xianglun dug out all the key and useful information one by one, which made Jiang Jinli very satisfied. This is Xianglun's advantage. Under her cheerful personality, she hides delicacy and intelligence, and is very efficient, which makes Jiang Jinli worry-free. Jiang Jinli's understanding of Duan Muzikai's forces is limited to the information provided by the spies. This information is from 2 years ago, when Duan Muzikai had not yet moved underground. Due to the long time and the complicated content, the reference value of this information is very limited. The information just provided by Xianglun revealed many key points, especially the point that only villains are recruited. It can be imagined that the underground of the Ghost City must be a gathering of villains now, like a purgatory on Earth. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. Xianglun responded with a smile. Seeing that all the situations had been reported, he stopped disturbing and turned to leave the room. Since the location has been determined, we should not delay any longer and set off to the Ghost City immediately. Jiang Jinli stood up, glanced at everyone present, and said decisively, "Okay." Several people stood up one after another. Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he made arrangements for everyone. "Qingxi, Qilua, you follow me to sneak into the underground of the Ghost City. Mu Yuan, you lead 50,000 people to lurk around the Ghost City and wait for my order. Then we will implement internal and external pincer attack. Since the specific situation has been mastered, there is no need to be overly cautious. Direct attack is the best strategy." Understood. Several people agreed with this arrangement and responded in unison. Chapter 263. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jinli immediately led Qilua and Xin Qingxi to leave the Hope Base and headed straight for the ghost town. On the way to the destination, Jiang Jinli originally planned to contact Jiang Zheng first. But unexpectedly, she received Jiang Zheng's emergency distress signal first. The three stopped in the snow-covered forest and looked up at the dazzling red beam in the sky. Jiang Jinli frowned and felt uneasy. Jiang Zheng would never use this emergency distress signal easily, unless it was a matter of life and death. Normally, Jiang Zheng would pass the message through the domesticated rock, or directly contact Jiang Jinli through mental communication waves when the situation was extremely urgent. And this signal flare was specially tailored for Jiang Zheng to prevent her from encountering danger during her actions outside. It took a lot of effort to make the signal flare, and it also incorporated the power of supernatural powers. Once launched, it has a wide coverage area, a long range, and a long duration of red light. The south is full of Jiang Jinli's eyes and ears. Once the signal flare is launched, the nearby bases will immediately receive the news and quickly send a large force to support Jiang Zheng. In all these years, Jiang Zheng has never used this signal flare in the south. This is the first time Jiang Jinli has seen it. Xiao Zheng is in trouble. Qilua and Xin Qingxi reacted quickly, with worried expressions on their faces. Jiang Jinli immediately tried to call Jiang Zheng in her mind, but just as she worried, she could no longer contact him. She felt a strong energy fluctuation, which formed a barrier. Obviously, Jiang Zheng was trapped. "Let's go!" Jiang Jinli did not hesitate, and disappeared instantly with Qilua and Xin Qingxi. On the boundless ice field, a fierce battle was in full swing. On one side were several women in black, and on the other side were rough and strong men with hideous faces and ferocious looks. There were so many strong men that the women were forced to fight and retreat. Several injured women were supported by their companions and ran forward, while those who were not injured stayed behind, sniping the pursuing strong men to buy time for their injured companions to escape. Despite being at a disadvantage, The women were fearless and their eyes were firm. The long swords in their hands danced vigorously, and every move contained deadly cruelty. Although the strongmen tried their best to attack, they could not gain a decisive advantage. Damn it! These bitches are quite good at fighting. Brothers, come on, whoever catches them will be rewarded first. A strongman roared angrily, his tone full of malice. Okay. Hearing this, the other strongmen seemed to be injected with chicken blood, their eyes were bloodshot, and their attacks became more fierce. The women gradually lost their strength, and the situation became more critical. At this critical moment, a burst of air-breaking sound suddenly broke through the sky. Countless ice arrows and tiny black flying knives seemed to fall from the sky, shooting at the strong men at an astonishing speed. Faced with this sudden and unavoidable attack, the strong men were scared and terrified. The women were happy, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They stopped running, leaned against the tree trunks, and gasped. In a moment, the ground was full of corpses. The strong men were completely unable to avoid this powerful attack, and they died miserably. Then, Jiang Jinli and the other three appeared in front of the women like ghosts. Lord! As soon as the women saw Jiang Jinli, they excitedly stepped forward. Many people had tears in their eyes, and reported the situation anxiously with crying voices. Lord, John Shou was caught by Duan Muzikai in order to let us escape. She gave us the signal flare so that we could contact you. When did it happen? Why did you meet Duan Muzikai? Jiang Jinli's tone revealed anxiety. She originally thought that the signal was sent by Jiang Zheng himself, but she didn't expect that she had fallen into Duan Muzikai's hands. Not long ago, we had already figured out all the information about Duan Muzikai's gang and were planning to return, but we happened to encounter Duan Muzikai's large army on the way. A woman recalled and continued, we saw many prisoners escorted in his team. He should have just captured a base, and was returning to the ghost town. Duan Muzikai was very cunning. As soon as he saw our team, he suspected our identity and immediately surrounded us. At first, he tried to threaten us to reveal our faction, but when he saw that we refused to reveal it, he took action. Another woman added the cause of the conflict. Lord, since Duan Muzikai's ability has reached at least the 8th level, we are not his opponent. Therefore, in order to allow us to escape, John Shou stayed alone to fight Duan Muzikai, but unfortunately, he was captured. It was our poor protection. Please punish us, Lord. The women felt guilty and self-blaming, and they all lowered their heads. They wanted to fight alongside Jiang Zheng, but doing so would only lead to the annihilation of the entire army, without even the opportunity to pass on information. In desperation, they could only take the intelligence and try their best to escape. Seeing the pursuers sent by Duan Muzikai chasing them, they urgently sent out distress flares in desperation. Zhenger's approach is correct. If you stay, it will only increase casualties unnecessarily. Jiang Jinli noticed that some of the women were seriously injured, so he ordered, I will send you back to the territory for treatment. I will handle Zhenger's affairs personally. Thank you, Lord. The women thanked him gratefully. A woman carefully took out a well-protected small bamboo tube from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Jinli. Lord, this contains all the information we have collected. Jiang Jinli took the bamboo tube and then teleported the women to the hospital in the territory. She opened the bamboo tube and took out a piece of paper from it. Shin Qingxi and Qilua stood on both sides of Jiang Jinli and checked the contents of the paper together. The note was written by Jiang Zheng, who clearly described the detailed information of Duan Muzikai's lair in the ghost town, including the geographical location of the ghost town, all the checkpoints and cordons, and several key entrances to the underground. It even recorded the approximate number of people inside the underground in detail, and the detailed intelligence was amazing. The value of this intelligence is immeasurable, saving Jiang Jinli a lot of precious time. In just a few days, Jiang Zheng was able to collect such accurate information. He undoubtedly made great efforts. Jiang Jinli sighed, feeling both comforted and distressed. This child. Put the note away. The three of them set off immediately without delay, heading towards the ghost town. The ghost town is actually a city of death. The surface of the city is covered with ice and snow, and frozen corpses can be seen everywhere, adding a bit of gloom and horror. Tall mutant plants occupy every corner, and the broken walls and ruins are filled with a strong breath of death. Under this desperate appearance, there is a bizarre underground world hidden. An underground kingdom carefully built by an evil organization. The structure of the underground kingdom is intricate, like a maze. It is interwoven with countless pipes originally used for drainage, abandoned subway tunnels, and some unknown deep caves. After a long period of excavation and transformation, these originally dark and damp corners have regained new vitality. The passages are connected in all directions, like blood vessels connecting various hidden corners, forming a huge and secret underground society. Here, light has become a luxury. Without the illumination of natural light, the entire underground is shrouded in a heavy darkness. But in the core area of the underground, there is a huge fake sun hanging. This is an energy light ball condensed by the efforts of the superpowers. It emits a weak and distorted light. Although it is not enough to match the real sun, it barely illuminates the surrounding darkness and brings a ray of light to this underground kingdom. The buildings here show an unsettling and weird style. They are either towering to the top, piercing the dark sky, or low and winding, like snake-like creatures underground. There are small houses built of mud, long houses with wooden structures, and various stone caves, with different shapes, as if they were fantasy works extracted from dark dreams. Food is a scarce resource here. Because crops cannot be grown, meat has become the staple food of these villains. The air is filled with a nauseating smell of blood and corruption, which is the unchanging tone of this land. In this underground space, there is no order, no rules, only evil and chaos raging like a plague. Here gather the worst beings among humans, those perverts and villains with no bottom line, whose humanity had long been swallowed by darkness, leaving only the most primitive desires and instincts. In the center of the underground kingdom, there is the tallest building, and the huge fake sun is hanging on the top of the building, like a dark crown. This is the residence of Dwan Musakai, the leader of the Blood Sacrifice Society. Chapter 264. The security of this building has been raised to the extreme. A group of sturdy men patrol the surroundings. Their figures are constantly shuttling around. Although their faces are different, they have obvious common characteristics. These sturdy men all have strong muscles and burly figures, hideous and ugly faces, dark and rough skin. Some places even have peeling skin, and there are conspicuous large hemorrhoids on their faces, which look disgusting. Their eyes are dull, and their bags under the eyes and dark circles are extremely obvious. These are all signs of long-term lack of vegetable and fruit intake. On the top floor of the building is a spacious room. The dim light of the candle barely illuminates every corner around. The room is filled with all kinds of precious items, showing an extreme luxury. In the center of the room, there is a huge bed. The white curtains cover the scene on the bed tightly. Only bursts of suppressed and complex gasps come from it, and the sound is both pleasant and painful. After a while, the wind and rain stopped, and a sharp and angry voice came from the bed. "Get out! Get out of here, master!" Followed by two hoarse and panicked male voices. Finally, the white curtain was pulled open, and the scene on the bed was revealed in full view. A naked man lay powerlessly on the bed, his long hair scattered on the pillow like a black waterfall. His face was still red, there were mottled marks on his neck, his chest was rising and falling rapidly, and his eyes looked a little messy. He was thin, his skin was pale and almost transparent, he had no beard, his face was feminine, and his skin was more delicate than that of a woman. The narrow eyes revealed a cold and tyrannical light. Although he looked harmless, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was the cruel and brutal Dwan Musakai who killed people without blinking an eye. On both sides of Dwan Musakai, two equally naked men were kneeling. The appearance of the two men was completely different from the strong men outside. They were handsome, fit, and had tight muscle lines, but their skin was branded with messy whip marks, which was shocking. One of the men stared at Dwan Musakai with fiery eyes, timidly reached out his hand, and gently touched his arm, and said in a soft voice, "Master, let me accompany you again. Take your dirty hands away, don't touch me. Get out! Get out!" Dwan Musakai's chaotic mind finally came to his senses, and he sat up suddenly, his face full of disgust. He kicked the two men hard, and with screams, the two were kicked off the bed fiercely. After falling to the ground, they immediately crawled back to the bed in panic, lowered their heads, and knelt obediently in front of Dwan Musakai. Dwan Musakai's stomach was churning, and he finally couldn't help it. He propped up his body and vomited at the head of the bed. He didn't stop vomiting until his stomach was empty. Dwan Musakai's eyes were red, and his eyes were cold and disgusted. He reached out and took the long whip hanging on the head of the bed, and beat the two kneeling on the ground fiercely, shouting while beating, "Disgusting man! Damn slave, dare to disobey my order! What a cheap bone! I will beat you to death!" The two men lay on the ground, silently enduring Dwan Musakai's whip. Their backs were quickly stained with blood, and their skin was torn. Although their bodies were trembling with pain, their expressions were surprisingly calm, and even with a hint of smile. They dared not cry out in pain, but said in a loving and doting voice, "I was wrong, please punish me as much as you can." After every incident, Dwan Musakai would go crazy and beat the two of them half to death, and they had long been accustomed to it. The two had been completely tamed by Dwan Musakai and became his pets, and they loved Dwan Musakai deeply. Everything Dwan Musakai gave them, whether sweet or painful, they were willing to accept, including this bloody whipping. One of the men raised his head and looked up at Dwan Musakai fanatically, with a pious voice. "Master, please beat me hard. As long as you feel comfortable, I am willing to bear everything." "Get out!" Dwan Musakai shouted angrily, threw away the whip in his hand, walked down the bed, grabbed a coat and put it on, walked in front of the two, and kicked them hard again. His eyes were as vicious as snakes and scorpions, and he was disgusted with the two people. He warned, "This is the last time. Don't look at me with that disgusting look, otherwise, I will chop you into meat paste and make buns with it." Dwan Musakai's voice was sharp and high-pitched, without the roughness that a man should have, but with a hint of feminine tenderness. The two fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Feeling Dwan Musakai's anger, they were afraid that they would never be able to serve him again, so they quickly put away their admiring eyes and timidly responded, "I know, master." They hastily put on the clothes on the ground, supported each other, and slowly walked out of the room. As soon as the two left, several women came in one after another and began to clean up the bed and the dirt on the ground. Buckets of hot water were brought into the house and poured into the bathtub. Without a moment's hesitation, Dwan Musakai immediately stepped into the tub, picked up the towel, and scrubbed his skin vigorously, as if he wanted to scrub off every layer of skin on his body. He clenched his teeth, his expression revealed pain, humiliation, disgust, and a deep hatred that could not be concealed. He didn't dry his body until the water temperature became cooler, and then he stepped out of the tub. His long hair was simply tied into a ponytail and hung behind him. Dwan Musakai was thin, pale, and had an androgynous temperament. He walked slowly to the table and sat down. At this time, a tall, calm, and elegant woman came in with tea. After putting the tea on the table, she stood quietly aside. Dwan Musakai's fingers were slender, and his nails were trimmed sharply. He raised his little finger, picked up the teacup gracefully and took a sip, then raised his eyelids, looked at the expressionless woman in front of him, and suddenly laughed, with a frenzy in his laughter. "Ha ha ha, yes, that's the expression, keep it." His laughter became louder and louder, his eyes were intertwined with hatred and love, and suddenly he shouted, "Kneel down and massage my legs." But the woman was frightened by his shout, and her body trembled, and the calmness on her face almost broke. "Are you looking for death? How dare you disobey me? Kneel down." Dwan Musakai's eyes were bloodshot, and he grabbed the woman's hair roughly, dragged her to the ground, and forced her to kneel on the ground. I massage, don't kill me." Facing Dwan Musakai's madness, the woman's face suddenly changed, her voice trembled, and she cried, and hurriedly prepared to massage Dwan Musakai's legs. However, when Dwan Musakai saw the woman's appearance, he became even more furious. He suddenly lifted the woman's collar and roared hysterically, "Who told you to show this expression? It's not like her, it's not like her." At this moment, Dwan Musakai's expression was twisted and gloomy, like a devil crawling out of hell. The woman's emotions completely collapsed, she burst into tears and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I will learn well. Please give me another chance." "Not at all, you are not like her at all." Dwan Musakai's voice was sharp and hoarse, and his expression was a little crazy. "She will never show this expression, she is always so calm. No matter what happens, she will not panic, and will not beg for mercy from anyone, she will not cry. You are not like Jiang Jinli at all. Why can't you learn from her? You deserve to die." As Dwan Musakai screamed, his long fingers suddenly exerted force, cruelly stabbed into the woman's chest, and roughly grabbed and twisted it, digging out the woman's heart. The woman only had time to scream, then vomited blood and fell to the ground. As soon as the woman died, two strong men immediately walked in from the door. Without saying a word, they put the body into a sack and dragged it out quickly. Dwan Musakai looked at the still beating blood-red heart in his hand and laughed crazily, his eyes gloomy and terrifying. "Jiang Jinli, if this is your heart, how great it would be, haha. Unfortunately, why can't they learn to be like you?" He swallowed greedily, then put the beating heart into his mouth, chewed it with big mouthfuls, squinted his eyes, and showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes red. After swallowing everything, Dwan Musakai suddenly thought of something. He ran to the bed eagerly, and took out a box from the pillow. He opened the box, took out a stack of photos, and stared at the people in the photos with a fiery and complicated look. Dwan Musakai reached out and gently stroked the photos, His expression was crazy, but with strong hatred and murderous intent, he whispered to himself, Jiang Jinli, are you alive or dead? A devil like you should not die so easily. Most of the photos of Jiang Jinli are from the back or side, with a university in the background. Obviously, these photos were taken secretly. Such a large number of candid photos show how perverted and crazy the mentality of the candid photographer is. Duan Muzikai's heart was throbbing, his throat was dry, and he couldn't help swallowing again. He pressed the photos tightly to his lips, and kissed them madly. The photos were soon stained with blood, and the red marks gradually spread. His voice was sharp and almost whispered, I love you, but why can't you accept me? Why do you hurt me to this extent? You are so cruel and vicious. This scene is so weird and creepy. After a while, Duan Muzikai's mood suddenly changed. His face became ferocious, entangled with anger and tyranny. He put down the photo, suddenly pulled out his sharp knife, pierced the photo fiercely, and nailed it to the bed. Duan Muzikai let out a painful roar. I hate you. Where are you? I want to find you and kill you. Chapter 265. If you are not in the north, then you must be in the south. After I unify the north, I will immediately march south and kill the southern lord. By then, no matter where you hide, you will not be able to escape my grasp. Duan Muzikai's eyes were like torches, fixed on Jiang Jinli in the photo, and his words were extremely arrogant. After a fierce emotional outburst, Duan Muzikai finally calmed down. He carefully put away the box containing the photo, slowly walked to the chair and sat down. At this moment, two muscular men walked into the room, stood respectfully in front of Duan Muzikai, and reported, My lord, that woman is very powerful. We joined forces to barely surround her with an energy circle. It is quite difficult to even get close to her, not to mention getting useful information from her. What should we do? They have never met a woman as strong as Jiang Zheng in the north. If Duan Muzikai had not personally gone out, it would have been difficult to capture her. I didn't expect her to be so powerful at such a young age. Her background must be extraordinary. 9 out of 10, she is from the south, but I don't know her real intention of sneaking into the north. Duan Muzikai narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed, and then ordered, Let her starve for a day, and I will meet her in person after I finish the affairs of the Hope Base tomorrow. Yes. The two answered in unison. Duan Muzikai licked the corner of his lips, revealing a wicked smile, his voice hoarse, like a broken gong. She actually awakened a rare invisibility ability. This is the first time I have seen it. It feels quite fresh. When the time comes, her meat will be rewarded to you, and the ability will belong to me. The ability awakened by Duan Muzikai is called the Devouring ability, which is so strange and powerful that it is frightening. As the name implies, he can devour everything from others to strengthen himself. Specifically, he can devour two kinds of things. One is vitality, and the other is the superpowers of others. After devouring vitality, Duan Muzikai's life and physical strength will be significantly improved, and he can fight for a long time, withstand more damage, and remain highly active in battle. When vitality accumulates to a certain level, his physical strength may even break through the human limit and reach a state close to Superman. Devouring superpowers is even more peculiar. He can randomly devour someone's superpowers and take them for himself, and when the novelty fades, he can easily switch to devouring another superpower. This means that as long as he has the ability to devour, Duan Muzikai can experience all superpowers. It is precisely because of the weirdness and power of Duan Muzikai's superpowers that he can summon so many villains in a short period of time, allowing his team to grow rapidly and run rampant in the north. Thank you, Lord. The two strongmen swallowed their saliva greedily, their eyes showing their desire for Jiang Jing's delicate skin. They had never tasted such delicious prey, and it must taste great. Thinking of the Hope Base, Duan Muzikai frowned and asked, By the way, have the brothers sent to the Hope Base come back? Is Tang Weifu still stubborn and unwilling to surrender? They haven't come back yet. One of the strongmen raised his eyelids and guessed, maybe they were attacked by mutants on the way. I immediately arranged a team to go to meet them. Yeah. Duan Muzikai paused, as if he remembered something, straightened his back, and asked seriously, Is there still no news from the south? 2 years ago, he sent several spies southward to find out the details of the mysterious lord. But those people disappeared without a trace, and never returned. It was unknown whether they died in a foreign land, or had long forgotten their mission. No news. The strongman looked a little worried. I'm afraid they can no longer be counted on. 9 out of 10 have met with an accident. Duan Muzikai snorted coldly, secretly cursing these people's incompetence in his heart, and then ordered, After we take over the Hope Base, we will send people south to find out the situation and make full preparations for our army to go south. Yes. The two responded in unison. My lord, it's time for dinner. A sturdy man in a chef's uniform came in with a plate, placed the tableware next to Duan Muzikai's table, and then left. Duan Muzikai waved to the two people opposite him, and they understood, nodded, and immediately left the room. Duan Muzikai opened the lid, looked at the unknown piece of meat on the plate, his eyes turned red, and then he picked up the fork and knife, cut it piece by piece to taste. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, he showed an expression of enjoyment, squinting his eyes. Although he looked a little anxious, his gestures were still elegant. Inside the room, there was silence, only chewing. The sound echoed around. Be quiet, all of you. If you want to join the Lord's camp, line up properly. One by one. Outside a cave in the ghost town, several muscular men stood tall. They had hideous faces, evil in their eyes, greasy hair and uneven yellow teeth, making them even uglier. One of the strong men had a face like bark burned by fire. He stared at the crowd outside the cave, pushing and shoving, and finally couldn't help but burst into a roar. The originally noisy and crowded scene gradually calmed down with this roar, and the crowd began to scramble to line up. Looking around, there were only men with ferocious looks, ragged clothes, and stinking smells, which made the three women standing in the front particularly eye-catching. All the villains deliberately kept their distance from the three women, with disgust on their faces, and no one dared to step forward to compete for positions, so that a clear open space formed around them. These three. Girls? Do you also want to join the Lord's camp? The bark-faced strong man glanced at the three women, then quickly looked away, his mouth twitching, and his stomach churning. He was afraid that he would vomit if he looked at them for a second longer. He had never seen such an ugly woman in his life, even more ugly than his own face. When the three stood, they were like a solid fortress, with muscles bulging under the skin, forming a terrible lump. Their faces seemed to be distorted by some evil power, with their facial features in disorder and covered with black spots. The eyes were sunken in the eye sockets, the eyeballs were protruding, bloodshot, the nose bridge almost disappeared, replaced by a piece of uneven cartilage, and the lips were abnormally thick. The most eye-catching thing was their hair, which was scattered on the top of their heads like weeds, greasy and messy. It can be said that although these three are women, they are more masculine than many men in terms of both their figure and rough appearance. Their ugliness is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The bark-faced strongman was also an eye-opener, and said it was eye-catching. Facing the disgusting looks from the people around, the three women seemed unusually calm and didn't care at all. The woman on the left glanced at the bark-faced man and asked, "Why? Can't you join? Are you still engaging in gender discrimination?" If her expression was on a good-looking woman's face, it might still show a bit of aloof and unworldly temperament, but on this ugly face, it was unbearable to look at. The sturdy woman on the right immediately responded loudly, "That's right. When you were recruiting people, you clearly said you wanted women, but aren't we women?" Chapter 266. The three of them were Jiang Jinli, Shinqingxi and Qiluo. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and successfully entered Duan Muzikai's underground kingdom, Jiang Jinli transformed into this ugly appearance. For Jiang Jinli, it was easy to release her mental power, enter the minds of the people around her, control the thinking of these men, and make them hallucinate. Once someone saw their faces, this ugly image would immediately appear in the other person's mind. Therefore, everyone who looked at them would only see three extremely ugly female men, and only the three of them could see each other's true appearance. Seeing the expressions of the men around them, as if they had eaten a fly, the three of them laughed secretly in their hearts, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. They had never been subjected to such disgusting gazes, and this experience was quite novel and interesting to them. How could this be discriminatory against women? I will accept it, of course. The bark-faced man's eyelids jumped, and he quickly denied it. To put it bluntly, the purpose of their team recruiting women is obvious. If you want to seek Duan Muzikai's protection, you have to use your body in exchange. As for whether these bodies are used to satisfy desires or to fill your stomach, it depends on your luck. But for the three women in front of you, it is probably impossible to satisfy your desires. No man would be interested in that. As for eating, there is no need to even think about it. Their skin looks as hard as old tree bark, which is really hard to swallow. Besides, it is impossible to chew it. However, looking at the physique of these three people, their fighting ability must be good. They must have something extraordinary to survive in the Doomsday world. The master is preparing to go south recently, and it is the time to strengthen the fighting power. It is not impossible to accept these three women. Thinking of this, the bark face forced a smile and pointed to the depths of the cave, Then welcome the 3 girls to join our team. Please go over there to register. Jiang Jinli and the other 3 did not say anything more, and immediately walked into the cave, registered fake identity information, and then waited on the side. Duan Muzakai's team almost accepts everyone, and the more evil the person, the more welcome, so there are not too many rules, and a simple registration is enough. Soon, the men outside completed the registration. Seeing that there was no one else outside, the Barkface stood in front of everyone and announced loudly, "Okay, everyone follow me down. As long as you pass the last test, you can officially become one of us." After that, he took the lead and walked to the depths of the cave. A group of people followed behind him, and the team moved forward in a mighty manner. Not long after the Barkface left, a team of hundreds of black-clad warriors quietly approached the cave. Before the patrolling strongman outside the cave could react, he was strangled by the warrior, who suddenly jumped out. The action was efficient and swift. The cave soon fell under the control of the warriors. "Hold this place, kill one who comes out." The team leader quickly gave the order. "Understood." The warriors responded in unison. On the way to the ghost town, Jiang Jinli had already notified Mu Yuan to rush to the ghost town with a large force. The patrol teams, guard posts, and sentry towers outside the ghost town have been cleared. Now, the whole city has been surrounded by the warriors like an iron barrel, and the entrances to various caves and crypts have been quickly occupied. At this moment, the villains in the underground were like turtles in a jar. As long as Jiang Jinli gave an order, they could directly launch an attack and catch them all. Jiang Jinli and the other 2 walked side by side in the cave, looking at the surrounding environment as they walked. This is a narrow and dark stone passage. Every few distances, there is a torch swaying with a faint light, barely dispelling the heavy shadows in the passage. The passage is winding. It looks like the magic of nature, but also like the traces of human carving. The stone walls on both sides are rough and uneven, covered with slippery moss and dripping cracks. The air is filled with dampness and mold, which makes people feel depressed and uncomfortable. At the end of the passage, a huge stone door suddenly appeared in front of him. The door was heavily guarded. Seeing the Barkface, the guards quickly pushed open the stone door. I thought it would be a spacious space, but unexpectedly there was only a winding earth cave leading to the depths of the ground. Arriving at the bottom, there was a complex and interconnected pipeline and passage, like a maze. Jiang Jinli and the 2 looked at each other, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Duan Muzakai's hiding place was so secretive. He was like a rat, opening up the entire underground of the ghost town. Following the Barkface, they finally came to this underground world full of filth. The light here is dim, and various buildings are scattered and varied in shape. The crowd is bustling, most of them are strong men, they exude tyrannical evil spirits and have ugly faces. The surroundings are filled with heavy breathing, roaring, cursing and dirty words, noisy. From time to time, you can also hear high-pitched obscene sounds coming from the stone cave and wooden house. The most common buildings here are casinos, taverns, brothels, arenas and slave farms. What is even more difficult to look at is that the stools that the strong men sit on are human stools. Occasionally, there are strong men walking by with or riding people. Those people crawl on the ground like dogs. They have lost their human dignity and can only be regarded as livestock or slaves. The environment is smoky and smelly, and the air is filled with decay and various stench. Whenever Jiang Jinli and the other 2 pass by, the people around them all show disgusted expressions. The other men around them look at this underground world with curious eyes, and when they think that they are about to become one of them, they show excitement on their faces. "Okay, everyone, please follow me." The Barkface man glanced back at everyone, and then took the lead to walk to one of the wooden houses. After entering the wooden house, the Barkface man led everyone directly to a huge dining table. He turned around, showing his yellow teeth, and smiled with a bit of weirdness. "Everyone, please sit down. After a long journey, you must be hungry. Eat something first, and we can talk about other things later." Everyone sat down as he said. Someone looked at the Barkface, and couldn't help asking curiously, "What exactly is the test you are talking about?" "It is this meal in front of you. As long as you can finish this meal, you can become a member of our organization." The Barkface's smile became more and more weird. Everyone thought that the test would be a test of force or loyalty, but it turned out to be a simple dinner. They couldn't help but look at each other, full of confusion. Shin Qingxi quietly pulled Jiang Jinli's hand under the table and asked through mental communication, "What should we do next?" Shilua also cast an inquiring look. Jiang Jinli was releasing her mental power to explore the surroundings. After hearing Shin Qingxi's inquiry, she immediately responded to Shinqingxi and Qiluo. Wait until I find Zheng'er's exact location, then we will take action. Jiang Zheng was captured by Duan Muzikai himself, so her place of imprisonment must be known only to his core members. The bark-faced man in front of him, and the many villains around him were obviously ordinary members of the periphery. Even if they were interrogated, it would be impossible to know the specific location of Jiang Zheng, which would only waste time. Jiang Jinli's own search is undoubtedly the fastest and most time-saving method. I understand. The two responded tacitly. After a while, a group of men came in with plates. They distributed the plates to everyone one by one, and then retreated in an orderly manner. Everyone eat quickly. Since we can't grow crops underground, we can only eat meat. I hope everyone doesn't mind. The bark-faced man stood aside, pulling the corners of his mouth, urging everyone. Everyone was already hungry, and now that they had meat to eat, they naturally wouldn't be pretentious. After a few simple greetings, they impatiently opened the lid of the plate. As soon as the lid was opened, a disgusting fishy smell came to their faces and instantly filled the entire room. Everyone couldn't help but frown, and some people even covered their noses directly. It was a unique smell mixed with blood and rotten flesh, rushing straight into people's nasal cavity, challenging people's tolerance limit. Everyone's appetite was instantly destroyed, and their faces gradually turned pale as they looked at the meat on the plate. The piece of meat was huge, and the surface was covered with thick, sticky blood, which had solidified into dark red. Occasionally, a few drops of fresh blood could be seen oozing out of it, and slowly sliding down along the irregular edges of the meat. Next to this piece of flesh and blood, there were also some broken bones and unknown organs scattered around, which were also stained with blood and looked particularly horrifying. The more you look at this piece of meat, the more uneasy it is. Everyone can't help but feel a chill in their hearts, so that everyone looks at each other, and no one dares to move their chopsticks. One of them swallowed hard and asked the bark face, "What kind of meat is this?" The bark face looked gloomy, with a trace of bloodthirsty hostility in his eyes, and he uttered two words grimly, "Mutton." Mutton? Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. They had eaten a lot of mutton, but this was the first time they had seen such a fishy and weird mutton. Shinqingxi and Qiluo looked at the bloody meat and felt sick to their stomachs. When they were about to ask Jiang Jinli what kind of meat it was, Jiang Jinli just glanced at it casually and said coldly, "This is human flesh." What? Even if the two were calm, they couldn't help but feel scared when they heard this answer. I didn't expect this organization to be so cruel that they have started to eat their own kind. What's more disgusting is that they actually use cannibalism as a threshold for joining the team, trying to assimilate everyone into evil spirits. That's right, mutton, two-legged sheep. At this time, the bark-faced man added slowly, and the coldness and cruelty in his tone were obvious. Chapter 267. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face instantly turned extremely ugly. They were all people who licked blood on the tip of a knife, and they knew the meaning of two-legged sheep very well. With their stomachs churning, several people couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Although they had done many evil things, they dared not even think about cannibalism, which was undoubtedly an extreme challenge to the bottom line of human morality. Unexpectedly, the rumor that Duan Muzikai's team liked to eat people turned out to be a solid and bloody fact. The bark face looked at the different expressions of the people, put away his smile, and his face instantly became extremely fierce. His gentle attitude disappeared, and he threatened bluntly, "You should have heard about the eating habits of our organization. Since you are here, you should be mentally prepared. Don't show me this disgusting look. I advise you to eat quickly. Only by eating this plate of meat can you become our brothers. If you don't want to eat, don't think about leaving this underground world alive." There are two main reasons why their team likes to eat human flesh. First, the mutant beasts have become extremely powerful and difficult to hunt. Every action will lose many brothers, which is too dangerous. Secondly, the taste of two-legged sheep is sweet, the meat is delicate, fat and lean, bones and flesh are connected, and it is chewy, which is much more delicious than the rough and dry mutant beast meat. Moreover, the way to get people is relatively simple. As long as you want to eat, you can catch people at any time. As the words of the bark face fell, dozens of strong men holding big knives immediately rushed in. With murderous looks on their faces, they surrounded the dining table. Everyone finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and they were restless and pale. But they understood that they had no choice. If they wanted to join this organization, they had to abandon their humanity and become evil spirits. One by one, they suppressed their nausea, picked up the piece of meat with trembling hands, closed their eyes, and stuffed the meat into their mouths. The fishy and bloody smell in their mouths rushed straight to their brains, stimulating their eyes to have tears, but they still swallowed it. The Barkface watched this scene with satisfaction. But he noticed that two people not only did not eat a bite, but also kept vomiting, so he immediately cast a fierce look at the strongman. The strongman immediately came forward with knives and roughly lifted the necks of the two men. Without waiting for them to react, the knives fell, blood splattered on the meat, and the two men were separated on the spot. The strongman slammed the two heads heavily on the table, making a deafening sound. Seeing this, everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly gobbled the meat, stuffing it into their mouths desperately, eating faster and harder. Tree Barkface picked up the piece of meat covered with warm blood and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and muttering to himself, "Don't know what's good for you. Don't waste such good meat." After eating, he licked his lips, and suddenly caught Jiang Jinli and the other two people who hadn't started eating yet, and a feeling of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. Just as he was about to explode, he inadvertently met Jiang Jinli's eyes. At that moment, Tree Barkface felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, and then he lost consciousness. Jiang Jinli stood up calmly and said to Shinqingxi and Qilua, "Let's go, we have found the location, go and save Zheng'er." Shinqingxi and Qilua stood up, and the three of them walked out of the wooden house together. The people in the house, including the Barkface, were motionless, like sculptures, and there was a dead silence. Their movements seemed to be frozen in time, and their eyes were blurred and empty, as if their souls had left them. Jiang Jinli led the two out of the wooden house, and moved decisively in one direction. Along the way, every strong man who blocked the road they met, before asking the identities of the three people, automatically bowed his head and made way, as if possessed by evil spirits, and the scene was extremely strange. In this way, the three of them had no obstacles along the way, and finally came to the cafeteria of the underground world. Jiang Zheng was trapped in the deepest part of the cafeteria. When they stepped into the door of the cafeteria, a strong smell of blood and rotten meat came to their noses, and the three of them couldn't help but frown. Jiang Jinli quickly opened a membrane around them, and the brows of the three of them were relaxed. They walked through rows of tables and chairs and walked towards the kitchen. The further they went, the stronger the stench in the air became. Finally, the three of them arrived at the kitchen. It was almost completely shrouded in darkness, with only the faint light from the torches above barely outlining the outline of this horrible space. The kitchen was huge, with many butchers busy coming and going, all wearing blood-stained aprons, holding large knives, and chopping meat with clinking sounds. The light from the torches shone on their hideous faces, making them even more terrifying. Seeing someone coming in, the butchers stopped their actions, and before they could ask questions, they all screamed in pain and fell to the ground one after another. The three of them looked at the scene in the kitchen, and after seeing it clearly, they couldn't help but frown again, and their stomachs churned violently. Over the years, even though their hands were stained with countless blood, they had never seen such a hellish scene. The behavior here was simply unscrupulous, and had no moral bottom line. The cruelty of Duan Muzikai's gang was more terrifying than evil spirits. In the center of the kitchen, a huge iron chopping board was particularly eye-catching, stretching for dozens of meters. It was scattered with the remains of the survivors. Broken hands and feet were everywhere. There were broken bones, and heads were neatly arranged with eyes still open. Blood dripped along the chopping board, staining the ground red. On the walls around, there were all kinds of cooking tools and containers hanging, exuding a cold luster. The trash cans on the ground were filled with disgusting, sticky, blood-stained intestines and various internal organs. Behind the chopping board, rows of hollowed-out, air-dried corpses were hanging. They had dried and shriveled, with skin clinging to the skeleton, some intact, and some only half left, like pickled and air-dried bacon. The expressions on their faces were frozen in fear, and could never be erased. There were some fresh corpses with blood stains hanging next to them. They were obviously killed recently. Some were not properly preserved and had begun to rot. Countless maggots were crawling inside the corpses. The dense scene made people's scalps numb and disgusting. On the far left was a large stove with a blazing fire underneath. The food in the big pot was still stewing and steaming. This was not a kitchen, but a bloody slaughterhouse, hell. Although Jiang Jinli and the other two could not smell the stench here, they could imagine how suffocating the air here was. A group of thugs, who have lost their humanity, are even worse than animals. Shinqingxi's voice was hoarse, and it was difficult to hide the disgust in her heart. They are no longer human. They can only be called cannibalistic evil spirits. Qilua said, retracted her gaze from the corpse, and sighed. Jiang Jinli remained silent, but her face was clearly showing murderous intent. She was shocked that Duan Muzikai had fallen to such a level, eating his own kind, and completely annihilating his humanity. Jiang Jinli had met countless evil people, but this was the first time she had seen such a cruel and terrifying cannibalistic organization like the Blood Sacrifice Society. She made up her mind to completely fill up this disgusting underground nest and grind Duan Muzikai and his accomplices to ashes. The three of them walked around the bloodstains on the ground and walked to the back of the kitchen. The space at the back was more spacious. If the kitchen in front was a slaughterhouse, then this was a breeding farm. In the middle was a long corridor, with rows of huge iron cages on both sides. It was as high as 4 or 5 floors, and each layer of iron cages was filled with densely packed people. They were skinny, sitting or lying, tightly packed together, shaking, groaning in pain. There were men, women, old and young, and judging from their gray and dead faces, they were only breathing their last breath. It was obvious that these people were reserved for blood food. Hearing the footsteps of someone approaching, the people in the iron cage immediately climbed up in fear. They thought they were going to be picked to be food again, so they scrambled to squeeze in, trying to reduce their presence. Seeing that the 3 strong-looking women were coming, everyone was stunned for a moment, but then began to beg, "3. Big sister, please let us go." Feeling the 3 people's eyes sweeping over, some people screamed desperately for survival. "Don't choose me, don't choose me. My meat is smelly, I have infectious diseases, you will get sick if you eat me. Woo woo woo. Don't eat me. Please. Oh my god. You are simply not human. One day you will be punished. A bunch of beasts, devils. As women, you actually associate with those cannibal thugs, don't you feel ashamed?" The emotions of the people in the cage were completely out of control, and begging for mercy and cursing came one after another. But strangely, the 3 women ignored them, and walked directly through the iron cage. Gradually, the screaming stopped. Although they didn't understand the intentions of the 3 women, they were relieved. After all, this meant that they could live a little longer. Chapter 268. Jiang Jinli now only wants to find Jiang Zheng as soon as possible, and has no time to deal with these people for the time being. After solving Duan Muzikai's gang, she will naturally let them go free. The interior is like a maze. After turning one corner after another, they finally saw a door. Pushing open the heavy door, the 3 finally arrived at the innermost. A group of strong men were waiting there. Before they could react, Qiluo and Xinqingxi quickly shot them to death. In the deepest part, there is an iron cage. The energy auras released by the superpowers are superimposed on it, forming a huge sphere visible to the naked eye, tightly surrounding the iron cage. The energy contained in this sphere is extremely huge, and it is indeed difficult for Jiang Zheng to escape with his own strength. At this time, Jiang Zheng was trapped in the iron cage, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his head down. Seeing that there was no blood on Jiang Zheng, Jiang Jinli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the noise, Jiang Zheng raised his eyes, revealing unyielding and murderous intent. But when she saw Jiang Jinli and the other 2, she was stunned for a moment, and the murderous intent in her eyes was instantly replaced by joy and peace of mind. She immediately stood up, tightly grasped the iron cage railing, and shouted excitedly, "Sister! Zheng'er, are you okay?" Jiang Jinli walked quickly to the iron cage, waved her hand, and the energy halo broke and dissipated in the air, and the iron cage also collapsed. "Sister!" Jiang Zheng showed joy on his face, rushed forward quickly, hugged Jiang Jinli, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Duan Muzikai didn't have time to do anything to me. Although Jiang Zheng knew that Jiang Jinli would come to save her, she didn't expect it to come so soon. At this moment, Jiang Zheng felt extremely happy and relaxed. With Jiang Jinli by her side, she felt full of security. "It's good that you're okay. You performed very well this time." Jiang Jinli patted Jiang Zheng's back to comfort him. "Let's go, let's deal with Duan Muzikai now." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Jinli and the 3 of them disappeared instantly. In a flash, Jiang Jinli and the other 4 had arrived at the core of this underground world. Looking up at the hanging fake sun and the surrounding high-rise buildings, Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed with disdain. The sudden appearance of the 4 immediately attracted the attention of the strong men. They instantly raised their vigilance and quickly surrounded the 4. Before they could speak, Xinqingxi, Qiluo, and Jiang Zheng had already drawn their weapons and spread out like ghosts, with murderous intent everywhere. Wherever they passed, the strong men fell one after another. The strong men finally came back to their senses from the shock, roared angrily, and rushed forward waving their weapons. Screams and the sound of metal clashing filled the space instantly, and corpses fell in groups. "Not good. These women are too powerful. Hurry up and inform the master, quickly." After realizing that he was no match for them, a strong man shouted at the top of his lungs and blew the emergency alarm at the same time. The harsh sound echoed in the underground world, and in an instant, the entire underground was boiling. This alarm had never sounded before, and it was obviously a signal of a powerful enemy invasion. In a moment, everyone took action. They quickly put on their clothes, picked up their weapons, and rushed out of the room. With a fierce look on their faces, they rushed towards the center. Inside the building, Dwan Musakai heard the emergency alarm and was about to go downstairs to check the situation, but saw a strong man running up breathlessly, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and reported in a panic, "Master, something bad has happened. The woman we caught at noon was rescued by 3 other women. Now, the 4 of them have already killed their way downstairs. They are too strong, and the brothers are no match for them. They have already suffered heavy casualties. Waste. If you can't even deal with 4 women, what kind of men are you? What's the point of keeping you?" Dwan Musakai grabbed the collar of the strong man and scolded him angrily. He originally thought that some force was invading, but he didn't expect it was just 4 women. He then asked, "What do those women look like?" The strong man frowned, showing a look of eating shit, and said, "Those 3 women are extremely ugly, and their bodies are as strong as men. I want to see who is so bold and dares to act wild here." Dwan Musakai pushed the sturdy man away and walked downstairs with big strides. The people who rescued Jiang Zheng were obviously from a certain force in the south, but what puzzled Dwan Musakai was why they didn't evacuate immediately after rescuing people, but dared to openly provoke downstairs. Aren't they afraid of death? Dwan Musakai came downstairs and saw corpses lying all over the ground. The sturdy men around surrounded the 4 people, each holding a weapon high, with bloodthirsty red light flashing in their eyes. They were like hungry wolves. He stared at the 4 women surrounded with vigilance, as if he would attack at any time. On the other hand, the 4 women seemed unusually calm and fearless. This abnormal calmness made people feel puzzled. Dwan Musakai walked to the front of the crowd, and the first thing he saw was 3 extremely ugly faces. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes quickly moved away from them. It was really unbearable ugliness. Although the strong men recruited by Dwan Musakai were also hateful, they were nothing compared to these 3 women. He took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and asked bluntly, "Which faction are you from? What is your intention in breaking into my territory?" Facing Dwan Musakai's feminine face, and listening to his sharp voice, like a drake, Jiang Jinli, and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. Dwan Musakai's appearance made it difficult for people to associate him with the notorious cannibal. Jiang Jinli narrowed his eyes, and carefully looked at Dwan Musakai, whom he had not seen for many years. She sneered, mercilessly rubbing salt into his wounds, mocking, "Dwan Musakai, I never thought that after not seeing you for a few years, you would become this androgynous look. It seems that the damage I caused you back then was indeed not small. It's really pitiful." "You?" Hearing Jiang Jinli's voice, Dwan Musakai's face changed drastically. He took a step forward and stared at her. Facing this strange face, his voice trembled unconsciously. "You? How do you know me? Who are you?" Dwan Musakai will never forget Jiang Jinli's voice, but the rough female man in front of him is obviously not Jiang Jinli. This made Dwan Musakai confused. "Of course, I am an old friend of yours." Jiang Jinli no longer concealed her true appearance and retracted the spiritual power she was emitting. Then, all the strongmen present witnessed a magical scene. The 3 originally extremely ugly women twisted their bodies, and turned into 3 tall women, with outstanding temperament and peerless looks in an instant. For a moment, the sound of gasps could be heard one after another, and all the men stared at Jiang Jinli and the other 4. Their eyes were red, they swallowed eagerly, and their breathing became heavy. "Jiang Jinli." Dwan Musakai stared at Jiang Jinli in disbelief, his voice even sharper. "How is this possible? How did you appear here?" After coming to his senses, Dwan Musakai's eyes gradually became fanatical, revealing his love without concealment, and took 2 steps forward, speaking incoherently, looking a little crazy. "Are you here to find me? You must be here to find me, right? I finally found you, finally found you." He suddenly laughed out loud, his expression became more and more weird. Love and hatred intertwined on his face, his expression gradually became distorted. "Ha ha ha, since you are here, don't even think about leaving. This time, you are destined to fall into my hands. I will cut you into thin slices, eat you piece by piece, and integrate you into my body. In this way, you will belong to me forever, and will never escape from me." "Dwan Musakai, what are you crazy about? After several years, your old habits have not changed. Have you been underground for too long and can't even distinguish between day and night? Do you start dreaming in broad daylight? Jiang Jinli glanced at the crazy Duan Muzikai with disgust, with no expression on his face, and said in a cold and resolute tone, I didn't kill you back then. Today, I will send you to hell with my own hands to let you be completely free. Chapter 269. The grudges between Jiang Jinli and Duan Muzikai started in college. At that time, whether in class or walking on the path on campus, Jiang Jinli could always feel a pair of greedy and evil eyes secretly watching her. Those eyes followed her like a shadow, which made Jiang Jinli feel disgusted, but she did not show it. The other party hid too deeply. Jiang Jinli could only wait patiently and look for an opportunity to expose him. When she finally exposed the pervert who was secretly monitoring her, she was surprised to find that this person was Duan Muzikai, a senior. Jiang Jinli was not familiar with Duan Muzikai. The reason why she knew his name was because he had confessed to Jiang Jinli. Duan Muzikai had a simple background. His parents died early when he was young, and he depended on his grandfather for life. Such an experience made Duan Muzikai's character appear calm and slightly melancholy. He was taciturn on weekdays, as if he was an invisible existence, so inconspicuous that he was almost forgotten. Jiang Jinli had never expected that Duan Muzikai had already fallen in love with her without her noticing. Jiang Jinli had always been resolute in her attitude towards her suitors, never dragging her feet, and always directly rejected them. She was the same with Duan Muzikai. But Duan Muzikai was particularly persistent among the suitors. Even when he was rejected, he always appeared in Jiang Jinli's life unyieldingly, either sending flowers or gifts, trying to attract her attention. Jiang Jinli felt extremely uncomfortable with his entangled behavior, and finally couldn't help but say some harsh words to him directly. Jiang Jinli originally thought that Duan Muzikai would retreat after her stern rejection, but unexpectedly, Duan Muzikai became even crazier. A series of perverted behaviors of tracking, secretly photographing and monitoring began. Although Jiang Jinli was extremely angry, she did not lose her mind, but chose to report Duan Muzikai's behavior to the school. The school attached great importance to this matter, and severely punished Duan Muzikai. Jiang Jinli thought that such punishment would make Duan Muzikai reflect on himself. But when she found Duan Muzikai secretly photographing her again, Jiang Jinli's patience reached its limit and finally broke out. Driven by anger, Jiang Jinli dragged Duan Muzikai to an alley without surveillance and ruthlessly stepped on his hand. Since that day, Duan Muzikai disappeared from the school for a while. When he returned to school again, he became more gloomy, and his dark eyes were filled with unpredictable haze. Since then, Duan Muzikai never appeared in front of Jiang Jinli again. Jiang Jinli thought he had finally learned his lesson, so he let go of his heart, and his life gradually returned to peace. As time passed, Duan Muzikai's name gradually faded from her memory. Until a year later, Jiang Jinli was kidnapped on the way to school, and the kidnapper was the haunted Duan Muzikai. The kidnappers had a careful action plan, and were obviously well aware of Jiang Jinli's daily whereabouts. They cleverly avoided all surveillance areas, and all this was premeditated. When Jiang Jinli regained consciousness again, she found her hands tied, and lying on a large bed in a spacious room. The light was light red, creating an ambiguous and ominous atmosphere. Duan Muzikai stood by the bed, fiddling with a floor camera in his hand, with a wicked smile on his lips. The four gangsters stood at the door, with their arms folded across their chests, obviously monitoring Jiang Jinli to prevent her from escaping. Duan Muzikai first explained to Jiang Jinli that everything he did was out of love for her, and asked her not to blame himself. Duan Muzikai also gently promised that he would let her go afterwards, but on the condition that Jiang Jinli must become his girlfriend. Otherwise, he would make the video public as a threat. Jiang Jinli did not feel fear at the time, only a strong anger and murderous intent surged in her chest. Under the influence of the drug, Jiang Jinli was a little weak, and could not take action immediately. She could only show weakness to Duan Muzikai temporarily, while secretly breaking free from the rope and accumulating strength. Just when Duan Muzikai could not hold back, panting, and took out a bottle of strong medicine, ready to force Jiang Jinli to take it. Jiang Jinli suddenly jumped up from the bed and launched an unexpected raid. She kicked Duan Muzikai hard in the abdomen. Duan Muzikai was caught off guard and instantly held his stomach with both hands, twisting into a ball in pain. He was easily subdued by Jiang Jinli. Then, Jiang Jinli quickly subdued the four people with a swift attack. Jiang Jinli said to Duan Muzikai in a cold voice, and began her revenge. Since you like to play so much, then I will fulfill your wish and let you experience the taste of being played with deeply. After Jiang Jinli finished speaking, she fed the 4 people the bottle of disgusting stuff. Ignoring the plea for mercy on Dwan Muzakai's pale face, she threw them on the bed. Jiang Jinli walked to the camera expressionlessly like a bystander. Dwan Muzakai had no way to avoid it, and could only roar in pain and despair. After a while, Jiang Jinli slowly walked towards there. She looked gloomy, staring at Dwan Muzakai on the bed. Her gentle appearance in the past was gone, replaced by a cold-blooded nature and violent emotions. Jiang Jinli did not hesitate at all, directly pulled out the dagger, tightly grasped the handle, and suddenly stabbed Dwan Muzakai's lower body. She didn't know what kind of damage this knife had caused to Dwan Muzakai, but seeing the blood staining the bedsheet red, he must have been unable to do evil with that disgusting thing again. Dwan Muzakai was originally in extreme pain, and now he suffered such a fatal blow. He instinctively covered the injured part and let out a shrill scream. The sound was heartbreaking, like the howling of a pig in a slaughterhouse. Jiang Jinli took a picture of his bloody lower body with a camera, and then issued a cruel warning to Dwan Muzakai. If Dwan Muzakai dared to leak this, she would expose his ugly behavior to the public and make him unable to stand in front of others. This is a great insult to any man. Jiang Jinli is sure that Dwan Muzakai will not report the case publicly. Moreover, even if he really reports the case, Jiang Jinli is not afraid, because Dwan Muzakai has no evidence to point to her. Jiang Jinli put on gloves and wiped all the items she touched. After making sure that there were no traces and fingerprints left, she opened the door and left calmly, leaving Dwan Muzakai wailing in pain on the bed. When Jiang Jinli walked out of the room, she found herself in a remote suburb. Because the clothes were stained with blood, Jiang Jinli was worried about arousing suspicion from others, so she did not return to school, but carefully chose to go to Mu Yuan's house, which was closest to her, to wash the clothes. Since then, Dwan Muzakai disappeared from Jiang Jinli's life. He dropped out of school and reportedly returned to his hometown in the north. But Jiang Jinli knew that Dwan Muzakai would never give up after being humiliated like this. She remained alert and prepared to deal with Dwan Muzakai's revenge. But soon after, the end of the world came, and the order of the world completely collapsed. Jiang Jinli thought at that time that if she met Dwan Muzakai again, she would no longer be bound by any social norms, and would end his life without hesitation. It was not until this moment that Jiang Jinli met Dwan Muzakai again in this underground world. She stared coldly at Dwan Muzakai's long hair and his effeminate behavior, and said sarcastically again, "Do you feel very painful to become a eunuch?" Her expression turned cold, her voice suddenly rose, and she shouted coldly, "Now that you have met me again, your end has come. Last time, I cut off your lower body, this time, I will take your head." Chapter 270. Jiang Jinli's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves, and the whole place immediately became noisy. The only ones who really knew that Dwan Muzakai had physical defects were the 2 male pets. The other strong men in the gang knew that their master's words and deeds revealed feminine characteristics, and he had no interest in women, and even kept 2 male slaves, but they never delved into the reasons behind it. They simply believed that Dwan Muzakai became like this because he was injured in a key part of the battle, which led to a drastic change in his personality, and even a change in his orientation. Who would have thought that Dwan Muzakai was actually an out-and-out eunuch, and was injured by the woman in front of him? Such a truth makes people have a new understanding of Dwan Muzakai's behavior of getting angry and killing people at will every time he was called a sissy. After all, such extreme humiliation is indeed unbearable. At this moment, these vicious thugs turned into spectators, began to whisper to each other, and looked at Dwan Muzakai with peeping eyes from time to time. Shen Qingxi and Qiluo looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect that there would be such a grudge between Jiang Jinli and Dwan Muzakai. Although Jiang Jinli only said a few words briefly, it is not difficult to guess the general course of events. Dwan Muzakai ended up like this, there is no sympathy at all. Everything he did was his own fault. Now, it is time to end it. Shut up. Shut up. Dwan Muzakai faced the strange looks from all around. Feeling unprecedented humiliation, he roared loudly with red eyes. Dwan Muzakai recalled the past events mentioned by Jiang Jinli, and couldn't help but think of the day when the nightmare began. That day, for Dwan Muzakai, became a shadow that he could never erase in his life. Countless nights, he repeatedly dreamed of the scene of that day. In fact, from that day on, Dwan Muzakai's soul had died. Now, the only one alive is an evil ghost in human skin. Dwan Muzakai's nails dug deep into his palms, his eyes were filled with hostility, his chest was burning with anger, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. He screamed madly at Jiang Jinli, You are a devil without emotions. You are not a human at all. I just love you, what's wrong with me? But you retaliated against me so cruelly, and turned me into this androgynous look now. You turned me into a monster, you destroyed me. I hate you, I hate you. Dwan Musakai thought that everything he did at that time was out of love for Jiang Jinli. What was wrong with him? He just regretted that he only investigated the simple background of Jiang Jinli's family with only her sister before taking action, but ignored the in-depth understanding of other aspects. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinli's skills were so amazing that the 4 strong men couldn't do anything to her. When he was roughly pressed on the bed by 4 strong men, looking at Jiang Jinli, who was watching indifferently, Dwan Musakai finally realized that this girl, who seemed quiet and calm on the outside, was actually a hidden ruthless character, a heartless monster. If he had known Jiang Jinli's true face earlier, how could he be so eager to possess her that he would go on a path of no return? At that time, the pain of being raped was unforgettable, and despair wrapped Dwan Musakai tightly. Helplessness, fear, regret, and hatred, all kinds of emotions intertwined. The fatal blow was Jiang Jinli's ruthless and cruel knife, which completely deprived him of his qualification as a man. Not only did his body become neither male nor female, but his psychology gradually became distorted. Those 4 men became Dwan Musakai's eternal nightmare. Their fishy breath, sticky body fluids, and rough bites echoed in Dwan Musakai's mind all the time, making him never forget. What's more terrible is that since that day, he has suffered from a perverted and disgusting disease. Because he was addicted to that experience, an addiction that was difficult to talk about. On the one hand, he was extremely disgusted with men, but on the other hand, his body began to desire men's touch. These 2 contradictory emotions tore Dwan Musakai apart and made him miserable. Whenever the addiction came, Dwan Musakai's body was like being bitten by thousands of ants, and the pain was unbearable. Only by experiencing that disgusting thing again could his body and heart be calm. Dwan Musakai felt desperate, and he could not control his body at all. That shameful, disgusting addiction, he couldn't get rid of it anyway. He was too sick, he was completely broken, both physically and spiritually. Even though Jiang Jinli did that to him, Dwan Musakai's love for her did not diminish, but became even stronger. In the interweaving of love and hate, Dwan Musakai even felt that Jiang Jinli's cold, ruthless, and tyrannical side had a fatal attraction. He loved her even more because of it. Dwan Musakai knew that he was hopeless. Perhaps his psychology was distorted from the beginning, and Jiang Jinli's behavior was just a catalyst that accelerated his collapse. Jiang Jinli's shadow followed him everywhere, always hovering in his heart, constantly reminding him. He really loved Jiang Jinli, a woman, not those disgusting stinky men, but Dwan Musakai's body went the other way. He was no longer humane, and had no interest in women's bodies. Instead, he longed for men's contact. What a ridiculous irony. Under the pull of such a perverted hobby, Dwan Musakai's spirit finally collapsed. He went crazy, and completely became a psychopath. The end of the world came, and the evil ghost in Dwan Musakai's heart was finally released. He completely turned into a bloodthirsty monster, completely releasing the evil in his heart. He killed people like crazy, liked to eat human flesh, and did all kinds of evil. In order to satisfy his physical addiction, he could only keep 2 clean pets around him. Every time he was touched by them, Dwan Musakai felt nauseous and wanted to vomit psychologically, but his body felt happy. He was in pain, he hated, and sometimes thought about suicide, to end it all, but he couldn't do it. He didn't want to die. He wanted to find Jiang Jinli for revenge. Jiang Jinli destroyed him, and he wanted to destroy Jiang Jinli. Thinking of this, Dwan Musakai's emotions were completely out of control. His expression was distorted like a demon, and his voice was hoarse and full of malice. Jiang Jinli, you deserve to die. I will torture you severely, and then eat you until there is nothing left. He looked around and gave an order at the top of his voice. Come on. Tear these women into pieces. Yes. The strong men around him responded in unison. Each of them was as excited as a hungry wolf, and the roar echoed in the underground space. They moved slowly, ready to attack. Looking at the 4 people who were still calm, Dwan Musakai laughed angrily. Jiang Jinli, you can still be so calm. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. No matter how strong you are only 4 people. I have thousands of subordinates here. You will always be exhausted. Even if I use the human wave tactics, I can wear you out. Human wave tactics? Jiang Jinli glanced at Dwan Musakai coldly, and said contemptuously, then let's see who has more people. Jiang Jinli opened the space-time crack without hesitation, and began to summon the warriors in her territory. At the same time, she sent a signal to Muyuan, who was ambushing outside. ordering him to attack immediately. The following scene stunned all the strong men, including Duan Muzikai. A huge gap suddenly appeared behind Jiang Jinli. Afterwards, groups of black-clad warriors poured out from it. They were fully armed, marched in unison, and dispersed quickly with great momentum. In a flash, the entire underground space was filled with black-clad warriors, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The strongmen were surrounded by black-clad warriors instead. The warriors were ruddy and energetic, which formed a sharp contrast with the hideous faces of the underground villains. Facing the warriors holding heavy weapons, these villains finally felt fear. One by one, their faces turned pale, and the sounds of exclamations and gasps rang out one after another. "Who are you?" This scene brought a huge shock to Duan Muzikai, and his frantic mind finally woke up. He realized that Jiang Jinli was not an ordinary person. Such a terrifying and mysterious force, and such a large-scale, well-trained team, a terrifying idea emerged in Duan Muzikai's mind. 2 years ago, you sent spies to sneak into my territory to gather intelligence. You are ambitious and arrogant, thinking that you can fight me with these rabble. Now, I come to take your head in person. Who am I? Jiang Jinli said with a cold face and indifferent tone. Lord of the South. Duan Muzikai retreated in fear, his thin body shaking uncontrollably. How is it possible? How could it be you? Chapter 271. Duan Muzikai never thought that Jiang Jinli was the legendary figure in the Doomsday, a 9th-level strongman, the Lord of the South. Is this the so-called fate? Jiang Jinli seemed destined to become his nemesis. How unfair fate was to him. Why did he let this enemy become his biggest opponent? Although Duan Muzikai said arrogantly that he would attack the South next year. But the premise is that his ability can be upgraded to the 9th level this year. Otherwise, he would never dare to challenge the authority of the Lord of the South. Just the nearly 1 million troops under the Lord are enough to raise his underground world to the ground, not to mention that there are also several strong men such as the 9 war leaders and the 8 base leaders. But Duan Muzikai never expected that Jiang Jinli would take the initiative to attack, and quietly arrived in the north, directly approaching his underground world. This surprise attack caught Duan Muzikai off guard, and he had no time to make any strategic deployment. At this moment, their gang was like a turtle in a jar, with nowhere to escape. Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Duan Muzikai let out a desperate roar. Go ahead, kill them all, don't leave any alive. Jiang Jinli raised a cold smile, and issued a ruthless order to all the soldiers. These villains did not want to guard the base. Jiang Jinli would not have any mercy on them. This underground would be their burial place. Follow the Lord's order. All the soldiers responded in unison, and then rushed towards the villains without hesitation. The villains also roared, waving their weapons, and rushed forward, and the two armies quickly fought together. The battle broke out. Xinqingxi, Qiluo and Jiangzheng also immediately rushed towards the core members around Duan Muzikai, and instantly fell into a fierce battle. Under the weak and dim fake sunlight underground, a large-scale melee beyond imagination is taking place. Roars and screams resounded throughout the space, broken limbs and arms, and corpses were scattered everywhere. This scene was like hell descending. Jiang Jinli, you dare to destroy my foundation, damn it. New and old hatreds, let's settle them together today, either you die or I die. Although Duan Muzikai knew that he was not Jiang Jinli's opponent, he would never sit and wait for death. He suddenly grabbed a big knife, and let out a sharp roar. The lighting power was instantly activated, and Duan Muzikai's body immediately sparked and flashed, and dangerous electric currents were also wrapped around the big knife. Jiang Jinli looked disdainful at this scene. She jumped into the air, turned lightly in the air, and grabbed Duan Muzikai directly with one hand. Duan Muzikai originally wanted to summon more powerful lightning. But before his superpowers were fully released, Jiang Jinli had already controlled him in midair. Duan Muzikai desperately discovered that his superpowers were gradually losing their effectiveness. The lightning sparks on his body gradually extinguished, and finally only white smoke was left, and he completely lost his power. He wanted to activate his superpowers again, but it was impossible. Duan Muzikai's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Jiang Jinli floating in the air in shock, and asked in surprise, "Why is this happening?" "Because you entered my domain." Jiang Jinli's face was calm, and his tone was indifferent. "In my domain, everything is under my control." Suddenly, Jiang Jinli raised her hand, and a slender black long sword appeared in her hand. Holding the sword, she had a stronger aura, and her long hair and clothes fluttered automatically in the windless air. The killing intent was intertwined around Jiang Jinli, exuding a unique charm. She stroked the blade, looked at Duan Muzikai with cold eyes, and her voice was as cold as ice. This knife has not been unsheathed for 2 years, and it has not drunk blood for a long time. Now use your blood to sacrifice. You should feel honored. Under Jiang Jinli's gaze, Duan Muzikai's forehead was sweating. He tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, and finally felt the pressure of the 9th level strongman. Below the 9th level, everyone is an ant, and the level gap is like a natural moat. Now, Duan Muzikai can only bite the bullet and fight hard, but with his true strength, how can he compete with Jiang Jinli? The victory and defeat have long been clear, and only death is waiting for him. Jiang Jinli, I hate you. Duan Muzikai let out a desperate roar, raised the knife in his hand, and rushed towards Jiang Jinli frantically. Frost condensed between Jiang Jinli's eyebrows, and a piercing coldness emanated from her body. She slowly drew her sword from its sheath, and instantly turned into a beam of light, and rushed towards Duan Muzikai. The two quickly exchanged blows in the air. Jiang Jinli's swordsmanship was extremely sharp, and every move was a fatal attack, so fast that it was difficult to catch. Duan Muzikai soon fell into a disadvantage, with several blood marks on his body, and his eyes quickly turned red with unwillingness and fear. Jiang Jinli no longer showed mercy, and her figure shuttled around Duan Muzikai like a ghost, with a flash of the sword accompanied by splashes of blood. Duan Muzikai finally couldn't help but scream in pain. Jiang Jinli's eyes became fierce, and he raised the knife and aimed it at Duan Muzikai's head. Just as she was about to chop it in half with a knife, she met Duan Muzikai's eyes. The emotions in his eyes were too complicated, but the strong love was dazzling, which made Jiang Jinli frown and pause the movement of her hands. Duan Muzikai knew that he was about to reach the end of his life. Although he was unwilling, he was more relieved and liberated. He suddenly laughed, tears flowed down his cheeks, but his tone was extremely serious. Jiang Jinli, I hate you for ruining my life, but I can't control my heart. Whether you believe it or not, I really love you. I have only loved you in this life. But you are a heartless monster. Falling in love with you is destined to cost death. Why did you let me meet you? Why did you let me fall in love with you? I hope I will never meet you again in the next life. He closed his eyes, raised his neck, and said weakly, Kill me. Kill me quickly. In the next life, I will never meet you, a devil, again no more. At this moment, Duan Muzikai's skin was white and almost transparent. The emotions of pain and liberation intertwined in his heart. He had a dead face and no will to live. The thin body looked even weaker. Jiang Jinli's expression finally fluctuated a little. She pursed her lips, and the knife in her hand quietly changed direction, moving from the top of Duan Muzikai's head to his neck, and slashed it fiercely. The blade accurately cut Duan Muzikai's throat. Although it was cut very deep, the head was not separated, and there was still a layer of skin and cartilage connected. Duan Muzikai groaned in pain, and blood gushed out of his neck and mouth. His eyes quickly lost their luster, the weapon in his hand fell, and his body fell down, quickly returning to silence. Jiang Jinli withdrew the spiritual field, and Duan Muzikai's body fell from the air until it fell heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. Jiang Jinli put the knife back into the sheath, glanced coldly at the body on the ground, and said indifferently and ruthlessly, I will leave you a whole body. Under the fierce attack of tens of thousands of people, and the continuous attacks of high-level superpowers, Duan Muzikai's gang was powerless. In addition, after witnessing Duan Muzikai's death, their morale plummeted, fear swept through their bodies, and their resistance collapsed. Soon, the villains suffered heavy casualties, and the corpses piled up like mountains. In the dim light, this underground space turned into a living hell. The underground battle was extremely fierce, with the sound of gunfire and the light of superpowers intertwined, and explosions continued. The entire underground structure shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. After solving Duan Muzikai, Jiang Jinli led tens of thousands of soldiers to clean up all the way, and the places they passed were full of corpses and blood. Seeing that the underground world was about to collapse, Jiang Jinli quickly commanded everyone to evacuate. Before leaving, she did not forget to rescue the survivors trapped in the kitchen cage. They were extremely weak, and many of them had incomplete limbs. It was obvious that they were used as food by the villains, and had eaten parts of their bodies. The reason why these villains chose to cut rather than completely end their lives was just because they were eager to eat some fresh blood. Now, when the hope of survival was just around the corner, everyone's eyes flashed with a strong desire to survive. They cried with joy, and with their last bit of strength, they followed Jiang Jinli's troops and rushed out. Soon, everyone successfully escaped from the underground world and stepped onto the surface of the ice and snow. Not long after everyone left, there was a loud noise of the building collapsing underground. Jiang Jinli stared at the deadly silent city. Although the underground had collapsed, she still ordered the soldiers to use heavy weapons to thoroughly bombard the ghost city. Every underground entrance was ruthlessly destroyed, and the deafening roar and blazing smoke and fire instantly enveloped the entire ghost city. The destruction lasted for several hours. In the end, the ghost town turned into a ruin filled with smoke, and the underground world was completely buried. Tens of thousands of villains were buried here, and this place became their eternal resting place. Duan Muzakai's gang was completely wiped out. Chapter 272. The ghost town has been filled up, and no one has escaped. Mu Yuan led a mighty team, stepped on the snow, and came to Jiang Jinli's side, reporting the situation in a deep voice. Jiang Jinli's eyes penetrated the raging fire, stared at the ruins of the ghost town, and nodded slightly. The largest evil force in the north has collapsed, and the next step is to clean up several subsidiary bases under Duan Muzakai. Jiang Jinli quickly planned in her mind. There were 2 subsidiary bases of Duan Muzakai not far away. She knew that time was running out, so she decided to pursue the victory and further expand the results of the battle. Jiang Jinli immediately issued an order for Mu Yuan to lead 50,000 troops to attack one of Duan Muzakai's subsidiary bases. At the same time, she appointed 3 captains to lead another 50,000-man team to attack another base. As for the remaining subsidiary bases, since they are far away from here, Jiang Jinli decided to leave them for the next step. Understood. After receiving the order, Mu Yuan and the 3 captains acted quickly, reorganized their teams, and split into 2 groups. They were like a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable, and rushed towards the target base at lightning speed. The hundreds of people who escaped from the iron cage were now sitting on the ground weakly to recover their strength. The fire in the ghost town scorched the surroundings, making the air scorching, but they didn't feel cold. As the number of black-clad warriors decreased, they finally got a glimpse of Jiang Jinli's true face surrounded by the crowd. One by one, they stretched their necks and looked at her with curiosity and awe. After recovering a little, they remembered that they had not yet expressed their gratitude to Jiang Jinli, so they stood up with difficulty, staggered towards her, knelt on the ground one by one, and thanked her repeatedly. Although they didn't know who defeated Duan Muzakai at first, the warriors called the woman Lord, and they knew that she was the famous Lord in the south. It was a great blessing to survive this disaster and be saved by the Lord. Thinking of this, they were very excited, their pale and thin cheeks flushed with excitement, and their eyes flashed with fanaticism. The initial thanks gradually turned into desire, and they expressed their willingness to join Jiang Jinli and serve her. Lord, we have no way to repay your great kindness, but we hope to follow you and serve you. Lord, we are homeless, please take us in. Yes. I hope you will take us in. They looked up at Jiang Jinli, their eyes full of piety. And those survivors with broken hands and feet looked pale. They were incomplete, and the Lord would never accept them. Although they escaped from that hell, they still faced an inescapable fate of death. The outside world was cold and full of dangers. How they could survive was an unsolvable problem. Shin Qingxi and Qilua looked at each other after hearing this. They knew very well that although these people claimed to be loyal, they were actually just seeking a safe shelter. But the territory was not a charity, and could not easily accept them. Besides, they could not even pass the test of the base. It was a great mercy to rescue them. No need. Jiang Jinli glanced at the crowd on the ground with indifference, and rejected their request without hesitation. But she did not completely cut off their way of life, but gave them another way out. If you have the ability, you can go to the south together, and you may have the opportunity to join my 8 affiliated bases. As for whether you can reach the south, it all depends on your own luck. When everyone heard this straightforward rejection, despair surged in their hearts. For their weak bodies, walking to the distant south was almost an impossible task, and they might die on the way. They wanted to beg Jiang Jinli again, but they were shocked by her cold eyes. The aura of majesty without anger made everyone feel oppressed in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They bowed their heads, and did not dare to make any sound. Jiang Jinli retracted his gaze, took out a few boxes of bread from the space, put them in front of them, and said in a flat tone, "After eating, go your separate ways, and find your place." Seeing the food, everyone's eyes lit up. They struggled to get up from the ground, and scrambled for it like hungry wolves. In a blink of an eye, several boxes of bread were quickly sold out in the frantic scramble. At the back of the crowd, under a towering tree, a woman was sitting quietly with her head down and eyes closed, apparently fainted. She was squeezed by the crowd and fell on her back, submerged in a thick blanket of snow. But under the temptation of food, no one noticed her existence, let alone offered a helping hand. After grabbing the bread, everyone couldn't wait to stuff it into their mouths and devour it. They hadn't tasted such normal food for a long time, so they almost forgot the original taste of the food. In the iron cage, they were treated like livestock, and only got a bowl of black rat meat every few days to sustain their lives. The food was disgusting, but in order to survive, they had to swallow it despite their nausea. Many people died of starvation because they could not eat those things. At this moment, eating the sweet and soft bread, they could not help but shed tears, and some even cried loudly. It was not until their stomachs were filled with food that they felt a trace of vitality. Their eyes, which were originally lifeless, finally glowed. They knew that Jiang Jinli would not take them in, so they could only thank him again with gratitude, and then dispersed in twos and threes. As for whether they chose to bravely go to the south or continue to struggle for survival in the north, it was unknown. Seeing the crowd dispersed, Jiang Jinli opened the space crack and prepared to lead the team back to the Hope base. Just as she took a step, a shrill cry broke through the air. "Oh my God, Jinner, don't scare Dad. Wake up and eat bread. Come on, open your mouth and eat." Jiang Jinli, Shinqingxi, and Qilua paused and looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair, haggard face, and missing one leg was holding a thin and blood-stained female corpse, crying and stuffing the bread in his hand into the woman's mouth. The woman's eyes and lips were tightly closed, and there was obviously no sign of life. Jiang Jinli narrowed his eyes, examined for a moment, and understood the cause of the woman's death. She was wrapped in blood-red bandages, and the missing arm revealed that she had suffered the brutality of cutting flesh. Obviously, she died of excessive blood loss and unbearable pain. The three men looked indifferent and were about to turn around and leave, but the middle-aged man suddenly put down the corpse, supported himself with a crutch, and rushed towards Jiang Jinli on one foot, crying "Lord." But before he could get close to Jiang Jinli, he was coldly intercepted by a soldier beside him. The middle-aged man immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Jiang Jinli with tears streaming down his face, and kept begging, "Lord, please have mercy on me and save my daughter, please." Jiang Jinli glanced at him and asked back, "She is already dead. Why do you think I can save her?" Seeing that Jiang Jinli was willing to talk to him, a glimmer of hope flashed in the middle-aged man's sunken eyes. He wiped his nose and said anxiously, "You are the Lord of the South, and there must be a high-level healing ability person around you. My daughter has just died not long ago, and there must be a possibility of saving her. Now, only you can save her. As long as you are willing to lend a hand, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Please have mercy on me, Lord." The man looked extremely sad, crying and kowtowed hard, and blood soon oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Although she just died, she has lost too much blood, and most of her body is incomplete. Even if there is a healing power, the hope of saving her is very slim. Jiang Jinli saw him so sad, but couldn't help but explain. The middle-aged man caught the looseness in Jiang Jinli's words and said hurriedly, "It doesn't matter, as long as there is hope. I just ask the Lord to help me. I, Wu Daong, am willing to work like a cow and a horse to repay your kindness." As soon as the three words Wu Daong came out, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Jiang Jinli, Shinqingxi, and Qilua exchanged surprised looks. The patience in Jiang Jinli's eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a layer of indifference, like a thin layer of ice. She looked down at the man on the ground coldly and confirmed, "You said your name is Wu Daong, so your daughter is Wu Qian?" "Yes. Yes. Lord, how do you know my daughter's name?" Wu Daong raised his head suddenly, with a look of shock. Back then, Wu Daong's family went through untold hardships to come to the north and joined a relatively stable base. But in the following years, natural disasters and man-made disasters continued, and they had to run around looking for new shelters. In an accident, his wife unfortunately died, leaving only him and his daughter Wu Qian to depend on each other. The rise of Duan Muzikai was an inescapable nightmare for Wu Daong. As Duan Muzikai's power continued to expand, Wu Daong had nowhere to hide. Finally, last month, the base they were in was destroyed, and he and his daughter were captured by those villains along with other residents. The following life in the iron cage was like hell. Wu Daong lost one leg, and Wu Qian not only had her arm eaten, but her flesh was also cut into pieces. Wu Daong curled up in the cage helplessly and painfully, watching all this, but unable to resist. He had never seen a thug as inhumane as Duan Muzikai. They were more terrifying than zombies and evil spirits. I thought that all of them would be buried in the stomachs of these evildoers, but I didn't expect that they would be rescued today. Wu Daong tried his best to take Wu Qian out of the cage, but Wu Qian, who was already dying, died directly due to heavy blood loss after a bumpy ride. Now, Jiang Jinli, who stood in front of him, became his only hope. But strangely, Jiang Jinli actually knew the names of their father and daughter, which made Wu Daiyong feel uneasy. Jiang Jinli did not answer Wu Daiyong's question. His eyes became a little deep, and he asked again in a cold tone, "Su Runju, is she your niece?" Hearing the name Su Runju, Wu Daiyong's pupils suddenly shrank, and the figure of the helpless girl in the villa flashed in his mind, and guilt surged in his heart. He was confused and couldn't understand how Jiang Jinli knew Su Runju's name. From Jiang Jinli's cold voice, Wu Daiyong guessed that this was not a good thing, so he subconsciously denied, "No." He began to wonder, could it be that Su Runju had offended Jiang Jinli accidentally? Thinking of this, it made sense that Jiang Jinli knew the names of their father and daughter. Wu Daiyong's eyes rolled around, and he seemed extremely guilty, and his tone became unstable. "I have no relationship with that girl for a long time. If she had offended the Lord before, it was her personal matter, and had nothing to do with me. Moreover, she died a few years ago. I hope the Lord will be generous and forgive her." Jiang Jinli's eyes turned cold when he heard these words, and he suddenly laughed. But the laughter was full of sarcasm, and it sounded like a harsh cold wind in Wu Daiyong's ears. He slowly realized that he might have said something wrong, raised his stiff head, and just met Jiang Jinli's emotionless cold eyes. Wu Daiyong's heart trembled, and he secretly thought it was not good. Chapter 273. That's really unfortunate. Runju is now mine. Jiang Jinli raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "Since you have nothing to do with her, then I naturally have no reason to save her." "What? This? How is this possible?" Wu Daiyong's face suddenly changed, his lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Su Runju not only did not die, but followed Jiang Jinli. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Wu Daiyong, making his head buzz. Even if he was insensitive, he could sense from Jiang Jinli's tone and demeanor that she had a deep understanding of Su Runju. There is no doubt that Su Runju must have survived under Jiang Jinli's protection. Su Runju must have confided his family background to Jiang Jinli, so Jiang Jinli also knew the details of Wu Daiyong's family, including the unbearable past that abandoned Su Runju to the clutches of that bald devil. If this is true, the meaning is self-evident. Not to mention saving his daughter, even his own life will be in danger. Just as Wu Daiyong was feeling uneasy, Jiang Jinli's voice sounded again. This time, her voice was as cold as ice. "Now, it's time to settle the old account of abandoning Runju. No! Please have mercy. Lord, please spare my life." Wu Daiyong was so frightened that his soul flew away, and he fell to the ground with a slump, looking extremely embarrassed. Facing Wu Daiyong's pleading, Jiang Jinli was unmoved. She coldly declared, "Don't worry, I'm too lazy to do it myself for a useless person like you. Whether to live or die should be decided by Runju himself." As soon as Jiang Jinli finished speaking, Wu Daiyong saw in horror that a white light flashed, and then a woman's figure appeared in front of Jiang Jinli. Staring at Su Runju's profile, Wu Daiyong was sweating profusely, and his heart was beating like a drum. Although he already knew that Su Runju was not dead, seeing her standing in front of him alive still made Wu Daiyong tremble with fear. Surprise, fear, shame, regret, all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Su Runju was no longer the little girl she used to be. Her temperament had been completely renewed. Thinking back to everything he had done to Su Runju, Wu Daiyong felt hopeless. "Sisterly, what's the matter with calling me here? Do you need my help?" Su Runju smiled like a flower, standing beside Jiang Jinli, holding her hand, with bright eyes, asking curiously. She finished her work and just stepped into the space. She heard Jiang Jinli calling her in her mind. The next second, she was already here. Jiang Jinli gently stroked the top of Su Runju's head, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and a hint of pity between her eyebrows. She glanced behind Su Runju and said softly, "I met an old acquaintance of yours. I think it's up to you to decide how to deal with it." Since she met Wu Daiyong, Su Runju has the right to know everything, and his life and death should also be decided by Su Runju herself. Su Runju's smile gradually faded, and she turned around. When she saw the disheveled and ragged Wu Daiyong, Su Runju's eyes were a little stunned for a while. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. "Isn't this my dear uncle?" Su Runju's voice was full of sarcasm, and her sweet face turned cold in an instant, and her originally soft tone became cold. "Your life is really hard enough. I thought you had died a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to be alive, and so miserable." She glanced at Wu Qian's body in the distance, her expression calm, and even sneered. "Oh, my cousin is dead too, how pitiful." Faced with Su Runju's earth-shaking changes, Wu Wu Daong was frightened and begged with trembling lips. Run, Ju. Back then, it was your uncle who was sorry for you, but I really couldn't do anything. I have also suffered retribution in the past few years. Your aunt and cousin are gone, all gone. Speaking of this, Wu Daong's sadness surged in his heart, and his fear of Su Runju was temporarily alleviated. He immediately knelt down, crawled in front of Su Runju, grabbed her trouser legs, and cried loudly, Runju, please let the Lord save your cousin. It will be too late if you delay any further. You hate me. I am willing to use this life to atone for my sins. Just ask you to save Qin'er. What is the meaning of him living alone in the world with his family broken up? As long as Su Runju is willing to save Wu Qian, he is willing to exchange his own life. Looking at the dignified and unfamiliar Wu Daong at her feet, Su Runju felt an inexplicable irritation, as well as uncontrollable anger and resentment. Don't touch me, get out! She shouted sternly, kicking Wu Daong away. Wu Daong fell to the ground fiercely, tears blurring his wrinkled face, extremely sad. But he still crawled on the ground, constantly begging Su Runju. Runju, please! Su Runju watched coldly. Her mouth was tight, and although she tried to hide it, her eyes were still surging, and her heart was complicated. Once upon a time, whenever she thought of Wu Daong, Su Runju would involuntarily recall the horror and despair in the villa. She couldn't deny that she had a strong hatred for Wu Daong's family, and even had the idea of killing them all. But that was a few years ago. In the past few years, Su Runju has lived a very happy life with Jiang Jinli, and the shadows of the past have long disappeared. The warmth she had never felt in Wu Daong's family, she deeply felt in this team in the past few years. Everyone cared for her, and doted on her, and she really felt very satisfied. Gradually, the memory of Wu Daong's family faded from her mind. Now, facing Wu Daong again, Su Runju had no killing intention except a little hatred in her heart, and the rest was indifference. Moreover, looking at Wu Daong's current appearance, perhaps living is more painful than death. He has indeed received the retribution he deserves. Killing him is no longer necessary. Su Runju sighed, and the irritability in her heart gradually subsided. A trace of relief appeared in her expression. She said to Wu Daong calmly, I won't kill you, Yugo. Jiang Jinli and the other 3 people behind her couldn't help but feel a little relieved when they heard this. It is more difficult to forgive a person than to take revenge. Su Runju has indeed matured a lot. Wu Daong's crying stopped abruptly. He raised his head in surprise, and met Su Runju's cold eyes. There was no hatred or resentment in those eyes, as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. For some reason, Wu Daong's heart surged with deeper sorrow, and turbid tears silently slid down. He spoke hoarsely, Can you save Qin'er? Su Runju lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes covered the emotions in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she gently opened her lips and uttered only 2 words, No. Su Runju did not pursue Wu Daong's betrayal in the past, and did not take his life, just because of the years when she lived under his roof when she was a child. Although there were impure motives behind Wu Daong's upbringing, the grievances between them offset each other, and she and Wu Daong had nothing to do with each other. But she was not kind enough to save a person who was hostile to her. Besides, with time dragging on, Wu Qian might have been powerless to save the situation. Since she is destined to die, let her go well. There is not much to linger on in this doomsday, and sometimes, death becomes a kind of relief. Su Runju's cold refusal gradually stopped Wu Daong's crying. There was no life in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth barely pulled out a twisted smile. He said nothing more, just dragged his body and crawled towards Wu Qian's body with difficulty. When he crawled to his daughter's side, stroking her face with his trembling hands, he suddenly felt difficulty breathing, and his heart was like being hit by a heavy hammer. Everything was gone. Is this karma? How can a useless person like him survive in a world full of dangers? Perhaps, going down to accompany his family is the best choice. Wu Daong turned his head and looked at Su Runju with a sad look, with complex emotions in his eyes, and said in a hoarse and formal voice, Runju, it is your uncle who is sorry for you. As soon as the voice fell, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and his head hit a huge rock next to him fiercely. After a dull sound, blood splashed, Wu Daong died on the spot, and his body fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present. Su Runju subconsciously took a step forward, but did not stop it in the end. She clenched her fists, breathing a little hurriedly, stared at the 2 bodies for a few seconds, then retracted her gaze, and turned to Jiang Jinli. She looked up at Jiang Jinli, with a relieved smile on her lips. Sisterly, everything is solved. Jiang Jinli raised her hand, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and gently stroked her head. Our Runju has grown up. Shinjingzi also smiled and said, don't think too much, everything is over. Chiluo also gently pinched Su Runju's cheek. Your family is us. Although the words of comfort are simple, the emotions in them are as heavy as a mountain. Su Runju looked at the three sisters, nodded firmly, and finally showed a bright smile. Let's go to the Hope Base, and go home together at night. Jiang Jinli said softly to Su Runju. Okay. Su Runju agreed, and everyone prepared to leave. At this moment, Su Runju suddenly noticed a person lying under a tree trunk in the distance, and she couldn't help but pull Jiang Jinli's sleeve. Sisterly, there is a person lying over there. Chapter 274. The person was thin and ragged, and half of her face showed that she was a woman. She lay quietly under the tree, motionless, and her body was almost covered by snow. If you didn't observe carefully, you would hardly notice her existence. Jiang Jinli had actually noticed that there was a person lying there with weak signs of life. She speculated that the woman was also a survivor who had escaped from the iron cage with all her strength, and fainted due to exhaustion after escaping. Since the woman had no acquaintances here, no one cared about her situation when the crowd dispersed. Jiang Jinli had no intention of intervening, and had never looked at the other person directly, but when she heard Su Runju mention it, she casually glanced at the woman under the tree. But when her eyes fell on half of the woman's face, Jiang Jinli's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and her steps involuntarily walked towards the woman. Shinjingzi, Chiluo, and Su Runju were all a little surprised. They thought Jiang Jinli would not care, but she actually walked over. Jiang Jinli walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned around and ordered the soldiers around him. You go first. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, quickly lined up in a neat queue, and walked into the crack one by one. After a while, the surroundings became empty, and only the four of them were left. Jiang Jinli walked to the unconscious woman, squatted down, and parted her hair. Although the woman was pale and thin due to malnutrition, she still couldn't hide her delicate facial features. She was not old and looked about the same age as Su Runju. Jiang Jinli stared at the woman quietly for a few seconds, and her expressionless face revealed an obscure emotion. After a moment, she helped the woman up and let her lean against the tree trunk. The woman was extremely weak. If she was not treated in time, she might not last more than a few minutes. Jiang Jinli first took out a thick cotton coat and put it on the woman, and then took out the spiritual spring water and carefully fed it into her mouth. Although Jiang Jinli's expression was still indifferent, every little movement revealed her gentleness and carefulness. Shinjingzi and the other three had walked behind Jiang Jinli, observing her actions curiously. According to Jiang Jinli's personality, she usually wouldn't worry so much about a stranger. Could it be that she knew this woman? This is impossible. Jiang Jinli has never set foot in the north in these years, and it seems impossible that there is any intersection. Now, the answer can only be revealed after the woman wakes up. The spiritual spring water slid across the throat and turned into a warm stream, quickly nourishing the woman's limbs and bones, repairing her body damage. After a while, the woman's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She felt as if all the fatigue in her body had been swept away, and she became refreshed. This wonderful feeling amazed her. When the woman looked up and saw Jiang Jinli's face, she widened her eyes, and was stunned for a moment. She actually felt that Jiang Jinli's face was somewhat familiar. After coming to her senses, the woman quickly glanced around and found that the originally dense crowd had dispersed. Feeling the warm cotton clothes on her body, and the comfort of her body recovering, the woman was surprised and happy. She soon realized that it was the sister in front of her who saved her. The woman tried to pull the corners of her mouth and wanted to show a smile to Jiang Jinli, but her facial muscles were stiff, making the smile look quite unnatural. She thanked Jiang Jinli. Sister, thank you for saving me. The voice was rough and hoarse, so weak that it was almost inaudible. She escaped from the iron cage with her last breath. At that time, the crowd was in chaos, and the noise was extremely loud. Her head was dizzy, and she could only vaguely hear a few vague words, and she couldn't see who was in the crowd at all. In addition, she fainted against the tree trunk as soon as she escaped, so she knew nothing about Jiang Jinli's identity. But seeing Jiang Jinli's extraordinary temperament, she guessed that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. The woman became more reserved and spoke again. Before the words came out, they stopped in her throat, and her pupils couldn't help but dilate, because the sister opposite suddenly raised her chin with her fingers. She had to raise her head, her expression was a little reserved and helpless, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush, but she didn't struggle. because she could feel that although Jiang Jinli had a blank expression, he had no malice. In addition, she inexplicably felt that the other party had a sense of intimacy. If someone else did this, it might seem frivolous. But on Jiang Jinli, it is not frivolous, but has a sense of beauty. People can't help but look at her devoutly, without any thought of resistance. Feeling the slightly hot fingertips on her chin, the woman's eyelashes trembled, and she stammered, "This, sister, you." Jiang Jinli looked at her eyebrows and eyes carefully, and finally asked, "What's your name?" Her voice was low and meaningful, as if confirming something. The woman swallowed her throat, and seeing that Jiang Jinli was willing to talk to her, a light flashed in her eyes, and she answered nervously, My name is Pei Nanqiu." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately felt a chill emanating from Jiang Jinli, and even the force on her chin increased. Pei Nanqiu frowned slightly, and looked into Jiang Jinli's eyes. She saw a dark emotion flash across her deep black eyes, but it was only for a moment, and soon Jiang Jinli's eyes returned to calm. Before Pei Nanqiu could ask, Jiang Jinli had already let go of her hand, stood up, stared at Pei Nanqiu expressionlessly, and turned around to leave without saying another word. Pei Nanqiu was flustered. She didn't understand what happened at all. It was obviously the sister who saved her. Although her expression was cold, she was patient in her previous actions. But when she heard her name, she became even more indifferent, and even revealed a hint of annoyance. Why on earth was this happening? She saved him, but he hadn't had time to thank her, nor had he asked about the identity of her benefactor. Now that she was about to leave, Pei Nanqiu hurriedly reached out and grabbed Jiang Jinli's hem, anxiously saying, "Wait, please don't leave you." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinli's brows furrowed, and her face showed an undisguised irritation. She waved her sleeves and easily got rid of Pei Nanqiu's pull. But her steps still stopped. Jiang Jinli turned around and glanced at Pei Nanqiu with an incomprehensible look, then took out a big knife, water, and food from the space, and threw them in front of Pei Nanqiu. Jiang Jinli didn't say anything more, strode forward, passed through the cracks in time and space, and finally disappeared in the white snow. Xin Qingxi and the other three only came back to their senses from the shock at this time. They looked away from Pei Nanqiu's face, and looked at each other with complicated expressions. Because Pei Nanqiu's appearance was surprisingly similar to Jiang Jinli. As high as 70%, however, the woman's eyebrows and eyes were softer, while Jiang Jinli's facial features were sharper, with a kind of aggressiveness and the power-infused majesty. From Jiang Jinli's abnormal behavior just now, it was not difficult for them to guess Pei Nanqiu's identity. The three of them sighed lightly, no longer thinking about it, sorted out their emotions, and immediately followed Jiang Jinli into the space crack. As they entered, the crack gradually dissipated in the air, and finally disappeared without a trace. Pei Nanqiu stared blankly at the direction where Jiang Jinli and the other four disappeared, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses from the trance. She looked down at the weapons and food on the ground, and her hunger drove her to quickly grab the food and gobble it up. As she chewed the food, her eyes gradually became wet, and tears slid down uncontrollably. She couldn't remember the last time she ate. And at this moment, when she tasted the food, she realized that she was also a living person, not a caged animal. Jiang Jinli's behavior was as elusive as her. She saved herself and provided food and weapons. She hadn't felt this kind of selfless kindness for many years, which made Pei Nanqiu feel unusually warm. But at the same time, Jiang Jinli was also very cold to her, with undisguised boredom in her eyes, which made Pei Nanqiu feel at a loss, and a surge of bitterness and discomfort in her heart. Why? She didn't understand. Why is there such a contradictory and mysterious woman in this Doomsday? What is the connection between her and herself? Pei Nanqiu cried for a while, then looked up and looked around. In front of her was a vast expanse of white snow, and in the distance was a ghost town that had become a ruin. Loneliness instantly surrounded her, and she felt both fear and confusion. Pei Nanqiu hugged her cotton coat tightly, trying to get some warmth from it. Where should she go next? She didn't want to go back to that cold and ruthless family that was willing to sacrifice her for survival. Was she going to wander around like a lonely ghost? She had no special abilities, and a single woman had little chance of survival. But she didn't want to sit and wait for death, and finally struggle back from the brink of death. Now the north has been shattered, and there is no safe refuge anymore. The only way to survive is in the south. Yes, the south. That sister must be a strong person in the southern forces. If I go to the south, I may have a chance to see her again. Although she was cold, she was the most gentle person Pei Nanqiu had ever met, and there was an innate sense of intimacy. If she could reach the south, She wanted to sincerely thank the elder sister and find out the reason for her contradictory attitude towards her. Thinking of this, Pei Nanqiu accelerated her eating speed. After eating and drinking enough and regaining her strength, she immediately stood up, put on her cotton coat, picked up her sword, chose a direction, and walked forward firmly. Chapter 275. As the saying goes, when people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will make their teeth ache. Pei Nanqiu hadn't walked far when she met her family, whom she least wanted to see, on the road. Looking at the huge team in front of her on the left, Pei Nanqiu's eyes flashed with disgust, and she subconsciously turned around and wanted to escape. But it was too late. Several uncertain exclamations came from the team. Are you Nanqiu? Nanqiu, it's really you. Nanqiu, you escaped? Soon, the people in the team ran to Pei Nanqiu, surrounded her, and asked questions in a flurry. Pei Nanqiu lowered her eyes, clenched her fists, and said nothing. A middle-aged couple quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Pei Nanqiu. Although Pei Xiangsong has entered middle age, he is burly and handsome. It is not difficult to see that he was quite handsome when he was young. With a serious face, he asked Pei Nanqiu solemnly, "How did you escape? Who saved you? Is Duan Muzikai dead? Which force destroyed the Ghost City?" The small base where their family lived was breached by Duan Muzikai a year ago and became Duan Muzikai's slave base. Although they didn't know the exact location of Duan Muzikai's lair, they roughly guessed that it was near the Ghost City. Therefore, when the sound of fighting and huge roars came from the Ghost City earlier, their base was naturally alert. Everyone realized that the opportunity to escape had finally come, and taking advantage of Duan Muzikai's lack of time, escaping from the north in the chaos became their only way to survive. Most of the people in the base chose to escape, and Pei Xiangsong's family naturally didn't want to fall behind. When their team passed by the Ghost City, they saw that the entire city had become a ruin. They happened to meet Pei Nanqiu, who had just escaped from Duan Muzikai, which further confirmed their guess. Duan Muzikai's lair had been destroyed, and he himself might be dead. Duan Muzikai and his gang were all killed. I escaped by myself. Pei Nanqiu answered simply without any expression. Which force did it? Pei Xiangsong asked in surprise. That demon died so easily. Obviously, the other party's force was stronger than Duan Muzikai. Not sure. In fact, Pei Nanqiu vaguely heard the word Lord in the process of escaping from the crypt, and immediately knew what was going on. Now, the only one who can compete with Duan Muzikai is the Lord, who unified the South. She had just thought about it for a long time and thought that if there was no accident, the sister who saved her might be a master under the Lord. But Pei Nanqiu did not intend to talk more about this with Pei Xiangsong, and there was no need. Hearing that Duan Muzikai was really dead, Pei Xiangsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked suspiciously, "Not sure? Is it true or false? Don't you know anything at all?" Pei Nanqiu shook her head and made up a random excuse. There were a lot of people at the time, and the scene was chaotic. After they destroyed the ghost town, they all left. No one dared to ask. Although Pei Xiangsong was skeptical about her explanation, he didn't think about it anymore. He turned to look at Pei Nanqiu's thick and new cotton coat. His eyes were startled, and then he reached out and touched it. Such good material is not something Pei Nanqiu can have. His expression sank and asked, "Who gave you this clothes?" "I found it on the way out of the underground of the ghost town." Pei Nanqiu was startled and immediately took a step back, holding the clothes tightly, staring at Pei Xiangsong with a wary face. In the past, any good thing she had would be taken away by them. But this dress was given to her by that sister, and she would never give it to them. Pei Xiangsong was choked by her eyes, and was immediately furious, shouting, "You rebellious girl! What kind of eyes are you looking at? Would I steal your clothes?" He immediately looked unkind and threatened, "What you said, if I find out that you are lying to me, I will see how I will deal with you." Pei Nanqiu lowered her head and said nothing, not caring about his threats. Pei Xiangsong then began to settle accounts with Pei Nanqiu. His tone was not only not concerned, but also a little reproachful. "You actually ran out. Why didn't you come to us? Instead, you pretended not to know us and were ready to turn around and leave. What do you mean? Don't you even want your family?" He continued in an irrefutable tone. "We are going to go south to find a way to survive. Since you are alive, come with us." Although Lu Muyun's face had wrinkles, she was plump and charming. She frowned, held Pei Nanqiu's shoulders, asked her to raise her head, and said dissatisfiedly, "Your father is right, you are becoming more and more ignorant. Since you are fine, you should come back to find us." Pei Nanqiu looked at the biological parents in front of him indifferently, and suddenly raised an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. With resentment that was difficult to conceal in his tone, he taunted, "Why, It's not enough for you to give me to Dwan Muzikai in person. Now that I am not dead, who do you want to give me to? After becoming Dwan Muzikai's slave base, Dwan Muzikai arranged a villain to rule in the base, just to monitor and enslave the residents of the base, making them work like cows and horses, grow food, and hunt mutant animals. Dwan Muzikai required the base to regularly hand over a large amount of food and a certain number of slaves, and villains would come to the base on time to pick up the goods and transport them to the underground of the ghost city. If the food does not meet the standards, human flesh will be used as a substitute. But under the heavy pressure of natural disasters and man-made disasters, the productivity of the base is already extremely low. Most of the food must be handed over to Dwan Muzikai every month. Over time, even their own food and clothing became a problem, not to mention providing a large amount of food to Dwan Muzikai. As time went on, the base finally had to take extreme measures, and began to use living people to replace the missing food. The base uses families and teams as units, and draws lots to select who will be the blood food, which is also a rare fairness. The residents in the base have lived in panic since then, and they have no idea whether it will be their turn next. They also wanted to escape, but the entire north and the base were under the control of Dwan Muzikai. How could they escape? Once they escaped and were caught, they would face a punishment worse than death, so no one dared to escape. Coincidentally, this month it was the Pei family's turn to send someone. Although the Pei family belonged to the management in the base and had their own team, they could not resist when they were drawn. The 4 people of the Pei family did not hesitate at all, and regardless of Pei Nanshu's pleading, they directly sent her to Dwan Muzikai's lair as food. They also said in a high-sounding way that she sacrificed for the Pei family, and she should repay the Pei family for raising her so big. As an excuse, he tried to persuade Pei Nanshu. In this way, Pei Nanshu was locked in an underground iron cage in despair. Fortunately, there were many people, and the villains had no time to screen carefully. Pei Nanshu smeared a lot of mud on her face, which was lucky enough to escape the inspection, otherwise she would face the tragic fate of becoming a plaything. Because of her thin body, she kept her head down and curled up in the innermost part of the iron cage, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible, so she was not eaten quickly and survived for a month. Pei Nanshu thought she was destined to die, but the situation took a turn for the better today. Dwan Muzikai's lair was destroyed by the power of the Southern Lord, and she was also saved by the mysterious sister. Nonsense! What nonsense are you talking about? Pei Xiangsong heard Pei Nanshu's accusation, and his heart was empty, and his eyes wandered slightly. But he still put on the majesty of a parent, staring at his little daughter with a gloomy face, and scolded her sternly. You should understand that we really had no other choice at that time, so we made such a decision. Sacrificing you alone can keep our whole family safe. Tell me, what should we choose? That's right. Nanshu, you have grown up, you should be sensible and obedient, and you should also understand our difficulties. Lu Muyun hurriedly joined in. Seeing Pei Nanshu silent, Pei Xiangsong's tone softened a little. Aren't you fine now? Those things are over. Why do you care about them? No matter what, we are still your relatives. You should understand this truth. Be sensible, be sensible. You always say this, I'm tired of hearing it. Why do I have to make sacrifices every time, just because I am a daughter? What right do you have to decide my fate? Why do you let me die? Pei Nanshu finally burst into tears. Her eyes were red, and she angrily asked the two, why am I always abandoned? Why? I would rather not have such a cold and heartless family like you. Pei Nanshu has always known that her parents are traditional, and have a deep-rooted concept of favoring boys over girls. A few years ago, she accidentally overheard that she had a sister who was abandoned in an orphanage. Pei Nanshu was horrified by her parents' cruelty. Perhaps because she was not a boy, her parents had given her very little love since she was born. Although she was not abused at home, she was of low status, and was ignored like air. The eldest brother was always the favorite of the family, and he was put first in everything, while Pei Nanshu seemed to be just an extra shadow in the family. As time passed, Pei Nanshu no longer had any expectations of her parents. After all, she was lucky not to be abandoned. She grew up peacefully. After the Doomsday, the situation got worse. Her parents, who were indifferent to her, became even colder and even regarded her as a burden. During the difficult journey of surviving the Doomsday, Pei Nanshu was almost offered to the leader of the northern forces by her parents many times. There are 2 main reasons why she has not been sent out yet. First, after several years of surviving the Doomsday, she has acquired certain skills and is no longer a weak woman, which makes her parents dare not take risks easily. They are worried that if they do not obey and take extreme actions in bed, they may hurt the leader, and then they are afraid to take responsibility. Second, her parents still want to continue to use her value and maximize it. By chance, their family got two precious supernatural fruits on the road, but Pei Xiangsong gave them to Pei Wengfei and Pei Xian. Pei Nanqiu naturally had no share. In the Pei family, Pei Nanqiu's status was getting lower and lower, not to mention daily chores such as cooking. What's more, sometimes she had to go out alone to find crystal cores to feed the whole family. Such days ended until the appearance of the devil Duan Muzikai. But what awaited her was even more cruel treatment. She was abandoned mercilessly, and was offered to Duan Muzikai like a livestock. She finally saw the true face of these family members. After finally saving her life, Pei Nanqiu wanted to escape, but fate seemed to be particularly fond of going against her. On this road, she actually met them again. Pei Xiangsong stared at his increasingly disobedient daughter, furious. He raised his hand and slapped Pei Nanqiu in the face, angrily saying, "Why? Just because you are my child, and my blood is flowing in your body. Just because I raised you so big, you have no right to choose. How can you say no to your family? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about getting rid of us in this life. Calm down, why did you hit her?" Lu Muyun was startled, and hurriedly pulled Pei Xiangsong, and shouted at Pei Nanqiu, "Hurry up and apologize to your father." The slap was so heavy that Pei Nanqiu's head was tilted to one side, and her cheek swelled up quickly, but she bit her lips stubbornly, saying nothing, but the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and her vitality seemed to be fading away bit by bit. Pei Xiangsong shook off Lu Muyun's hand, pointed at Pei Nanqiu. His face was fierce, obviously furious, and his words were even sharper. "Next time if I hear you say such treasonous words again, I will peel your skin directly. If the family doesn't sacrifice you, who will be sacrificed? Do you want me and your mother to die? Or do you want your two brothers to die? Don't forget, they are superpowers, the pillars of our Pei family. Without them, we would have died long ago." Pei Wengfei, who had been watching coldly, finally stepped forward and spoke. "Why, Nan Su, are you blaming your brother for not sacrificing for you? You should understand that if something happens to me, there will be no one to take care of my parents." Pei Wengfei is a burly man with clear muscle lines, sword eyebrows and star eyes. He has a good appearance, but his thin lips and cold face reveal a hint of coldness. He glanced at Pei Nanqiu and continued to accuse her coldly. "Also, what you said was really too much. You have been raised by your family for so many years, but you don't know how to be grateful." Pei Xian also came forward, stretched out his hand to hold Pei Nanqiu's wrist. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and his fingers rubbed Pei Nanqiu's delicate skin silently, his voice low and hoarse. "Yes, Nanqiu, aren't you okay now? Why bother about those things in the past? We are a family now, and we will never abandon you again." It must be said that even if Pei Nanqiu looked a little embarrassed at the moment, it was difficult to hide her exquisite appearance. Both her figure and her porcelain-like white skin were extremely attractive. The greed in Pei Xian's eyes became even more intense, and his throat swallowed uncontrollably. The big hand on the wrist gave Pei Nanqiu goose bumps all over his body. She swung her arm and slapped the big hand away, but the sticky sight was still following her, causing an indescribable nausea in Pei Nanqiu's heart. She gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort. Pei Nanqiu always knew that Pei Xian had ulterior motives for her. When she gradually uncovered Pei Xian's hidden ugly thoughts, she couldn't help but feel shocked and unbelievable. She was his blood cousin, but Pei Xian could actually cross the ethical boundaries and have such disgusting desires. Pei Xian hinted at his love to her in the dark corners more than once, but Pei Nanqiu always refused firmly. But Pei Xian's behavior not only did not restrain, but became more and more presumptuous, from the initial slight physical contact to the more bold touch later, which almost let Pei Xian succeed several times. Pei Nanqiu also tried to expose Pei Xian's evil deeds to her parents, but they not only turned a deaf ear to her complaints, but also reprimanded her for making trouble out of nothing, saying that she was making trouble. Chapter 276. As time went by, Pei Nanqiu's heart gradually cooled. She began to realize that even if she was really violated, these family members would only choose to turn a blind eye, and no one was willing to stand up for her. After all, as a superpower, Pei Xian's importance in the Doomsday was obvious. And she was just an insignificant ordinary woman. Pei Nanqiu's only value seemed to be this female body and appearance. Looking at the hypocritical and disgusting faces of the family in front of her, Pei Nanqiu felt a deep disgust and powerlessness in her heart. Her disappointment with them had reached its peak, and the only remaining trace of family affection was also exhausted by their indifference and ruthlessness. Pei Xian was thrown away, but he was not angry. There was a light of determination in his eyes, and his fingers rubbed unconsciously, as if he was savoring the remaining feeling. He turned to Pei Xiangsong and pretended to persuade him. Uncle, Nanxu just escaped from danger. She must be too frightened, so her words were inappropriate. Don't bother with her. Pei Xiangsong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and turned around, obviously not completely calmed down. Pei Xian smiled and continued in a good voice. Uncle, we should not delay any longer. Let's set off quickly. Yes, Dad, it's getting dark. We have to find a safe place to spend the night. Pei Wengfei urged, with an unquestionable command in his tone. As the pillar of the family and the captain of the team, his words naturally carry great weight. When Pei Xiangsong heard his son's words, he immediately smiled and agreed. His attitude seemed flattering. Wengfei is right. Let's get on the road quickly. Pei Nanxu looked around the crowd surrounding him and asked weakly, Can I not go with you? Or can you let me go? Pei Wengfei looked cold, lifted his eyelids, and asked slowly, What do you think? Pei Nanxu smiled bitterly, and said nothing more. How could they let her go easily? When she arrived in the south, she could be given as a gift to others. She still had great value to them. Lu Muyun immediately stopped Pei Xiangsong, who was about to take action again. She said to Pei Nanxu with a stern face, What happened to you today? You are really ignorant and talk nonsense. Where are you going to go if you are not with your family? It's so dangerous to be alone outside. Let's go! As she said that, she took Pei Nanxu's hand and walked forward first. The team also set off. 3 days later, Hope Base. After Jiang Jinli successfully took down Duan Muzikai's lair, she left more than 100,000 soldiers and Mu Yuan and 3 others to deal with northern affairs, and she led people back to the south. Now, Jiang Jinli set foot in the north again, mainly to understand the distribution of all forces in the north. In the office, Jiang Jinli sat in the main seat, and below her sat Su Mingxing, Mu Yuan, Zhou Lianhu and 3 captains. 6 people in total. Have you investigated the distribution of forces in the north? Jiang Jinli glanced at the 6 people and asked directly. Yes, we have investigated everything in the past 2 days. Mu Yuan cleared his throat, pushed the map of the north in front of Jiang Jinli, and then began to report clearly. The forces in the north are currently all under the control of Duan Muzikai. In addition to scattered small forces, they can be mainly divided into 9 subsidiary bases and dozens of slave bases. There is an essential difference between these 2 bases. Slave bases, as the name implies, are places where slaves are exploited and produced to obtain free labor. There, the survivors have no dignity at all, and are only subjected to ruthless exploitation. The subsidiary bases are the peripheral forces of Duan Muzikai, and are bases that loyally support Duan Muzikai. The treatment is much better than that of slave bases, and there is no need to hand over a large amount of food. There is no need to replace it with human flesh, and it can also oppress the slave bases. Mu Yuan paused, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, The 9 subsidiary bases, like Duan Muzikai, have been completely assimilated. Most of them are thugs who have committed many crimes. They are simply demon dens. We have begun to clean up these bases, and it is estimated that it will take several days to completely destroy them. He frowned. As for those small bases that have been enslaved for a long time, they are scattered and chaotic, so it is not easy to deal with them for the time being. You still need to make a decision. Under the brutal rule of Duan Muzikai, the survivors in those bases became pale and thin, and their expressions were panic. Slavery has been implanted in their bones, and even their dignity as human beings has been lost. The base buildings and defenses are also in a dilapidated state, and they can't hold out for too long under the threat of natural disasters and corpse tides. Mu Yuan finally added, By the way, there are several slave bases that have fled in all directions when the ghost town happened. These bases are now empty, and their escape route is likely to be southward. Su Mingxing took over the conversation and immediately said with great interest, Boss, there are no large forces in the north now. They have all been destroyed by that psychopath Duan Muzikai. Those who had escaped the net in his team were also caught by us. He concluded confidently, Therefore, unifying the north is not a problem at all. We guarantee that we can completely integrate the north into our territory within 3 months. Mingxing is right, Captain. Give us 3 months, and the north will definitely be completely unified. Zhou Lianhu also smiled and agreed. Jiang Jinli leaned lazily on the back of the chair, lowered his head to examine the map of the north, and said in a low voice, There is no need to rush in this regard. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. The key is to deal with it cleanly and neatly. Jiang Jinli thought about the situation of the slave base for a while, and then ordered, Those slave bases are too messy, and there is no need to keep them. Destroy them all. As for the survivors in the base, give them two choices. If they are willing to continue to stay in the north, then merge the base and let them live in it. If they don't want to stay in the north, let them go south. Of course, if they don't want to choose either of the two options, they can only wander around as wanderers or wait for death, but no one will be stupid enough to choose to die. Lord, then, how many bases can be left in the north at most? Li Ernyang asked. Jiang Jinli looked indifferent, tapped the armrest of the chair lightly, and arranged. Only 5 bases can be left at most, and the bases cannot be too far apart. After the northern population is concentrated in these bases, I will appoint the base chief of each base. The consideration of retaining 5 bases is mainly based on population issues. It is impossible for the huge population in the north to move all to the south, which is not realistic. Merging the small bases into 5 large bases is the best solution for dealing with the survivors. The 5 bases are not far from each other, which is convenient for management, and can provide timely rescue in case of danger. Got it. The 6 people responded in unison. Jiang Jinli further elaborated on the planning of the north. First, we will build 5 bases in the north, and then set up patrol points, guard towers, and intelligence stations. After that, we will gradually expand the intelligence network to all parts of the north. When the situation in the north is completely stable, we will start to build a road connecting the north and the south. Jiang Jinli took a sip of water and continued, in short, there are many trivial matters. It may take more than 3 months to thoroughly manage the north, and it may take longer. This will be hard for everyone. Eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Integrating the north and developing and building is a long road that can only be carried out step by step. In the Doomsday, time is the most abundant resource, and survival and development will be the only theme in the next few years. Lord, leave it to us. It's all a mission anyway. No matter what we do, we will do our best. The 3 captains seemed confident and assured easily. With us here, you can rest assured. Mu Yuan also said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Jinli nodded. Mu Yuan's steadiness made her feel at ease. With Mu Yuan in charge, Jiang Jinli believed that the integration of the north would proceed smoothly. As long as she was there, Mu Yuan and the others only needed to focus on integrating the affairs of the north. Food and various supplies can be delivered to the north at any time through Jiang Jinli's space, so there is nothing to worry about. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli discussed some specific details with the 6 people, and then returned to the space alone. The integration of the north officially kicked off. Chapter 277. A few months passed quickly like flowing water, and the cold and frozen world finally ushered in a long melting period. The earth seemed to gradually wake up from a long hibernation, unfolding a magnificent and sad painting. As the weak light of the sun gradually penetrated the thick clouds, illuminating the land that had been covered with ice and snow for a long time, the snow began to melt at a visible speed. In the depths of the forest, the trees that were once tightly wrapped in ice and snow were gradually taking off their silver-white coats, revealing branches that were either rough or delicate. The melted snow water flowed slowly along the tree trunks, gathered into small streams, and finally merged into the streams and rivers in the forest. The snow on the ground melted, and puddles were seen everywhere, reflecting the still gloomy light and shadow of the sky, like countless mirrors dotted in between. And those rivers that were once frozen now seemed to be freed from their constraints. The river water kept rushing, carrying the freshness and vitality of the melting snow, hitting the river bank, making a shocking sound. But the disaster after the extreme cold did not stop there. As the temperature rose, an unprecedented hurricane disaster quietly arrived. The sky became more gloomy, and the dark clouds were like a heavy curtain. The wind raged, whistling through the forest, and the trees danced wildly in the wind, as if they could be uprooted at any time. The river became more violent, and the water became more violent due to the surge in wind power. In the south, the construction boom was in full swing, and the magnificent city wall had begun to take shape, surrounding a city. The city wall was extremely solid, which was undoubtedly a good start. In the north, under the leadership of Mu Yuan, the construction progressed very smoothly, and the framework of the 5 bases was almost completed. Hope Base is the most critical link. It only needs a little renovation to become a huge base. The other 4 bases are built around Hope Base. The population in the north is gradually gathering in these 5 bases. It is expected that the population will be unified within a month. In this way, they can migrate all the survivors before the natural disaster becomes more violent. By then, as long as the defense and intelligence network of the base are properly arranged, Mu Yuan and the other 3 can take a break. After that, the road connecting the north and the South will be gradually built to lay a solid foundation for future integration. At this moment, in the villa, Jiang Jinli had just finished bathing and walked out of the room in a comfortable pajamas. Before going downstairs, she heard laughter from the living room downstairs. The atmosphere was very lively. She went down the stairs and found that only Gu Xiaowei and Luo Zimei were sitting on the sofa. Luo Zimei was holding a white rabbit in her arms and rubbing it. Jiang Zheng was watching TV attentively, while Jiang Shuman and others were busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. Jinli, you're here just in time. Come and take care of Zimei. Gu Xiaowei saw Jiang Jinli, covered her mouth and laughed, pointing at Luo Zimei. Sisterly, come and save me. Sister Zimei always bullies me. Su Runju Brand Bunny, whose hair was disheveled, had endless resentment in her eyes, and couldn't help complaining. Little bamboo, I just touched it lightly. How could I bully you? Don't talk nonsense. Although Luo Zimei said this, her hands did not stop moving. She had a bright smile between her eyebrows, but her behavior was quite naughty and bad. Sometimes she rubbed the rabbit's fur, sometimes she pinched the rabbit's ears, and even lifted the rabbit's legs, turned Su Runju upside down, and swung it back and forth. Did Runju break through? Jiang Jinli walked down the stairs and walked towards the sofa. Seeing Su Runju's lifeless look, she couldn't help laughing. Well, she became like this just after the breakthrough. Gu Xiao explained with a smile. Since Xinqingxi was the first one to break through to the 8th level, this greatly inspired the other 9 people. So, in the past few months, everyone tried hard to break through. In these few days, each of them successfully broke through to the 8th level, and the difference between the two was almost the same. No one wanted to fall behind. And Su Runju suddenly broke through while Jiang Jinli was taking a bath. As expected, because he could not adapt to the sudden supernatural power for a while, he turned into a rabbit after breaking through. Everyone has become accustomed to it. After all, every time Su Runju breaks through a level, he will become like this. Jiang Jinli also taught Su Runju how to control the power in her body, but Su Runju never mastered the key points. Okay, stop teasing her. Jiang Jinli sat down next to Luo Zimei, quickly snatched the rabbit from her hands, gently held it in her arms, and carefully combed the messy hair. Su Runju was originally dizzy from being tossed around, but now she finally escaped from the clutches of the devil, and her big watery eyes tried hard to pretend to be pitiful. She raised her little paws to grab Jiang Jinli's clothes, rolled around in her arms, and said coquettishly in a soft voice, Sisterly, change me back, hurry up. Why are you in a hurry? I haven't had enough fun yet. This opportunity is not easy to get, Jinli. Let me play for a while. Luo Zimei was obviously not satisfied yet. She clung to Jiang Jinli like a sticky candy, trying to snatch Su Runju away again. No, sisterly, hurry up. Su Runju was almost furious and rushed into Jiang Jinli's arms. Okay, I help you change back right away. Jiang Jinli patted the rabbit's head and comforted it, then turned around to avoid Luo Zimei's hand and said with a smile, Zimei, stop making trouble. No, let me play for a while. Luo Zimei was unyielding, with cunning in her eyes and a bright smile. She rushed over and almost pushed Jiang Jinli down on the sofa. Jiang Jinli used her back to bear Luo Zimei's impact, and took this opportunity to quickly tap the rabbit's forehead with her fingertips. A ray of purple light then sank into the rabbit's little head. In a blink of an eye, a dazzling white light flashed, and the little rabbit turned back into Su Runju's appearance in an instant. Ah! It's finally back to normal. Su Runju looked at his hands, and was very happy. He stood up quickly, and walked to Luo Zimei. He put his hands on his waist, pouted his mouth, and pretended to be angry and said, Sister Zimei, you always bully me. I want revenge. Before Luo Zimei asked how to take revenge, Su Runju had already pounced on Luo Zimei, pressed her under him, and kept tickling Luo Zimei with his hands. This was Luo Zimei's biggest weakness. She couldn't help laughing immediately, begging for mercy, and trying to push Su Runju away. Su Runju didn't intend to let her go so easily. The two of them soon wrestled on the sofa. Jiang Jinli and Gu Xiaowei smiled at each other, and shook their heads helplessly. Everyone, come and eat. Qilua came out of the kitchen with dishes, looked at the people playing on the sofa, and greeted them with a smile. Little Juzi, I know I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore. Be good and let me go. Luo Zimei smiled like a peach blossom, tears flashing in her eyes, looking like she was bullied badly, and begged Su Runju for mercy in a soft voice. Su Runju stopped, poked Luo Zimei's cheek gently, and smiled mischievously. That's better. Let's see if you dare to bully me again. No, I really don't dare. Luo Zime raised her hands to surrender. Okay, I let you go this time, Su Runju said proudly, like a victorious rooster, then stood up and pulled Luo Zime up. The two of them tidied their clothes and walked towards the restaurant. Jiang Jinli also stood up and shouted to Jiang Zheng at the same time, Zhenger, stop looking, come and eat. Okay, sister. Jiang Zheng responded, jumped off the sofa immediately, put on his slippers, and walked over. Chapter 278. At the table, everyone discussed the current natural disaster while eating. The snow outside has basically melted, but the wind is getting stronger day by day. If it continues like this, it may develop into a storm. Shin Qingxi looked at Jiang Jinli and described the situation outside. Small tornadoes have begun to appear in some places, and the debris of buildings has been blown everywhere. The situation is very dangerous. Jiang Zheng also told about the scene he witnessed when he went out yesterday. Jiang Jinli put a piece of green vegetables into the bowl, looked up and looked around at the people, and analyzed. This natural disaster seems to be a hurricane. It is still in the early stages. I estimate that it will break out in full force next month. She turned to Su Runju and ordered, Runju, from now on, the mission office should reduce the number of external missions and increase the number of tasks in the agricultural and industrial zone. Jiang Jinli thought for a while and added, even if you need to go out, you must be led by a superpower. In addition, notify the people of the 8 bases that the construction of the wall can be appropriately slowed down. Human safety is the most important. The destructive power of the hurricane is indeed amazing. For ordinary people, once they are swept away by the strong wind and leave the ground, the possibility of survival is almost zero. Okay, I will arrange it tomorrow morning, don't worry, sisterly. Su Runju looked serious and agreed immediately. Jiang Jinli nodded, and then said to everyone, we must notify the guards of the defense lines in various places, and ask them to keep an eye on the dynamics of the hurricane. Once the situation worsens, and exceeds the range that ordinary people can bear, no one will be allowed to go out, and the field mission will be temporarily shelved. We will continue our construction work after this natural disaster is over. The power of a hurricane cannot be ignored. When it reaches its peak, it may be accompanied by sandstorms and tornadoes. When the sky is dark and the wind is raging, this is definitely not a problem that can be underestimated. However, this natural disaster will only last for a few months at most, and temporarily stopping construction will not cause much impact. I understand. Everyone present responded in unison. A few days later, it happened that the 8 base chiefs came to the territory to hold a meeting. Jiang Jinli once again seriously emphasized at the meeting that we must always pay attention to the severity of this natural disaster, discuss response strategies, and the progress of the wall construction project. The 8 base chiefs had no objection to Jiang Jinli's instructions, listened carefully, and actively put forward their own suggestions. As the meeting was about to end, Zhao Mu suddenly spoke. Lord, some time ago, a city near our base found abnormal zombie activities. Jiang Jinli frowned, immediately sat up straight, and asked seriously, what is the specific situation? Since Yangyu's Tianyi base was attacked by the 7th level zombies, there has been no major movement in the past few months, but Jiang Jinli has not relaxed the monitoring of the zombie tide. Now that she knows there are unusual movements, she is relieved. She likes to take the initiative and nip problems in the bud in time. Zhao Mu immediately reported the investigation to Jiang Jinli. The zombies in that city are gradually gathering. At first, it was a small-scale zombie tide, and then gradually formed a large-scale zombie tide. But strangely, they did not move outward, as if they were waiting for orders, so I did not act rashly. Stand by? Is there a zombie leader controlling them? Peng Gui showed a puzzled expression and continued, even so, they should have taken some action instead of standing still. Zhao Mu shook his head. The scale of the zombie tide is too large to determine whether it is the leader zombie who is causing trouble. I think it is unlikely. Luo Zime raised her head and analyzed. There are not many zombies above level 6 at present, and all the leader zombies in the south have been subdued by us. It is impossible for a new leader zombie to appear so soon. Luo Zime was talking about the more than 100 level 6 zombies tamed by Jiang Jinli. They are still loyally guarding the outer defense line of the territory. Back then, the appearance of the level 6 zombies aroused Jiang Jinli's vigilance. Although their level is not high, they are powerful and can lead a large zombie tide, so they are very dangerous. For ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a huge disaster. Jiang Jinli attaches great importance to level 6 zombies. Whenever they appear, Jiang Jinli will go to tame them personally. In this way, After continuous accumulation, the territory now has more than 100 zombies. Since 2 years ago, there have been no level 6 zombies in the entire south, and they have basically been tamed by Jiang Jinli. It is not easy for level 5 zombies to upgrade to level 6. It takes at least 3 or 4 years, and a lot of blood food. Therefore, Luo Zime believes that the zombie tide is unlikely to be controlled by the leader zombie. After listening to Luo Zime's analysis, everyone suddenly realized and looked at each other. Qin Yizhong said seriously, "If it is not the level 6 zombies that are controlling the zombie tide, then this problem is serious." Everyone nodded in agreement, because only the level 6 zombies have the ability to control the zombie tide. If it wasn't the 6th level zombies, then the zombies actually gathered in an orderly manner, which was really puzzling and disturbing. Jiang Jinli knew the importance of this matter and made a decision immediately. The current priority is to investigate the situation clearly so that we can formulate a response strategy. After you go back, immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the area around the base, and let everyone be vigilant and ready to fight at any time. Originally thought that we could take advantage of the natural disaster to rest in the base for a while, but unexpectedly at this critical moment, we found the movement of the zombies again. Understood. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and responded in unison. The 8 base leaders did not stay for long and returned to their bases early the next morning. A few days later, Zhao Mu finally investigated the situation clearly. He sent a message back to report that after detection by a high-level psychic, no trace of the zombie leader was found in the zombie tide. Those zombies were densely arranged and stood in the city in an orderly manner, with their heads down and motionless. Their purpose was unknown. At the same time, the zombies' abnormal movements were also discovered near Qinyi's Jinyang base and Xiaoling's Xiaoguang base. The simultaneous movement of zombies in multiple places clearly showed that something was wrong. Jiang Jinli immediately gave Zhao Mu an order to launch an attack and clear the zombies. There was no need to wait until their purpose was figured out. Since we knew that the zombies were behaving abnormally, there was no need to hesitate. Rather than waiting to die and being attacked by zombies, it was better to take the initiative. No matter what the zombies' intentions were, they had already posed a potential threat to Zhao Mu's base. After all, the two were too close. Jiang Jinli also notified Qin Yizhong and Xiaoling, asking them to launch an attack immediately if they found signs of zombies gathering. In order to obtain more detailed intelligence and find out the reasons for the abnormal zombie tide, Jiang Jinli did not hesitate and immediately activated the entire Southern Intelligence Network and ordered Jiang Zheng to lead a team to investigate the situation in person. I believe that specific intelligence will be obtained in a few days. Jiang Jinli also issued an urgent order to Zui Gai, asking him to speed up the production efficiency of the gun factory, produce more guns and cannons, and distribute them to the other 7 bases as quickly as possible. After this series of orders were issued, Jiang Jinli flashed out of the territory and came to the outermost defense line. Lord! Jiang Jinli's sudden appearance startled the guards around and in the tower. But they quickly recognized her identity and immediately saluted and greeted her. Jiang Jinli nodded slightly and walked towards the group of tireless 6th-level zombies holding weapons, patrolling back and forth. Come here. She stood not far away and issued an order to the group of 6th-level zombies. The group of 6th-level zombies paused and immediately ran to Jiang Jinli, lining up in more than a dozen teams in an orderly manner. They held their heads high, were sturdy, and looked focused. These zombies looked almost the same as humans except for their pale skin and red eyes. Jiang Jinli said nothing more, scanned the zombies, pointed to 8 teams, and gave orders directly. You go to 8 bases to garrison, and your main task is to pay attention to large and small zombie tides. Once a zombie tide is found, disperse or eliminate it. If you find any problems, come back and report to me immediately. The main purpose of doing this is to see if these 6th-level zombies can still control those abnormal zombie tides. If it can, even if there is a problem, it is not too big. If it cannot be controlled, it means that the situation is very serious. Moreover, these 6th-level zombies are also very powerful. Even if they cannot control the zombie tide, they can still help the 8 bases. Although the 6th-level zombie group did not speak, the teams that were named immediately stepped forward and nodded solemnly. They pursed their lips tightly, their faces were a little dull, and they looked funny for no reason. Jiang Jinli then assigned 8 teams to different bases. After receiving the order, the zombies quickly rushed to their respective mission locations, and soon disappeared in the distance. The remaining zombies continued their patrol mission, and Jiang Jinli also disappeared silently. The guards in the distance widened their eyes, surprised at the Lord's control ability. The next second, Jiang Jinli appeared on the wall of the territory. While she was free, she wanted to inspect the defense system and alert situation of the entire territory. Not far away, Xinqingxi had a stern face and was arranging work with several team leaders. Jiang Jinli smiled faintly, and then she put her hands in her pockets, leaned against the city wall, and quietly watched Xinqingxi's back. Xinqingxi rarely smiled in front of people. Her words and deeds always seemed cold and serious. She gave people a feeling of being difficult to approach, which invisibly brought pressure to people. But it was this kind of Xinqingxi, her seriousness and concentration exuded a unique charm. Seeing that the team leaders around Xinqingxi had sweat on their foreheads, Jiang Jinli's smile became more and more obvious. It was not until Xinqingxi's instructions were completed and the crowd around her dispersed that Jiang Jinli called out, "Qingxi." Xinqingxi was stunned, then turned around. When she saw Jiang Jinli, the coldness on her face disappeared, and a smile instantly filled her whole face. She walked over quickly, stood in front of Jiang Jinli, and asked happily, "Why are you here?" "I'm going to inspect the territory, and I want you to accompany me." "Are you free?" Jiang Jinli tilted his head, and his eyebrows were full of smiles. Yes, I'm definitely free. I'm just done with my work." Xinqingxi nodded quickly. Her joy was beyond words, and her smile was even brighter. Jiang Jinli smiled, said nothing more, and then began to inspect along the city wall. Xinqingxi immediately followed and walked beside Jiang Jinli. After walking around the city wall, Jiang Jinli took Xinqingxi's hand, suddenly disappeared on the city wall, and came to the city area for inspection. Jiang Jinli activated his space ability, forming an invisible halo, wrapping the two of them in it, so that no one could see them. The two of them quickly shuttled between the city areas, chatting and observing the surroundings, quietly checking the defense deployment, guard patrols, and the status of the residents. Soon, the two came to District 2. When Jiang Jinli's eyes swept over a certain figure, she suddenly stopped, her smile faded, her eyes deepened, and a chill emanated from her body. Xinqingxi immediately noticed her change, and then looked in the direction of Jiang Jinli. When she saw Pei Nanshu's profile, she was also shocked. It has been several months since I last saw Pei Nanshu in the north. Xinqingxi thought that Jiang Jinli and the Pei family would never meet again in the future. I didn't expect to see the Pei family again here. The arrangement of fate is really wonderful. It seems that I can't hide no matter how I try. Jiang Jinli retracted his gaze, and immediately brought Xinqingxi to the registration room at the door. She was working in the office with her head down. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Jinli appear. She immediately stood up, surprised and happy, and went forward to greet him. "Lord, why are you here?" Jiang Jinli had only been here in the first year. On weekdays, she would never set foot here. Noticing that Jiang Jinli's expression was a little cold, Yushi immediately realized that the Lord came here for only one reason, that is, to investigate someone. So without waiting for Jiang Jinli to speak, she immediately asked, "Lord, who are you going to investigate?" Jiang Jinli's expression was indifferent, and he coldly spit out 3 words, "Pei family." Xinqingxi added on the side, "They joined in the past few months. Although the territory no longer recruits a large number of people, there are still 5 quotas every month." Yushi nodded, without delay, immediately walked to the bookshelf, picked up the registration book and checked it. Soon, she walked to Jiang Jinli with a booklet and reported, "Lord, there is indeed a family named Pei who just joined at the beginning of this month. They waited at the gate of the territory very early and rushed to the front when the door opened. After various inspections, no problems were found, so they were allowed to enter. The family of 5 was waiting at the gate of the territory early. Knowing that the territory only has 5 joining quotas per month, they slept on the ground not far away in advance, and even slept on the trees, just to grab a favorable position and ranking." Yushi asked cautiously, "Lord, is there any problem with the Pei family?" Jiang Jinli took the list and looked at the 2 names of Pei Xiangsong and Lu Muyun on it. His eyes became deep, his expression became more indifferent, and his mood seemed a little gloomy. Looking at Jiang Jinli's profile, Xinqingxi felt a trace of pity in her heart. She held Jiang Jinli's hand and patted it gently with a sense of comfort. Jiang Jinli quickly came back to her senses, glanced at Xinqingxi, relaxed her brows, regained her composure, and handed the list to Yushi. "No problem." Jiang Jinli did not stay for long, and then took Xinqingxi out. The Pei family was just a stranger to her. They entered the territory with their own abilities. If they did not come to provoke her, they would be the people of the territory. Since they did not make any mistakes, she would not target them and drive them away. Chapter 279. Pei Nanxu returned from the agricultural area with a brisk pace. The prosperous scene on both sides of the street made her feel happy, and her face was filled with a satisfied smile. She had been here for a while, and felt that this place was simply a paradise on earth. It was difficult to describe her feelings in words. Unfortunately, she had not had the opportunity to meet the sister who saved her. But Pei Nanxu had a hunch that the sister must live in this territory, and they would definitely meet again. Pei Nanxu went straight to the shopping center in District 2, picked up a shopping bag, and began to choose what she needed for life. Meat and fresh vegetables were her first choice today. After choosing, she walked to the cashier. 12 points. The clerk quickly reported the total price. Pei Nanxu handed over the points card without hesitation. Today's work earned her 15 points. The price of these goods did not constitute a burden for her. The clerk took the card and entered the number on a rectangular machine that emitted a soft light. With a beep sound, the points were successfully deducted. When the card was returned to Pei Nanxu, the clerk couldn't help but look at her more, with surprise flashing in his eyes, and even uttered a light "What's wrong?" Pei Nanxu noticed the clerk's surprised look, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. The clerk touched his head awkwardly and explained, "Sorry, I found that you are somewhat similar to our Lord, so I couldn't help but look at you a few more times." Pei Nanxu has lived a good life in the territory during this period. After eating and drinking enough, her body has been well nourished, her complexion has become rosy, her cheeks have become rounder, and her facial features have become more delicate. "Lord?" Pei Nanxu repeated in surprise. How is this possible? In her opinion, the Lord was a high and mighty being, and ordinary residents like her could only hope to meet him, let alone look like him. She was worried that such words would cause unnecessary trouble. Then she seriously reminded the clerk, "Don't say such words casually in the future." Pei Nanxu packed up her belongings and walked towards her residence with her bag. She didn't take this little episode to heart and walked straight to a tall building. Pei Nanxu went up to the 5th floor. She took out the key to open the door and walked into a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room residence. Before she had time to change her shoes, Pei Xian's complaint came over. "Nanxu, why did you come back so late? We are starving, hurry up and cook." Pei Wengfei also lazily raised his head from the sofa and urged, "Hurry up and cook, Mom and Dad will be back soon." Pei Nanxu turned around and saw the two of them lying leisurely on the sofa in the living room, with snacks and fruit peels scattered on the table and a mess on the floor. The anger in her heart rose immediately. "You came back a long time ago, why didn't you buy vegetables and cook for yourself? Do you have to wait for me? Is cooking just this hard for you? Why are you so difficult? Don't forget, this is not the North. Why should I serve you all the time? What's your attitude?" Pei Wengfei sat up unhappily, frowned and said, "We just came back from a mission outside, we are exhausted, and you are so much nonsense when I asked you to cook a meal. You are getting more and more presumptuous. You are tired, but I am not tired." Pei Nanxu's tone was full of fatigue and indignation. "I work all day, and every time I come back, I have to cook and wash clothes for the whole family. What do you think of me? A slave you can use at will?" She had had enough of this kind of oppressive life in the North. She thought that things would change when she came here. After all, this is a paradise in the Doomsday, with no worries about food and clothing, and she could fill her stomach with hard work. But what she didn't expect was that the oppression of this family was still like a shadow. All the housework fell on Pei Nanxu's shoulders. Not only did she have to cook and wash clothes, but she could only curl up on the sofa at night, and the room was occupied by them. Pei Nanxu had also thought about separating from them and renting a house to live alone. But how easy is it? She didn't even have a crystal core on her. Every time she killed zombies hard, the crystal core she got would be taken away by her 2 brothers. Moreover, this family would never allow Pei Nanxu to leave their sight. They kept a very strict watch on her, and would never let her go easily. Is this the attitude you have when talking to your brother? Just asking you to do some housework, you are full of complaints. You are really... Pei Wengfei's face suddenly became gloomy, and he was about to explode, but was stopped by Pei Xian holding his shoulder. Pei Xian stood up, with a self-proclaimed charming smile on his face, walked towards Pei Nanxu, and said with a high-sounding reason, "Nanxu, what you said is not right. What slave or not, we are all family. Why should we be so clear? You are a girl, so it is natural for you to do housework. If you encounter danger, don't you still have to rely on me and your brother?" He tried to take the bag from Pei Nanxu's hand, and touched her hand by the way, with a look of evil in his eyes. "Since you are tired, I will help you. Get out." Pei Nanxu felt a strong disgust in his heart, and his face flushed red. She pulled her hand back suddenly and pushed Pei Xian away, and the food in the bag scattered all over the floor and rolled everywhere. Pei Xian took a few steps back, his eyes became colder, and cursed in his heart. This little girl, who doesn't know how to raise a child, it seems that she will be obedient only after she has been taught a lesson. Some things really can't be delayed any longer. Pei Wangfei also stood up, his face full of anger. But before he could speak, Pei Xiangsong's angry voice came from the door. It's really lawless. What are you doing? You dare to lose your temper with your cousin. You have become too powerful, right? As soon as Pei Xiangsong and Lu Muyun entered the door, they saw Pei Xian being pushed away. Pei Xiangsong walked forward angrily, and without saying anything, he gave Pei Nanqiu a big slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the living room, and he angrily scolded, "It seems that I spoiled you too much, which made you so rebellious. Don't forget, who is the boss of this family? I asked you to do some housework, but you put on this dead face all day long for everyone to see? If you continue to disobey discipline like this, I will just beat you to death." Lu Muyun stepped forward, grabbed Pei Xiangsong's arm, and said to Pei Nanqiu with displeasure, "You child, why are you so ignorant? I asked you to do housework. What qualifications do you have to lose your temper? Hurry up and pick up the vegetables and cook." Because Pei Xiangsong's movements were too fast, Pei Nanqiu couldn't dodge in time. Although she had certain skills, she was still far behind Pei Xiangsong. Pei Xiangsong didn't spend these years surviving in the Doomsday in vain. A clear palm print gradually appeared on Pei Nanqiu's cheek. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, clenched her teeth, and tears rolled in her eyes. Pei Nanqiu felt endless pain in his heart, and felt that it was extremely sad to be born in this family. "Go cook." Pei Xiangsong glared at him, and ordered sternly again. Pei Nanqiu's eyes were empty, and he squatted silently, began to pick up the scattered ingredients on the ground, and then carried them to the kitchen. Pei Xiangsong snorted coldly, and then the three of them walked to the sofa, and sat down together. He said to Pei Xian, "Your cousin is ignorant, you have to bear more." "I know, uncle, I won't bother with her." Pei Xian was very generous. Pei Wangfei pushed the fruit in front of Pei Xiangsong and lazily persuaded him. Okay, don't be angry. Nansu's stubborn temper will be obedient after a lesson." Pei Xiangsong forced a smile. It is indeed time to teach her a lesson. Now it is windproof and rainless here, there is no danger, and she doesn't need to go out, just do some housework, and she complains every day. She really doesn't know how to appreciate her blessings. Forget it, don't talk about her anymore. Lu Muyun immediately played the role of peacemaker. Pei Xiangsong's anger gradually subsided, and he immediately asked Pei Wangfei seriously, "Do you understand the situation in the territory? Is there a chance to climb up?" It took their family more than 2 months to come from the north to the south. They encountered countless obstacles along the way. The team of dozens of people originally ended up with only their family. In order to enter the Yunwu territory under the rule of the Lord, they spent more than half a month investigating, inquiring and waiting. It can be said that they went through untold hardships and made tremendous efforts before finally stepping into this paradise-like place. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Seeing those fresh vegetables and fruits that they had not seen for many years placed in front of them. They even wondered if they were dreaming, all this seemed so unreal. It took them a few days to come back to their senses, and gradually adapt to life here. With the sufficient crystal cores in their bodies, their family was able to rent such a nice house in District 2. Pei Wangfei and Pei Xian did not like to do rough work, so they took on tasks outside every day, while Pei Xiangsong, Lu Muyun, and Pei Nanqiu worked in the agricultural and industrial zone to earn points. If it were not for the hard regulations of the territory requiring everyone to work, they would not be willing to work. After all, it was enough for Pei Nanqiu to support the whole family. In the territory, food needs to be purchased with points. Pei Nanqiu's daily work points are just enough to buy vegetables and cook. So they let Pei Nanqiu be responsible for buying ingredients after get off work every day, and the points of several people can be accumulated. But when they learned that after becoming a management, they could not only earn points without working, but also be allocated a free house in the main city, they immediately couldn't sit still. The generous treatment of the management made them jealous. After satisfying their basic food and clothing, their ambitions also expanded. They longed to live a rich and worry-free life and dreamed of meeting the Lord at any time. If they performed well, they might be favored by the Lord and become a celebrity around the Lord, which would be the supreme honor. Therefore, these days, several of them have been asking around, trying to find a way to climb up. Hearing Pei Xiangsong's question, Pei Wangfei frowned, sighed and said, "It's difficult." Chapter 280. What do you mean? Lu Muyun asked nervously. Pei Xiangsong also stared at Pei Wengfei, urging him to speak quickly. Pei Wengfei crossed his legs, looked indifferent, and said lightly, "The management of the territory is basically full, there are no extra vacancies. Even if you want to become a team leader, it is very difficult. You must go through several years of training, and become a warrior before you have a chance. According to what you said, don't we have no chance at all?" Pei Xiangsong suddenly looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with a look of loss on his face. "It's not so absolute. There are exceptions to everything." Pei Xian smiled and interrupted, "As long as you are human, you will make mistakes. Once there is a management position vacancy, it is our opportunity." Pei Xiangsong was not very optimistic about these words. He sighed and said, "There are hundreds of thousands of people in the territory. Even if there is a vacancy, it is impossible for us newcomers to take the turn. So we have to find a way to attract the attention of Luo Zhanshu." Pei Wengfei's eyes flashed with ambition, and the corners of his mouth rose. He explained, "All middle and senior management positions in the territory are appointed by Luo Zhanshu himself. Even small-level managers need Luo Zhanshu's consent to take office." Pei Wengfei shook his long legs confidently and continued, "As long as we can get the favor of middle-level managers, and let them say a few good words for us in front of Luo Zhanshu, we don't have to worry that Luo Zhanshu will not notice us." He was confident in his abilities, and believed that as long as there was an opportunity to climb up, he would be able to seize it firmly and satisfy the war chiefs. "But how could people in management help us for no reason?" Pei Xiangsong asked hesitantly. Pei Wengfei smiled disdainfully, his tone a little casual. "Everyone has weaknesses, especially men. Give them some benefits when the time comes, so you won't be afraid that they won't help. Although the management of the territory is mainly female, there are still a few men, and Pei Wengfei thinks he knows the weaknesses of men very well." That's right. Then what are you going to do?" Pei Xiangsong's eyes lit up and asked eagerly. Pei Wengfei glanced indifferently in the direction of the kitchen and said expressionlessly, "My dear sister, it's time to contribute to the family." In Pei Wengfei's heart, his own interests always come first. In order to get to the top, he can sacrifice everything, naturally including this sister who doesn't have much affection. His words instantly solidified the atmosphere in the living room. Pei Wengfei's intention was obvious. That is, he planned to use Pei Nanshu's body in exchange for the interests of their family. Pei Xiangsong and Lu Muyun's eyes flashed with hesitation and struggle. But when they thought of power and a rich life, their eyes gradually became cold. After a long while, Pei Xiangsong finally nodded and agreed. "Then follow your plan." Pei Xian looked gloomy. He lowered his eyes, covering evil and desire in his eyes. He thought, since Pei Nanshu would be sent away sooner or later, it would be better for him to possess Pei Nanshu's first time. Pei Xian licked his lips, breathing a little hurriedly, and seemed a little impatient. In the kitchen, Pei Nanshu leaned against the wall, crying silently, tears streaming down her face. She squatted down, hugged herself tightly, her face ashen. The next day, in the conference room in the office building, Jiang Jinli suddenly called all the core members to a meeting. Everyone realized the urgency of the situation and quickly gathered. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Jiang Jinli also brought Mu Yuan and 3 others back from the north, leaving only 3 captains to guard. After all, the situation in the north had been basically resolved, and the 3 of them could handle other trivial matters. At this moment, the conference table was full of 13 core members. Jiang Jinli sat in the first seat and went straight to the point. There have been new developments on the zombie tide. Just this morning, zombies gathered near the 8 bases, and they began to move towards the 8 bases, with a clear trend of attack. In the morning, almost at the same time, the territory received news from the 8 bases. Yesterday, only abnormalities were found near the bases of Chenizhong and Xialing, but today, riots broke out near the 8 bases. Zhao Mu has already started a battle with the zombie tide nearby. The battle is going well at present, and it is expected that the zombie tide will be cleared within a few months. Jiang Jinli's words made everyone look at each other, and the conversation in the conference room immediately sounded. "So fast? What do these zombies want to do? Lord, have you investigated the reason? Is it the 6th level zombies who are controlling it?" Su Lang asked the first question. "It's not the 6th level zombies who are controlling the zombies." Jiang Jinli gave a negative answer. The entire Southern Intelligence Network was mobilized, plus the intelligence from the 6th level zombies. Jiang Jinli quickly found the real reason for the zombie tide. Ma Yuanxiu frowned and asked, "This is strange. Such an organized and large-scale action, as the zombie tide, is obviously controlled. If it's not a 6th-level zombie, what's the reason? It's man-made. Jiang Jinli raised her eyes, and said 3 words lightly. What? Man-made? This answer caused 1,000 waves, and everyone was surprised. Sisterly, do you mean that someone is behind the tide of zombies? Su Runju asked, the doubts in everyone's hearts. That's right. Jiang Jinli looked at Jiang Zheng on the side. Zheng, you tell me. Jiang Zheng nodded, looked around at everyone, and told everyone the situation of the investigation in the past 2 days in a concise and clear manner. The mysterious black-robed man is controlling the movement of the zombies. Black-robed man? Everyone showed puzzled expressions. Who on earth can have the ability to control the zombies? In fact, they can't be considered human. Jiang Zheng recalled. They are all covered in black robes filled with black air. Although they have human bodies and can run and move, they have no life at all, just like dead people. Only about a dozen have been found so far. They are scattered in the corpse tide near the 8 bases. They are the ones who control the corpse tide. The characteristics of those black robes are very obvious. They usually stand in the center of the corpse tide to control the movement of the corpse tide. They are not human beings. What kind of monsters are they? Are they zombies? Lin Cheng's face was solemn, and he asked the key question. They are obviously different from zombies. Jiang Jinli leaned back in his chair and said seriously, I can only say that they are dead people who can move. Zombies are transformed from humans who died of virus infection. Their nervous systems are destroyed, and they become a bloodthirsty monster. And those black-robed people are obviously made of dead zombies or human corpses, but they can move freely. They belong to another more bizarre monster. Why are there such strange things? What is their purpose? Lin Cheng frowned and asked. Jiang Jinli showed disgust, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It is obvious that there are people or organizations behind them. People who can create such monsters must be very smart. They may be scientists who are good at research or similar practitioners. As for their purpose, Jiang Jinli paused, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The purpose is also obvious, that is, to be our enemy and destroy the foundation we have worked hard to build. It is really a murderous heart. From the other party's behavior of controlling the zombies to attack the base, it is not difficult to infer the other party's character, either an anti-human madman or a pervert with extremely twisted psychology. Jiang Jinli will never let this kind of person, who is against him, have an easy time. As Jiang Jinli finished speaking, a round of discussion sounded in the conference room again. Finally, Gu Xiaowei asked, the enemy is in the dark, we are in the light, so how should we respond next? Jiang Jinli immediately issued an order. The enemy must be hiding in a city in the south. Immediately activate the intelligence network and quickly track down its location. At the same time, be sure to pay close attention to the movement of the zombie tide. I don't think attacking the 8 major bases is the enemy's ultimate goal. Immediately send a message to the 8 major bases, and let them do their best to deal with the black-robed people hiding in the zombie tide. As long as the black-robed people are eliminated, the zombie tide will naturally not be a concern. Understood? Everyone looked serious and responded immediately.